time-space trading platform is recruiting blue agents with a base starting gatten 100,000. Recently unemployed, Suyu stumbled upon these intriguing job advertisement and, driven by a sense of curiosity, clicked to learn more. Thus began his journey a blue agent for the time-space trading platform, enabling him to exchange goods with individuals from different dimensions. A ton offers could be traded for 50 kilograms of gold in a post-apocalyptic world, Tintin soft self-heating grise good beswapped for an electromagnetic rifle. Such transactions swarm retrifles. A complete set of nuclear fusion technology could be dear price for 1,000 tons of grain. Starship blueprints could be acquired for 3,000 tons of food. However, this was just the beginning. As soon with more trading partners, the Timshe transacted big and took seed theorems of conventional technology. Avial off penicillin exchanged for the martial arts classic Kijinjing. A concentrated foreign immortal elixir sipe from our world dof immortal heroes. Why the passing transaction, as Thescalio dealings magnified, the company inadvertently found it devolved into colossal entity combining cutting Egyptian and ancient mysticism, expand in Ginto alternatorium. Sanctions on my technology? Come, behold thurship behind mean delaumator phraseathought. Chapter 1 The Time-Space Trading Platform. Where? Ami. In a pristine white chamber, Suyu stood still, surveying surroundings. After a moment of bewilderment, her recall at the events had transpired, murmuring to himself, the time-space trading platform could it possibly be real? Merrily halfen her prayer, onadio fleisuriathome, Suyu hadressi of dismissal from his company. The official reason kited was company downsizing, his performance had not been noteworthy, and thus, had been selected for redundancy. The underlying truth was hat would hiniestiamo fate, only lacked connections within the company, making him the inevitable cause for dismissal. Consequently, Suyu was not particularly surprised by the outcome had anticipated, result before the holiday commenced. Upon receiving the news, he prompt lighter Ned tune lineage of platforms in search of new opportunities. While perusing, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar job listing. Time-space trading platform is recruiting blue agents with a base starting gatten 100,000. Naturally, he was initially skeptical of such an outrageous offer. However, with ample free time and Hishins, he decided to investigate further. And then, he found himself here. Once he grasped the situation and realized it might be embroiled in narrative into a fantasy novel, Suyu felt an unexpected sense of relief and discomposure. Approaching a wall radiating idle luminescence, he knocked tentatively and inquired, I sanionether? No sooner has spoken than off-text materialized upon the silver white wall. Welcome to the time-space trading platform. You are currently in the exclusive space for blue agents. Upon signing a contract, you can access this space and unlock trading privileges. This platform is dedicated to facilitating time-space trade, allowing individuals from different dimensions to exchange goods as needed. Will the Olikito sign the blue agent contract no? Gazing at the information before him, Suyu pondered briefly and deduced that the system meant to operate in voice recognition. After a moment's contemplation, he said, could dire view, the specific soft contract? No sooner had Huda read this than line soft text appeared before Hymun Thule. The terms of the contract were clearly outlined. Upon thorough review, Suyu discovered the rules were straightforward upon becoming Gonagin Toft Blue region, huge represent blue and transactions in the time-space trading platform, facilitating exchanges. There were no restrictions in the demonstrated, nor were the reficed price both parties could negotiate according to their needs. As a junior origin, Suyu was limited a matching with a new client each week. After successfully completing 10 transactions, he could advance to the rank of intermediate agent, at which point would gain access to higher quality clients and unlock additional privileges. The time-space trading platform also employed its sound currency, known as transaction points. Each successful trade would yield a certain number of transaction points, which could be used to purchase desert items direct live from the platform without necessitating facet to physique exchanges. Essentially, these entailed trading resources from his own world for goods from others. Themera transaction she completed. The higher is the would rise, along with the benefits to accrue. The only restriction waste hat the tradididum scood not be counterfeit or misleading. The trading platform would dry gorisly inspect thedums exchanged, on Dan attempts to sell fake goods would result in the revocation of any agent status. Having reviewed the contract thorough line confirmadite accuracy, Suyuung compromising licocito sign. How old passup such an opportunity, it will be foolish nato. Resources varied across different worlds, astid thirvalus. What might be bottle leaf mineral water in his realm could potentially be exchanged for as substantial piece of gold elsewhere. Considering the could then result hat gold, the potential for profit minimums. Even if Bisamek and Sethi items acquired from other worlds yielded no profit, he would still receive a guaranteed base phone 100,000 per month for completing at least on a transaction. Surely, these ways of far superior option compared to conventional employment. Contract signed successfully. Name Suyu. Identity Blue Star Agent off the Time Space Trading Platform. Level Junior Agent. Transaction points 0. Available transaction opportunities 1. Only available transaction opportunity. Can it proceed to match with the trading partner now? Suyu Musette allowed. The contract clearly stated that these transactions were not merely private dealings between individuals but through exchanges between disparate. Thus, the absence of items in hand was of no consequence. The logical approach would be to match with the trade partner, ascertain mutual needs, and then return to gather the necessary items for exchange. Yes, shall we initiate the matching process no? Surveying the text before him, Suyu decisively stated, let the matching begin. Matching with trading partner. Success. Suddenly, Thestar quite a camber transformed before his Cinto and elegant, Liontica conference room. A the center stood alongtable, where he seated himself atoned. Opposite he striking woman clad in futuristic silver armor. Her graceful features framed beflowing white hair. She glanced at a Thesomi Watless Suyu. Her finely arched brows raising slight lias has spoke. Ario wanna calmer toe trading? Her voice flowed melodiously, crisp and pleasant to hear. Yet, the syllables immediately into Suyu. Thought he soon realized that the platform possessed an automatic translation feature, enabling him to comprehend their meaning despite the language barrier. Hina dead an acknowledgment. Indeed, I am sorry for in a confusion. With that, he straightened in his seat, ready to engage in earnest discourse with this first trading partner. While the enigmatic nature of time space trading platform left thematatis oriented, he was knoweth well versed in the art of negotiation. After all, his previous company specialized in international trade, and having been a top performer in his steam, had brokered countless substantial deals. On Synthazone, even facing an extraterrestrial would not throttle him. I am Frost Star, the agent from Thellerschatzure of the Time Space Trading Platform. The woman inclined her head, then stood and placed her right hand over her heart, solemnly introducing herself. In response, Suyul Sorosan lifted his hand, viewed observing the distance between him, he realized a handshake would be impractical. Instead, he levates their hand in a respectful gesture, stating, I am Suyu, Blue Staragent off the Time Space Trading Platform. Yorka stomps requita fascinating, Frost Star marked, examining Suyu's gesture with curiosity. I concur, Suyu replied with his smile before turning the conversation letter Sathand. What do you wish to trade? I require natural foods rich in starch and plant fibers, uncontaminated water, and soiled a litem santhus list. Frost Star answered, and with a wave her hand, a holographic display appeared before her. Instantaneously, a similar display materialized before Suyu, listing an array of goods meat, eggs, dairy, grains, vegetables, purified water, soil. Al demanded to be free of pollution and radiation. Perusing Thedum sevoked the surreal feeling goff browsing Gaja per market on him phone. It seemed that Frost Star hailed from a world facing sever-foot shortages. Given her advanced are, it suggested her realm possessed considerable technological prowess. Inni at a fun contaminated food. Kudipal world into a wasteland, teeming with technological advancement travaged by pollution, where's the sustenance waskers? As these thoughts flicker-red through his mind, Suyu's expression remained inscrutable. She calmly inquired, I can't providial thesedums. What do I win 10 for in exchange? Chapter 2. 10 tons of rice for 1,000 pounds of gold. What do you require? Frost Star furrowed her brow, at present. She and Suyu were not well acquainted, and neither party was privy to the nature of each other's world or its unique resources. Her willingness to disclose her needs was already a concession, considering Suyu's status as a newcomer. If she were to carelessly divulge what she had available for trade, it would undoubtedly jeopardize subsequent negotiations regarding pricing. I need SUU was not particularly surprised by her response. His gaze shifted to her strikingly futuristic silver armor, and he refrained from elaborating further. You desire powered armor? Froststar raised an eyebrow. That is certainly open for discussion. If you can provide 10,000 tons of radiation-free, pollution-free grain, I can deliver it to you immediately. The prospect of acquiring the original Froststar-powered armor was immensely enticing to Suyu. However, he quickly shook his head. 10,000 tons of grain was beyond his current financial capability. Even the cheapest potatoes would cost at least 1 or 2,000 per ton. That amounted to a staggering sum of 10 to 20 million. Selling himself wouldn't even cover that amount. Moreover, in reality, such a large-scale grain transaction would likely require purchasing directly from national reserves or importing from overseas. Without a food processing facility as a facade, acquiring such a volume would be nearly impossible. Even if he managed to secure it through special channels, if the grain's final destination remained ambiguous, it could easily attract scrutiny. Though powered armor seemed exceptionally impressive, the original version was clearly beyond Suyu's means at this moment. Furthermore, purchasing it would serve no practical purpose. It was a matter to be considered at a later time, as for the present. Suyu pondered for a moment. I require gold. If his earlier assumptions were correct, Froststar indeed hailed from a post-apocalyptic world. Judging by the powered armor she wore, it was evident that her technology was far more advanced than that of Blue Star. In truth, exchanging grain for technology would be the most advantageous arrangement. However, Suyu was merely an ordinary individual for now, with savings amounting to only a few tens of thousands. Even if he acquired some cutting-edge technology, he would likely lack the means to monetize it. His foremost objective was to establish himself as a wealthy individual on Blue Star. With capital in hand, procuring technology and converting it into profit would naturally follow. Gold? That is indeed a universally accepted currency. Many novice agents are willing to engage in transactions involving gold. Froststar nodded. I can exchange gold for grain. However, you must first provide me with data on the common grains in your world so that I can estimate the pricing. After all, it is unreasonable to assume that all grains are priced the same, as you must understand. Grain data? Suyu grasped her meaning, yet he was momentarily at a loss for how to compile it. With only the image of potatoes instinctively surfacing in his mind. Fortunately, he soon noticed data on potatoes appearing on the luminous screen before him, detailing fiber content, starch content, trace elements, and so forth. Oh, it can be done this way. Suyu quickly gained clarity. Images of rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and other staple grains flashed through his mind. After organizing the primary staple grains of Blue Star, he emulated Froststar's earlier gesture, swiping his hand to transfer the data to the illuminated screen in front of her. After reviewing the information for a moment, Froststar provided her pricing. 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice. The exchanged grain will primarily consist of rice. If you lack sufficient rice, we will need to renegotiate the terms for other grains. Rice. So you recalled the rice that could be cultivated even in saline alkali soil and nodded calmly. There will be plenty of rice available. But I believe we need to discuss this price further. The current gold price is over 400 per gram. 1 kilogram of gold is valued at over 400,000. The price of rice varies by type, with more common varieties costing around 3 to 4,000 per ton, while better quality ones might reach 4 to 5,000. Suyu was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, but he assumed the figures were close enough. 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice would certainly be deemed foolish business on Blue Star. Yet this was an interdimensional trading platform. If Froststar truly came from a polluted, barren world where food could not be grown, the value of gold would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of uncontaminated grain. Negotiations, after all, are open to discussion, Froststar said with a smile. Suyu contemplated briefly and proposed a price. 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton? Deal. Froststar clapped her hands in delight, agreeing without a moment's hesitation. Suyu. Damn it, that was rash. It seemed he had underestimated the value of grain in Froststar's world while overestimating the worth of gold to her. However, this fleeting conflict was quickly dismissed from his mind. 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton of grain was practically akin to a windfall. There was little need for more. Not to mention, even if he only sold 1 ton of grain, figuring out how to handle 50 kilograms of gold would already be a considerable headache. Rather than being excessively greedy, it would be wiser to cultivate a favorable relationship. After all, Suyu still harbored thoughts of acquiring her original powered armor. Seizing the moment, Froststar inquired, Now that we have settled on the unit price, how much rice can you currently supply? Suyu came back to reality and calculated his available funds. 10 tons? For a first-time collaboration, I will provide you with 10 tons now, and if you find it satisfactory, we can continue trading in the future. 10 tons of rice amounts to 500 kilograms of gold. Frost Star had no objections and stood up, saying, "Please wait a moment." With that, she slowly vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she held a silver metallic box. Frost Star placed it on the negotiation table and casually pushed it towards Suyu, causing it to glide smoothly across the table until it stopped right in front of him. He pushed against the box, but it remained immovable. He immediately deduced its contents. Suppressing his excitement, he swiftly opened the box. Under the bright lights of the conference room, a glimmer of gold reflected back at him. Nearly blinding him, gold, 10 solid gold bricks, each weighing 50 kilograms, totaling 500 kilograms of gold. In fact, due to the high density of gold, a ton of it occupies only slightly more space than a basketball. From a numerical standpoint, 500 kilograms of gold is not an overwhelming quantity. It was only when he attempted to lift it that he realized just how heavy it truly was. "You have the gold. When can I expect delivery?" Frost Star tilted her pale chin upward. The audacity of requesting payment in advance was astonishing. This was perhaps the best client Suyu had ever encountered. However, he suspected it was also tied to the regulations of the trading platform. With oversight from the platform, no one would dare abscond after receiving payment. They had no fear of him fleeing, so it was inconsequential whether they received payment upfront or upon delivery. With this in mind, Suyu quickly replied, 7 days. Within 7 days, I will deliver 10 tons of rice to you. If you have any additional requests, feel free to provide me with a list. We can roughly estimate a price, and if we reach an agreement, I can bring those items along during our next transaction. Chapter 3. A Feather as an Arrow. What are you? Suyu uploaded additional data on items that could be purchased in bulk on Blue Star to Frost Star. The two engaged in discussions regarding the prices of various goods for a considerable time, ultimately reaching a preliminary consensus. Regardless of how much Suyu could gather of the items Frost Star required, she would need to compensate him in gold according to the agreed-upon prices. Should her gold reserves be insufficient, alternative items from her homeland could be offered as barter. Such items included mechanical exoskeletons, railguns, and gene serums. In addition to these finished products, Frost Star also had access to numerous technologies. In summary, each of these offerings far surpassed the value of the 500 kilograms of gold in Suyu's possession. Upon returning to his designated space as a novice agent, Suyu gazed at the box before him, overwhelmed with excitement. 500 kilograms of gold, valued at nearly 200 million according to current market rates. Even if he sought clandestine avenues for selling it, he would likely still secure over 100 million. This was what it meant to experience overnight wealth. However, after the initial exhilaration, he needed to confront some pragmatic concerns. Platform, how do I transport the items required for the trade in and out? He pondered that not only would transporting 10 tons of grain be a challenge, but without some form of advanced technology from the platform, taking 500 kilograms of gold with him would require a painstaking effort. Piece by piece, upon hearing his query, answers gradually emerged upon the white wall before him. Novice agents are entitled to 10 units of storage space, with each unit capable of holding items not exceeding 1,000 cubic meters in volume and 1,000 tons in weight of the same type. By silently contemplating the personal panel, you can access it. The personal panel is visible solely to you. Personal panel? Suyu quickly tested it. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, a translucent light blue panel materialized before him. Similar to the one that had appeared during the transaction, it boasted numerous functions, and in the lower right corner, there were precisely 10 empty slots, reminiscent of an inventory. With the transportation issue resolved, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively reached out to touch the gold. Instantly, the 10 gold ingots vanished from the box in their place. His personal panel now displayed a gold 10 marker. Send me back, please. Suyu stood up and stretched, feeling inexplicably fortunate to have become a Blue Star agent for the interdimensional trading platform. It would be difficult not to prosper. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return to Blue Star to prepare the items needed for subsequent transactions. Indeed, compared to working for others, earning money for oneself is far more motivating. Nowadays, it's not even about the 996 work schedule. As long as one doesn't suffer a sudden death, a 007 schedule is perfectly acceptable. Even a mere furrow of his brow would be seen as a sign of disrespect towards the 500 kilograms of gold. Transmission in progress. You may access your exclusive platform space through your personal panel at any time. In the next moment, Suyu felt a flash before his eyes. The luminous white space vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of his rental apartment. He quickly summoned his personal panel and discovered that he was still logged in, then retrieved a chunk of gold. Feeling the tangible weight of 50 kilograms of gold ingot in his hands, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Least it wasn't a dream. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't too late, and he could still accomplish a few tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu made his way to the kitchen with the gold ingot in hand. The size of this ingot was roughly comparable to a scaled-down brick. If he dared to take such an item to exchange for cash, he would surely frighten people half to death. Fortunately, gold is relatively malleable and can be cut with a knife. After a considerable amount of time, Suyu finally managed to divide the hefty 50-kilogram ingot into about 10 pieces of varying sizes, which he stowed away in his storage space. He then used his phone to search for nearby gold shops and selected one that was neither too far nor too close, an unremarkable establishment. He planned to attempt selling a piece of gold there first. Once he felt prepared, he casually took out the trash and stepped outside. To the casual observer, there was nothing amiss, however, just as he crossed the threshold. An unexpected phone call came through. Seeing the name of Team Leader Qian on his screen, Suyu hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer. If this had been mere hours ago, claiming he held no resentment about being laid off would have been impossible, but now all he could say was thank you to the company for dismissing him. Otherwise, he would not have stumbled upon the recruitment advertisement for the time-space trading platform. Nor would he have become the agent for the trading platform in the Blue Star region. Of course, while he may not care now, he could not possibly extend any goodwill towards former colleagues who had relied on connections to sideline him. If it weren't for the fact that this company dealt in large-scale overseas trade, which might be useful for substantial transactions on the trading platform in the future, he would have been too lazy to even answer the call. Xiao Su, how's it going? Found a new job yet? As soon as the call connected, Team Leader Qian's greasy voice echoed in his EAR. Su held a poor impression of this unctuous leader and was in no mood for idle chit-chat. He replied impatiently, I'm just about to head out. If you have something to say, just get to the point. As he spoke, he pressed the elevator button. If this guy couldn't provide a clear explanation by the time the elevator arrived, he might as well remain silent. Team Leader Qian seemed unfazed by Suyu's brusque tone, instead responding with a chuckle. I'm just concerned about you being unemployed. I thought I might use my connections to help you find a job. It is also an overseas trade, quite similar to what you did before. You could start right away, and I've ensured the pay is quite decent. Not interested, Suyu replied without a moment's hesitation. In his previous group, everyone but him was connected, and Team Leader Qian, as the head, dared not assert himself in front of the others. Only when facing Suyu, a staff member without connections, could he occasionally adopt a semblance of authority. He had made a habit of irritating others. Not to mention, now that he had become the agent for the trading platform in Blue Star, even without that identity, he would have rejected the offer outright. Not interested, Team Leader Qian seemed taken aback by Suyu's immediate dismissal. After a brief pause, he spoke again in a serious tone. Xiao Su, you really need to think this through. The economy is tough right now, and jobs are hard to come by, especially ones that match your qualifications. Seeing that he was about to drone on, Suyu interrupted sharply, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait, Team Leader Qian hurriedly replied. You should consider this carefully. If I recall correctly, you secured a big deal last month, and your commission should be quite substantial. This month's salary should still be over 20,000, provided everything goes smoothly with the orders. But if there are any issues, ding, as the elevator arrived, Suyu's last shred of patience finally evaporated. He cut him off without hesitation. I've recorded this conversation. If I find even a single cent missing from my paycheck in a few days, we'll meet in court. Also, do you really think being a pathetic team leader makes you someone important? You're just waving a feather as if it were a command. If I show you respect by calling you team leader, what are you without it? A fool. Chapter 4. The first sale of gold. With a sigh of relief, Suyu hung up the phone. What a relief. He had long wished to chastise that cowardly bully. Today, not only had he secured an incredibly promising opportunity with the time-space trading platform, but even if he had nothing at all, he would still refuse to treat Team Leader Qian with any courtesy. He had every right to express his disdain. Ding, as the elevator doors opened. Suyu, still feeling elated from his recent outburst, spotted a young girl in a JK uniform looking at him in surprise. Her expression seemed to convey, "Wow, this person has such poor manners." However, Suyu paid her no mind. Instead, he smiled at her and casually closed the elevator door in times of joy. One's spirit is uplifted, and he couldn't care less how passers-by viewed him. His only desire was to quickly exit and convert those chunks of gold in his storage space into cash. Wanfu Gold, one of the largest gold shops in the bustling metropolis, is located in a vibrant pedestrian street about 10 kilometers from Suyu's home, easily reached by a short taxi ride. Standing outside the gold shop, Suyu touched the large gold ingot he had retrieved from his inventory and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Prior to his visit, he had researched extensively online. Typically, these gold shops do not inquire much about the source of the gold when purchasing, except for particularly large amounts. For instance, if he were to pull out a 50-kilogram gold ingot, they would likely be alarmed enough to call the police. However, the little over 1 kilogram he had in his pocket was unlikely to raise any eyebrows. Don't ask. Just say it's inherited. "Good day, sir. Are you here to browse our jewelry?" As soon as he entered, a welcoming hostess approached him politely. In such high-end establishments, the staff are usually held to high standards of conduct. Situations where they snub customers based on their attire or behave condescendingly are exceedingly rare. Even if someone did look down on others, they would hardly be foolish enough to display it openly. "I saw on your website that you buy gold, and I happen to have some I wish to sell," Suyu stated directly, not mincing words. Many things have no taboos, but being secretive and evasive only raises suspicion. By openly stating his intent, the staff would merely be surprised that someone could acquire such a quantity of gold. If he acted timidly, it would lead them to doubt the provenance of the gold. "We do." The hostess paused, quickly gesturing. "Please, this way, sir." Following her, Suyu soon arrived at a workbench in the corner of the shop, where a young man was idly playing on his phone. "Master Sun, this customer wishes to sell gold. Could you please assist him?" The hostess greeted the young man respectfully before turning to Suyu. "This is our Master Sun, the store manager. He is responsible for gold purchases and will first verify the purity of the gold before weighing it on our electronic scale to ensure accuracy to the milligram. This inspection is complimentary. You may decide whether to sell after receiving the quote." With that, she flashed Suyu a professional smile before stepping away. In this line of work, there are indeed many protocols. Customers selling gold range widely in amount, and some, who adhere to the belief that wealth should not be flaunted, may not wish for others to know how affluent they are. Therefore, during gold purchases, apart from the designated masters, others are discouraged from peering in. Of course, only large enterprises observe such protocols. Smaller shops are less concerned, and many even conduct live broadcasts while verifying gold to attract customers. "Hello, where is the gold?" Master Sun casually picked up a magnifying glass and extended his hand towards Suyu. In response, Suyu took the gold ingot from his pocket. "This." Master Sun's typically expressionless face flickered with surprise at the sight of the sizable gold ingot. "This is all gold." Although he was accustomed to seeing gold in his line of work, he was still taken aback by such a large piece. Of course, one wouldn't expect to deceive the shop with a mere coat of gold paint. Suyu placed the gold ingot on the scale. The electronic display immediately revealed its precise weight, 1,622.578 grams. This truly a gold ingot? With his experience, Master Sun quickly assessed the ingot's luster, estimated its volume and weight, and immediately recognized that this was undoubtedly a solid piece of gold. Adjusting his glasses, he stared in astonishment at the ingot. "Oh, be precise. It is the uneven marks left by the hammer on that spot above." It's not that he hasn't seen the world. In fact, he has encountered gold ingots even larger than this one. However, he has never witnessed such a substantial piece of gold being hammered into a flat shape. "Aren't you worried that some edges might fly off during the process?" Master Sun picked up the gold ingot, curiosity evident in his voice as he addressed Suyu. "It's an heirloom. It has always been this way. There's no way around it." Suyu shrugged. Hearing this, Master Sun chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. Although he was skeptical, he refrained from pressing further and instead scrutinized the gold ingot with a magnifying glass, meticulously examining it from top to bottom. After a considerable time, he exhaled and declared, "It is pure gold." With that, he cast a teasing glance at Suyu. Such purity of gold could only be refined with modern technology. Suyu's claim of it being an heirloom was undoubtedly a fabrication. In this industry, gold with a content exceeding 99 is referred to as fine gold, while only gold with a content surpassing 99.6 can be labeled as pure gold. The difference in color between fine gold and pure gold is subtle. Ordinary individuals might not discern it, but for someone like him, who has dealt with gold for years, it is evident. Pure gold? Suyu, seemingly unfazed, responded as if he had not heard. Let's get an estimated price. Wait a moment. I need to conduct another test, Master Sun said, reaching for various bottles and vials nearby. Occasionally dropping a few mysterious droplets onto the gold ingot, then carefully observing it with the magnifying glass. After some time, he pulled out a cloth to wipe the gold clean and placed it on a nearby scale. Noting that the reading remained unchanged, he nodded. Current gold prices are just over 400. Our buyback rate for these past few days is 398 per gram. However, since this is pure gold, I can offer you a higher price. 403 per gram. How does that sound? That works, Suyu nodded, not bothering to haggle over the price. So the total price for this gold ingot is approximately 653,898. I'll be generous and round it off to 654,000. He then retrieved a contract from the drawer, scribbling a few notes before handing it to Suyu. Please review the contract. If everything looks good, sign it to make it official. This sales contract was quite straightforward. Suyu skimmed through it and confirmed there were no hidden pitfalls. He promptly signed it. Pleasant cooperation. I will instruct the finance department to transfer the money to your account within an hour. Master Sun summoned a staff member to take away the contract, then removed his gloves and shook hands with Suyu. Before Suyu could speak, he leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Let us connect on WeChat. If you have more gold to sell, you can always come to me. Whether you prefer to go through official channels or private ones, I can accommodate you and guarantee safety." Chapter 5. The transaction completed. Million in savings. Oh? What do you mean by official channels, and what about private ones? Suyu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Master Sun, not one to hide the truth, responded straightforwardly. Official channels involve taking it to the mine, paying the necessary taxes, and then coming out with gold that's undoubtedly sourced. It's the safest method. But the maximum price I can offer you is 300. Private channels, however, have more options. We can find ways to sell it overseas or in the black market. But that comes with certain risks, so I can only offer you 330. In essence, whether through official or private means, it all boils down to laundering the gold and providing it with a provenance. Suyu retracted his hand and smiled. Weren't you just buying that at market price? Why is there no need for laundering? It's just a small amount. Master Sun shook his head. Handling a little over a kilogram is certainly not complicated. We can directly have it crafted into jewelry by the goldsmiths in the store. However, if the quantity increases, the store can handle it, but no one would dare take on the risk. Gold is a strategic resource with numerous applications, and thus it is heavily regulated. Selling large amounts of gold with unclear origins would raise significant red flags on the accounts, making it easy to trace. How do you know I have a lot of gold? What if I claim this is the only piece I have? Suyu shrugged. Master Sun, with a knowing expression, replied, "Brother, this piece of gold was clearly cut from a larger ingot, wasn't it? Even after hammering it down. Unless you melt it and recast it, you can't hide it from someone in our line of work. Understand the concept of metal fatigue. It leaves traces. If you have a piece this size, that larger ingot must weigh several dozen kilograms. I am not interested in where you got it, but I sincerely advise you against thinking you can simply split it into several pieces and sell them at different stores without consequence. Regardless of which store you approach, utilizing formal gold recovery channels might yield attractive prices, but when they process your payment, they will note the transaction details for accounting purposes. If the bank notices unusual activity on your account, they will investigate, and if they find records of repeated gold recovery transactions, you can imagine the outcome. It's futile. If you have just a few kilograms and claim it's an heirloom, others won't question it, as it's merely a matter of a few 100,000 without proof. However, if you attempt to offload 10 or even dozens of kilograms, you can't keep claiming it's ancestral property. People will start asking if you descend from the Aizen-Joro or the Zhu family. Master Sun joked as he spoke to Suyu. Upon hearing this, chose not to inquire further but did add Master Sun's WeChat account. Initially, he hadn't considered the complexities involved and didn't see any problem in splitting the gold into smaller portions to sell at various locations. But now, after Master Sun's explanation, Suyu realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Regardless of how much he divided the gold or how many jewelry stores he approached, as long as he didn't allow anyone else to sell it on his behalf, all proceeds from the gold sales would ultimately end up in his account. And regardless of whether the payment included notes, the source of the funds could be traced. Thus, his plan made little sense. If Master Sun hadn't pointed this out, Suyu might not have realized it. After all, in the novels he read, protagonists suddenly becoming wealthy after acquiring large amounts of gold always seemed to sell it off easily. He instinctively wanted to emulate that approach, but now recognized the significant loopholes. Novels can be misleading, of course, apart from the issue of whether to sell in splits or not, so you remain somewhat skeptical of Master Sun's other statements. Therefore, he didn't immediately intend to collaborate with anyone to sell his gold at a low price. After the Wanfu Gold Store transferred 654,000 to his account, he departed and made his way to another gold store located about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Using the same method, he successfully sold another piece of gold weighing around 2 kilograms. He received over 800,000 again. After completing the transaction, he subtly inquired with a knowledgeable master at this store about the intricacies involved. Ultimately, the results he obtained were not much different from what Master Sun had mentioned. Although this master was honest and cautious, he still recommended a specialist in the field to Suyu. After adding another channel for selling gold, Suyu left, feeling quite satisfied that it was now past 8 in the evening. The bustling CBD was brightly lit, and between the towering office buildings, one could vaguely see weary workers laboring under the glow of the lights. Glancing at the nearly 1.5 million in his account, Suyu exhaled in relief. The days of toiling away as an overworked employee, shedding hair due to stress, were likely behind him. It was somewhat nostalgic. After a moment of reflection, he remembered he hadn't eaten dinner yet. He promptly found a restaurant and indulged in a lavish meal that typically only food bloggers flaunted online, costing around 3,000 per person. As for the taste on him, discussing that would be too mundane. The ambience was the main draw, cough cough. After finishing his meal, Suyu grabbed a shared bike and leisurely pedaled home. It was only about 10 kilometers to his residence, making for a pleasant digesting ride. He also contemplated how to prepare the 10 tons of grain for Shuangxing over the next few days. Of course, if this transaction were the only one, gathering 10 tons of rice wouldn't be particularly difficult. If he was willing to travel, he could easily procure enough packaged rice from several supermarkets. However, this time it was 10 tons, and securing that amount so easily would be questionable. What about next time? If he wished to obtain some cutting-edge technology from Shuangxing, clearly, a few tons of grain wouldn't suffice. Food, vegetables, fruits, and even clean water were all necessary supplies for Shuangxing, and they were commonplace in Suyu's life. Yet, the shift from quantity to quality made it challenging to conduct such large-scale transactions under his name. It seemed he needed to prioritize starting a food processing factory. Tomorrow, he would search online for the necessary procedures and best consult a lawyer. As Suyu leisurely rode along the bike lane, pondering these matters, a shared bike of the same model suddenly appeared on the sidewalk next to him. The abrupt emergence of a bike startled Suyu, prompting him to quickly press the brakes. Although he was riding slowly and managed to halt just in time, the sudden stop resulted in bang. The sound of a fallen bike accompanied by a girl's startled exclamation echoed. Suyu, steadying himself, looked at the girl sprawled on the ground, his lips twitching slightly. What was the meaning of this? Was she trying to scam him? He hadn't even collided with her. He casually leaned his bike against a nearby tree, frowning as he approached the girl, ready to inquire about her condition. Before the words could leave his lips, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young girl before him. If his memory served him correctly, she was the same girl he had encountered earlier that afternoon in the elevator. With a delicate and charming appearance, she possessed a graceful figure. The pleated skirt of her JK uniform and her over-the-knee socks accentuated her long and slender legs. If he were to rate her beauty on a scale of 10, according to Suyu's aesthetic preferences, she would undoubtedly earn at least a 9. She was the kind of girl whose image lingered in one's mind for days after a mere glance. Although Suyu had been preoccupied with thoughts of gold in the elevator and hadn't paid her much attention, the fleeting impression she left had remained with him. Yes, it turned out. This girl seemed to live in the apartment above his, making her his neighbor. Suyu stood there, momentarily stunned, and politely remarked, "What a coincidence." Chapter 6. The Impetuous Girl. Is Suyu a big shot? Li Yuanxi clumsily picked herself up from the ground, sitting on the curb while nursing her knee with a series of soft groans. She shot a fierce glare at Suyu. as if she had something to say. However, recalling that it was her own recklessness that had caused her to ride out in haste, and that it was she who had panicked and fallen rather than being struck by him, she felt momentarily at a loss for words and somewhat guilty. The memory of Suyu scolding someone outside the elevator earlier that day added to her apprehension. After a prolonged moment of huffing, she could only sulk while covering her leg in a pitiful manner. Suyu shook his head, casually picking up the fallen bicycle and handing her bag back to her. "Thank you," Li Yuanqi said softly as she accepted her bag, adding, "I'm sorry if I startled you earlier, it's no trouble. As long as it wasn't an attempt to scam me," Suyu replied dismissively, waving his hand. He then turned to walk towards his own bicycle. "Be careful riding, if all's well, I'll be on my way." Seeing him prepare to leave, Li Yuanqi instinctively glanced around. It was nearly 10 at night, and the street was relatively deserted, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. After hesitating for a moment, she pouted and murmured, "Could you do me a favor? I think I might have sprained my ankle and can't quite manage. I was hoping to catch a cab home. Could you wait with me for a bit? I remember you live in the same building, so it would be convenient for us to go back together. I can cover the fare." Hearing her hesitant and timid words, Suyu glanced around and suddenly understood. He couldn't help but chuckle. "All right then, I'll take this opportunity to improve my day." After all, his plans to trade supplies wouldn't commence until tomorrow, and he had no pressing matters at hand. It didn't matter whether he returned early or late. He promptly returned the bicycle and helped the limping girl to the roadside, finding a spot for her to sit while they waited for a cab. After settling down with a noticeable limp, Li Yuanqi let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you. I'm Li Yuan 11.suu," he replied, and then proceeded to check his phone for the necessary procedures to start a food processing plant. It wasn't that he was indifferent. He simply sensed that Li Yuanqi seemed to be a shy and introverted girl. Approaching her directly might only leave her feeling uncomfortable. Besides, while she was indeed beautiful, he had encountered many women before and wasn't the type to awkwardly seek conversation with a pretty face. Sure enough, Li Yuanqi didn't find his engrossment in his phone impolite. Rather, she felt a sense of relief and began to occupy herself with her own device. The two exchanged no words during the car ride home. Suyu, being a decent person, assisted the limping Li Yuanqi until they reached her doorstep. After that, there was nothing further to their encounter. They didn't even exchange contact information, parting ways as mere strangers. After all, it was late at night, and if she were to invite a man she had only met twice into her home for tea, Suyu wouldn't dare accept. Concerns about illness were secondary. What if he awoke to find his kidney missing? That would be too much to bear. The following morning, Suyu arrived at a logistics distribution center on the outskirts of the bustling city. The plan to establish a food processing plant was proving to be quite challenging and rather cumbersome. Thus, Suyu intended to take a gradual approach, initially engaging in small-scale procurement to trade with Froststar. In this case, a warehouse was absolutely essential. Although he possessed an inventory that could hold items, the notion of conjuring goods out of thin air was somewhat extraordinary, and he feared being caught during the collection process. Therefore, renting a warehouse specifically for transit purposes was indeed necessary. The warehouse leasing business in such large logistics centers was well developed, not significantly more complex than renting an apartment. Within a morning, he signed a lease for an 800 square meter warehouse at a rate of 1.8 yuan per square meter per day, committing to a 3-month contract that cost him nearly 130,000 yuan, a painful expenditure. However, the silver lining was that a well-known domestic grain and oil brand had a warehouse conveniently located nearby. After locating the warehouse manager, Suyu easily procured 10 tons of rice, along with several tons of soybeans, corn, potatoes, and other staple foods. He also purchased a variety of seasonings, cooking oils, and convenient instant meals, totaling nearly 30 tons of supplies at a cost of around 200,000 yuan. This not only fulfilled Froststar's request but also included several items that were not on the list but that Suyu believed she might need. He had made these purchases under the guise of hotel procurement, and since the quantities were not excessive, no one questioned him. The warehouse staff even arranged for a forklift to neatly stack the items in his warehouse. After inspecting the interior of the warehouse and confirming there were no surveillance cameras, Suyu closed the door. With a gentle touch, he transferred all the supplies into his inventory. Subsequently, he opened his personal panel and entered the interdimensional trading platform. After sending a trade request to Froststar, it took no more than 10 minutes for her to accept the invitation. They found themselves once again in the same room where they had discussed business previously. Seated across from a sturdy wooden table, Froststar's appearance was unchanged from yesterday, adorned in her silver-white power armor, her flowing white hair shimmering brilliantly. Is all this ready so soon? Frost Star inquired with eager surprise upon entering. The original supply time was set for 7 days, and she had not anticipated Suyu would be able to prepare everything in less than a day. This isn't too much, Suyu replied, casually sending the 10 tons of rice he had already paid for directly to Frost Star's inventory via the trading platform. He then shared a list of the other items he had on hand for her to select from. Upon seeing the sudden addition of 10 tons of food in her inventory, Frost Star was overjoyed. Although this was not her first time trading on the interdimensional platform, she had previously encountered a string of unfortunate luck. The trading partners she matched with had all come from a feudal agricultural society, unable to comprehend the high-tech equipment she offered, rendering it worthless to them. While the allure of gold was significant, they lacked the means to spend it. 2 individuals who had taken her gold had vanished without a trace, and only after inquiring with the trading platform did she learn that they had been murdered the very next day for their ill-gotten gains. The others, though still alive, had continually delayed the delivery for various reasons, be it transportation difficulties or an unwillingness to liquidate the gold immediately. Overall, their lack of sufficient productivity in their respective worlds had hindered the transactions. The reason she had dared to offer such a substantial amount of gold to Suyu the day before was that his attire and the watch on his wrist suggested he hailed from a world far from a primitive agricultural society. Rather, it appeared to be a modernized one, possibly even industrialized. While the productivity there might not match the prosperity of her own world, providing food should not pose a significant challenge. Suyu's ability to gather these supplies in under a day far exceeded Frost Star's expectations. Either he was a person of considerable resources in his own world, or that world was exceptionally advanced, not much inferior to the prosperous era. As Frost Star pondered this, her assessment of this trading partner elevated significantly, and her demeanor became notably more serious. Chapter 7. K-10 Combat Suit, Electromagnetic Handgun. Regaining her composure, Frost Star quickly glanced over the other items Suyu provided before decisively stating, "I can accept everything here. As for the price, what are your thoughts? If you still wish to settle in gold, I can currently offer around a ton. For more, I will need some time to arrange. Within 3 days, I can gather at least 10 tons of gold." Gold held little value in her world. Before the Wasteland era, during the prosperous epoch, it was the greatest age of the Loxia world, where humanity's presence spanned the stars and seas. Asteroids composed of gold collected from the cosmos often weighed billions or even trillions of tons. In her realm, gold was merely a mundane industrial material. If she truly desired it, she could easily find a plethora in any pre-war ruins. "I don't need gold for now," Suyu replied, shaking his head. "If you have any understanding of economics, you should know that flooding an economy with a large quantity of gold at once, especially in a system where gold serves as a general equivalent, can have detrimental effects. The regulatory environment concerning gold in our region is particularly stringent. As for the 500 kilograms of gold you provided, I must resort to unconventional channels to liquidate it. Acquiring more would be futile. The combined gold reserves of the Blue Star nations barely total 60,000 tons. If they were to agree to trade with Frost Star using gold, and attempt to export an additional 10 or 8 tons. I fear that regardless of the method employed, the relevant authorities would be at my doorstep the very next day. What, then, do you desire?" Frost Star furrowed her brow. If not gold, the only assets she could offer would be some technological products or techniques. "Weapons," Suyu stated without hesitation. "I require weaponry or armor that would enable me to protect myself against multiple adversaries wielding individual firearms." This was a well-considered item for trade prior to our negotiation. However, his interest in weaponry was not born of any illicit intentions, but rather a necessity for self-preservation. Only with a modicum of defensive capability would he dare approach Master Sun, whom he encountered at the gold shop last night. To utilize his connections to offload the 500 kilograms of gold in his possession, he could not rely on those engaged in such dealings to honor their agreements, to avoid being victimized. He would not contemplate disposing of large quantities of gold until he had secured his own safety. "Please hold on a moment." After a brief contemplation, Frost Star vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was carrying 2 silver-white briefcases. Setting one down on the table, she opened it with a touch of pride, pointing to one of the cases. K-10 Combat Suit, crafted from nanopolymeric materials, capable of withstanding at least 100 consecutive shots from a 12.7 mm caliber firearm at close range. Excluding large-caliber electromagnetic weapons, IT boasts an integrated temperature regulation system, ensuring your safety in extreme conditions ranging from -50 to +70 degrees, while also being waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to toxins. Moreover, it comes equipped with a nitrogen shield module that can only be activated thrice, automatically triggered by AI, capable of withstanding the shockwave and shrapnel from a 5 kg TNT explosion at close range. Additionally, it possesses remarkable stealth capabilities. This is a technological relic from the prosperous era before the war, and we are currently unable to produce it ourselves. Its safety standards are undoubtedly top tier. She gently pushed the case towards Suyu. Wear this? And even amidst a hail of bullets, you will emerge unscathed. Would you consider exchanging it for the remaining 20 tons of resources? Gazing at the unremarkable black garment crafted from an indeterminate material, Suyu swallowed hard, his hand reaching out to touch it, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Is it really that thin? Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? This item appeared no thicker than his t-shirt, resembling little more than a snug bodysuit. Even if its resilience were as formidable as claimed, he feared that the sheer impact from large-caliber bullets would still leave him shattered internally. With the trading platform's oversight, "It is impossible to sell you counterfeit goods," Froststar replied with a sidelong glance. However, after a moment's thought, she stood up again. "If you doubt it, allow me to demonstrate." With a mechanical click, she removed her heavy-powered armor, revealing the identical bodysuit beneath. The black fabric clung to her figure, accentuating her curves in a way that left Suyu momentarily breathless, nearly losing his composure. Froststar seemed to notice but paid it no mind. Instead, she calmly withdrew a sleek silver handgun from the holster on her powered armor and fired a shot at the nearby wall. The deafening report echoed, creating a large hole in the wall, causing Suyu's eyelids to twitch. An electromagnetic pistol, loaded with tungsten-core steel projectiles. Its power likely exceeded that of a 20mm caliber cannon in conventional firearms. Froststar casually explained, then without hesitation, she pressed the gun to her own temple and pulled the trigger. The thunderous sound rang out once more, and Suyu instinctively held his breath. However, contrary to his expectations, the scene of her head exploding did not occur. Remarkably, the area unprotected by the suit remained completely unscathed. Froststar shrugged. "See? This suit provides protective capabilities even in areas not covered, a marvel of the pre-war world's black technology." Don T inquire about the principles. "Over a century has passed since the prosperous era I hail from, and many technologies have been lost to time. Are you reassured now?" Saying this, she comfortably sat down without donning her powered armor. Only in the bodysuit, Suyu swallowed hard, inadvertently adjusting his grip on his gun. "I'm convinced. This protective suit is worth exchanging for those resources." With that, he placed the combat suit back into the case, transferring the remaining 20 tons of resources to Froststar. "Excellent, now we can discuss this," Froststar said with a smile, nudging the other open briefcase. Inside was a simple item, a handgun, larger than the one she had just used. S-79, a police-grade electromagnetic pistol, equipped with a metallic hydrogen battery, sufficient for firing 1,000 shots. The magazine can hold 50 specialized armor-piercing rounds, essentially just a needle, lacking any intricacy. You could easily find a craftsman to replicate it using tungsten or steel. The quality of the projectile material only affects range, not precision or power. Its potency surpasses mine slightly, functioning akin to a hand cannon, capable of penetrating a 100mm thick steel plate from a distance of 100 meters. With that, she pushed the box containing the gun towards Suyu. Observing the seemingly toy-like firearm, he felt no urge to question it further this time. The trading platform's restrictions guaranteed authenticity, so he simply closed the box and nodded. "I'll take this. What do you want in exchange?" Chapter 8. Purchasing a vehicle. Encountering a former goddess. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Froststar replied without hesitation. "For this gun, I require 10 tons of fresh fruit, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of meat. As for specific types, they would be roughly as follows." With a tap on the holographic screen before her, she transmitted the information to Suyu. A glance revealed that her fruit selections included common varieties such as bananas, apples, and pears, while the vegetables were likewise familiar and reasonably priced. However, the meat was a different story. She had chosen beef. Currently, purchasing beef at the market would set one back over 40 per pound, equating to 80 or 90 per kilogram. Conservatively estimating it at 81 per kilogram, 10 tons would amount to a staggering 800,000. Coupled with the costs of fruits and vegetables, this transaction would likely not fall below 1 million. After a moment's deliberation, Suyu nodded. If he could successfully liquidate the remaining 490 kilograms of gold, he would stand to gain over 100 million. Thus, this sum of 100,000 was relatively inconsequential. If all went well, he could deliver within 7 days. If not, he would ensure delivery within a month at the latest. Suyu calculated the timeline and presented a conservative estimate, to which Froststar readily agreed. Then let us proceed with a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration indeed. Name: Suyu. Identity: Blue Star District Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform. Level: Junior Agent, 110. Trading points: 50. Available match attempts: 0. Remaining refresh time: 149H. Upon returning to his private space, Suyu glanced at his personal panel. With the completion of his first transaction, his level progress had finally increased by 1. Should he engage in 9 more such transactions, he would elevate to a mid-level agent, unlocking additional privileges. Furthermore, he had gained 50 trading points. He opened the trading mall to find that his trading points seemed to hold little purchasing power. The pricing in the transdimensional trading platform's marketplace was rather peculiar. For instance, a 100,000-ton equivalent mushroom was priced at only 50 trading points, while a basic gene elixir cost 200 points. After thorough examination, he found nothing affordable or suitable for his current needs. So he decided to save his points. After all, he had no intention of acquiring a massive mushroom. He simply sought prosperity, not to become a terrorist. What use would such an item serve? Thus, the gene elixir, which could potentially enhance his physical capabilities beyond human limits, appeared far more valuable. Not wanting to dwell on the trading points any longer, Suyu closed his personal panel and opened the case containing the K-10 combat suit. In his designated space, he donned the suit. It was form-fitting yet did not feel restrictive. Rather, it was exceptionally comfortable. Suyu stretched and quickly adapted to the sensation. He then put on his original clothing to conceal the combat suit. Remarkably, the areas of the suit that remained exposed seemed to adapt to the color of his skin, rendering it nearly invisible beneath his attire. This must have been designed specifically for covert operatives. Truly remarkable. Suyu retrieved a lighter from his pocket and held it to his palm for a while. The lighter was on the verge of burning out, yet there was not the slightest sensation of heat upon his hand. He picked up the S-79 electromagnetic pistol, weighing it thoughtfully for a moment before stowing it away in the inconspicuous holster at his waist. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly discern the bulge at his side. This cutting-edge technology was truly remarkable. If only he could acquire the underlying principles. Suyu's thoughts trailed off, but a spark of exhilaration flickered in his eyes. For he indeed had a genuine opportunity to obtain this advanced technology. Without further ado, the mere metallic hydrogen battery contained within that firearm could enable it to fire 1,000 shots, an unfathomable prospect. If he could replicate it, he would tap into a market worth trillions. All enterprises requiring battery storage would line up, eager for him to grant licensing rights, and the patent fees alone would fill his coffers to overflowing. Yet, he reminded himself not to be overly ambitious. One must take things step by step, for now was not the time to delve into high-tech ventures. Exhaling deeply, Suyu returned to the warehouse on Blue Star. Noticing nothing amiss in his surroundings, he shut the large door behind him and departed. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, but it was not yet late. After some contemplation, he decided to hail a taxi towards a street lined with numerous 4S dealerships. He needed to procure various supplies, as it was impractical to rely on the warehouse vicinity for everything. He would have to venture here and there. Thus, it would be prudent to secure a vehicle for himself first. Along the way, he stopped by several sizable gold shops and purchased a few gold bars, totaling over 8 kilograms, netting him more than 350,000. Adding this to the previous balance of 120,000. He now had over 570,000 in his account. However, he had reached his limit. Further transactions through legitimate gold shops would require him to travel to nearby, or even distant, cities to ensure discretion. For the time being, his funds were sufficient, and there was no rushed eye in the suburbs of Magic City. A road relatively devoid of foot traffic was dotted with various brand 4S dealerships. Suyu stood at the intersection, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. His earlier ambition had been to purchase a residence in Magic City. As for a car, in a city plagued by traffic congestion, public transportation was often more convenient for commuters. Thus, he seldom contemplated this matter. Although the company provided vehicles for sales staff, and he considered himself a seasoned driver with several years of experience, the cars belonged to the company, and he merely operated them. He had no say in what was good or bad. He knew little of data parameters, materials, or fuel efficiency. Shaking his head, Suyu made his way directly to the nearest Benz 4S dealership. It was a weekday, and the establishment was not particularly crowded at this hour. As soon as he entered, a saleswoman clad in a fitted skirt and stockings, with a sweet countenance, approached him briskly. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" "No, I'm just browsing," Suyu replied, shaking his head. The saleswoman's professional smile remained unwavering as she continued. "Then may I inquire if there is a particular model that piques your interest? Our dealership is the largest Benz 4S in Magic City, and we have all models available for immediate viewing and test drives." As they conversed, they arrived at a sleek white sedan. The saleswoman enthusiastically pointed it out. "This is the latest model of the Benz C-Class, one of our flagship models, and its price is quite reasonable." She spoke animatedly, but Suyu couldn't help but grimace slightly at the mention of its price exceeding 300,000. While not exorbitant for him now, he found it rather diminutive for his needs. "This car is suitable for family use, but I require something with greater capacity," he declared. The saleswoman, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. Her smile brightening. "If you need more space, I personally recommend an SUV model. Please follow me to take a look." Suyu had no objections and followed her toward another display area. However, just a few steps later, an astonished voice rang out. "Suyu, what are you doing here?" He halted, turning to see the speaker, and his previously calm demeanor shifted to one of mild distaste. Zhao Xinhui, his first girlfriend from university, his first love, Tio described it accurately. She was the first goddess he had ever dared to admire during his burgeoning romantic inclinations. Back then, while studying, he had taken on a part-time job as a content creator, reaping the benefits of the short video boom, earning a stable income of over 10,000 a month. Life at school was quite fulfilling until he met Zhao Xinhui at a dormitory gathering. Initially, she had expressed interest in learning video editing from him, but as they grew closer, she never mentioned her desire to learn again, instead subtly flirting with him. Having never even held a girl's hand before, Suyu found himself captivated and summoned the courage to pursue her. However, after a year of courting, spending considerable amounts of money, they had only held hands a few times. When the video boom subsided and his income dwindled, Zhao Xinhui seemingly had a moment of clarity, revealing that they were incompatible, stating she was rather slow in understanding such matters. If Suyu had been more forthright, she could have clarified things earlier. Sparing him the waste of time, in hindsight, he realized he had been a fool. This experience transformed him into someone who only sought physical connections, devoid of emotional involvement, completely disinterested in romance. He heard later that Zhao Xinhui seamlessly transitioned to a new relationship with a well-off junior. Though it ended quite poorly, resulting in the junior receiving disciplinary action from the school, Suyu surmised that the junior had seen through her manipulative tendencies. Ultimately, his first heartfelt infatuation had been a deception, and the thought of Zhao Xinhui, who had exploited his feelings for monetary gain, now filled him with revulsion. Seeing her again was akin to facing an unwelcome reminder. Chapter 9. Friends? Are we that familiar? Long time no see. Are you here to look at cars? Let me show you around. Zhao Xinhui seemed entirely unperturbed by their past, greeting him with enthusiasm. Suyu frowned, and before he could respond, the saleswoman who had been assisting him awkwardly interjected. "Sir, do you know our sales staff?" In such a dealership, it was customary for walk-in customers without appointments to be attended to on a first-come, first-served basis. However, if a customer had a connection within the store, the previous sales pitch would seem a waste of time. "Sales staff? I had no idea she was one of yours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come in," Suyu replied, glancing at the approaching Zhao Xinhui. "Oh, I see." The saleswoman's eyes brightened, and she quickly reassured him. "Rest assured, your relationship with the sales staff will not affect your car purchase here. Cars and people are separate. There's no conflict. Shall we continue looking at cars then?" Zhao Xinhui interjected, now standing before them with a smile. "Xiaoyu, this is my friend. I'll handle him from here. Thank you for your assistance." The saleswoman, referred to as Xiaoyu, did not leave but instead regarded Suyu with scrutiny, saying nothing. In this line of work, keen observation was crucial. Successful sales depended on discerning a customer's intent, despite not appearing overtly wealthy. Suyu exuded an air of composure and eloquence, suggesting he was not merely a casual browser of luxury cars. His earlier remarks further solidified Xiaoyu's resolve to pursue this promising client, even at the risk of offending a colleague. Friends? Are we that familiar? Suyu scoffed lightly before turning to Xiaoyu. Lead the way. Right this way, sir, Xiaoyu promptly replied. Zhao Xinhui stood frozen, her face a tumult of emotions. Red and pale, she was aware that, after all this time, Suyu had likely come to terms with their past. However, she had approached him, hoping for a chance to rekindle their connection, especially if he was indeed in a position to purchase a car. Even under the most unfavorable circumstances, one could at least count on a modicum of camaraderie. Surely, there must be a way to secure a deal, right? After all, the present is a far cry from the past. Even if Suyu were to realize she had been played, what of it? Back then, when she was fishing for affluent suitors, she maintained a semblance of decorum, limited to mere hand-holding and the like. Nowadays, however, she seems utterly unconcerned with such niceties. In her relentless pursuit of performance targets, spending the night with high-profile clients has become commonplace. It is often said that men have a penchant for their first love. And Suyu, in her pursuit, has cast aside her pride. Surely, she must succeed. If Suyu were merely here to broaden her horizons, it would be one thing. Yet, she has been working in this establishment for quite some time, mingling with countless wealthy individuals, frequenting high-end venues, and her perspective has long since evolved beyond that of her school days. This opportunity presented itself to belittle a former target of her affections. A pastime to pass the time. Little did she expect that Suyu would not even deign to speak with her, an affront that was difficult for the self-important Zhao Xinhuan to accept. In a moment of reflection, she pondered whether someone had divulged her employment details to Suyu, that perhaps Suyu had come specifically to humiliate her. After a prolonged hesitation, Zhao Xinhuan gritted her teeth. I will see if you can truly afford it or if you're merely putting on a facade. With that, she took a step to pursue her. However, before she could take more than 2 steps, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon glancing at it, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily answered, Mr. Wang, do you have time to come see the car today? Right now? I'm at the dealership. Are you almost here? Great. I'll head to the entrance to meet you. In mere moments, the previously sullen Zhao Xinhuan's demeanor brightened. Casting a glance at the direction in which Suyu and Xiaoyu had departed, she could not help but snort, striding towards the entrance. A mere pauper. A single client of mine is worth 100 of you. And as for Xiaoyu, does he truly believe he has encountered a wealthy benefactor? Soon enough, I shall show him what a true affluent individual looks like. In this line of work, if one is unwilling to take risks, how can one expect to reap rewards? Meanwhile, the 2 individuals perusing the vehicles were blissfully unaware of Zhao Xinhuan's theatrics. After inspecting several models of Benz SUVs, Suyu remained unimpressed. Just as Xiaoyu began to suspect he had perhaps misjudged the situation, Suyu suddenly inquired, do you have a G-Class in your showroom? Although Xiaoyu was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he was well aware of the Benz G-Class. Its rugged exterior appealed to him far more than these urban SUVs, and its off-road capabilities would be advantageous should he need to traverse remote locations for resource collection. Considering the ample balance in his account, he thought it prudent to acquire a G-Class. The G-Class? Xiaoyu replied promptly, we do have one on the 2nd floor display. I can take you to see it. Furthermore, we recently received 2 new G63 models, so if you're interested, we have them in stock. Plus, due to a promotional event, there's no markup. Suyu did not elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After viewing the display vehicles, they proceeded to the 2nd floor lounge, where Suyu asked, if I decide to purchase the car today, is it still feasible? Purchase today. Xiaoyu paused, instinctively glancing at the clock, which indicated it was already past 4. With a wry smile, he replied, Sir, the vehicle registration office closes in less than an hour. It would be impossible to finalize the purchase today. What if I pay in full? Suyu countered. The process for financing a car often entailed numerous steps, and it was not uncommon for the delivery to take 10 days to 2 weeks. His intention to drive the car away immediately indicated he had no plans for financing. Theoretically, a full payment is possible. Xiaoyu responded, but you must sign the contract and swipe your card immediately, and we would need someone to rush to the registration office to handle the paperwork. However, this vehicle has a base price of over 2 million. With taxes and insurance, it would likely exceed 2.5 million. This is no trifling sum. Surely, You need time to consider? As time was of the essence, he added, if we delay another half hour, it may be too late. Then let us proceed with the payment now. No need for consideration. Go fetch the contract. Suyu stated calmly. Chapter 10. The G-Class acquired. Indeed, it feels exhilarating. Huh? Sir, are you truly serious about purchasing it? Xiaoyu was taken aback by Suyu's declaration, his expression one of disbelief. Am I merely here to pass the time? Hurry along. Don't waste any more time, Suyu replied, maintaining his composure. Please wait a moment, Xiaoyu exclaimed, his mood lifting as he hurried to retrieve the contract. Although salespeople typically preferred clients to finance rather than pay in full, given the current economic climate, they were simply eager to make sales, regardless of the payment method. Moreover, a client like Suyu, who was ready to swipe his card without hesitation for a vehicle priced at over 2 million, was a rare find. If treated well, the benefits he could bring would far exceed the mere commission from this sale. Just as Xiaoyu departed, Zhao Xinhuan entered the lounge with a balding middle-aged man. Their laughter and camaraderie evident, suggesting a relationship that was anything but ordinary. Suyu cast a brief glance in their direction, but chose to ignore them, instead scrolling through videos on his phone in boredom. However, upon noticing him, Zhao Xinhuan's eyes lit up. After arranging matters with the middle-aged man, she approached Suyu, her tone laced with sarcasm. What are you doing sitting here all alone? Where's Xiaoyu? Our dealership has a policy that all customers, whether here to buy or not, must be treated with utmost courtesy. Her behavior is utterly disrespectful. I shall certainly lodge a complaint on your behalf. How fitting, Suyu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar scent of tea that echoed his past experiences. How had he been so blind as to take an interest in someone of her caliber back then? Shaking his head in bewilderment at his former actions, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This sensation was akin to stumbling upon cringe-worthy posts from a decade ago while scrolling through social media, an embarrassment so profound it could almost warrant a complete overhaul of his living arrangements. After a sip of water, he replied nonchalantly, she went to fetch the contract. Fetch the contract? You are genuinely here to buy a car. Zhao Xinhuan was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. However, she quickly recalibrated. Realizing that as a salesperson, such remarks were inappropriate, and she hastily amended her words. No, I meant to say, you've made your decision so swiftly. Which model have you set your sights on? Yet Suyu had lost interest in engaging further. Engrossed in the dancing video on his phone as if she were invisible, Zhao Xinhuan, infuriated by his aloofness, could only force a laugh before awkwardly retreating to fetch water for Mr. Wang, who awaited her attention. In their line of work, customers were regarded as royalty, particularly in a luxury car dealership where vehicles often cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Therefore, the standards for salesperson conduct were exceptionally high. Even when faced with the most unreasonable clients, they were obliged to placate them until a sale was finalized. If the situation became intolerable, they could request a colleague to step in. To confront a customer with harsh words prior to the transaction was a surefire way to end one's employment. Of course, this was only applicable before payment. Once the card was swiped, the dynamics shifted entirely. Thus, although Zhao Xinhuan was seething with frustration towards Suyu, she dared not express it within the dealership. This minor episode was of no consequence to Suyu. Before long, Xiaoyu returned, a stack of contracts in hand. After briefly reviewing them and confirming their accuracy, Suyu affixed his signature. Following that was the card swipe. And next came the necessary procedures for registration and obtaining a temporary license plate. Ultimately, they managed to complete all the paperwork just as the vehicle registration office was about to close. In the dealership's delivery area, a brief handover ceremony was conducted with the presence of the store manager and others, after which Xiaoyu presented the car keys to Suyu with both hands. Mr. Su, it is now yours. Suyu nodded, gazing at the magnificent automobile worth over 2 million, his expression one of disbelief. Just yesterday, he had been fretting over job prospects, and today he had acquired a luxury vehicle. Not only others, but even he, as the one experiencing this transformation, felt as though time had warped. It was as if he had lived through an entirely different reality. Indeed, diligent work offered no future. It was far more exhilarating to ride the wave of fortune. Exhaling a deep breath, Suyu took the keys, preparing to drive away. However, just then, as the crowd began to disperse, Xiaoyu leaned in closer, whispering, Mr. Su, do you have any free time this weekend? This weekend? Suyu raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. I do have time. Are you inviting me to dinner? To be frank, this saleswoman was quite attractive. Certainly more so than Zhao Xinhuan, and could easily score a solid 90 in looks. Although Suyu had never considered the possibility of engaging with a salesperson, he would not turn down an opportunity if it were offered. No initiation, no rejection. That was his current modus operandi. Of course, had this been in the past, he would have added a clause about being irresponsible, embracing the role of a complete cat. However, now that he was in a position to consider the implications, he saw no harm in being somewhat accountable. You've secured me such a substantial deal. Treating you to dinner is only fitting. Xiao Yu smiled, by the way. I'm Yu Xiaoqian, if you don't mind. You can call me Xiaoqian. Should you encounter any issues with the vehicle, feel free to reach out to me via WeChat. Very well, you can choose the location for the weekend, so you nodded in agreement? Not elaborating further, he then turned and departed in his vehicle. While Yu Xiaoqian watched the sleek black G-Class drive away, an exhilarated gleam igniting in her eyes as she couldn't help but clench her small fist in triumph. Oh, has little Yu closed the deal? At that moment, Zhao Xinhui, accompanied by the bald General Wang after inspecting a vehicle, happened to stroll by and, noticing the excited Yu Xiaoqian, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. While in the shop, Suyu was a client, a deity. She would never dare to act otherwise. However, within the realm of colleagues, there were fewer reservations, especially since her relationship with Yu Xiaoqian was hardly amicable. Moreover, although Yu Xiaoqian was more attractive, she lacked the same unscrupulousness that Zhao Xinhui possessed, which had consistently resulted in inferior performance. Should any conflict arise, the store manager would likely side with Zhao Xinhui. Oh, the deal is closed. The client has already driven off with the CAR. Why Yu Xiaoqian shot a peculiar glance at Zhao Xinhui, though she refrained from inquiring about the situation between Su Yu and Zhao Xinhui. She could surmise a little it was probably just an old story about Su Yu not having much money in the past. Otherwise, given her understanding of Zhao Xinhui, a woman with no moral boundaries, how could a wealthy individual with no hesitation purchase a G-Class outright? So swiftly? Zhao Xinhui froze momentarily. As an industry insider, she certainly understood that such a rapid pickup could only imply full payment. Realizing this, she hastily asked, what model did he buy? The C-Class? Or the A-Class? If it were merely the entry-level models of such a luxury brand, while they still cost a considerable sum, it was something she could tolerate. C-Class? A-Class? Yu Xiaoqian flipped through her phone's photo album and displayed an image to Zhao Xinhui. It's the G-Class, 2,580,000, paid in full. From entering the store to driving away took merely an hour. Sister Zhao, your friend is quite affluent. With a playful wink, she sauntered back into the store, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she hummed a tune, clearly in high spirits. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinhui stood there, utterly petrified, her mind consumed by the image she had just seen. The striking, formidable luxury vehicle, and beside it, the spirited Suyu reminiscent of his youthful exuberance. Chapter 11. The test fire of the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. On the road, Suyu did not head home immediately. Instead, he found a place to have a simple dinner before driving towards the outskirts of the metropolis, ultimately stopping outside an abandoned industrial park. His urgency to pick up the car today stemmed not only from his newfound wealth, but also from having contacted Master Sun, whom he met at the gold shop, to arrange a meeting tomorrow evening for the transaction of 100 kilograms of gold. The agreed-upon location was in this suburban area. Whether for the sake of avoiding potential treachery or simply for convenience, having a means of transport was evidently essential. His primary reason for arriving early was to scout the location. Parking the vehicle inconspicuously by a thicket, Suyu felt the S-79 electromagnetic pistol at his waist, which he had procured from Frost Star. He glanced at the K-10 combat suit he was wearing, instantly feeling a surge of security. Stealthily, he ventured into the industrial park. This industrial site appeared to be a relic from the last century, subsequently closed due to excessive pollution, and had remained idle for over a decade. Inside, weeds thrived, and the factory buildings were dilapidated, creating a chilling atmosphere in the darkness, making Suyu feel as though he were navigating a scene from a survival horror game, fearing a zombie might leap out from a shadowy corner. Fortunately, reality was not a game, and the existence of zombies was, of course, implausible. After cautiously surveying the industrial park, he had a rough understanding of the terrain and layout. He also confirmed that this was not a gang stronghold as depicted in crime films. There were no signs of life here. No people, not even a ghost. The overgrown factory grounds were only marked by a few inconspicuous paths, hinting that perhaps local villagers occasionally ventured here, with the realization that it would be quite challenging to set up any sort of trap for him. Suyu exhaled in relief. At least, for the moment, it appeared that the location chosen by Master Sun was devoid of deceit. Yet, this place was indeed a prime location, standing atop a rise within the industrial park. He surveyed the area and marveled. One side was flanked by mountains, the other by the sea. The only access road from the mountain was a concrete path that could accommodate regular vehicles. On the seaside, there was a small dock, large enough to handle cargo from ships weighing up to 1,000 tons. Previously, goods from the industrial park likely utilized water routes, significantly reducing transportation costs. The mountain road was presumably for employee access, and from there, driving to the metropolis would take about half an hour. In an era when transportation was less developed, the ability to transport goods via water routes made this industrial park's location exceptionally advantageous. However, in today's context, it had become somewhat redundant. Transportation costs for land routes were now reasonable, and goods destined for international markets could be shipped efficiently from several major ports in the metropolis. Moreover, being situated in a remote area, despite being classified as suburban and only a half-hour drive from the city, there was a lack of public transportation. It was unrealistic to expect every employee to own a vehicle, which was likely the main reason, aside from pollution, that this site had remained unclaimed since its closure. The advantages of the past had become liabilities in the present. With a shake of his head, Suyu prepared to leave, but just as he turned, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. What if he acquired this place? Once this thought took root, it proliferated uncontrollably. He could not rely solely on selling gold for sustenance. Acquiring technology from Frost Star and replicating these advanced technologies on Blue Star was the true path to substantial wealth. To replicate such technologies, he would require employees, a company, and a factory. While employees were a topic for another day, the selection of a site for his company and factory was undeniably favorable here. Nestled against the mountains and facing the sea, there were at least 10,000 acres of usable land. More importantly, the site's concealment was remarkably robust. According to land division records, this industrial park belonged to the nearby Shaohai village, which was situated 3 to 4 kilometers away by the sea. Under normal circumstances, villagers seldom ventured this way. Choosing to develop advanced technology here would allow him to avoid the prying eyes of the public. Aside from the sea, there was only one road leading in from the mountains. Eliminating concerns about unwelcome intruders, coupled with convenient waterway transport, while it might not suit all import-export needs, procuring bulk agricultural products posed no issues whatsoever. Once the company and factory were established, he could easily procure large quantities of food under the guise of research. As for how to explain the food's purpose after it arrived, there were countless strategies to consider. In summary, this abandoned industrial park, which held little value for other companies and manufacturers, appeared to Suyu as a veritable treasure. If tomorrow's transaction went smoothly, he would seek ways to secure this land. Suyu's thoughts had begun to crystallize. After wandering through the industrial park once more, he drove away. During his time there, he also took the opportunity to test-fire the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. Despite its formidable power, the noise produced was less than that of an ordinary handgun, making it unlikely to attract unwanted attention in such a secluded area. It must be said, this technology from the Frost Star world was indeed impressive. The electromagnetic pistol exceeded his expectations, with an effective range of 1,800 meters and no need to consider wind or bullet drop within 1,000 meters. It was as accurate as an arrow. The bullet's exit velocity reached a staggering 6 times the speed of sound. Such specifications would likely outclass even the most precise sniper rifles available today. Furthermore, this compact device was equipped with an auxiliary aiming module, allowing a novice like Suyu to achieve perfect accuracy within 200 to 300 meters without the fear of faltering in critical moments. Chapter 12. Suyu prepares to register a company? The following day, at noon, Suyu was roused from his slumber by the sound of a ringing phone. Having returned home in the early hours of the morning, he had slept until midday. The unexpected call was merely a reminder that the 10 tons of fruits and 10 tons of vegetables he had ordered online had been transported via cold chain and were nearing the metropolis. They were expected to arrive at his designated warehouse in the afternoon, prompting him to remember to collect them promptly. Although fruits and vegetables were more expensive than grains, they were less sensitive than staples related to people's livelihoods. Thus, he did not need to exercise excessive caution while procuring them. Purchasing large quantities of grains at once might raise suspicion regarding the reason for stockpiling such quantities. After all, grain prices in the country were relatively stable, offering little profit to be made, making such hoarding illogical. However, if he were to purchase a significant amount of fruits and vegetables, even if noticed by relevant authorities, they would likely not speculate too much, as there were numerous individuals in the business who could profit from selling them. If one possesses the motivation to undertake a certain task, others will harbor no doubts. Conversely, engaging in actions that obscure one's true intentions will inevitably arouse suspicion regarding one's motives. Thus, when it comes to procuring vegetables and fruits, whether it be 10 tons, 100 tons, or even 1,000 tons, it poses no challenge if necessary. One could simply travel to the source and secure a few plots of orchards or vegetable gardens. As for the 10 tons of beef, Suyu has indeed found a supplier. Rather than sourcing it from a slaughterhouse, he opted to contact a cold storage facility in the bustling metropolis. Acquiring the 10 tons there, the goods can remain there temporarily, and when needed, he may simply rent a refrigerated truck to transport them. Do not inquire why he chose frozen over fresh. The answer lies in cost-effectiveness. After lounging in bed for a while, Suyu finally managed to rise, noticing that it was already a little past noon. After a quick wash-up, he descended to find a restaurant for a meal. At this hour, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and despite searching, he was unable to find an available table. Just as he contemplated switching to another establishment, he caught sight of an empty table in the corner, only to see it claimed by someone else, none other than Li Yuanqi, the young woman he had met a few days prior. Without hesitation, Suyu turned and boldly took a seat across from her, smiling at the startled Li Yuanqi. What a coincidence. Well, not exactly. I often see you here on weekends, Li Yuanqi responded earnestly. I'm not surprised. This restaurant's offerings suit my taste quite well, and I've frequented it before. Suyu, however, realized he had overlooked this charming young lady, who had actually been paying attention to him. Are you studying nearby? He inquired, glancing at her. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, but upon conversing with her, he suspected she was likely in her early 20s, possessing a youthful appearance. Yes, I'm currently in my 3rd year, Li Yuanqi replied obediently. Compared to their previous encounter, where she had seemed shy and stuttered, she now managed to engage in conversation, albeit still displaying signs of nervousness and discomfort when speaking with strangers. Did you have a reason for cycling so far that night? Suyu asked, attempting to ease any awkwardness in the conversation. I work part-time at a pet store over there, Li Yuanqi explained, pausing briefly before asking, what about you? Do you work nearby? Me? I'm currently unemployed, Suyu shrugged. Smiling cheerfully, Li Yuanqi seemed taken aback, then lowered her head, mumbling in discontent, You're lying. Suyu merely chuckled, not feeling the need to clarify. He pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and ordered a few dishes. Since we've crossed paths so many times, let me treat you to a meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Treat me to a meal. Li Yuanqi looked at him in astonishment, then became cautious, asking, Why? Why not? Does a meal need a reason? Suyu replied with a shrug. The charming young lady deserved kindness. After all, the cost of dining at this little restaurant was modest, and ordering a few extra dishes wouldn't break the bank. It was merely a spontaneous gesture. Consider it a reward for reserving my seat. I didn't reserve your seat. I came to eat. Li Yuanqi's head bobbed like a rattle drum. The outcome remains the same, he retorted playfully. After some light-hearted banter, Li Yuanqi, somewhat dazed by his charm, ultimately accepted his invitation. Before long, several delectable dishes were served. As they dined, Suyu casually inquired, by the way, what is your major? Law, Li Yuanqi replied after taking a small bite of her food. Law? Suyu's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, Are you familiar with commercial law? I have a fair understanding. I can recall the regulations quite well, she responded, glancing at him. Do you have questions? Sharp, Suyu complimented her. Then proceeded to discuss the perplexing issues he had been grappling with, how to register a company, how to establish a factory, and so forth. Legal intricacies abound, and the requirements differ vastly depending on the type of company or factory. Without consulting a professional, he would be lost in endless deliberation. He had initially intended to seek out a law firm for guidance, but since he had encountered a law student, it seemed more prudent to seek her assistance. It became apparent that Li Yuanqi's claim of having a fair understanding was an understatement. She effortlessly recited various legal terms and considerations, leaving Suyu, a layperson, bewildered. Sensing that her explanations might be overly convoluted for him, she shifted gears, saying, I know a professor who runs a law firm specializing in commercial disputes. They are likely more knowledgeable than I am regarding business matters. If you're interested in registering a company or factory, I can inquire about the potential costs for you. When discussing her area of expertise, this seemingly introverted young woman appeared to blossom. Entrusting matters to a professional law firm was indeed a feasible option. Suyu nodded in agreement. I do have an interest in that, but it can wait. It's not something that can be accomplished overnight, and she nodded in understanding, refraining from pressing further. Their meal soon concluded, and as Suyu stood to pay, he noticed that, during his brief absence, someone had taken his seat and was now conversing with Li Yuanxi. She sat there, her expression tense, avoiding eye contact with the man speaking to her. Chapter 13. A delinquent attempts to confront Suyu. Say a few words, and you're displeased? You'd abandon your home for this? Where do you intend to run off to? Is there any escaping? Every day you bury yourself in that meager education. What is the use you, aspiring to be a lawyer? Pack your things and return home. As Suyu approached, he overheard the unrefined words of a yellow-haired, nonconformist individual to it seem. He was a family member of Li Yuanxi. Suyu halted, recognizing that, although the fellow's tone was insufferable, it was ultimately a family matter, and he felt it inappropriate to intervene. It was a pity. Such a lovely girl seemed to come from a troubled home. What is the matter? Cat got your tongue. The brash young man continued, You're a burden, wasting money on your education. How much is wasted each year? He paid no mind to the gathering crowd that had become intrigued by the commotion, pointing a finger at Li Yuanxi and hurling harsh words. Initially, Suyu had intended to walk away, deeming it a family issue. However, he could no longer remain silent. He approached, rapping on the table and addressing the yellow-haired fellow. You've taken my seat. In the past, he would have been disinclined to involve himself in such matters. After all, it was merely a domestic dispute. Intervening could lead to trouble, and he had no desire for a brawl. Yet now, upon reflection, he found he was less averse to complications. One reason was that he had ample financial resources and time to spare. The other was that he wore combat attire. If a confrontation ensued, it would surely be the other party at a disadvantage. Who are you? The yellow-haired man scoffed, sizing Suyu up with annoyance. Why do you care who I am? That's my seat. Move aside. Suyu replied with a neutral expression, showing no sign of yielding. As tensions escalated, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Just then, the restaurant owner, who had been absent, emerged at an opportune moment. Gentlemen, let us not escalate things. Peace is paramount. This seat indeed belongs to the young man who was just seated here. If you require a place to dine, I can arrange an alternative. The latter part of the statement was directed at the yellow-haired man. However, the fellow shot a menacing glance at Suyu, snorted disdainfully, and replied, No need. He then turned to Li Yuanxi. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry up and pack your things. You are coming home with me this afternoon? Li Yuanxi remained silent, her head down, silently conveying her resistance. The yellow-haired man, noticing her lack of response, grew agitated and reached out to grab her. But before he could, Suyu swiftly swatted his hand away. What are you doing? It's the 21st century. Do you really think you can force someone to go with you in public? The yellow-haired man's expression darkened, and he seemed on the verge of retaliating. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he restrained himself. What do you mean, forcing? She is my sister. I'm merely disciplining her. I don't need your interference. Your sister? Suyu scrutinized the short, crooked-nosed yellow-haired man, then glanced at the graceful, striking Li Yuanxi. He couldn't help but scoff. Brother, how many dishes have you consumed to be so audacious? The restroom is located at the back. Perhaps you should take a moment to relieve yourself and reflect on your appearance. When the two of them stand together, it is as if abstraction and beauty have converged, utterly incompatible in style. If they were truly siblings, Suyu would lose all faith in biology. What do you mean by that? The blonde's expression darkened, his hands clenching into fists, clearly on the verge of confrontation. However, at that moment, Suyu remained completely unfazed. It was not merely because he was clad in combat attire, which instilled a sense of invulnerability. Rather, he had discerned the truth. This individual was all bluster, appearing fierce, yet lacking the courage to act. He was merely a loudmouth, emboldened only to intimidate someone as meek as Li Yuanxi. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm ugly, and do you require further elaboration? Without even glancing at him, Suyu turned to Li Yuanxi and said, "Let us go." Li Yuanxi slightly tugged her hand but failed to break free, ultimately allowing him to lead her away, her head bowed in silence. The blonde, witnessing this, widened his eyes in shock, momentarily forgetting Suyu's earlier insult, and rushed to block their path. "Who are you to her? Why are you holding her hand?" "My girlfriend." "I can't hold her hand?" "Step aside." Suyu unceremoniously pushed the blonde aside and continued to lead Li Yuanxi out. Engaging in reasoned discourse with such a cowardly bully would only embolden him further. The most effective way to handle such individuals is to be even more aggressive and unreasonable, which would instill fear in them. The blonde stumbled back a few steps before regaining his footing, his chest heaving with agitation as he watched Suyu's indifferent back retreating. Glancing at the discarded liquor bottles on the nearby table, he contemplated grabbing one and rushing at Suyu, yet after a considerable hesitation, he found himself lacking the courage. The restaurant owner, who had been watching him intently, breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that a brawl had been averted. Among the onlookers, laughter erupted, clearly mocking the blonde for his cowardice in bullying a young girl. The color of the blonde's face shifted from green to red, and he could only grit his teeth as he hastily retrieved his phone and pursued them. He snapped several photos of the pair and sent them to a contact labeled Old Man, accompanied by a voice message. "Dad, I can't manage this troublemaker anymore. You handle it. She's out here looking for men." His expression resembled that of a child returning home to report grievances. As he continued his rant, he reached the entrance just in time to see Suyu leading Li Yuanxi to a sleek, black G-Class vehicle. Leaving him momentarily speechless, his face betraying disbelief, it was only when a message notification chimed that he regained his composure and quickly tapped on the voice message. "Looking for men? This troublemaker. I told her not to study and to marry instead. But she sneaks off to the Magic City claiming she wants an education, only to secretly pursue men. What kind of man is he? Tell him to get lost and watch out. I'll break his legs." The blonde's gaze followed the G-Class as it slowly exited the parking lot. He hastily took more photos, exhilarated, and declared, "Dad, this guy is wealthy. He's driving a Benz G-Class. Worth millions. This troublemaker has hit the jackpot." Chapter 14. Li Yuanxi's troubles. "Thank you for your help. I appreciate it," Li Yuanxi murmured, keeping her head down in the car. It was merely a casual gesture. "No trouble at all," Suyu replied. Shaking his head, curiosity piqued. "Is that person truly your brother?" "Sort of," Li Yuanxi said, falling silent for a moment before briefly explaining her family situation to Suyu. Her father had passed away early on, and her mother subsequently remarried, the new husband being the very blonde from earlier. While her mother was alive, although her home life was far from pleasant, at least the father-son duo had not dared to bully her openly. However, everything changed during her senior year of high school when her mother tragically died in an accident. After that, Li Yuanxi felt as if she were merely a guest in her own home. Despite achieving excellent grades, her stepfather and the blonde refused to support her education, insisting instead on finding her a wealthy husband, believing that with her looks, they could secure a substantial bride price. Yet, Li Yuanxi refused to accept her fate. Armed with a sum of money discreetly left by her mother, she fled to the Magic City, working while studying. Nearly 3 years had passed, and she was uncertain how the blonde had tracked her down again. After listening, Suyu couldn't help but reflect on the harsh realities of life. Misfortune seemed to seek out those already burdened with suffering. It's rather tragic. He chose not to delve deeper into the topic and instead asked, "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Although Li Yuanxi appeared resilient, discussing such painful matters was best avoided. She looked up and regarded him for a moment before conceding, "Could you please take me to school? I have classes this afternoon." Suyu nodded and focused on driving. Shortly, they arrived at the university Li Yuanxi attended. "Let us exchange contact information. If that guy bothers you again, just message me," he said. Pulling out his phone to display his QR code, as Li Yuanxi prepared to leave, she hesitated, then took out her phone to scan the code and add Suyu on WeChat. Just when Suyu thought she was about to depart, she unexpectedly turned to him and asked, "Are you interested in supporting me?" Suyu. Don't deny it. It really seems that way. In all honesty, he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Until recently, he had not even possessed her contact information. They were merely acquaintances, not even friends. Given his nature, had Li Yuanxi not been as attractive, he likely would have chosen to remain a bystander during the earlier incident, rather than confront the blonde and invite unnecessary trouble. Ultimately, it was her beauty that had drawn him in. Of course, Suyu had no intention of leveraging this minor act of kindness for ulterior motives. If things progressed well, he would ensure that Li Yuanqi would not have to endure the hardships of working while studying. If one were to label it, perhaps it could be considered a form of support. Clearing his throat, he asked in surprise, "Why do you say that? Isn't it typical for wealthy individuals to support college girls?" Li Yuanqi glanced at the steering wheel. Although she was no car expert, she recognized the Benz emblem. The vehicle's comfort and interior quality indicated it was far from inexpensive. Not all wealthy people are like that. And besides, I'm hardly wealthy, Suyu retorted softly, waving his hand dismissively. All right, off you go to school. We can discuss future matters later. After all, he was in no rush. His primary objective was to accumulate wealth and develop advanced technology through the time travel trading platform. Pursuing romantic interest was merely a secondary consideration. Li Yuanqi regarded him thoughtfully before exiting the vehicle. The lack of denial on her part suggested that perhaps there was some truth to the implication. As she watched the G-Class drive away, her expression grew complex. Only after Suyu's car merged into the flow of traffic and vanished from view did she turn and enter the campus. First, she would inquire about Professor Zhang's company as a means of repaying Suyu for the assistance he had provided. However, that would be the extent of it. If the blonde continued to trouble her, she would likely need to seek Suyu's help again. The more favor she owed, the more she feared she had little left to offer in return. While Suyu had claimed that future matters could wait, Li Yuanqi sensed that the next time the blonde came knocking, it would likely be a moment of decision for her. Would he let her go? Clearly not. She understood all too well the nature of that father-son duo, whose sole focus was to arrange a profitable marriage for her, reaping a substantial bride price. Despite her legal studies, she knew all too well that laws governing familial disputes were often ineffectual. As long as she remained registered at the same address as her stepfather, and considering he had contributed to her education and livelihood while her mother was alive, she bore a legal obligation to support him. Should the two of them truly wish to force her into marriage with a wealthy man, they would not even need to resort to coercion. A simple disruption of her school life could render her powerless to resist. If they did not inflict harm, the police would be unable to intervene effectively, and the worst they would face would be a few days in detention. Having witnessed countless similar cases, she recognized that aside from Suyu's somewhat intimidating approach, no better solution existed. Among her acquaintances, only Suyu had the capacity and willingness to act in such a manner. As for Suyu's motives, she could comprehend them. After all, he was a stranger. Why would he assist her without any ulterior motives? Sighing softly, the already introverted young woman felt even more withdrawn. Meanwhile, Suyu drove slowly out of the city. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the suburban warehouse. Shortly thereafter, the 10 tons of fruits and vegetables he had ordered were delivered to the warehouse. Accompanying them were also the 10 tons of beef. After confirming the weight was correct, he transferred the remaining payment and instructed the staff to store the items. By the time everything was arranged, and he found himself alone in the warehouse, it was already just past 4 in the afternoon. The transaction time for gold with Master Sun was set for 9 o'clock tonight, so he still had ample time as Yu simply placed the items into his inventory, then swiftly vanished into the trading platform. Chapter 15. Frost Star. From a prominent family. Upon entering this place for the third time, Suyu felt considerably composed compared to his previous visits. After sending a message to Frost Star and receiving a prompt reply asking him to wait a moment, he entered the familiar conference room from his private space. After waiting for more than half an hour, just as he was about to lose patience and send another message, Frost Star finally arrived. It was evident that she had been quite busy. Upon entering the conference room, she hadn't even removed her powered armor helmet, and the silver-white armor bore traces of blood. From across the 10-meter-long table, Suyu could even smell the metallic scent of blood emanating from her. "Apologies, I had some urgent matters to attend to and arrived late," she said as she took her seat. Frost Star casually tapped her helmet, and with a whirring sound of mechanical movement, it retracted into her powered armor, revealing her head of flowing white hair. "Have you just come from battle?" Suyu asked, glancing at the bloodstains on her attire. "Yes, I just exterminated a group of mutated beasts that had occupied a pre-war shelter," Frost Star replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. "You have no idea how exhilarating it was. Those terrifying lizards were 3 to 4 meters tall when they were lying on the ground, among the most fearsome mutated creatures in the wasteland. Even ordinary tanks are helpless against them. I took one down with a single strike to the head. Impressive, Suyu remarked, his eyelids twitching slightly as he struggled to envision the scene. He thought to himself that the wasteland truly was perilous, harboring such monstrous beings. However, he quickly shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, what is your status over there? This powered armor must be quite exceptional." "Right, me?" Froststar replied with a touch of pride. "I am the Supreme Commander of the 7th Corps of Future City, a 1-star Brigadier General. You may also refer to me as General Hanswang. As for this powered armor, it is a product from the prosperous era before the war. Future City possesses the most advanced technology in the entire wasteland and is capable of producing powered armor. But our output pales in comparison to what was produced before the war. In terms of overall combat capability, the powered armor we produce is roughly equivalent to a 6th-generation tank, while mine, without considering ammunition depletion, could probably take on 100 of theirs. To put it more directly, clad in this armor, I could tear apart a 1-meter-thick nuclear shelter door with my bare hands." Suyu. This seemed rather absurd. Even Iron Man couldn't boast such prowess, could he? Moreover, it sounded as though the powered armor that Froststar dismissed as inferior was still quite formidable, boasting combat capabilities on par with 6th-generation tanks. It was worth noting that the most advanced tanks on Blue Star were only 4th generation at best. Who knew when the 6th generation would emerge? If he could acquire a batch of these, he would instantly become the king of land warfare. His eyes brightened at the thought, and he eagerly inquired whether Froststar could obtain a batch for him. However, she simply shrugged her shoulders in resignation. "Don't get your hopes up. While Future City can produce them, we are limited by insufficient industrial categories, and some key components still have to be salvaged from the wasteland. Therefore, each set of powered armor is numbered. Trying to acquire them in bulk is out of the question. Even if I only wanted 1 or 2 sets, I would have to think of a way, as the company producing the powered armor does not have a good relationship with my family." "My family," Suyu discreetly glanced at Froststar. In a wonder, she became a general at such a young age. She probably hailed from some prominent family, however, upon seeing the powered armor she wore. Suyu couldn't help but question, "Wait a minute, if it's so difficult to procure, why did you previously offer to sell me this set of powered armor for 10 tons of grain? Don't you need it for yourself?" "It's different." Froststar shook her head. "The company that produces powered armor doesn't have a good relationship with my family, but these pre-war powered armors are unrelated to them. My family took over a strategic reserve warehouse from the prosperous era long ago. We have several hundred sets of this powered armor in stock. If I give you one, I can simply acquire another for myself." Suyu. Dealing with the wealthy was indeed quite troublesome. He then opened his personal panel and transferred the prepared payment for the gun to Froststar. "This is the payment for that gun. The transaction is complete." Upon seeing the 10 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef appear on the panel, Froststar's eyes lit up, revealing a glimmer of greed. However, she quickly seemed to remember something, and hastily said, "By the way, while clearing that shelter earlier, I found something intriguing that you will definitely be interested in." As she spoke, she tapped on her personal panel. Suddenly, a large black cube, 4 to 5 meters high and 10 meters long, resembling a wall, materialized in the conference room. Froststar stood up and patted the cube, smiling as she addressed Suyu. "Have you ever heard of a black box?" Suyu shook his head. "You must be familiar with 3D printers, right?" Seeing him nod, Froststar continued, "This device functions similarly to a 3D printer, but it's far more advanced. It was created by the top scientists of the prosperous era, anticipating the post-war wasteland, specifically designed to assist humanity in rebuilding the world after the war. Each black box can only produce one type of product. For example, the one in front of you produces heavy exoskeletons. The operation is quite simple. Just pour the required materials into the input port. If the recipe calls for carbon, you simply toss in charcoal. If it needs iron, you throw in iron ingots, or even iron ore. After dumping the materials in, you don't need to worry about it. Just wait for the finished product to come out on the other side. It's foolproof. Even a gorilla could operate it. When it runs at full capacity, it can produce about 500 sets of heavy exoskeletons per day. Once donned, these exoskeletons enable a soldier to move at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton of weight. Powered armor is incredibly expensive, and it's impossible for everyone to be equipped with it. Even during the prosperous era, the basic soldiers of the army typically wore these exoskeletons in battle. That's amazing. Suyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the cube. If I bring this back, I could instantly become an arms dealer. Who would worry about making money then? It was true that Blue Star had exoskeletons, but they were hardly worth mentioning compared to this heavy exoskeleton. However, even in his excitement, he hadn't completely lost his rationality and instead countered with a question. But according to the law of conservation of mass, doesn't this thing consume a lot of energy? What powers it? It contains a small fourth-generation nuclear fusion reactor. The helium-3 stored within is enough to keep it running at full capacity for 5 years, which translates to nearly 1 million sets of heavy exoskeletons produced, Frost Star replied, shrugging her shoulders. After all, this device was specifically designed for the wasteland, meant to allow individuals to produce items using only the most basic raw materials when nothing else is available. Any concerns you have already been considered by its designers. If I had to point out a potential issue, it would be that after 5 years, if you can't obtain high-purity helium-3, the reactor will likely cease to function. Suyu nodded, contemplating for a moment before cautiously asking, "So, you plan to sell it to me?" "Of course. Why else would I bother telling you all this?" Frost Star gave him a curious glance. Chapter 16. A profitable transaction? Since you mentioned that heavy exoskeletons were considered the mainstay of your army before the war, you must be in need of them yourself, right? Suyu inquired with curiosity. "Of course we need them, but that doesn't conflict with whether I sell it or not," Frost Star scoffed. Future City has regulations stating that any spoils obtained during the clearance of shelters must be surrendered. This device was a fortunate find for me, and since I've stored it in the platform inventory, no one else is aware of it. If I were to take it back for personal use and someone discovered it, it would be confiscated, yielding me no benefits. Why not simply sell it to you? After all, I have powered armor and have no need for this, Suyu. Well, that reasoning was quite valid. Compared to surrendering it to Future City, where he would gain nothing, selling it to him was indeed a more advantageous option for Frost Star. "So, what price do you have in mind?" 100 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef, along with 500 tons of grain. Frost Star shrugged, presenting her terms. "Is that all?" Suyu was taken aback. Not that it was expensive, but rather, it was astonishingly cheap. He was well aware that during yesterday's transaction, that small pistol had been worth 10 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef. This black box was undeniably worth far more than that mere pistol. He was tempted to ask Frost Star if she had lost her mind. However, upon reflection, it was indeed a bargain. He promptly kept quiet and agreed to the transaction. Both parties agreed that once the contract was signed, Suyu could take this marvelous item away, as long as the payment was settled within the agreed time frame. Gazing at the magnificent treasure before him, Suyu felt as though he were dreaming. What a windfall, however, as Suyu reveled in his delightful fortune. Frost Star, who had just completed the contract on the other side, wore a smile of relief and joyfully suggested, "Let us not get too ahead of ourselves. We can now discuss another collaboration." "Another collaboration?" Suyu was taken aback. "What else do you have?" "Of course, I have something." Frost Star casually tossed a palm-sized black rectangular object onto the table before Suyu. "This is a metallic hydrogen battery, a power module for mechanical exoskeletons. With this battery, a heavy exoskeleton can continuously run 3,000 kilometers while bearing a load of 1 ton at full power. The energy contained in this battery is approximately 900 times that of gasoline of the same volume." Suyu was momentarily stunned by her words, then stiffly turned to glance at the enormous black box nearby. "So, this thing only produces exoskeletons and not batteries?" He thought without hesitation that the energy consumption of such a device would be astronomical. In reality, while there were significant material and design challenges to creating such an exoskeleton, someone willing to invest a decade or so could overcome them. The major hurdle was energy. Finding a power source capable of sustaining such a magnificent creation for an extended period was exceedingly difficult. The lithium-ion batteries on Blue Star had an energy density merely a fraction of that of gasoline. Even carrying a 10-liter battery on one's back would not suffice for a few operations of this heavy exoskeleton. Moreover, if this device were to be deployed in battle, a single bullet striking the battery could lead to catastrophic instability, likely resulting in an explosion. As for gasoline, that was an even more ludicrous notion. Why haul a large fuel tank into battle when one could simply drive a vehicle? This black box produced exoskeletons exclusively, but there was indeed another black box nearby that specialized in manufacturing compatible batteries. Unfortunately, that one was already broken. Frost Star shrugged her shoulders and mischievously stated, "Even if it weren't broken, I wouldn't sell it to you. My family is the largest battery supplier in Future City. That device is of great use to me. If you want batteries, you can buy them directly from me, and the price." Suyu returned to his seat with a stoic expression. Damn it, this woman was indeed no fool. He had foolishly thought she wouldn't engage in business. It seemed that her taking up the role of a brigade leader was a gross underutilization of her talents. She was far too adept at business. Previously, food was a necessity for her, while the items she offered, aside from the initial gold, such as the combat suit and gun from the second transaction, were of little consequence to Suyu. Consequently, during negotiations, Suyu always held the upper hand. She had little room for bargaining. However, unaware of any pressing needs Suyu might have, Frost Star created one for him. It was akin to selling him aircraft technology at a bargain price while withholding the refining technology for aviation fuel. He could build the planes, but without fuel, they would remain grounded. Henceforth, whenever Suyu required batteries for the exoskeletons he created, he would have to turn to her for purchase. This arrangement meant Suyu held the wheat that Frost Star desperately needed, while she held the batteries that Suyu required. Both parties had something to leverage against each other, making it impossible for either to raise prices arbitrarily. 1 ton of rice for 3 fully charged batteries. Frost Star pondered for a moment before stating a figure. After the overly cautious experience of the initial gold transaction, upon hearing the price she quoted, Suyu immediately seized the opportunity and boldly declared, 1 ton of rice for 200 fully charged batteries. Deal. Frost Star readily signed the contract before him. Suyu was taken aback. A ton of inexpensive rice cost only 2,000 or 3,000. While exchanging it for 200 metallic hydrogen batteries meant that each battery would average about $10. Given the terrifying energy density of the metallic hydrogen battery, the profit margin was unimaginable. After all, securing a substantial quantity of batteries would not only benefit the exoskeletons but also have numerous applications elsewhere, particularly for the flourishing new energy vehicle enterprises. Current new energy vehicles require batteries weighing hundreds of kilograms yet only deliver a range of a few hundred kilometers. Here, let me swap your battery. This one weighs just a few kilograms and will extend your range to 10,000 kilometers. At 30,000 per battery. Would you like to buy? This was a question that needed no contemplation, as those vehicle manufacturers would trample over any threshold to acquire such a deal. Yet, seeing Frost Star's smug expression, Suyu felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest. Upon reflection, it made sense. The primary component of metallic hydrogen batteries was hydrogen, the most abundant element on any planet. With the right technology, it was virtually worthless. Future City, having inherited some pre-war technology, certainly lacked in related advancements. However, on Blue Star, where electricity was not cheap, charging such a large capacity battery would incur considerable costs. In contrast, in the wasteland world, even a small nuclear fusion reactor could be found in any black box, making electricity the least valuable resource there. This was akin to the last transaction involving gold. Despite the apparent windfall, Suyu felt a nagging sense of loss when he observed her satisfaction, as if he had somehow been shortchanged. Nevertheless, once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. Without hesitation, he signed the contract. It stipulated that for the next 5 years, they would trade batteries for food once a week, with the transaction amounts to be determined as necessary. As for 5 years later, they could simply renew the contract if needed. Chapter 17. Absolute Defense. Black Market. At 7 in the evening, Suyu emerged from the trading platform, exhaling a sigh of relief. Though his inventory of fruits, vegetables, and beef had vanished, it had been replaced with a black box and 2,000 metallic hydrogen batteries. If the previous transactions with Frost Star had merely allowed him to make some profit and provide a means of self-defense, then this black box and the metallic hydrogen batteries represented true future technology capable of transforming the world. A heavy exoskeleton capable of carrying a ton and charging at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would undoubtedly redefine the warfare paradigm on Blue Star. Even the crown of the tank, king of land combat, would face a challenge, and the metallic hydrogen battery, with energy density 900 times that of gasoline, would spark an unprecedented energy revolution. The entire energy sector on Blue Star would tremble in response. Noticing that there was still ample time, Suyu did not rush to the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs, but instead took a stroll around the logistics center. He spent a considerable sum procuring rare metals and steel from a metal smelting company's warehouse. These materials were also regarded as strategic resources. While acquiring them in bulk was challenging, obtaining a small quantity was relatively easy if he was willing to spend. Within half an hour, he had gathered all the necessary materials to create 3 heavy exoskeletons. He retrieved the black box, placed it in the warehouse, and pressed the power button. Instantly, the originally cubical black box transformed, expanding into a small black building occupying an area of over 100 square meters. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate this small structure without issue. Suu unceremoniously tossed the prepared materials into the input port, then quietly waited by the output port. Merely 3 minutes later, a massive mechanical exoskeleton was delivered from the output port with precision. The operation was indeed foolproof. One could easily teach a chimpanzee to operate it with just a little guidance. Suu approached and touched the armor of the heavy exoskeleton, feeling the residual warmth on its surface. The exoskeleton was equipped with high-powered motors at all its joints, while the main structure consisted of several titanium alloy frameworks, if one disregarded the external armor. It bore a striking resemblance to the rather rudimentary exoskeletons currently available on Blue Star. However, with the addition of that robust alloy armor, it was nothing short of cutting-edge technology. The armor, approximately 1 to 2 centimeters thick, had no other distinguishing features, just sheer hardness. According to Frost Star, this apparatus could withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun, with anti-material sniper rifles unable to penetrate it. Wearing this exoskeleton would be safer than hiding in an armored vehicle. As for the material of the armor, Suu had no idea. Not only he, but even if all the material scientists on Blue Star were gathered, they would likely be baffled in any case. It was undeniably impressive. Aside from its astonishing protective capabilities, the heavy exoskeleton bore no weapons, yet its outstanding compatibility and significant modification potential were its defining features. There were numerous attachment points for mounting weapons all over the exoskeleton. If one wished, equipping it with a heavy machine gun would render it more effective than an armored vehicle. Presently, the cost of a 4th-generation tank easily exceeded 10 million, while ordinary armored vehicles could cost several million. Selling this device for 500,000 each would not be unreasonable, would it? As for costs, the materials he had just purchased amounted to less than 20,000, sufficient to create 3 units, which calculated to around 7 or 8,000 per unit. This was due to the significant markup from purchasing specialized materials through private transactions. If he could procure materials in bulk, he could reduce the cost of each exoskeleton to under 3,000. Producing at 3,000 and selling at 500,000. Now that was a surefire way to make a fortune. Suu suppressed his excitement and awkwardly donned the exoskeleton to test it. To his surprise, it was even easier to operate than he had anticipated. Within just a few minutes, he was able to stride through the warehouse with the exoskeleton, moving with remarkable agility. The hefty gold ingots, each weighing 50 kilograms, which had previously required his utmost effort to lift, now felt feather-light in his hands with the assistance of the exoskeleton. Anyone could don this apparatus and instantly transform into a superhuman. The effects were undeniably impressive. It truly lived up to the label of pre-war cutting-edge technology from Frost Star's world. Removing the exoskeleton, Suu glanced at the time. It was just past 8 in the evening, and less than an hour remained until the agreed-upon transaction. He promptly stored the black box and the 3 exoskeletons he had crafted back into the item inventory of the trading platform. Subsequently, he shut the warehouse door and drove towards his destination. The warehouse was merely 20 or so kilometers away from the abandoned industrial park by the sea, a journey of less than half an hour. Suu soon approached the location. However, this time he did not drive directly in. Instead, he found a secluded grove in the hillside and concealed the vehicle with branches. One must always be cautious. The only access road to the industrial park was this one. Driving in would inevitably lead to early detection. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was wiser to sneak in. Of course, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he held no fear. With the absolute defense of the K-10 combat suit and the formidable S-79 electromagnetic pistol, he found himself nearly invincible. Even if he were to face someone overwhelmingly powerful, he still had the exoskeleton at his disposal. He could simply retrieve it from the inventory and equip himself. In a country where firearms were prohibited, and even in the gunfire-ridden territory of the Eagle Country, his gear would render him invulnerable, as long as he did not engage the military directly. Under the cover of night, Suyu swiftly and silently infiltrated the abandoned industrial park. After a brief search, he discovered 4 or 5 speedboats docked at the wharf. Clearly, Master Sun was not the only one who had come. Suyu, already cautious by nature, became increasingly vigilant. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of retreat and quickly navigated to the predetermined factory according to the route he had noted during his reconnaissance the previous night. Ensuring that the area was unoccupied, he retrieved the fully packed 100 kilograms of gold from his inventory. To be honest, lifting such a weight without the exoskeleton was indeed no small feat. Suyu exerted all his strength to move it a mere few meters into the factory. The claims online that one could carry hundreds of pounds of cement, yet be unable to lift 200 pounds of gold were utterly absurd. Gasping for breath, he glanced around the pitch-black factory, placing the suitcase down as he prepared to dial a number on his phone. Suddenly, a hard object pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move," a gravelly voice commanded from behind him. Suyu squinted his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Is this a case of black eating black?" "No, merely a necessary safety precaution," the hoarse voice responded. Suyu then felt someone rummaging through his belongings. Fortunately, his weapon was stored in the inventory, and he bore no arms on his person. After a thorough search, the individual confiscated only his phone. After the transaction is complete, the phone will be returned to you. This is also for safety and confidentiality reasons. I hope you understand. Chapter 18. The heiress of Wanfu Group, Chuyu. Feeling the gun barrel withdraw from his head, Suyu did not take it to heart. In fact, the caution exhibited by the other party indicated they had no intention of double-crossing him. After all, with weapons in hand, they could easily eliminate him in this remote industrial park and toss him into the sea without anyone being the wiser. There was no need for such elaborate measures that, of course, they might have also deemed that Suyu's ability to acquire such a significant amount of gold implied he had backing, thus deterring them from reckless actions. "This way, please. Our young lady is waiting for you upstairs." The bodyguard clad in black approached Suyu, respectfully leading the way. Suyu followed suit. As for the heavy suitcase containing the gold, 2 tall and muscular bodyguards effortlessly lifted it, sparing him the burden. After navigating through the dark factory for a while, twisting and turning, they ascended to the 2nd floor. The bodyguard led Suyu to the exterior of what appeared to be an abandoned office of the factory. Upon arrival, he noticed that the lights inside were surprisingly on. However, the illumination seemed dim, likely from camping lamps or similar devices, rather than actual electricity in the factory. "The guest has arrived." The leading bodyguard knocked on the door. With a creaking sound that sent shivers down the spine, the rusted door slowly opened. Another tall bodyguard peered out, glanced at Suyu, and nodded respectfully. "Please, come in, Donamim." Suyu maintained a composed demeanor as he entered the office. In the dim light, he immediately spotted a woman standing by the window, gazing out over the industrial park. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit and high heels, she possessed a statuesque figure. Suyu estimated her height, including the heels, to be no less than 176 centimeters. Beside her stood Master Sun, whom Suyu had encountered at the Wanfu jewelry store. Upon seeing him, Master Sun eagerly approached. "Mr. Su, you've finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Chuyu, the heiress of Wanfu Group. Today's transaction will primarily be conducted between you and her. I am merely a messenger." Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, turning his attention to Chuyu, who had just turned to face him. Her face, round and full, was adorned with a pair of rimless glasses, her features deep and well-defined. Coupled with her discernible S-shaped curve as she turned, she was indeed stunning. Suyu silently praised her. From her visage to her figure, she was nearly flawless. If perfection were rated on a 100-point scale, she would undoubtedly score at least 98. Suyu, after a brief handshake, they seated themselves at a hastily assembled folding table. The suitcase containing the gold was also brought in at this time. Master Sun, a specialist in this line of work, began to verify the contents with his tools. After a short while, he nodded at Chuyu. "The gold is genuine. Have you considered how the transaction will be conducted, Mr. Su? Public account or private account?" Chuyu inquired, casting a glance at Suyu. "The public account can provide you with a large sum of money immediately, as it carries no risk. However, the private account entails higher risks. We can only offer you 20% upfront, with the remaining 80% to be settled upon completion." Master Sun had previously explained the differences between public and private accounts. The public account involved passing through a domestic gold mine, paying the necessary taxes, thus transforming the gold into a legitimate mine product, safe and secure. Albeit at a lower price of $300 per gram. The private account offered a higher price of $330 per gram but came with significant risks, as it involved smuggling. Any complications could result in complete loss. Suyu had already formulated his plan and saw no need for deliberation at this moment. Let's go with the public account. 100 kilograms of gold at the public account rate would amount to 30 million. The funds would be directly transferred to your previous account before 10 o'clock, with no issues regarding this payment. Feel free to spend it as you wish. Suyu seemed to anticipate his decision. Her tone remaining calm and unruffled. Suyu nodded, glancing at the time. It was just past 9:30. He did not rise but remained seated. Suyu, likewise, did not stand, knowing that she could not leave until the money was received. The small room fell into a momentary silence. Aside from the sounds of Master Sun verifying the gold, only their breathing could be heard. Suyu was not fond of this atmosphere and casually initiated a conversation. This place, nestled beside the mountains and sea, is rather pleasant. How did you come across it? Suyu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, because this is my family's property. If you like it, I could sell it to you, Dato? Suyu's eyes brightened. Acquiring this industrial park had been part of his plans all along. Now, encountering the rightful owner without needing to seek someone out was an unexpected delight. He quickly inquired, how much? Suyu, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now, finally displayed a hint of surprise. After studying Suyu for a moment, she asked, are you serious? Why would I jest? Just name your price. Suyu replied decisively. This land holds little value at present. What purpose would you have for it? Chuyu's expression turned more serious, her gaze scrutinizing. Who knows? Perhaps I admire the scenery and wish to purchase it for a seaside villa. Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this obviously fabricated reason, Chuyu tapped her slender fingers on the table, falling into silence for a considerable time before stating, this is industrial land. If you intend to build houses, that may not be feasible. Ordinary industrial land in Modu currently fetches around 700,000 per mu. This place, even at its lowest, cannot be less than 200,000. However, standard industrial land rights last for 50 years. The rights for this plot have only 10 years remaining, so the price could be lowered further. 5,000 per mu. What do you think? At 5,000 per mu, even if Suyu invested all 3 million he had, he could only acquire 600 to 700 mu, and it would only be usable for 10 years. That's too steep. Suyu shook his head firmly. This abandoned industrial park is practically unusable. I would have to invest at least 2 years into renovation, and with only 10 years of rights remaining, the effective usable time would likely dwindle to 7 or 8 years. Moreover, access to this location primarily relies on maritime transport, making it far more cumbersome than other industrial lands. Perhaps the standard price cannot drop below 200,000, but I beg to differ. Then let us be straightforward. How much can you offer? Chuyu asked directly. 1,000 per mu. That is my highest offer. Suyu decisively slashed the price by 80. Besides the reasons already mentioned, he felt confident in making such a low bid because this land was virtually abandoned. And aside from him, few would consider purchasing it. Instead of allowing it to rot in his hands, selling it to him would at least recover some capital. Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence. After a moment, Chuyu finally spoke. All right, Chapter 19. Yu Xiaoyu treats, a date. Late at night, the abandoned industrial park unexpectedly buzzed with activity. Clearly, Chuyu was a decisive woman. After reaching a preliminary agreement, she disregarded the late hour and immediately made a phone call, instructing someone to bring the contract and property proof over that very night. Thus, Suyu, who had just pocketed 30 million, promptly spent another 15 million. This industrial land, spanning over 1,500 mu, and with only 10 years remaining on its usage rights, officially became part of his assets. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 3 in the morning. Chuyu and her entourage departed hastily on a speedboat, while Suyu drove away alone. The transaction was complete. There was no foul play, and he even managed to strike another deal by acquiring the land he had set his sights on at an exceptionally low price. It was a mutually beneficial outcome. With this experience in hand, Suyu's remaining 300 kilograms of gold could also be liquidated in a similar manner, eliminating the hassle of selling it in small quantities each time. The following 2 days passed without any noteworthy events as Suyu maintained a routine between home, the warehouse, and the industrial park. apart from completing another transaction with Shuangxing to replenish previously owed supplies. He received a message from Li Yuanxi. Essentially, she informed him that she had consulted a professor regarding his idea of establishing a battery factory. If he wished to proceed, their law firm would need at least a month or two to complete the necessary procedures. Additionally, Suyu would need to cooperate by providing various documents and proofs, making the process quite cumbersome. After all, the mainstream batteries today were lithium batteries, and this was no trivial matter. Any misstep could lead to extensive pollution. The approval process would undoubtedly be far more stringent. Previously, had he encountered such a situation, Suyu would have had no recourse and would have had to abandon the idea entirely, as he lacked the qualifications to establish a battery factory. His metal hydrogen battery, let alone having a paper on it, he himself was unaware of the principles behind its high energy density. Where would he procure the necessary information? However, after a few days of production, he had managed to assemble a complete batch of 200 heavy-duty exoskeletons. Following yet another transaction with Shuangxing, he now also possessed 6,000 units of the metal hydrogen battery. Since the conventional route was not feasible, he would have to contemplate alternative means, for instance, leveraging the exoskeletons to gain sponsorship from the military. Given the parameters of this heavy-duty exoskeleton, Suyu was certain that presenting it to the military would easily garner their assistance in setting up a factory. The pressing issue now was how to capture the military's attention. Simply barging into a military base was out of the question. While bullets may not be fatal to him, they possessed heavy weaponry. A tank shell could easily overwhelm an exoskeleton. As for making a direct phone call, he would probably be deemed mentally unstable. A conundrum indeed. Lying in bed, Suyu rubbed his temples, feeling the headache intensify, and decided to cease contemplating it further. Today was Saturday, and tomorrow was the weekend. Next Monday, his opportunity to match with trading partners would refresh. Instead of dwelling on these matters, he thought it wiser to consider whether the new trading partners would be as suitable as Shuangxing. Particularly as their worlds complemented each other. At that moment, his phone vibrated twice, indicating a message from WeChat. Yu Xiaoyu. Mr. Su, do you have time tomorrow evening? I've reserved a restaurant at the Bund. Yu Xiaoyu. Suyu pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling. She was the saleswoman he had encountered on the day he purchased his car, and she was quite attractive. They had indeed agreed to dine together over the weekend. With this opportunity presenting itself, it would be unreasonable not to go. Suyu felt invigorated and quickly replied that he was available. Yu Xiaoyu promptly responded, and they arranged to meet the following afternoon at 4 o'clock. Indeed, it seemed prudent to seize the moment. After putting down his phone, Suyu promptly fell asleep. How to deal with challenges? Simply embrace them. After all, he was not short on funds. If a problem couldn't be resolved for the time being, he would address it later. The following day, at 4 in the afternoon, Suyu arrived punctually at the agreed location at the Bund in Shanghai, driving his G-wagon. Yu Xiaoyu was already waiting for him. She was dressed in a khaki trench coat, with a white turtleneck underneath, a simple scarf around her neck, her long wavy hair cascading down, and paired with sheer tights and ankle boots. Compared to the professional attire she wore a few days ago at the dealership, this outfit exuded a more youthful and lively vibe. Regarding Yu Xiaoyu treating him to dinner, Suyu had not held particularly high expectations, as she was merely a salesperson at a car dealership earning a modest salary. However, to his surprise, Yu Xiaoyu had evidently spared no expense and treated him to a meal at a restaurant where the average cost per person exceeded 1,000. Was the commission from that car sufficient to cover this dinner? After dining, Suyu glanced at the bill totaling over 4,000 and was taken aback. That was ample. He could easily earn over 10,000 from that car's commission alone. Yu Xiaoyu did not hide her surprise and candidly replied, "Your commission is quite substantial." Suyu nodded. Mr. Su, you're joking. Typically, clients who can afford luxury cars worth over $1 million are usually handled by seasoned salespeople, making it rare for us junior salespeople to encounter them. Yu Xiaoyu continued, "So, I really must thank you." With time still on their side, she suggested, "Would you like to catch a movie?" "Sure." Suyu had no reason to decline, especially since dining had not been his sole intention. They turned back and entered a nearby cinema. When they emerged, it was already past 10 in the evening. However, unlike when they had entered, Yu Xiaoyu's complexion had taken on a rosy hue, her large eyes glistening, exuding an enchanting allure. What transpired between them inside remained unspoken, yet they seamlessly transitioned from the cinema to a 5-star hotel. A night of revelry ensued. The next day at noon, Suyu, having indulged through the night. Awoke to find it was already past 12. He was somewhat astonished to see Yu Xiaoyu, who had been playing with her phone beside him, nestled in his arms. It's Monday. Don't you have work? Nope. Yu Xiaoyu turned to face him, wrapping her arms around his waist, and replied languidly, the day after tomorrow, there's a defense exhibition at the Binzi Convention Center in Shanghai. Our headquarters has dispatched a team from several dealerships to assist. And I'm fortunate to be on the list, so I don't have to work at the dealership for the next few days. A defense exhibition? Suyu was taken aback, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 20. Restarting the trading platform, new trading partners. What defense exhibition? Is there really one in Shanghai? Suyu quickly pressed for details. Why Yu Xiaoyu had not anticipated his interest but explained, in addition to the world-renowned Pearl River Air Show. There are many other similar defense exhibitions held domestically. Some are organized by local authorities, while others are directly hosted by companies, often on a smaller scale with lower recognition. The one being held in Shanghai is called the Jiuzhou Defense Technology Expo. It is reportedly organized by the military, but the exhibition primarily features military equipment produced by civilian enterprises, like drones. The military usually sends representatives to attend and may purchase items they find useful. However, as the quality of products from private companies varies greatly, this defense exhibition does not have high visibility, and not many people are likely aware of it. At this point, she blinked and asked, Are you interested in attending? What if I want to exhibit? Is there still a chance to secure a booth? Suyu directly articulated his intentions. Just yesterday, he had been grappling with how to get the heavy-duty exoskeleton into the military's view. And unexpectedly, this outing had provided an avenue. Exhibit? Yu Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise, then pondered for a moment before replying, I heard that exhibitors typically need to submit all the parameters of their display items well in advance. If you want to go through the standard channels now, it might be too late. However, if you genuinely wish to exhibit, you could contact the person in charge of Binzi in Shanghai. They provided the venue for this event. If you can persuade them, you might be able to jump the queue. Her tone was somewhat uncertain, clearly indicating her lack of familiarity with the process. Suyu did not pursue further questions. Recognizing that as a junior salesperson, she was unlikely to have detailed knowledge of such matters. Instead, he requested her to provide him with the contact number for the person in charge at Binzi in Shanghai. Later, he could make the call himself. Given that this was a lesser-known defense exhibition aimed at civilians, securing a booth should not be overly difficult as for the present. The languid Yu Xiaoyu suddenly let out a soft murmur, her large eyes gradually shimmering with moisture. After completing their morning routines, the two finally got out of bed. After a shared lunch following their wash-up, Suyu drove Yu Xiaoyu back to her home. Originally, since she didn't have to work these days, she should have continued to indulge herself. However, Suyu couldn't help but feel that he had matters to attend to. Today was Monday, and the trading platform's matching opportunities had refreshed. He wanted to seize the chance to match with new clients. Moreover, with only 2 days left before the defense exhibition commenced, it was best for him to finalize everything today. He made a phone call to the head of the Binchi Group in the Magic City to inquire about the defense exhibition. As he suspected, the requirements for participating in such exhibitions were rather lenient. Not only private enterprises could exhibit their products, even small, privately made items could participate for free if they passed the evaluations. After all, this was an exhibition aimed at the military, which is inherently practical. The spectacle of the event was not their primary concern. They were solely interested in the utility of the exhibited items. This exhibition served as a platform for the military to interact with civilian technology enthusiasts and enterprises, although it often yielded minimal results. Although Suyu had missed the opportunity to make a reservation and would not be able to follow the normal procedures, there were always alternative routes. The defense exhibition was hosted at the Binchi Exhibition Center, and it would not be an issue for them to secure 2 booths if they needed them. After a friendly discussion, Suyu made another trip to Binchi's headquarters in the Magic City. After spending a considerable sum, he managed to finalize the arrangements. According to their statement, he only needed to deliver the exhibited items the day after tomorrow, and staff would escort him to his booth. Moreover, due to his financial investment, the booth location would not be too shabby. With everything settled, Suyu finally felt a sense of relief. Over the past few days, he had produced a substantial number of exoskeletons using the black box. If they couldn't be sold, it would be quite disheartening. Now, although he had only secured a single exhibition slot, he was confident that once this exoskeleton caught the military's attention, it would undoubtedly be favored. If it didn't attract interest, He would have to doubt the competence of the military representatives attending the exhibition. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. Suyu closed the door to his residence and entered the Transcendent Trading Platform. Name: Suyu. Identity: Agent of the Transcendent Trading Platform, Blue Star Region. Level: Junior Agent, 310. Trading points, 200. Available matching attempts: 1. Suyu had engaged in 4 transactions with Frost Star, earning 50 trading points each time, totaling 200 points. This was straightforward enough. However, the progress bar for upgrading from a junior agent displayed 310, which was somewhat intriguing. Suyu speculated that trading with the same counterpart could only allow the upgrade progress to increase 3 times. If his assumption was correct, to elevate his status to a middle agent, he would need to match with at least 4 different trading partners, implying a minimum of a month's time in practice. It could take even longer. He had heard from Frost Star that situations like his, matching with Frost Star right away and mutually benefiting, were quite rare. For instance, Frost Star had been bound to the Transcendent Trading Platform for nearly half a year and had matched with over 10 trading partners. Yet, aside from Suyu, she had only successfully completed 5 transactions, and the total gains from those transactions did not even surpass what Suyu earned in his first deal. Thus, with Frost Star's experience as a cautionary tale, Suyu did not harbor high hopes of finding a suitable trading partner this time. Nevertheless, since the opportunity was presented, he felt compelled to give it a try. Would you like to begin matching with a trading partner? Yes, matching with trading partners. Match successful. Buzz. Suyu felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a pavilion situated in the center of a serene lake. Surrounded by picturesque scenery and connected to the shore by an ancient corridor, in the pavilion, apart from himself, there was a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor, clad in a dark cloak and wearing a jade crown. Kneeling at the table opposite him, at that moment, the man's fierce gaze was fixed upon him, an invisible pressure enveloping Suyu, causing him to involuntarily squint. Chapter 21. Is the trading partner an old acquaintance? The emperor of the Qin dynasty, Zhang, an ancient figure? Suyu scrutinized the man across from him, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Based on his communication with Frost Star, encounters with ancient trading partners often proved difficult to finalize. There were too many variables, but fundamentally, it stemmed from the low productivity of society prior to the feudal era. The commodities available for trade were exceedingly scarce. The artifacts from their time might be regarded as priceless relics. Yet trading them directly without the erosion of time rendered them practically meaningless. An expert could easily misidentify them. Nevertheless, since he was already there, adhering to the principle of mutual respect, Suyu raised his hand in a gesture of greeting. Agent of the Transcendent Trading Platform, Blue Star Region, Suyu. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow at this and slightly returned the gesture. Agent of the Transcendent Trading Platform, Shenzhou Region, Yingzhang.Suu. He looked up in astonishment at the middle-aged man. Was it merely a coincidence that they shared the same name, or was this another Zhang from a different timeline? Contemplating this, he cautiously inquired, "Could it be that you are the king of Qin?" Zhang, upon hearing this, showed no sign of surprise, merely shaking his head lightly. "I am the first emperor of Shenzhou. I am no longer the king of Qinsuu." This was somewhat absurd, wasn't it? He could understand that the trading platform might match him with figures from antiquity. After all, it was transcendent. The historical trajectories of other worlds could diverge significantly from his own, making such occurrences conceivable. However, encountering a historical figure with the same name and even the same identity was simply too fantastical. Although, according to the theory of parallel timelines, such possibilities existed, confronting it in reality was still somewhat hard to accept. After a moment of stunned silence, he could only exclaim, "This is truly astonishing. Among the 3,000 great worlds, there are always commonalities that bind them together. Hence, do not be surprised," Zhang remarked, taking a sip of tea, his tone calm and unruffled. "You understand what I am surprised about?" Suyu responded, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, prior to you, I had already matched with 2 individuals from different worlds, and upon hearing my name, they each claimed that a figure bearing the same name existed in their world as history." Zhang explained succinctly. He then shook his head with a hint of regret. "However, they were unable to answer my question, and thus failed to complete the transaction, which is rather unfortunate. Are you planning to use a question as the item required for the first transaction?" Suyu asked in surprise. "Precisely," Zhang nodded. "My question is this. What method can prevent the downfall of my Qin dynasty in the second generation? You need not provide a perfect solution. Merely offer a suggestion that I find useful, and that will suffice to complete this transaction. In return, I can offer you a tome titled Tai Chi Refining Scripture, for I perceive that you are immortal, and practicing this method may prolong your life. Surely, it is a fitting reward. Tai Chi Refining Scripture. Su Yu's lips twitched at the thought of how Emperor Qin met his demise in the pursuit of immortality. He felt an urge to scoff. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he found himself taken aback. The trading platform had actually endorsed this transaction. It was impossible for the platform to deal in counterfeit goods. This meant that this item was genuine? Hiss. It was indeed possible. In his world, Emperor Qin's quest for immortality had ended in futility. However, in other worlds, it might not be the case. Perhaps in this realm, there truly were Qi refiners capable of achieving immortality. He realized he must acquire this item to study it thoroughly. If it proved effective, its value would rival that of the black box he obtained from Frost Star. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, "May I inquire how the Qin emperor came to know that the Qin dynasty would fall in the second generation?" Addressing an emperor posed a slight challenge. Referring to him as Zhang might be seen as disrespectful to an ancient figure, while calling him Your Majesty seemed inappropriate, given that he was not a subject of the Qin dynasty. After much deliberation, he decided to refer to him as the Qin emperor instead. Naturally, I learned this from the first trading partner I matched with. The second individual from another world provided similar insights, and the means of demise were quite consistent, so it is likely accurate. Zhang replied nonchalantly as Yu nodded, then inquired, "How did they respond when you posed this question to them?" Zhang paused for a moment in thought before responding. The first trading partner claimed to hail from 700 years after the fall of the Qin, amidst chaos. He had not thoroughly studied historical records, only knowing that the Qin fell due to the actions of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, but lacking details. Therefore, he could not provide an answer. The second trading partner, however, came from over 2,000 years after the fall of the Qin. He referred to me as the Eternal Emperor, professing his utmost admiration for me, and upon seeing me, performed the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Yet, when I inquired why my Qin fell in the second generation, he could only speak vaguely, attributing the downfall to Zhao Gao and Li Si's power struggles, asserting that if they were eliminated along with the rebellious Chunshang and Wu Guang, as well as Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, my Qin could establish a lasting legacy. The saying ice does not freeze 3 feet in a day holds true. The downfall of a vast nation cannot simply be resolved by executing a handful of individuals. I perceived this person to be lacking in knowledge and beset by a restless mind. Thus I refrained from engaging in trade with him. Upon hearing this, Su Yu began to grasp the situation. One individual seemed to hail from the Wei Jin and northern and southern dynasties, possessing knowledge of Qin Shi Huang, but limited to the fact that the Qin dynasty perished under the second emperor. With no further insights, the other appeared to originate from a parallel world in the 21st century, an ardent admirer of Zhang, yet utterly oblivious to the specifics of the Qin dynasty. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yu responded, "The reasons behind the fall of the Qin dynasty are manifold. I am not an expert in historical studies, so I cannot elucidate them entirely, but from my personal perspective, I see 3 main points." Upon hearing this, Zhang straightened his posture and said solemnly, "Please enlighten me." To call it enlightenment would be an exaggeration. "I merely echo the thoughts of others," Su Yu replied. Shaking his head, he continued, "Firstly, the Qin fell victim to legalism. The agricultural and military policies proposed by Shangyang were beneficial prior to unification, yet after achieving it, they proved to be toxic. Once the advantages of external expansion vanished, the system established by Qin law devolved into nothing but severe punishments. While strict laws are necessary, a nation cannot solely rely on them for governance. Secondly, the Qin fell due to impatience. Although the 6 states were unified, the citizens of those states possessed cultural customs and languages starkly different from those of the Qin. While the idea of standardizing roads and script was an admirable start, the populace, though initially resistant, would not rebel outright. Given time, they would inevitably adapt. The true issue lay in introducing novel systems before the people had acclimated, which would only yield counterproductive results. Thirdly, the Qin faced a lack of successors. This refers not only to the absence of a rightful heir to the throne, but also to the fact that the entirety of Qin's ruling class, from the emperor to the nobility, were beneficiaries of the agricultural and military laws, unwilling to instigate change. Thus, decline became an inescapable fate. The desire for reform harbored by Fusu could not come to fruition, seemingly thwarted by Hu Hai, Li Si, and Zhao Gao's fraudulent imperial edicts, yet it was in truth the inevitable consequence of the choices made by the Qin aristocracy. Those who brought ruin to the Six States were indeed the Six States themselves. Not merely the Qin. Those who extinguished the Qin were the Qin, not the entirety of the world. If the Six States cherished their own, they could have resisted the Qin. If the Qin had fostered affection for the people of the Six States, they could have reigned for 3 generations and beyond, who then would have faced annihilation. In conclusion, Suyu referenced the ending of the Afang Palace Ode. While it may have been somewhat exaggerated to imply that such understanding could ensure eternal rulership, the overall message remained valid. Both the Qin and the Six States fell to internal strife, rather than external forces. After a prolonged silence, Ingzhang clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your teachings. In truth, when he initially encountered a trading partner and heard mention of the Qin's demise, he had already begun to ponder the reasons behind it. Although he lacked Su Yu's perspective as a future individual observing the reasons for the Qin's downfall, he had formed some conjectures. Now, after listening to Su Yu, he felt almost certain he had identified the ailment afflicting the Qin. Reflecting for a moment, he tapped a few options on his personal panel. Shortly thereafter, Su Yu received a transmission regarding a cultivation technique entitled Tai Lian Qi Jing, comprising over 100 bamboo slips. The system confirmed the completion of the transaction. Surprised, Su Yu glanced at Ingzhang, who calmly stated, "Though I have yet to ascertain how to avert the Qin's downfall, you have already highlighted the reasons for it. Knowing the ailment, one can certainly devise a remedy. Thus, this transaction is deemed complete. Furthermore, I have one more question. How might the Qin eradicate these afflictions?" The bargaining chip for this transaction was a longevity elixir. Chapter 22, Transaction Item, Longevity Elixir. In this transaction, the bargaining chip was indeed a longevity elixir. With this pill, anyone could extend their life by 20 years. As Ingzhang spoke, a finely crafted wooden box appeared in his hands. Upon opening it, one could see a golden, rounded elixir seemingly emanating a faint glow. A captivating fragrance suddenly filled the pavilion, and upon inhaling a single breath, Suyu felt revitalized. The fatigue from the previous night vanished in an instant, leaving him more invigorated than after a full night's natural slumber. Astonished, Suyu glanced at his personal panel. Upon confirming that the system recognized the elixir as genuine, his heart raced with excitement. Longevity. How coveted that is! A pill granting 20 additional years of life would surely fetch astronomical sums at an auction on Blue Star. Perhaps reaching 100 billion. After all, for the truly wealthy, the ability to live 20 more years could yield far more than a mere 100 billion. Naturally, should he acquire such a treasure, Suyu would not consider selling it. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. He then inquired of Ingzhang, might the Qin emperor know which dynasty unified the realm after the fall of the Qin? According to previous traders, it was established by Liu Bang, was it not? Ingzhang, uncertain, responded, what is the duration of this Han dynasty? The Qin dynasty lasted 14 years, and following its demise, the Chu-Han contention ensued, with conflicts among feudal lords lasting 4 years. Suyu, well-versed in this historical segment, recounted, after 4 years, Liu Bang, the emperor of Hangaozu, united the lords and established the Han dynasty upon the ruins of the Qin. The Han further divided into the former and later Han. The former Han lasted 210 years, while the later Han endured for 195 years, together sharing a legacy of 405 years. Following the fall of the later Han, Liu Bei established the Eastern Han, which lasted 43 years. After the fall of the Eastern Han, during times of turmoil, numerous factions arose under the name Han, yet these regimes, like the Eastern Han, were merely localized powers, incapable of achieving greatness. Despite the demise of the Liu family's Han dynasty, the people of that land identified themselves as Han people long after, continuing to thrive and multiply for over 2,000 years. At this point, Suyu, with a wry smile, glanced at Ingzhang. What does the Qin emperor believe? Is the legacy of this Han dynasty 400 years, 2,000 years, or perhaps eternal? Ingzhang, momentarily taken aback, inhaled deeply before stating, does MRSU imply that the issues presently confronting the Qin have already been resolved by Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han? He found this difficult to accept. After all, Even after pondering for half a month with the knowledge that the Qin would meet its end, he had not discerned a solution, nor even identified the core problems. Yet that Liu Bang, who seized the Qin's empire after his death, could resolve such matters. Could such a prodigy truly exist? However, it was not solely Liu Bang who achieved this. Su shook his head. Specifically, it was the four enlightened rulers, Han Gaozu, Han Wendi, Han Jingdi, and Han Wudi, accompanied by countless talented individuals who spent nearly a century resolving these issues, ultimately transforming a realm unified by force into one characterized by comprehensive unity in spirit, culture, and institutions. Resolving this matter is quite complex, and it cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. What I can offer you is the historical records of the Han dynasty from our world. With history as your guide, you may draw from it. In that case, I am most grateful. This transaction is feasible. Ying Zhang responded earnestly, bowing respectfully. Though the situations of the Qin and the Han differ, they also bear similarities. Following the Han's path blindly would be unwise, yet the Han's successful experiences could undoubtedly provide him with immense inspiration. Su surveyed the item in his inventory, the longevity elixir, and exhaled with satisfaction, smiling. Within 3 days, I will compile all accessible historical texts concerning the Han dynasty for you. That sounds splendid. Ying Zhang nodded in agreement. With the transaction concluded, both parties left with a sense of mutual satisfaction. Suyu had acquired a cultivation method, Taili and Qijing, whose effects remained uncertain, and with minimal investment in historical texts such as the Han Shu, Ho Han Shu, and Shiji, he had secured a longevity elixir. One could hardly deem this anything less than a profitable venture. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang, through a commonplace cultivation technique and a longevity elixir he typically consumed as candy, had gained insights into addressing his current challenges. A win-win for both parties. Returning to Blue Star, Suyu gazed at the small wooden box containing the elixir, opened it, and inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. He was momentarily tempted to consume the elixir, but he refrained, recognizing his youth and lack of urgency for an additional 20 years. It was prudent to keep it on hand for any unforeseen circumstances. The next day, Suyu awoke late into the afternoon. Having indulged in a long slumber, he followed his usual routine, traversing between the warehouse and the industrial park. After stocking up on supplies, he spent 2 hours constructing over 40 sets of heavy exoskeletons. As night fell, he invited Yu Xiaoyu, with whom he had shared a night of passion, to dinner, rekindling their connection. Thus, an unremarkable yet fulfilling day came to a close. The following morning, due to his participation in a defense exhibition, Suyu rose unusually early. After completing a morning exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, they hurriedly prepared and made their way to the exhibition center in Magic City. As Yu Xiaoyu had been assigned to assist. She was granted direct entry through the front door. Suyu, as a representative of the exhibitors, needed to bring the display items in from the backstage. After parting ways at the entrance, he waved his hand, and a brand new heavy exoskeleton appeared in the back seat of his vehicle, which he then pulled into the exhibition hall's rear entrance. Presenting the entry permit he obtained from the person in charge of the event in Magic City, Suyu quickly received assistance from several staff members to transport the nearly 300-kilogram exoskeleton into the exhibition hall using a forklift. At this moment, the hall was relatively empty, still in the setup phase. It wouldn't be until 10 a.m. when the exhibition officially commenced that people would begin to arrive in dribs and drabs. Naturally, this defense exhibition primarily catered to military personnel, with little to no information circulating among the general public. Thus, it was unlikely that many spectators would purchase tickets to enter. Even when the exhibition began, Suyu estimated that the crowd would remain sparse. After placing the heavy exoskeleton neatly on a reasonably positioned display stand, he sought out a massage chair beside the exhibit. Reclining back, he busied himself with his phone. Time seemed to fly while he was engrossed in his device. He distinctly felt that only a short while had passed. Yet in reality, over an hour had slipped by. After a few nondescript leaders delivered a series of meaningless platitudes, the exhibition hall, which had previously been quiet, finally began to buzz with a bit of activity. However, it was still merely a hint of liveliness. Suyu observed discreetly, estimating that no more than 200 individuals had entered the exhibition center, at least half of whom were military personnel in uniform. Genuine civilian spectators were scarce. After all, Not everyone had the luxury of idly spending money on an expensive ticket to an obscure civilian defense exhibition. Seeing a large group of fellow exhibitors surround the few spectators to promote their products, Suyu couldn't help but twitch his eye, shifting slightly in his chair to find a more comfortable position. He had no intention of joining them. As the saying goes, the fisherman waits patiently. Only those willing to bite will catch. The military personnel attending this event included not only frontline soldiers and officers, but also numerous researchers from military institutes. Among these individuals were certainly those well-versed in their field. With the capabilities of the heavy exoskeleton, he felt no need to solicit attention from those who might be less knowledgeable. If the product was effective, it would attract interest on its own. If it was subpar, no amount of coaxing would change that. As the exhibition hall gradually filled with people coming and going, Suyu, still engrossed in his phone, suddenly heard footsteps halting in front of his display. He looked up to find a military officer, dressed in uniform and sporting glasses that lent him an air of refinement, standing before his exhibit. Behind him were several burly guards, their demeanor unmistakably formidable. The officer's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the imposing exoskeleton on display. Meanwhile, Suyu scrutinized him closely, noting to himself, "He doesn't seem like a frontline commander or combatant. He is likely a researcher. Not very old, holding the rank of major and accompanied by several guards. He must be an important figure." Finally, a target customer has appeared. Chapter 23. The military's favored G60, heavy exoskeleton, interested, sir? Suyu lazily rose from the massage chair and greeted the refined gentleman with a smile. "Hello, my name is Zhou Bo, a researcher from the Eastern District." The gentleman extended his hand courteously. Major Zhou. I am Suyu. Just a civilian military enthusiast. I supposed. Suyu discreetly glanced at the rank insignia on the man's shoulder. You are too modest, Mr. Su. I also study exoskeletons, and I must say, I cannot find any flaws in the design and structural aesthetics of this exoskeleton. If this is merely a hobby for you, then we researchers should be quite ashamed of ourselves. Zhou Bo's gaze remained fixed on the exoskeleton, his eyes alight with admiration. However, it was clear that he was only impressed by the visible external appearance and structural design of the exoskeleton. As for its practical application, unfortunately, in Zhou Bo's understanding, modern exoskeletons primarily serve to enhance soldiers' load-bearing capabilities, providing slight assistive functions to allow them to carry more supplies in combat, move with greater agility, and exhibit increased endurance. The notion of mounting armor on an exoskeleton to enhance its defensive capabilities was not something that contemporary designs would consider. The rationale was simple: insufficient power. In other words, the electric motors required to drive such an exoskeleton would need to be of a size comparable to those found in automobiles. It would be impractical to install. After all, if additional motors were to be installed for assistance, it would require fitting them at every critical joint, and motors sufficiently compact to fit would fall short in terms of power. Even if the issue of motors could be resolved, the underlying problem of battery capacity would remain. Without sufficient energy supply from both motors and batteries, this heavy apparatus would face insurmountable challenges. One cannot expect soldiers to rely solely on human strength to maneuver such a device. After all, it would weigh at least 200 to 300 kilograms. Even a superhero would struggle to run laps in it. Currently, the primary purpose of exoskeletons remains to alleviate soldiers' burdens, not to amplify their strength. A massive, cumbersome metal contraption without power assistance would be more akin to a turbocharger than a mere enhancement. Major Zhou is overly generous in his praise, yet this heavy exoskeleton is not merely aesthetically pleasing. Suyu noted, recognizing that the gentleman likely had yet to grasp the full extent of the technology's capabilities. He continued, "If Major Zhou has the time, I could demonstrate its functionalities for you right now." "Oh, it has additional functions?" Zhou Bo's eyes lit up instantly as he eagerly replied, "I have all the time in the world. No rush." "Excellent," Suyu responded, striding toward the heavy exoskeleton and tapping on its thick chest armor. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks, the exoskeleton, which had been standing rigidly on the display, began to part from the chest area, revealing its meticulously organized internal structure. Just the sight of this automatic opening left Zhou Bo wide-eyed and breathless. "It actually has motor assistance?" he marveled, noticing that the motors were evidently housed within the ribcage of the exoskeleton. Yet, despite his careful examination, he could see no evidence of motors within that section. For such a substantial apparatus to exhibit movement, The motors within would certainly need to be larger than those typically found in electric vehicles. What on earth is happening? Realizing that something was amiss, Jobo quickly regained his composure, taking a few hurried steps to catch Suyu, who was preparing to don the exoskeleton, and whispered, "With so many people around, Mr. Su, let us find a quieter place for the demonstration." Suyu, not at all surprised by this suggestion, readily agreed. Under Jobo's direction, his guards exerted great effort to hoist the 300-kilogram exoskeleton onto a small transport cart for exhibition goods. The group proceeded as if nothing unusual was happening, casually pushing the exoskeleton away from the exhibition hall to a vacant meeting room in the back of the convention center. "Mr. Su, please hold on for a moment. I've already informed a few colleagues, and they are on their way," Jobo said politely upon entering. Meanwhile, his guards began to search the room, promptly dismantling both surveillance cameras installed in the meeting space. This defense exhibition had been held for several years, yet the military had rarely sourced anything of genuine utility from civilian enterprises or individuals. Most occasions were characterized by exchanges that favored dialogue over tangible outcomes. However, this time was different. Originally, Jobo had not harbored high expectations for what valuable items might emerge from this civilian defense exhibition, but now he felt invigorated. If his initial impression of the exoskeleton had been that of an ergonomically designed, aesthetically pleasing yet ultimately useless contraption, witnessing the operational assistive system now confirmed that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Even if the transmission system alone was insufficient to propel the 300-kilogram mechanical exoskeleton, the mere existence of such micromotor technology was a remarkable feat of cutting-edge innovation. If he could acquire the patents for these motors from Suyu, he could quickly adapt the military exoskeletons he was researching for combat application. Of course, the military exoskeletons he was developing were merely skeletal frameworks, devoid of armor. Observing Jobo as he eagerly circled the exoskeleton, inspecting it from every angle, Suyu couldn't help but smirk. Suppressing his amusement, it was evident that the technology from the wasteland world had only revealed a glimpse of its potential, yet it was enough to excite the researchers of Blue Star. If they were to discover that this device could not only run and jump, but also carry a ton at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, they might very well faint on the spot. Not to mention the astonishing defensive capabilities and other impressive parameters. After all, according to Frost Star's account, this G60 heavy exoskeleton was structurally and materially comparable to certain lightweight power armors from the wasteland world, with the only distinction being their energy sources. The G60 exoskeleton utilized metal hydrogen batteries, while the power armors from Frost Star's world relied on cold fusion reactors for energy. The lightweight power armors were superior to exoskeletons primarily due to their fusion reactors, which allowed for the integration of numerous functional components. For instance, the ability to almost immunize against all kinetic weaponry, akin to the remarkable capabilities of the AT field, is exemplified by the gradient force field. Furthermore, there exists the non-material engine that allows powered armor to soar through the skies. Additionally, high-energy laser weaponry stands as a testament to advanced technology. All of these are significant consumers of electricity. The G60 exoskeleton is not incapable of accommodating these functional modules. Rather, it is the metallic hydrogen battery that cannot sustain such demands. Apart from these high-energy modules, the various parameters and mechanical qualities of the G60 exoskeleton are not vastly different from the lightweight powered armor seen in the wasteland. In that dystopian world, even amidst the technological advancements nearing saturation, powered armor represents the pinnacle of innovation. It has been said that when technology becomes sufficiently advanced, it bears no distinction from magic. The prosperous era of the Frost Star's world has already ventured into the realm of space colonization. Their technology, when compared to that of Blue Star, is nothing short of sorcery. When the true capabilities of this exoskeleton are unveiled, it will undoubtedly capture the attention of all on Blue Star. Chapter 24. What kind of Zenith Star technology is this? Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, the colleagues notified by Jobo arrived in full. Among them, aside from a few elderly individuals clearly engaged in research, the foremost figure was surprisingly a general bearing the insignia of the constellation on his shoulder. Upon entering, the general's gaze was immediately fixed upon the exoskeleton. After surveying the room, he glanced at Suyu before turning to Jobo. Noticing the general's interest, Jobo promptly introduced, "General Wu, this is Suu. This exoskeleton is his exhibit. Its value surpasses all the other exhibits combined and holds immense significance for our research." Surpasses all other exhibits combined? General Wu expressed surprise, casting a glance at Suyu. Although the items displayed by civilian enterprises were generally mundane to the military, they were still considered high-tech equipment. On his way, he had reviewed Suyu's exhibition materials. The person who had secured entry through connections managed to present something more impressive than those civilian exhibits. After a moment of contemplation, General Wu extended his hand. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Wu Fangzhen, an officer from the Eastern District Staff. Would it be possible for you to demonstrate this? He looked at the G60 exoskeleton, unsure of how to describe it. After all, the exoskeletons in military research facilities were merely skeletal frameworks composed of metal rods, while this one, clad in armor, bore little resemblance to the traditional exoskeleton. Instead, it resembled the powered armor seen in films. When Zhou Bowen had notified him, he only mentioned discovering an extraordinary exhibit without detailing its merits. Now that everyone was present, witnessing it firsthand was far more enlightening than relying on Zhou Bowen's explanations. Of course, no problem, Suyu replied, shaking his hand. He then approached the imposing exoskeleton in front of the assembly. With a practiced motion, he knocked on the heavy chest plate, which promptly opened a gap large enough for a person to enter. Without changing his attire, wearing loose sportswear, he somewhat awkwardly climbed into the armor. Upon witnessing this scene, General Wu Fangzhen remained unfazed. However, the accompanying researchers collectively gasped, their breaths becoming heavier. Being professionals, they immediately recognized the presence of motors for actuation within the exoskeleton. No wonder Zhou Bowen had been so eager to summon them. Just this feature alone surpassed the mundane exhibits outside in terms of value. Yet, their astonishment was merely beginning. With the sound of mechanical friction, Suyu was entirely enveloped by the armor. After flexing his fingers, he took a step forward, walking down from the small cart with a casual grace, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. "This IT can really move?" Zhou Bowen exclaimed, utterly shocked. The other researchers displayed similar expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Was there any explanation for this? General Wu Fangzhen furrowed his brow. Sensing something was amiss, yet lacking the expertise to pinpoint the issue immediately. "This thing weighs over 300 kilograms. Zhou Bowen glanced at Suyu, swallowing hard. Wu Fangzhen. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He may not be a researcher, but he was a military officer who understood how weapons should be utilized and where they would be most effective. If such a heavily armored, yet agile contraption could be equipped for his soldiers, how significantly would their combat effectiveness increase? With such thoughts, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, Suyu's demonstration continued. He slightly bent his knees, then leapt effortlessly, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters, landing at the window. With a casual squeeze, he crushed the stainless steel security grille on the conference room window as if it were mere paper. He then strolled to the massive conference table in the center of the room, grasping its edge with both hands. With a slight exertion, accompanied by the low hum of motors and the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he effortlessly lifted the solid wood table, which weighed over a ton. The G60 heavy exoskeleton can advance at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while bearing a load of 1 ton. This 1 ton is by no means its maximum load. It merely represents the optimal load under energy-saving conditions. In reality, fully operational, it could carry and run with loads of 2 to 3 tons, albeit at significantly increased energy consumption and reduced speeds. Suyu assessed the table, estimating it to be just over a ton, thereby feeling no strain whatsoever. Boom. The silence of the conference room was shattered by the sound of the heavy object hitting the floor, prompting all military personnel to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. At this moment, Suyu removed the facial armor, beaming at them and inquiring, "What do you think of this G60 heavy exoskeleton, esteemed officers?" Before General Wu could respond, a throng of researchers surged forward, their eyes alight with wonder, akin to having encountered a breathtaking beauty, bombarding Suyu with questions while eagerly examining the exoskeleton. Incredible. Simply incredible. What kind of motors and transmission systems are required to achieve such load-bearing capacity? Is this a matter of the transmission system? What about the energy source? What kind of energy can accomplish this? I see no external power source or built-in battery. Young man, if you push it to its limits, how long can this exoskeleton operate? Such an impressive load-bearing capacity, agile movements, and tremendous jumping ability. How is this constructed? Wait a moment. What material is this armor made from? It feels so peculiar to the touch. Suyu found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Although he felt somewhat affronted, he understood the researcher's excitement. After a moment's thought, he raised his voice, "Everyone, please, do not rush. I have specific parameters available for your perusal." As he spoke, he distributed printed flyers containing the exoskeleton's general specifications. Little did he know that upon viewing the parameters, the researchers would become even more agitated. A few older researchers nearly clutched their chests in shock. Even General Wu Fangzhen, an outsider, trembled slightly as he held the flyer after glancing at it. What in the world is this Zenith Star technology? Chapter 25. General, we may not be able to afford it. In terms of load-bearing capacity, maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while carrying a ton is merely the most energy-efficient scenario. In extreme circumstances, disregarding energy consumption and transmission system losses, it could even sustain speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour while bearing loads of 2 to 3 tons. What does this signify? Most compact family vehicles weigh around 1.5 tons. This contraption, when operating at full capacity, could carry 2 vehicles. Regarding energy, under energy-saving conditions, a full charge would allow this exoskeleton to traverse 3,000 kilometers while carrying a 1-ton load continuously, and of course, this only exists theoretically. In such scenarios, while the equipment could withstand it, the operator would not be able to. In terms of protection, the armor of this exoskeleton can withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun and provide comprehensive protection against projectiles from anti-material weapons below 20mm. What does this mean? Essentially, it implies that donning this gear would render one impervious to standard weaponry unless the enemy employs heavy weaponry. However, even heavy weaponry becomes ineffective if the burden is disregarded. Soldiers could potentially increase their speed to over 100 kilometers per hour. A ground soldier possessing such velocity would be virtually invincible. No weapon could successfully track such a nimble, small, and rapid ground target. The enemy would be compelled to resort to overwhelming firepower to suppress soldiers clad in this exoskeleton. Yet, while a few might be manageable, what of 10, 100, or even 1,000? If a special forces unit could be established based on this exoskeleton, notions of naval and aerial superiority would be rendered utterly irrelevant. With a small target, rapid speed, and thick armor, even in the event of complete air superiority being lost, the effectiveness of enemy bombers would be left to chance. As long as one is not positioned too close to be injured by the shockwave, the formidable armor of this apparatus indeed renders it impervious to aerial bombardments. Is this not the essence of Tianxing technology? Upon reviewing the data, Wu Fangzhen, in an instant, envisioned not only the deployment of this exoskeleton in mass production, but also its tactical advantages on the battlefield. However, he quickly regained his composure and eagerly pushed through a throng of researchers clustered around Suyu. Holding the promotional flyer aloft and inquiring with fervor, "Are the parameters outlined here accurate?" Suyu replied candidly, "Of course they are accurate. You are welcome to conduct any tests you wish. There is no merit in fabricating such claims." Wu Fangzhen, in a flurry, pressed on, "What about production? What is the cost of manufacturing such exoskeletons? What would be the selling price? Have you considered transferring the technology? If you are willing to transfer the technology, the military guarantees a satisfactory fee for the transfer. Naturally, if you choose not to transfer, we do not wish to impose. However, if you produce it yourselves, what would be the output under the condition of ensuring quality and quantity? Regardless of the amount, as long as the standards and parameters are met, our military will certainly procure them." His barrage of inquiries left Suyu momentarily flabbergasted. Just as he was preparing to address each question, he noticed Zhou Bo, standing beside Wu Fangzhen, subtly nudging him and whispering, "General Wu, I fear we may not be able to afford this." Not able to comprehend, Wu Fangzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. With the vast military budget allocated every year, all consumed by the naval and aerial forces, who are perpetually acquiring new aircraft and aircraft carriers, while our army is left merely with new boots. Finally, we have encountered something genuinely valuable for our use. How could we possibly afford not to acquire it? At worst, I shall submit a report requesting approval. I refuse to believe it will be denied. It is not a matter of approval from above. Zhou Bo awkwardly indicated the section regarding the energy source on the flyer featuring the metallic hydrogen battery. "Look at this battery. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline.
Although I cannot fathom the principles behind its construction, if this is indeed true, do you comprehend the implications, General? What? Wu Fangzhen's lips twitched as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The existence of this technology could potentially catalyze the entire new energy vehicle industry, rendering traditional fuel vehicles obsolete. If we assess market value, this battery alone could be worth trillions. Our total military budget last year barely reached 15 trillion. We cannot afford this, moreover. Aside from the battery, the motor inside it is hardly larger than a thumb yet boasts nearly 200 horsepower, surpassing many of the large motors currently in use. And the material of the armor is exceptionally unique, harder than carbon fiber. If mass production were feasible, its value would be incalculable. Enough. Enough. Wu Fangzhen sighed ruefully, turning to Suyu. It appears I have overstepped. Even if we were to purchase the technology outright, it would need to be conducted at the national level. It is far beyond what the military can afford. No worries, no worries. Since I am here for the exhibition, it is indeed to conduct business. As for technology transfer, I currently have no intentions in that direction. Regarding production speed, I can assure you that once production commences, we can achieve a daily output of over 100 units. Although the maximum capacity with full power is 500 units per day, one must leave a margin for negotiation in business. And what about pricing? How does Emert and SU intend to set the price? Wu Fangzhen, having recovered from his brief shock, returned to his composed self. While the product is impressive, should the price be exorbitant, we would have no choice but to forego it. After all, it is individual soldier equipment. If Suyu were to quote a price exceeding that of a fighter jet, negotiations would cease entirely. Currently, if subsequent tests reveal the exoskeleton S parameters align with Suyu's assertions, a price not exceeding that of an infantry fighting vehicle would be acceptable in his view, with the most advanced models costing around 5 million. Let us not rush into discussions about pricing. I can provide you with 2 units to take back for performance testing. After the assessments, we can revisit the topic of pricing. Suyu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, General, I will ensure a price that is agreeable to you. It would be absurd. As long as we can procure raw materials at a standard market price, the cost to manufacture a set of exoskeletons will not exceed 3,000, by the way. Suyu added, not forgetting to elaborate. In my view, the true strength of this exoskeleton lies not merely in its parameters. It is devoid of any weaponry, yet its design incorporates ample redundancy, featuring numerous interfaces for weapon systems. Moreover, the operating system of this exoskeleton is remarkably advanced and exhibits high compatibility. In summary, it allows your experts to explore specialized modules. The G60 heavy exoskeleton, rather than being just an exoskeleton, I would prefer to refer to it as a next-generation individual combat platform. The extent of your imagination will determine the richness of its functionalities. After all, in energy-saving mode, it can bear a load of a ton. It would be a waste not to utilize it. Chapter 26. Ingzheng. This is indeed the art of a certain nation. Mr. Su, let us agree on this. We shall reconnect in 3 days. Outside the venue, having shared a lunch with Wu Fangzhen and others, Suyu took his leave. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated, and the military had taken notice of the equipment. The next step was to allow the military to evaluate the various metrics of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Ultimately, the true efficacy of the product cannot solely rest on his verbal assurances. It must undergo military testing. To instill confidence, Suyu deliberately provided them with 2 units, one for practical testing and another for disassembly and study. After all, should the military consider procurement, it is imperative to ensure there are no espionage devices contained within. Disassembly is certainly warranted. As for whether they might attempt reverse engineering afterwards, that is beyond Suyu's concern. As the saying goes, when technology is sufficiently advanced, it resembles magic. There is a high probability they will not comprehend the principles behind those advanced technologies, let alone replicate them. In addition to leaving 2 exoskeletons for military testing and research, Suyu also discussed his general conditions with General Wu, which included establishing several companies and setting up food processing plants. Among other ventures, Wu Fangzhen did not inquire about the specifics of the companies or factories he intended to establish, merely granting verbal consent. Provided the exoskeleton tests yield satisfactory results, this matter is likely to be finalized in 3 days. However, the specifics will certainly require further discussion. The defense exhibition lasts 3 days, and since Yu Xiaoyu has to work in the afternoon, Suyu drove off alone. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to find a sizable bookstore nearby. he purchased a collection of texts such as the Book of Han, records of the Grand Historian, and comprehensive mirror to aid in government, all relevant to the Qin and Han dynasties. Subsequently, he returned home and entered the trading space. After sending a message to Zhang, he took his place in the pavilion. Within 5 minutes, dressed in ceremonial robes and sporting the Ping Tianguan, Zhang appeared in the pavilion, seemingly having just concluded a court session. "Greetings, Mr. Su." Zhang offered a courteous salutation, displaying no semblance of the aloofness typical of a sovereign of a feudal dynasty. Perhaps he adeptly assesses social situations, treating the trading counterpart in the space as an equal, thus exhibiting such humility. Regardless, Su found no fault in his demeanor. After all, as business partners, amicability fosters prosperity. "Greetings, Emperor Qin." After exchanging pleasantries, they promptly took their seats as Su transmitted the gathered historical texts through the trading platform, briefly explaining his desire to understand how the Han dynasty addressed the issues left by the Qin dynasty, indicating which areas warranted attention and which did not. Given that the records of the Grand Historian exceeds 500,000 characters, the Book of Han contains over 800,000, and the comprehensive mirror to aid in government exceeds 3 million. It would be impossible to read through them word for word in less than 10 to 15 days. Following the resolution of the issues you are concerned about, the Han dynasty experienced an extraordinary surge of power. We have a saying here, the Book of Han can accompany wine. It was a vibrant era. Should you be interested, you may continue your reading beyond your initial inquiries, and it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Su made a brief comment before jesting. After all, there is a saying about learning from history, and although it is not the history of your world, many matters are still interconnected. Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, his fingers deftly retrieving a copy of the records of the Grand Historian. Observing the not overly thick book in his hands, he could not help but frown. Is this truly over 500,000 words? Ah, I nearly forgot, Su quickly clarified. Paper was invented during the Han dynasty. You are still in the era of bamboo slips for record-keeping. In any case, once you open it, you will understand. This medium is akin to silk scrolls, though slightly thicker and considerably cheaper, allowing for extensive documentation. Zhang contemplatively glanced at the book before him and, after a brief exploration, began to grasp how to utilize it. However, upon opening the book and observing its contents, he was momentarily taken aback. Su, noticing his bewilderment, surmised that he likely did not recognize simplified characters. After all, the Qin dynasty still employed small seal script. Although the writing system of his era was indeed a direct descendant, 2 millennia of evolution had rendered it far removed from its original form. Fortunately, he had prepared for this scenario. He pointed to a particular volume beneath the stack of books. That volume is a dictionary of small seal script. You can refer to it for comparison. Although the characters you use are considerably different from those of my time, the script I utilize has also evolved from small seal script. With a few days of diligent study, you should be able to read with relative ease. Under Su's guidance, Zhang began to study the small seal script dictionary, gradually learning to decipher simplified characters. In truth, he did not require the 2 days of study that Su suggested. Whether it was due to Zhang's innate genius or the existence of supernatural forces in his world, his learning speed astonished Su. In less than an hour, he could manage to read the records of the Grand Historian with minimal reliance on the dictionary. However, upon acquiring the ability to read, he did not linger over the text but, flipping through a page, inquired curiously, "Earlier, you mentioned that this paper can be used extensively for recording text and is relatively inexpensive?" Upon hearing this, Su immediately recognized Zhang's interest in paper and promptly replied, "Indeed, in our historical narrative, prior to the advent of paper, books existed in the form of bamboo slips and silk manuscripts, which made the dissemination of knowledge exceedingly difficult, with only a select few nobles and families possessing it. With the emergence of paper, knowledge began to spread gradually, and when printing technology was developed to accompany it, knowledge ceased to be a rare resource monopolized by aristocratic families. Printing technology?" Zhang furrowed his brow. "Look at the characters in this book. They were not inscribed by hand but printed by machinery. Such books can be produced in the thousands by a printing house in a single day." Su explained. Of course, early printing technology was not as efficient as it is now. After hearing this, Zhang closed the book in his hands and, after a moment of silence, sighed. "This is indeed a remarkable technique of your nation. As an emperor, no one understood better than Zhang the potential dangers of widespread knowledge dissemination. If every citizen of the Qin, or even just 1/10 of them, could read and write, it would profoundly impact the existing administrative system. The mere thought of the populace resembling the eloquent ministers in the court filled him with trepidation. Yet, upon reflection, this could also be a blessing in disguise. If the entire populace were literate, the Qin would never lack for talent, and all sectors would experience unprecedented development. Knowledge is power. Although no one had uttered this phrase to Zhang, his noble upbringing, coupled with contact with the lower classes, allowed him to grasp this truth. If he could introduce paper and printing to the Qin and ensure that its citizens had access to books, then indeed, every individual in the Qin would rise to greatness, and he, as the first emperor, would be immortalized throughout history. With this thought, Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Armed with the knowledge of Han Dynasty history from Su Yu's world and foreknowledge of future events, he felt confident in addressing the challenges ahead. As for the limited lifespan mentioned in Su Yu's world, the existence of longevity elixirs rendered that a trivial concern. Even if fate dictated otherwise, the existence of a transdimensional trading platform assured him that he would discover means to extend his life. Given another century, he was certain he could guide the Qin along an unprecedented path. At that time, the notion of lasting through the ages would not merely be a hollow phrase. With this in mind, Zhang took a deep breath and earnestly addressed Su Yu. "I implore you, Master Su, to impart to me the techniques of papermaking and printing. You may propose any conditions you wish." Su Yu contemplated for a moment before tentatively suggesting 10 longevity elixirs. "Agreed," Zhang replied without hesitation. Though he added after a moment's thought, however, the longevity elixir is not without its limitations. An individual may consume at most one. While it can extend life by 20 years, it does not guarantee that one will live an additional 20 years, should one be killed, poisoned, or encounter unforeseen circumstances after consuming the elixir. Death remains inevitable. Thus, Master Su still requires 10 longevity elixirs, then make it 30, Su Yu declared decisively. Recognizing that Zhang was clearly prepared to negotiate, he felt it prudent to request more. Furthermore, judging by Zhang's ease in agreeing, Su Yu suspected that such elixirs were not particularly rare in his world. After making his request, he added, "I actually possess many other valuable items. However, it would take some time to convey them all to you. Let us arrange another exchange tomorrow, during which I shall also provide you with our world's comprehensive histories and a few additional trinkets. After perusing them, you will have a clearer understanding of what I possess and what you might require." As a modern individual, Su Yu had countless items to offer and trade with Zhang. Even though the latter's world was capable of cultivating immortality, Su Yu still had plenty to contribute. However, he was unsure of Zhang's specific needs, just as the emperor was unaware of Su Yu's offerings. Rather than waiting for Zhang to express interest in items he discovered, it would be far more efficient to present them up front for selection. This approach contrasted with his more conservative strategy when trading with Shuangxing. Given that her world represented a more advanced civilization, Shuangxing's realm was replete with items he desperately needed, thus necessitating caution to avoid revealing his own depths and being taken advantage of. Zhang, however, represented a different dynamic. The trading model with him was essentially reversed. Su Yu's world was indeed more advanced, and Zhang sought more from him. Zhang could offer valuable items, such as longevity elixirs, which Su Yu certainly found appealing, though they were not essential. Having them would be advantageous, but their absence was not detrimental. Consequently, he did not fear being outmaneuvered by Zhang. "Very well," Zhang nodded in agreement. "I observe your interest in longevity elixirs and cultivation techniques. I shall have my people prepare a list of what is needed for tomorrow's exchange." "Thank you, Emperor Qin," Su Yu replied with a smile and a respectful bow. Conducting business with an astute individual is indeed a straightforward affair. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they each departed. Name: Su Yu. Identity: Transdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star District Agent. Level: Junior Agent, 510. Trading Points: 350. Available matching attempts: 0. In his personal space. Su Yu gazed at his panel, deep in thought. Currently, each trade yields 50 trading points as a reward. Since acquiring the trading platform, he had completed 7 transactions, 5 with Shuangxing and 2 with Zhang. As he had previously surmised, the maximum progress towards upgrading an agent from the same trading partner is capped at 3. However, trading points are not limited, regardless of whether the counterpart is the same individual. Each completed trade grants 50 points. That said, acquiring points is not entirely unrestricted. at the very least. Within a single day, trading with the same partner allows for only one set of trading points to be earned, a measure designed to prevent users from exploiting the system to endlessly accumulate points. After all, without this precaution, a user could trivialize a grain of rice as a trade, leading to an overwhelming surplus of trading points. With 350 trading points at his disposal, Suyu contemplated his options before ultimately succumbing to temptation. He spent 200 points to purchase a junior gene serum from the trading platform S Marketplace. Suyu had previously inquired about gene serums with Shuangxing, who informed him that while her world had conducted research in this area, it had yet to yield any significant breakthroughs. The inhabitants of her wasteland world preferred mechanical augmentations, mechanical arms, legs, and even organs. Some individuals had undergone complete mechanization, uploading their consciousness to circuit boards. In summary, the denizens of the wasteland, while evolving, had opted for mechanical ascension rather than genetic enhancement. Although Shuangxing enthusiastically recommended the mechanical prosthetics produced in their future city, Suyu dismissed her suggestions without a second thought. It was absurd. If her family's esteemed lineage was as remarkable as she claimed, why had she not undergone any augmentation herself? Why would she attempt to persuade him to do so? Of course, the mechanical prosthetics from the wasteland would eventually be introduced, as Suyu recognized the pressing need for such items among the disabled on Blue Star. However, for now, the gene serum produced in the trading platform's marketplace seemed far more reliable. Chapter 28, Genetic Evolution. What does it mean to be a superhuman? Inside the rental apartment, Suyu took a deep breath while holding the primary genetic serum purchased with transaction points. Without hesitation, he injected it directly into his arm. He had repeatedly confirmed on the trading platform that this primary genetic serum had no side effects and was fully compatible with the genes of the current inhabitants of Blue Star. There would be no issues upon injection. After a good night's sleep, he would feel rejuvenated. The effect of the serum was to significantly enhance his immune system. All diseases on Blue Star would be utterly powerless against his fortified immune response. Additionally, it would greatly increase the density of his bones and the strength of his muscle fibers. Tio put it simply, previously, he could barely lift 100 kilograms of gold and walk 10 meters. But with this injection, he could carry it effortlessly for a marathon without breaking a sweat. The primary genetic serum would help him transcend the limits of the human body, transforming him into a little Superman. A refreshing sensation spread across his arm, but perhaps due to the amount of serum injected, he felt a slight swelling in his shoulder. Fortunately, this sensation did not last long, and he soon succumbed to drowsiness. Collapsing onto the bed in his dreams, Suyu found himself vacationing in a pleasant little place, unexpectedly scaling a volcano to enjoy the view. As he gazed around, the volcano erupted without warning. Heat! This singular word echoed in his mind. Then, he jolted awake. Upon looking up, he realized he had merely experienced a nightmare. Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely a nightmare. A volcanic eruption in a vacation spot wasn't exactly terrifying. He chuckled to himself and prepared to check his phone to see the time, only to suddenly notice the bed was drenched in sweat. His sweat, to be precise, it seemed the dream was not entirely nonsensical. It was indeed hot. The genetic serum. At that moment, he recalled using the genetic serum before sleeping. He moved slightly but felt no abnormalities. Where was the promised transformation into a superhuman? Puzzled, Suyu decided to get out of bed and check his reflection in the bathroom mirror. However, as he lifted the blanket, the sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Astonishingly, the heavy comforter had been ripped apart by his gentle motion. He stared at the torn blanket, then at his hand. Suyu was bewildered for a moment, then picked up a glass from the bedside. With a slight exertion, crack! The glass shattered in his grasp, sharp shards piercing his palm, causing a slight sting. Yet, upon inspecting his hand, he found no injury, only faint white marks where the glass had cut him. Incredible! Had he truly become a little Superman? Suyu rose, clenched his fists, and took a few steps. Feeling the seemingly boundless surge of power within him, his eyes lit up with excitement. Truly, the genetic serum from the trading platform was remarkable. Not only did it make him extraordinarily healthy and robust, but his skin, too, appeared fair and flawless, devoid of any roughness. As the saying goes, a fair complexion can conceal a multitude of flaws. Not that Suyu was unattractive to begin with. He was, in fact, rather handsome. After this injection, his already decent appearance was elevated to celestial heights. and not in the effeminate manner of a pretty boy. Rather, his complexion was radiant, with previous blemishes and excess weight vanished. Revealing a face with deep-set features and chiseled angles, he exuded a purity that was strikingly attractive. Wasn't he this 1,000 times more impressive than cosmetic enhancements? Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Suyu inhaled sharply. Remarkably, despite his dramatic increase in attractiveness, he still bore a resemblance to his former self. No need to worry about being unrecognizable to acquaintances. After reveling in his newfound power for a while, Suyu gradually calmed his excitement. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 8 in the morning. He washed up and prepared to head out. However, as he glanced at the disheveled apartment and the sweat-drenched bed, he paused. It was indeed time to find a new place to live. After completing his errands, he could conveniently look for a new residence. He was not particularly picky about housing, but he was now undeniably different in every aspect from before. Living in such a small space was no longer comfortable, and the lack of privacy was a concern. If he accidentally broke a cup, the neighbors would surely hear it. A casual movement in the room might prompt complaints from downstairs. Given the many secrets he harbored, it would be prudent to find a more independent place to reside. Resolutely, he decided and closed the door behind him. The morning crowd was sparse, and the elevator swiftly descended. However, as the doors opened, Suyu was taken aback to find Li Yuanqi inside. He then smiled in surprise. "Oh, good morning." It was quite a coincidence. Every encounter with Li Yuanqi had been serendipitous. They lived in the same building, yet the frequency of their chance meetings had been rather high lately. Upon seeing Suyu, Li Yuanqi's eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment. This person, how had he suddenly become so handsome? Yet, feeling it impolite to stare, she quickly lowered her gaze and murmured, "Good morning. Are you heading to school?" As the elevator doors closed, Suyu casually inquired, "Not at all. I don't have classes today. I'm heading to my part-time job." Li Yuanqi explained softly. "No classes?" Suyu shot her a sidelong glance. It was Wednesday. Who had an entire weekday with no classes? She must have skipped some trivial lectures. But in college, skipping class was part of the experience. So he kept his thoughts to himself and added, "So, has that blonde guy been looking for you these past few days?" "No." Li Yuanqi shook her head, then added thoughtfully, "Thanks to you. Just a small favor." Suyu replied with a nonchalant smile. Just then, the elevator reached the first floor. As they prepared to exit, a lanky figure with strikingly blonde hair appeared outside the elevator. The atmosphere grew tense. Seeing the guy with dark circles under his eyes, clearly a result of sleepless nights, Suyu's lips twitched. What a coincidence, however. He was unfazed. He had never feared this person before, let alone now that he had registered the genetic serum, giving him a physique akin to that of a superhero. Glancing at the bewildered blonde, Suyu casually wrapped his arm around Li Yuanqi's shoulders, pulling her closer to him, and brushed past the blonde without a second glance. The blonde stumbled back, momentarily dazed, but rather than becoming angry, he wore a look of delight and called out, Bro. It was all a misunderstanding. I'm really Yuanqi's older brother. You're technically my brother-in-law." Chapter 29. "Shouldn't you thank me properly?" Hearing the blonde insist he was his brother-in-law nearly made Suyu burst out laughing. Li Yuanqi in his arms stiffened momentarily. "If you don't believe me, ask Yuanqi. I'm really her brother. My name is Li Biao." The blonde hastily introduced himself. Grinning, Suyu glanced at the blonde. Frowning, "I'm not interested in your relationship with her. Just speak plainly. What do you want from her?" Nothing. The blonde quickly replied. All smiles. "I just happened to come to Magic City for work, so I thought I'd come see her." "Oh, and now you've seen her. She's doing well." Suyu rolled his eyes, pulling Li Yuanqi along as he attempted to leave. "Hey, wait, bro," the blonde exclaimed, but as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Suyu's unfriendly expression and swallowed the word brother-in-law before it could escape his lips. "Just say what you need to say," Suyu urged impatiently. He hadn't even gotten close to Li Yuanqi yet. What did this blonde think he was doing? Hearing Suyu's blunt words, the blonde surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, he shamelessly grinned and said, "Well, the thing is that I'm a bit short on cash lately, just moved to Magic City and don't know anyone here. So I thought, get lost." Suyu interrupted, cutting him off mercilessly. The blonde's expression froze, leaving him awkwardly standing there. Unsure of what to do, Li Yuanqi glanced at the now timid blonde, who seemed to shrink under Suyu's gaze. In her memory, her half-brother Li Biao was notorious for being a troublemaker, always getting into fights. He had never been on the receiving end of such a cold dismissal before. She had seen him lash out at others over trivial disputes. Was it true that a villain needs a villain to contend with? Stealing a glance at Suyu, who had suddenly become extraordinarily handsome, Li Yuanxi felt her cheeks flush slightly as she dismissed the thought. He was so striking and gentle. Surely he couldn't be a bad person, could he? Unaware of Li Yuanxi's inner musings, Suyu noted that the blonde was still standing there, speechless, and pulled Li Yuanxi out of the building with purposeful strides. Seeing them about to leave, Li Biao mustered his courage to say something. But before he could get the words out, Suyu turned and shot him a glare, causing him to fall silent. Too intimidated to utter another word, he had refrained from confronting Suyu in the restaurant, and after witnessing the impressive vehicle Suyu drove, he had placed him on a pedestal, regarding him as someone he could not provoke. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to show his teeth now. Should it be exchanged for an ordinary office worker, even if one possesses superior capabilities and wealth, the experience he has gained from navigating society would render him unafraid. He would simply resort to bullying and behaving like a rogue to resolve any conflict. What difference does it make if he has a few extra coins, as long as he refrains from physical confrontation? The authorities cannot touch him. A scoundrel like him has numerous ways to annoy ordinary individuals. However, when faced with someone like Suyu, who is not only more brazen but also wealthier and more powerful, he is genuinely terrified. He can sense that if he dares to employ the same tactics of intimidation with Suyu, he would indeed face repercussions. Moreover, there is a high probability that after receiving a beating, he would not even receive any compensation since he initiated the provocation. If he were to engage in a clear and detailed argument, taking the matter to court would certainly not end well for him. Ordinary individuals need to work and have many entanglements, naturally preferring to avoid legal disputes. After all, even if they ultimately win a lawsuit, it would profoundly affect their mundane lives. In the mind of that yellow-haired man. Wealthy individuals like Suyu never fear litigation. Being beaten without the chance to extort money is a foolish endeavor he would not undertake. Having rid himself of the bothersome yellow-haired man, Suyu showed no inclination to release Li Yuanxi. He embraced her closely as they walked to the garage. Li Yuanxi kept her head down, making no effort to resist, allowing Suyu to hold her intimately. Her cheeks flushed. "Where is the pet shop where you work? I will take you there directly," Suyu inquired as they settled into the car, glancing at the seemingly lost in thought Li Yuanxi. "Ah?" Li Yuanxi suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "It's no trouble. I can go by myself." She attempted to open the door, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Are you not afraid of encountering that yellow-haired man again?" Suyu remarked nonchalantly. Li Yuanxi's body stiffened at once, clearly showing signs of a significant psychological shadow cast by that yellow-haired man. Upon hearing Suyu's words, she obediently remained still and quietly provided an address. She then added, somewhat dejectedly, "I'm truly sorry for the trouble. That's so? Then you must thank me properly," Suyu teased while setting the navigation. Li Yuanxi's expression was conflicted, and recalling what she had said to Suyu a few days prior at the school gate. Her face turned crimson. After a while, just as Suyu had finished setting the navigation and was ready to depart, Li Yuanxi suddenly leaned in and pecked him lightly on the cheek, resembling a startled deer as she quickly retreated, feigning composure as she gazed out the window. This left Suyu momentarily bewildered. To his genuine surprise, he had not intended anything of the sort. He merely sought an excuse for Li Yuanxi to treat him to a meal to enhance their relationship and expedite his pursuit. He truly did not expect her to misinterpret his intentions and act in such a manner. Observing Li Yuanxi's ears turning red, Suyu touched the spot on his face that had been assaulted and chuckled, shaking his head. He then propped his elbow on the armrest, leaning closer. Feeling his proximity, Li Yuanxi's breath caught in her throat as she turned to face him, stammering, "What are you doing?" Suyu remained silent, simply gazing at her. Just as she was about to surrender and close her eyes, he chuckled softly, "Buckle your seatbelt." With that, he reached over to fasten her seatbelt before returning to his own seat, smoothly shifting gears and driving off, leaving Li Yuanxi, breath quickened, staring at him in astonishment. This person is mischievous. Chapter 30. Items prepared for Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Frost Star seeks assistance after delivering Li Yuanxi to her part-time job at the pet shop. Suyu meandered to a nearby bookstore to browse, purchasing a set of World History and History of China as promised to Yingzheng. However, he was unable to find any books detailing the specific operations of papermaking and printing, as such subjects are rather obscure. Even if related literature existed, it would likely be difficult to locate, especially concerning ancient papermaking techniques. After all, providing Ing Zheng with modern papermaking methods would be futile. The only book he distinctly recalled containing such information was Tiangong Kaiwu. Yet, this book encompasses not only papermaking and printing techniques, but also a plethora of ancient technological marvels. Naturally, he could not present such a treasure to Ing Zheng, as that would be a significant loss. Fortunately, the knowledge of papermaking and printing is widely circulated online. Thus, Suyu decided against purchasing books at the bookstore, opting instead to download some resources from the internet upon returning home. He did not even need to print them out, as he intended to buy a tablet or smartphone for Ing Zheng. After all, knowledge constituted a substantial portion of their transaction, and books could only convey so much. Sometimes, visual representations are more effective. By gifting him a smartphone loaded with videos of modern society, how could Ing Zheng resist the temptation to engage in trade? As for Ing Zheng's lack of electricity and internet, it was not a significant concern. Equipping him with a smartphone boasting ample storage, preloaded with various content, would suffice for an extended period. Regarding power, a solar charging panel would easily resolve that issue. After all, sunlight is abundant. Through these transactions, Suyu gained a clearer understanding of the world Ing Zheng inhabited. In summary, productivity levels were exceedingly low, resembling the pre-Qin era in Blue Star's history. The only distinction is that this world genuinely possesses practitioners of qi refinement, though they are not as formidable as one might imagine. The Tai Chi refinement classic that Ing Zheng bestowed upon Suyu yielded some effects when he attempted to practice it, albeit not very pronounced. Achieving the ability to fly or traverse the earth remained impossible, but enhancing physical strength and extending lifespan were certainly attainable. Suyu estimated that if this practice were to be widely adopted, it could potentially elevate the average lifespan to nearly a century. Additionally, the longevity elixir Ing Zheng used for their transactions was indeed remarkable, with a substantial reported output. The practitioners of qi refinement in the Qin dynasty could likely produce thousands of these elixirs within a year. Currently, their dealings were merely small-scale transactions, making the use of longevity elixirs for payment perfectly feasible. However, should their business expand, such a supply would inevitably fall short. Yet, it is important to remember that an entire world possesses resources. This is why Suyu is so invested in the parallel universe of the Qin dynasty, sending books and smartphones to Ing Zheng, enabling him to grasp the modern world's various wonders. Subsequently, Suyu could assist the Qin dynasty in establishing a foundational industrial base. When the robust steel current of the Qin dynasty sweeps through their world, what resources could Suyu possibly lack? With the assurance of an interdimensional trading platform, he need not worry about default. This initial investment, promising substantial returns in the future, is an opportunity one would be foolish to pass up. Beyond long-term plans, the Qin dynasty also holds significant short-term investment potential. If he cannot resolve the issue of bulk grain trading channels in Blue Star promptly, he could easily provide Ing Zheng with quality seeds, farming tools, fertilizers, and the like. By cultivating crops in the parallel world of the Qin dynasty and splitting the harvest with Ing Zheng, he could then sell his portion to Frost Star next door. This way, it would be a win-win situation. How splendid! Clearing his throat, that was a digression. In any case, the Qin dynasty is still worth his attention. After purchasing the books, Suyu sought out a mobile phone store. Acquiring several devices, he had no particular preference for brands, focusing solely on two criteria: ample storage and high stability. Other specifications were irrelevant, as these phones were meant for Ing Zheng, not for his personal use. As long as they were durable, that sufficed. Regarding solar charging panels, Suyu was uncertain about which brand to choose. Fortunately, he had the luxury of time. After some searching, he found a store reputed to be the largest outdoor goods specialty shop in the city. With the assistance of a charming saleswoman, he ultimately selected an outdoor power supply equipped with a solar panel. This 600W outdoor power supply, when fully charged, could recharge a smartphone around 20 to 30 times. Once depleted, it could be recharged using its integrated solar panel, achieving full capacity in approximately a day under favorable sunlight. Weighing around 3.5 kg, it is an excellent item for outdoor enthusiasts. This power supply would adequately meet the energy needs of the smartphone in the Qin dynasty. Though somewhat pricey, the device was not overly burdensome. Hearing that it cost over 4,000, Suyu was genuinely taken aback. However, upon learning that joining their outdoor group would grant a 200 discount, he ultimately purchased it for 3,999. Riding a bicycle to the bar, he was judicious with his spending while also making necessary purchases. After completing his shopping, it was already noon. He found a restaurant, enjoyed lunch, and took advantage of the restaurant's Wi-Fi to download a plethora of educational videos. Initially, Suyu intended to explore real estate options, but considering the mere 1 million left in his pocket amidst the exorbitant housing prices, he dismissed that idea. While this amount might suffice for a 3-bedroom apartment in a less desirable area, it would fall short of acquiring a confidential and relatively independent villa in the city. Contemplating the more than 300 kilograms of gold he had remaining, he dialed the number of Chuyu, the daughter of the Wanfu Group. With the financial capacity of the Wanfu Group, they should have no trouble absorbing all that gold. Given their previous cooperative foundation, he naturally turned to Chuyu first, as he was in urgent need of funds. Indeed, as soon as she learned of Suyu's intentions, Chuyu hardly hesitated to agree. The two parties arranged to meet again tonight at the abandoned industrial park before hanging up. After all, reality is not akin to the realms of novels or films. Matters cannot be resolved at such a swift pace. Unlike the fictional scenarios where one produces a valuable item and encounters a wealthy individual who immediately offers billions to purchase it, with the funds arriving in an instant, such occurrences are simply implausible in real life. The affluent typically possess assets primarily in stocks, securities, and real estate. Given the prevalence of inflation in this world, holding cash does not generate wealth, thus, keeping it for an additional day results in a loss. Businesses operate similarly, generally reserving only the necessary liquidity for planned expenditures. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, it invariably necessitates a certain time to gather funds. It is impossible for Chuyu to agree to Suyu's request to bring gold for delivery and payment at a moment's notice. After finalizing the arrangements with Chuyu for their meeting that evening, Suyu reflected carefully, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He was about to head home and enter the trading space to complete the transaction he had agreed upon with Ingzheng the previous day when unexpectedly, as he settled into his vehicle, the personal panel of the trading platform illuminated before him, revealing a message from Shuangxing. Do you have a moment? I urgently need your assistance. Chapter 31. The change in future city urgent matter? Suyu paused momentarily, then decided to find a nearby 5-star hotel, booking the most luxurious suite, costing over 10,000 for a night. Those who reside in such accommodations are predominantly wealthy individuals, and typically, confidentiality is assured. Upon entering, Suyu conducted a thorough search and indeed found no surveillance devices. He then activated his personal panel and entered the trading space, finding himself in the familiar conference room. Shuangxing had already taken her seat at the far end of the long table. Suyu skillfully pulled out a chair and settled into his designated spot, glancing around the room's decor, and suddenly raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had previously overlooked this detail. The settings during business discussions with different individuals varied significantly. Conversing with Shuangxing took place in this antique conference room, while his dialogue with Ingzheng occurred in a pavilion situated on the surface of a lake. He wondered if there might be some deeper significance to it, however, before he could ponder further. Shuangxing, noticing his arrival, eagerly exclaimed, "You finally made it. I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance, and if you can manage it, I assure you the reward will far exceed all previous compensations combined." "Do tell," Suyu replied with keen interest. "The city lord of Future City has died." Shuangxing's expression turned grave. "The city lord has died." Suyu was taken aback, perplexed. "What does this have to do with you? What assistance do you require? Is it that your city lord is nearing death and wishes for some delicacies? I could help with that." "Not quite. The city lord has lived for over 200 years. And aside from her brain, her entire being has been mechanized. She has no particular cravings for food." Shuangxing shook her head, contemplating her words for a protracted moment. After some time, she finally spoke. "This situation is rather complex. So let me provide a brief explanation. Do you know how Future City came into existence?" Before Suyu could respond, she continued, "Future City was originally a space city constructed by the refugees of the Prosperity Era on the eve of the Apocalypse War. Due to various reasons, the space city, which was meant to be built in space, ultimately had to be constructed on the ground. The original plan was to complete the construction and then employ a super powerful anti-gravity engine to launch it into space, escaping the complexities of the terrestrial environment. Once in space, it could utilize a curvature engine to escape at faster-than-light speeds. However, they were ultimately too slow. The Apocalypse War arrived sooner than anyone had anticipated. This colossal structure, with a usable area of 1,600 square kilometers, capable of sustaining 300,000 people for 500 years without external supplies, became stranded on the wasteland because the anti-gravity engine could not be installed in time, thus becoming what is now Future City. You may consider Future City as a starship that cannot take flight. However, in many respects, it surpasses a mere starship. Shuangxing shrugged. And the City Lord is the sovereign who wields the highest authority over this stranded starship. Within Future City, life and death are dictated by her will. Now that she is on the brink of death, she is in the process of selecting a successor to transfer her authority. Shuangxing's expression was serious as she added, "She has no direct blood relatives." Upon hearing this, Suyu began to grasp her intentions. The City Lord of Future City held the utmost power over the entire city, where the lives of all, regardless of wealth or poverty, rested in her hands. This position was far more formidable than that of an emperor in ancient times. After all, an emperor could be overthrown if he incited public outrage, but the City Lord could extinguish lives with merely a thought. Now that the City Lord was dying and preparing to transfer her authority, it was inevitable that various families within the city would compete for control. After all, possessing such unchecked power is preferable only in the hands of an utterly impartial individual. Others might engage in their pursuits within the framework of rules while the City Lord remains above it all, acting as an untainted deity, as long as her subordinates did not transgress her laws. According to Shuangxing, the current City Lord exemplified this ideal. The crucial point, however, is that this individual is on the verge of death, and whoever assumes this authority may not necessarily maintain impartiality. Once doubt arises, even a genuinely just individual may struggle to retain fairness. If someone were to act with a semblance of propriety, they would nominally remain the City Lord, passing on the authority through their lineage. Conversely, a more unscrupulous person might seize power outright, becoming an emperor with no one to restrain them. If dissatisfaction ensues, they could simply eliminate any opposition and select a batch of superior genes from the gene pool to create a new populace utterly loyal to them. This is not merely a struggle for the City Lord's authority. It is evidently a contest for the title of the Jade Emperor. Under such immense authority, no matter who ascends as the new City Lord, a chain of suspicion is bound to develop. Who would willingly entrust their entire life and fortune into another's hands? Yet, as Suyu contemplated this, a question arose. Wait a moment. How did your current City Lord initially gain everyone's trust? After all, with the City Lord's formidable power, who would dare distrust her? Entering Future City means relinquishing one's life to her control. The City Lord was the chief designer of Future City, Shuangxing replied. Her expression slightly peculiar. In the early days of the Apocalypse War, the refugees who invested in the construction of Future City regarded it as a massive sanctuary. After their escape plan failed, they intended to seal this fortress, capable of housing 300,000 people for 500 years, ensuring that as long as the main structure remained intact, they and their descendants could thrive there for millennia. However, they did not foresee that the City Lord had left a backdoor in the Future City system. She exploited this backdoor to seize the lordship, executing nearly 100,000 refugees who sought to seal themselves away, and then commandeered the weapon systems of Future City to eliminate all enemies within hundreds of kilometers, welcoming over 1 million refugees inside. Now, the majority of Future City's residents are descendants of those refugees she saved. Why would they not trust her? Suyu exhaled slowly. It seemed the City Lord had gained the trust of all by merely replacing the populace with those who were grateful to her. However, this approach was undeniably extreme, evidently lacking in reference value. He finally understood why Shuangxing was so anxious. It was apparent that such extremism might not be upheld by the next City Lord. If one fails to obtain the City Lord's authority, they could very well become a victim of the new City Lord. With a sigh, Suyu finally asked, "So, what can I assist you with?" Chapter 32. The Struggle for City Lord Authority. The City Lord's most fervent wish is to glimpse the pre-war world once more, to witness the blue skies and white clouds of her former home planet, to behold the once thriving human civilization. However, our world lies in ruins, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it appears this dream may remain unfulfilled until her dying breath. Yet, unexpectedly, a turn of events has occurred. Shuangxing gazed intently at Suyu and declared, "I have become the agent of the interdimensional trading platform." Suyu was momentarily taken aback by her words, then expressed his incredulity. "You don't mean to suggest that you intend to bring your City Lord to my world for a visit, do you?" Shuangxing remained silent, clearly indicating that this was indeed her intention. Suu twitched his lips. Under the restrictions of the trading platform, if you can bring her here, I wouldn't mind showing her this world. However, are you certain the trading platform can facilitate the transit of a living being across dimensions? He had already attempted this. Not a single living creature, not even a chicken, could survive the passage through the trading platform to other worlds. With the authority of a junior agent, one is limited to trading only plant seeds, which represent a form of plant life. Currently, the trading of animals to other worlds is not permissible. It is possible that intermediate or advanced agents possess the authority to trade living beings. However, both Suyu and Xuangxing evidently remain as junior agents. If the lord of the city is willing to digitize their consciousness and upload it to a computer, it could indeed be traded through the platform. I have already consulted the trading platform regarding this matter. Xuangxing promptly replied. It was clear that her plan was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but rather a conclusion reached after careful consideration. Uploading consciousness to a computer. Suyu exclaimed in astonishment, is this data ascension? If you possess such technology, why did the Lord still perish? Abandoning the physical form would allow for eternal life within the virtual realm of the computer. Would it not? That is not feasible. Xuangxing shook her head. The complexity of human thought exceeds your imagination. Our most advanced computers cannot sustain human consciousness for extended periods. Once consciousness is digitized and uploaded, it can only be sustained for a maximum of 35 days. Beyond that, memories may linger, but consciousness will completely dissipate. When consciousness fades, a person loses their capacity for thought and can no longer be considered human. We refer to this state as artificial intelligence. This implies that even if the Lord uploads their consciousness, they would have at most 3 to 5 days of existence remaining. My plan is to persuade the Lord to upload their consciousness. And during their final days, you can show them your world, fulfilling their last wish, and then have them transfer the Lord's authority to me. One final question. Suyu pondered briefly. If everything unfolds as you suggest, yet she still refuses to grant you the Lord's authority? Xuangxing's expression remained unyielding as she replied coldly, that would be of little consequence. Once she is brought into the trading space, she will be unable to designate anyone other than me as her successor. Should she refuse to grant it to me, the prolonged inactivity of the Lord's authority will trigger an alternative selection mechanism operated by the system's AI. At which point it will be a matter of merit. This woman is truly ruthless. Suyu found his perception of Xuangxing significantly altered. From her tone, it was evident that she held a profound respect and understanding of the future city lord. Perhaps even a mentor-student relationship. Yet, in pursuit of her own objectives, she was unflinchingly orchestrating the downfall of the future city lord. Well, it cannot precisely be termed as orchestration. It is more akin to a calculated ploy. The future city lord may be relatively uninformed about the trading space, but it is undeniable that she would not be oblivious to the fact that venturing into another world would result in a loss of control over her own domain. It remains to be seen whether this future city lord wishes to fulfill her aspirations before her demise or to earnestly select her successor. Based on the recent conversation with Xuangxing, Suyu felt that the likelihood of her plan succeeding was remarkably high. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, so, what do I stand to gain? Having clarified the situation, it was time to discuss the matter of compensation. Everything belonging to the future city. Xuangxing narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. If I succeed in becoming the city lord, all that the future city possesses can be traded as our goods. Technology, products, and even when we ascend to higher levels as agents. Useful and loyal clones can be utilized for trade. Even if I cannot obtain the Lord's authority, my family's strength allows me to seize abundant resources and technologies during the chaotic period between the vacancy of the future city lord and the activation of the AI's automatic selection of a new lord. By that time, the items available for trade with you will be exponentially more plentiful. The future city, as a space bastion for escaping the mother planet, retains nearly all technological reserves from the prosperous era. Some of these technologies, constrained by the wasteland environment, cannot be manufactured despite our knowledge. However, if your world possesses such technological reserves, they could potentially be produced. For instance, commercially viable mature nuclear fusion technology, space elevators, and interstellar warships. To be candid, Suyu admitted that he was intrigued. The technologies Xuangxing mentioned were indeed things that Blue Planet could scarcely dream of at present. They're worth immeasurable in monetary terms. Moreover, she was correct. Obtaining a complete set of mature technologies, whether it be space elevators or interstellar warships, is feasible. given Blue Planet's current technological state, commercial nuclear fusion could indeed be replicated. However, considering the nature of their discussion, Suyu shook his head and replied, technological advancements are still too distant. Once acquired, I would require substantial time to realize their value. Please be forthright about tangible rewards that I can utilize immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Shuangxing responded, very well, let us set aside the distant matters. If the plan proceeds smoothly and I do not become the city lord, nor does anyone else, then I can offer you 10 sets of storm power armor. Do not attempt to haggle. While my family possesses a considerable number of storm power armors, they are non-renewable, and 10 sets is the limit. Upon hearing this, Suyu cast a glance at the exquisite silver power armor adorning Shuangxing and nodded, acknowledging the reward before signaling her to continue. Should I become the city lord, in addition to the 10 sets of storm power armor, I will also provide 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbital vehicles with a payload capacity of 500 tons. At this point, she looked at Suyu and added, I have had a professional team analyze the general technological level of your world. If my guess is correct, these 3 near-Earth orbital vehicles would fully enable you to dominate the skies of your realm. By then, I will control the future city, and you will command your world. Our trading opportunities will no longer be confined to trivial exchanges, but can instead evolve into comprehensive cooperation. Deal. Chapter 33. Yingjing. What is a mobile phone? Suyu had long coveted the storm power armor that Shuangxing wore, as long as he cooperated with her this time. Regardless of the outcome, he would directly receive 10 sets. He truly had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the so-called Falcon-class near-Earth orbital vehicles were of significant value. According to Shuangxing, these vehicles could carry a payload of 500 tons and were powered by onboard nuclear fusion reactors. With remarkably advanced weapon modules, their speed could even exceed the second cosmic velocity. Thus, although these vehicles were labeled as near-Earth orbital craft, they could potentially escape the gravitational pull of Blue Planet and journey to Mars. Acquiring 3 Falcons and 10 sets of storm power armor would render Suyu virtually untouchable on Blue Planet. Well, excluding the Great Mushroom, of course, as for whom these acquired resources would be allocated. That was not a pressing concern. A slightly risky approach would be to recruit a group of agents on Blue Planet, granting them only usage rights while retaining ultimate control. A more prudent strategy would be to directly purchase clones for use via trading points on the trading platform. Should he choose to wait, he could also bide his time until he advanced to intermediate or advanced agent status, at which point he could procure utterly loyal slaves from other worlds. The conclusion that agents can trade living beings after reaching a certain level was a consensus reached by both himself and Shuangxing, and it should be correct. In summary, once he secured the equipment, the personnel became a minor issue. The next step was to ascertain how to convince the city lord that he could indeed transport her to their world. As Shuangxing spoke, she produced a milky white metallic sphere. This is a photographic drone? Characterized by its rapid speed, capable of traversing thousands of kilometers within an hour, my plan is for you to use it to capture footage of your world. It need not be limited to only prosperous cities and beautiful landscapes. Both the good and the bad can be included. Then, provide me with the video, and I will use it to attempt to persuade the city lord. Suyu took the small sphere, intrigued, and half-jokingly remarked, this gadget doesn't harbor any black technology, does it? I wouldn't want it to infiltrate our networks and trigger an intelligent machine crisis upon arrival. Shuangxing, unfazed, explained, we do possess such black technology, but you need not worry. This device is not equipped with such capabilities. I can transfer it to you via the trading platform free of charge, ensuring absolute safety just like any other traded item. That is reassuring. Suyu did not decline. From the moment he understood the operational rules of the trading platform, he resolved never to bring back any items that exceeded the platform's oversight to Blue Planet. Nor would he accept gifts from others. Only items acquired through legitimate trading channels could guarantee utmost safety. The gifts from others do not fall within the realm of legitimate transactions, and thus, their safety is not assured. Considering the 2 worlds he had encountered thus far, one being the wasteland of Shuangxing and the other the alternate world of Yingjing, there were numerous unknowns. Should Shuangxing lose her mind and send him something with hidden dangers, with the technological level of the wasteland world, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of humanity on Blue Planet. It is wise to harbor no malicious intent, yet it is prudent to remain vigilant against others. After acquiring the drone through the trading agreement, Suyu stood and stated, I have some free time now and can go out to capture the video. If you have time, you may wait for me. All right. Xuangxing nodded, her expression calm and composed. As Suyu departed, leaving her alone in the conference room, she slowly exhaled, curling her lip in disdain. This fellow must be suffering from paranoid delusions. Yet, a world that has achieved basic industrialization and remains unscathed by the ravages of war is indeed enviable. Frost Star's eyes glimmered with envy, and she sighed, shaking her head. If only we could trade living beings. I would simply trade myself in this wasteland world. Not even a dog would linger. An hour later, having completed the filming, Suyu returned to the trading space. The filming process was, in fact, simpler than he had anticipated. He merely set a command for an hour of free filming and opened the window to release the drone. It returned automatically after filming, requiring no intervention on his part. After Frost Star hastily reviewed the video, she quickly logged off, reminding Suyu to keep communication open in the coming days. It seemed she was quite confident about persuading the future City S-Lord. Though Suyu initially intended to log off as well, he recalled he had a transaction scheduled with Ingzhang today. Thus, after exiting the conference room and returning to his private space, he entered the pavilion designated for his meeting with Ingzhang. As an emperor, Ingzhang evidently had few constraints regarding his online presence. Merely 3 minutes after Suyu sent him a message, he appeared in the pavilion. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into matters of substance. Suyu first presented the books he had promised, such as a comprehensive history of China, to Ingzhang. Then came the main event. He produced his mobile phone. What is this? Ingzhang questioned, observing the small rectangular device in his hand with curiosity. It's a mobile phone, Suyu explained, using phrasing he had long prepared. Originally, it was used for communication. With it, you can converse with someone thousands of miles away. However, this function is moot in the Qin, as there are no satellites or base stations on your side. You'll understand what those are in due time. What I want to convey is that, over time, the mobile phone has evolved into not merely a tool for long-distance communication, but rather a multifunctional information terminal. Ingzhang listened, albeit perplexed, but he diligently noted everything down without offering insights on concepts that transcended his understanding. Even without a signal, this phone can play music, display videos, and read documents. It possesses numerous functionalities. After a brief explanation, Suyu took the phone from Ingzhang, pressed the power button, and the screen illuminated instantly. Ingzhang, who had been bewildered by the device's nature, was now captivated. A glowing stone? The aesthetically pleasing patterns on its surface hinted at its complexity. He refrained from questioning further and continued to listen attentively as Suyu elaborated. For nearly half an hour, Suyu demonstrated various functions, finally helping Ingzhang grasp the phone's capabilities. For a man from 2 millennia ago, this was undeniably a marvel he had never encountered. Once Ingzhang had a basic understanding of its operation, he held the phone with fascination, pondering over it. After allowing him some time to explore, Suyu remarked, "The reason I chose to gift you this is that, compared to books, the videos a phone can play often present information in a more intuitive manner." As he spoke, he took Ingzhang's phone and slowly accessed the offline cache of videos on the B station. The phone boasted a memory capacity of 1 TB, and Suyu had previously downloaded a plethora of educational videos and documentaries covering history, economics, military affairs, and culture, among other subjects. He opened a highly viewed historical montage titled 10 Minutes from the Ancient Wars to the Last Emperor's Abdication. Placing the phone before Ingzhang, Ingzhang curiously picked up the phone, scrutinizing it closely. Initially perplexed by the content, he quickly grasped the video's narrative as it progressed through significant historical events. From the ancient Yin Huang period to the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, he settled in to watch intently, feeling a surge of excitement as he witnessed the Qin's conquest of the 6 states and the unification of the realm, accompanied by stirring background music. Yet, upon seeing his future demise in the sand dunes, along with the haunting proclamation that noble birth means nothing, he furrowed his brows, despite his displeasure at knowing his fate. He remained patient, observing the ensuing historical developments. The Western Han, Eastern Han, the 3 kingdoms, the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Tang dynasty until the last emperor abdicated. In just 10 minutes, millennia of history flashed before him. After the video concluded, Ingzhang stared at the small screen in silence for a long while. Finally, he could not suppress his admiration. What a vibrant tapestry! The history of subsequent millennia is indeed remarkable. And this device is a marvel of ingenuity. Presenting history in such a manner is profoundly impactful and far more comprehensible. Tio observed the past and present in an instant, to grasp the vastness of the world in a heartbeat. Suyu shrugged. Whether video or text, both serve as vessels for knowledge, each with its own merits and limitations. My intention in providing these was to offer you a more vivid insight into the future. With that, he clicked on a video showcasing modern weaponry. The footage displayed a rocket artillery barrage, transforming the target area into a fiery inferno, leaving Yingjing utterly astonished. Although he had little concept of firearms, the sheer number of craters illustrated the devastating power of the weaponry. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "What is this?" "Ah, a type of firearm. Not the most powerful, but capable of leveling Xiangyang in an instant." Suyu replied succinctly, "There are videos documenting the evolution of weaponry. You'll understand once you watch them. Most of what you see in these videos can be provided by me, and anything I can't supply immediately can be arranged with some time. You can begin by watching these, and once you have a better understanding of what I offer, we can resume our discussions regarding the transaction. I've also downloaded relevant videos on papermaking and printing techniques. You'll grasp those concepts as well, and thus our transaction will be deemed complete." Yingjing nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries, and handed over the 30 longevity elixirs previously agreed upon. With the transaction concluded, they exchanged farewells. After teaching Yingjing how to charge the phone using an outdoor power source, they parted ways. Yingjing appeared somewhat hurried, clearly eager to delve into the vast knowledge Suyu had brought him. Chapter 34. Suyu hoists the military banner. Stepping out of the trading space, Suyu found the night had already fallen. With the clock nearing 7 o'clock, he descended to the hotel restaurant to grab a quick bite before hastily driving out to the outskirts. After all, he had previously arranged to trade gold with Chuyu in an abandoned industrial park that evening. After a busy afternoon, now he was off to the suburbs, experiencing the true meaning of being busily on the go. Ironically, he had lamented his own idleness that very morning. It was clear that managing every task personally was not feasible. He needed to recruit a team to assist him, particularly for less critical tasks, such as procuring supplies for Frost Star and Yingjing. If he tried to handle everything himself, he might very well exhaust himself one day. However, that was a concern for another time. He would wait until the military tested the exoskeletons. By then, with ample funds and military backing, everything would be easier than it was now. As he drove, Suyu contemplated his next steps. Soon, he arrived at the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Being his second transaction, he was not as cautious as during the first. He drove straight in. However, strangely enough, despite his enhanced perception after injecting the gene serum, he felt no sense of being watched, which was unusual. Normally, if someone were spying on him, he would sense it. He had tested this earlier in the bustling streets, easily spotting those who were covertly observing him. Yet, as he entered the industrial park, there was no inkling of surveillance. Were they simply not present yet? That didn't seem likely. It was already past 8:40. Or perhaps they had no intention of monitoring the entrance to the industrial park? Whatever the case, Suyu decided not to dwell on it. He would face whatever came his way. After parking the car in a discreet corner of the abandoned industrial park, he retrieved a sturdy yet unassuming suitcase from the trunk. Inside, he had packed over 300 kilograms of gold, his remaining stock. Based on a price of 300 per gram, it was valued at approximately 11,500,000 in the past. He would have struggled to carry such a weight, but after the gene serum, his physical capabilities had reached superhuman levels. Carrying 300 to nearly 400 kilograms felt merely heavy. Walking several kilometers with it was no challenge at all. Familiar with the desolate industrial park, he swiftly approached the designated factory. However, before he could draw near, a gunshot shattered the stillness of the night, startling him. Suyu reacted with remarkable speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively discarded the gold and retrieved the S-79 electromagnetic pistol from his inventory, aiming it in the direction of the sound. Yet, at that moment, he realized that the gunfire did not seem to be directed at him. Moreover, it appeared that this single shot was merely the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited. The night erupted with fierce gunfire from the factory ahead, accompanied by intermittent cries of agony. Suyu could now definitively ascertain that he was not the target. But what in the world was happening? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. If they were shooting at him, it would be a case of black on black. A scenario he could have anticipated. But what did it mean that they were engaging with others? By the sounds of it,
there seemed to be quite a number of individuals involved. Though this area was suburban, it was still part of a prosperous district. What sort of outlaws would dare engage in a shootout here? After a brief moment of confusion, Suyu listened to the increasingly intense gunfire within. After some contemplation, he summoned a heavy exoskeleton from his inventory with a wave of his hand. In a matter of moments, he donned it. Although the combat suit offered superior protection compared to the exoskeleton, who would ever complain about having thicker armor? In contrast to the flimsy protective suit, the substantial armor of the exoskeleton provided Suyu with a greater sense of security. After testing his limbs, Suyu placed the box filled with gold into his inventory and stealthily circled around the factory's perimeter. Finally, he located the window of the second-floor office where they had conversed that day. Just as it had been then, the room was illuminated by a faint glow. With a slight exertion of force, aided by the exoskeleton, Suyu leaped 4 to 5 meters high, easily grasping the windowsill and crashing through the glass into the office. Bang, bang, bang. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a hail of bullets. Damn it, how unfortunate! Suyu cursed under his breath. The exoskeleton's protection was certainly impervious to these mere handguns. He glanced up at the several terrified bodyguards and the figure of Chuyu behind them. After some consideration, he dismissed the thought of smashing their heads into their chests. After all, they were the patrons. It wouldn't do to kill them. Once the bodyguards had emptied their magazines, and while they fumbled to reload, Suyu interjected, "That's enough. They are allies." Grumpily, he seized a gun from one of the bodyguards, effortlessly crumpling it into a useless mass of metal. The bewildered bodyguard stared at the twisted remains. Confusion etched across his face. The other 2 bodyguards wore similarly shocked expressions, frozen mid-reload. What kind of monster was this? Are you Suyu? Chuyu, sheltered in a corner, pushed aside the bodyguard in front of her. Her voice laced with suspicion. "It's me." The exoskeleton's visor retracted, revealing Suyu's notably more handsome face. Chuyu scrutinized him for a moment before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then, intrigued, she approached him, and upon seeing Suyu's lack of movement, tentatively tapped on the heavy chest plate of the exoskeleton, exclaiming, "Is this an exoskeleton? You have a good eye," Suyu remarked, glancing at her in surprise. Before adding, "It's the latest military product. The military has such things?" Chuyu looked skeptically at the heavy exoskeleton before glancing back at Suyu.it will be available soon. Suyu, disinterested in elaborating on such trivialities, pointed toward the incessant gunfire outside, exclaiming, "What is going on? I came to conduct business, not to engage in a fight." This. Chuyu glanced at the door, her voice cold. "There are some issues within the company. A significant mishap occurred during the transaction, and I take responsibility for that. I can offer some compensation on the price of the gold afterward." Suyu gestured toward the door, teasing, "Forget about afterward. Let's figure out what to do now." The gunfire was just on the first floor, and now it's nearly reached the second. "Your people probably won't hold out much longer." Unexpectedly, Chuyu, instead of appearing anxious, smiled and tapped on Suyu's armor, saying, "But you are here, aren't you? We are partners. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Chapter 35 Suyu. "I can save you, but it will cost extra." Suyu regarded her for a moment, then irritably swatted her hand away. "I can save you, but it will cost extra. 100 million. Chuyu extended a slender finger. Suyu. The box of gold he had contained over 300 kilograms, barely exceeding 100 million. Was this woman worth 100 million, even without 100 pounds? This was more valuable than gold. Cough, cough. What nonsense about money. As someone who was already somewhat affluent, Suyu believed he should not bend for mere trifles. Though this was indeed a considerable sum, was he someone who would be swayed by wealth? 200 million. What nonsense about money. As a passionate young man, I cannot stand by while these lawless individuals roam free. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I shall promptly deal with them. With determined strides, Suyu approached the door. Just before opening it, he turned back, feeling a twinge of unease, and added, "Just make sure the money is deposited into the previous account." There was no helping it. She had offered far too much. Suyu had thought himself quite wealthy, but compared to these affluent individuals, he was but a pauper. Damn capitalists, Suyu grumbled as he stepped into the corridor outside the office. As soon as he exited, his visor descended, enveloping him in complete protection.
The night vision system built into the exoskeleton allowed him to survey the pitch-black factory with clarity. He observed that the unidentified group had indeed cleared the first floor and was now assaulting the staircase to the second. This group, clad in the most ordinary of clothing, blended seamlessly into the crowd, starkly contrasting with Chu Yu's sharply dressed bodyguards. Yet, their combat experience appeared far superior to that of the bodyguards, judging by their tactical maneuvers. They were evidently seasoned fighters accustomed to gunfights. Coupled with their numerical advantage and surprise tactics, it was no wonder Chu Yu's bodyguards had been swiftly overwhelmed. Among these unidentified individuals, Su Yu even spotted a few distinctly foreign faces. The presence of foreigners indicated that these were likely not official forces seeking to apprehend Chu Yu. There were roughly 20 individuals below. Eliminating them would not pose a challenge for Su Yu. Before he emerged, his sole concern had been whether Chu Yu was a notorious criminal. With official forces coming to capture her in such a case, Su Yu would certainly not intervene. He might even consider taking the opportunity to eliminate her to cover his tracks. However, since they were not official forces, it mattered little. Regardless of who they were, engaging in such a violent clash within the borders of Jiuzhou was a flagrant violation of the law. If he descended to eliminate them, it would be an act of righteousness. A certain young man in Modu displayed gallantry, single-handedly defeating a dozen armed thugs. Just imagine how thrilling that would sound. Boom! The heavy thud reverberated as Su Yu, clad in exoskeleton, vaulted over the railing and descended to the first floor, ambushing the assailants advancing up the stairs. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, his presence went unnoticed. Su Yu strode forward, seizing the head of a thug peering around the corner, lifting him effortlessly before tossing him into the open. Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from Chu Yu's bodyguards, turning the unfortunate thug into a sieve. The sudden turn of events startled the remaining assailants at the staircase, who quickly redirected their weapons towards Su Yu. Yet, upon seeing the heavy armor he bore, they stood frozen in confusion. What was this thing? Listening to the thin, dark thug babbling incomprehensibly, Su Yu couldn't be bothered to decipher his words. He simply delivered a swift blow, spinning the thug's head a full 720 degrees. With the enhancement of the gene serum, despite this being his first time engaging in such activities, Su Yu remained remarkably composed, aside from a slight psychological discomfort. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire erupted once more, bullets ricocheting off Su Yu's armor, creating sparks, yet leaving no marks or dents, let alone injuring him. The formidable exoskeleton charged through the midst of the thugs like a tiger among sheep, overwhelming them with its sheer force until the gunfire dwindled to silence. Su Yu disdainfully shook off the bloodstains from his armor and turned to the bodyguard, who had unknowingly lingered at the stairwell corner. Go inform your mistress. The situation has been resolved. Why, yes. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before hurriedly nodding and scurrying upstairs, stumbling as he went, clearly shaken by the terrifying spectacle he had just witnessed. The difference between killing someone with a gun and Su Yu's brutal method of plunging into the fray and smashing someone's head was a jarring contrast, the latter delivering a visual impact that was nothing short of transformative. Not long after, Chu Yu descended the stairs, flanked by a group of bodyguards. Upon seeing the gruesome scene before her, she merely frowned slightly, not paying it much heed. Instead, their attention was fixated on Su Yu's exoskeleton, eyes gleaming with intrigue. This object is rather terrifying. Moreover, it appeared devoid of any dents, clearly indicating that such a level of gunfire had yet to challenge the protective limits of this equipment. Its value is incalculable. As a businessman, Chu Yu instantly recognized the worth of this formidable exoskeleton. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yu was not privy to her extensive thoughts. Upon her descent, he directly inquired, "When will the money arrive?" "The payment for the gold can be provided immediately, but the fee for your assistance will be settled tomorrow," Chu Yu replied candidly. 200 million in cash is not something that can be easily procured. I can proceed with the gold transaction first. I will retrieve the gold. Please hold on. Su Yu nodded and made his way toward the door. However, halfway there, he paused and redirected his steps to a first-floor window secured with a steel anti-theft net. With a swift kick, he shattered the rusty steel bars and effortlessly leaped outside in a secluded corner. He retrieved the gold from his inventory, then climbed back through the window. Yet, halfway through, he was struck by a realization upon seeing the shattered window. He had seemingly purchased this place. Both this land and the abandoned factory were, in fact, properties under his name. Damn. Turning to the gruesome, butcher-like staircase, Su Yu's eyelids twitched. Had he known earlier, he would have restrained his force. What a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 36. Chu Yu's Other Identity Thud. The heavy suitcase was placed on the ground by Su Yu. The state of his territory, so ravaged, immediately soured his mood, prompting him to address Chu Yu directly. Here is the gold. You may send someone to verify it. Also, please ensure this place is cleaned up. It looks utterly gruesome. I am a compassionate person who cannot bear the sight of blood. If it is not tidied up, I may hesitate to return here in the future. Chu Yu. Were it not for the scattered remains of people, which Su Yu himself had caused, she might have almost believed him. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, I will have it cleaned up. As for the gold, there is no need for verification. According to our previous agreement, I owe you 114 million for the 385 kilograms of gold here. To simplify, I will transfer you 120 million directly. This portion will be credited to your account later, while the remaining funds will be deposited tomorrow. At this point, Chu Yu paused, glancing at the bodyguards behind her. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Su. You may leave for now. While these bodyguards may not have been as formidable as the previous thugs, their professionalism was unquestionable. Upon her command, they left the factory without hesitation, maintaining their vigil outside. Once they were alone, Chu Yu turned to Su Yu and asked, Do you wish to know why these individuals came after me? Not particularly. Su Yu promptly shook his head. He was only interested in making money and had no desire to become entangled in their troubles. Chu Yu's expression faltered, and she shot him an exasperated glance before continuing. Actually, it is generally prohibited for bodyguards to carry firearms in this country. The reason my bodyguards are an exception is due to our company's collaborations with certain state-owned enterprises, but I won't go into detail. In essence, it relates to external affairs. As she spoke, she gestured toward a handgun scattered on the ground, adding, Due to this situation, our company has made quite a few enemies in recent years, and there are many who wish to kill me. Hence, the authorities granted special permission for my bodyguards to carry weapons. These individuals specifically crossed the border to deal with me. Upon hearing her explanation, Su Yu suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Outside, firearms were in play. Goodness, this woman, seemingly delicate, was, in fact, a weapons dealer. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Su Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. If your business is so substantial, then why would you risk your safety by coming to such a remote location for a mere transaction involving 100 kilograms of gold? A gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations. Surely, Chu Yu understood this principle. I did not provide them the opportunity. They would not dare to venture out, Chu Yu replied with a sudden lightheartedness. We were aware of these individuals crossing the border long ago, but in such a vast area, finding them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. My intention that night was to create an opportunity for them. After all, capturing them in such a remote location would be far simpler than in a densely populated urban area, and the risks would be significantly lower. However, I did not anticipate that these individuals would prove even more inept than expected. Failing to arrive in time, at this moment, Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Chu Yu did not wait for him to voice his thoughts. Instead, she approached a windowsill and pointed outside. Gazing into the distance, he could see several speedboats marked with police insignia approaching, faintly revealing armed officers equipped for action. Simultaneously, he heard the blaring sirens from the main road on the other side of the industrial park, indicating a considerable number of personnel were en route. Even if he had chosen not to intervene earlier, those thugs' firepower would have struggled to overpower the bodyguards defending the staircase. They could certainly hold their ground until the ambushing officers arrived. I apologize for not informing you sooner, Chu Yu shrugged. The situation here is more intricate than you might imagine. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would not dare to send someone here, as it would be tantamount to courting death. However, due to unforeseen complications, some have become impatient. So, what exactly are you trying to convey with all this? Su Yu frowned. He initially considered fleeing upon seeing the approaching officers, but then reconsidered. This industrial park was now his territory, and the individuals he had dealt with were dangerous intruders. He was merely acting in accordance with justice. There was no reason to escape. Now that the military was aware of the exoskeleton's existence, it was no longer something that could be concealed. I wish to purchase several sets of this equipment, Su Yu stated, moving closer to tap on the sturdy chest plate, his admiration undeniable.
seeing her expression. Suyu gradually sensed something amiss and tentatively asked, "You were already aware of this exoskeleton's existence, weren't you?" "Indeed," Chuyu replied unabashedly. One of my other companies specializes in that line of business. When the military tested those two samples, our experts were involved, so it is only natural that I would be aware. But rest assured, the military was very pleased with the equipment after testing, and they will likely finalize a contract with you in the coming days. Once they have enough units in stock, they will publicly showcase it. Given the current instability of external affairs, the military has a need for this. And compared to the tanks, aircraft, and missile vehicles that have been seen countless times, this revolutionary exoskeleton undoubtedly possesses a greater capacity to intimidate potential threats. Therefore, they never intended to conceal its existence. My knowledge of it is entirely justifiable. The only aspect they have classified is your identity. To be frank, before you walked in front of me wearing it, I genuinely did not expect that the military acquired those two exoskeletons from you. After listening to her, so you felt he had grasped the situation, he then inquired, "Since you have such a close relationship with the military, why not wait until they are equipped before approaching them for a purchase? What is your production capacity for this equipment?" Chuyu sighed, "In the short term, I fear we won't even have enough for the military's own use, so there is no chance they would sell to me. However, you are in a different position. Since you have not officially signed a contract with the military yet, selling me a few sets would pose no issues for them, would it?" Suyu pondered this and realized she had a valid point. Considering he already had over 1,000 sets of exoskeletons in his inventory, he asked, "What price are you willing to offer?" 10 million per set, and I will take 10 sets, Chuyu proposed, presenting her expected price. Though this sum could easily purchase a main battle tank, in certain respects, the potential for warfare represented by this exoskeleton was not necessarily inferior to that of a tank. "I can provide you with 10 sets, but I must lay down some ground rules," Suyu said. Meeting her gaze, "I will leave a backdoor in the system for these 10 sets, and they will not be permitted for disassembly or research. In simple terms, you may use them, but if you attempt to forcibly dismantle them, the battery will activate a self-destruct sequence. The explosion from such a large metal hydrogen battery would likely rival that of a 155mm howitzer shell. If you find this acceptable, you may arrange for someone to collect the goods here tomorrow." Given the current technological level of Blue Star, the core technology of this exoskeleton would be beyond their comprehension. However, that did not imply that researchers could not glean any advanced technology from the exoskeleton. Elements such as the exoskeleton's transmission system, control system, and carbon-based chips used for computation, along with advanced systems for enemy identification, targeting assistance, and night vision, were all aspects they could understand and potentially replicate. He did not prohibit the military from conducting research. It was merely a favor he extended. However, as for Chuyu's proposal, he viewed it as a straightforward transaction, money exchanged for goods. He had no intention of allowing her to purchase the exoskeleton for unrestricted research. Agreed. Chuyu readily acquiesced to the request. "Tomorrow night at this hour, I shall send someone to collect the goods. As for the payment, I will arrange for it to be delivered along with the 200 million during the day." Although the unit price was stated as 10 million per set, in reality, Chuyu had purchased them at 30 million per set. After all, she had merely been fishing for information earlier. Even if Suyu didn't show up, she likely wouldn't have faced any danger. The 200 million was solely intended for the purchase of exoskeletons, to establish a favorable rapport with Suyu in advance. Deal. Chapter 37. Suyu. It turns out I am a research scientist. Almost immediately after the two reached an agreement, fully armed officers entered the abandoned factory. However, it was evident they had already communicated with the guards outside, as the inside's thugs had been dealt with, leading to a relatively calm atmosphere. Yet, despite their mental preparations, some officers' faces paled upon witnessing the gruesome scene at the staircase. Even seasoned veterans, accustomed to bloody encounters, couldn't suppress their astonishment. Of course, they were far more composed than those guards, if Suyu recalled correctly. 2 guards had vomited on the spot earlier. His own calmness was attributable to the comprehensive enhancements from the genetic serum. Remarkably, Chuyu maintained her composure while conducting business in such a place. Indeed, quite impressive. "Hello, officers of the Magic City Patrol." A middle-aged man in uniform emerged from the armed group, his gaze sweeping over the two before settling on Chuyu. "Miss Chuyu, what is the situation here?" It turned out that team leader Zhang was leading the operation. Chuyu gestured towards Suyu and said, "This gentleman is a military researcher.
He was testing the latest individual equipment nearby when he heard the commotion and came to assist. As you can see, her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Suyu and team leader Zhang. She even pointed toward the bloody staircase behind her. Upon hearing this, team leader Zhang frowned as he glanced at the gruesome scene and saluted Suyu, saying, "Please present your officer's identification." Generally, military researchers held ranks and, naturally, possessed official credentials. However, Suyu's identity was a fabrication by Chuyu. How could he possibly have such documentation? He shook his head, preparing to say he didn't have it. Yet, Chuyu interjected, "His confidentiality level is quite high." Upon hearing this, team leader Zhang looked at the exoskeleton Suyu was wearing, contemplated for a moment, and then replied, "I need to verify this. Please wait." In truth, he was not concerned about the fate of the thugs. The upper command had already instructed that any armed intruders attempting to resist should be shot on sight. Even if Suyu hadn't been the one to eliminate them, they would likely have met the same fate at the hands of the armed officers. Their decision to come here that night had sealed their fate. The pressing issue now was identifying the enigmatic Suyu. Earlier, he had learned from the guards that Suyu had single-handedly dispatched nearly 20 armed thugs. What kind of combat prowess was that? If Suyu were indeed military personnel, it would be straightforward. However, if he was not, this was, after all, the Magic City, a densely populated international metropolis. An undocumented individual possessing such formidable combat capabilities in their hands could lead to unforeseen chaos. He couldn't afford to be careless. Relying solely on Chuyu's word, Chuyu added softly, "Team leader Zhang, it would be best to have your superior contact the commander of the Eastern District to clarify that the equipment he is wearing is called an exoskeleton." Team leader Zhang nodded and stepped aside to make a call. Meanwhile, Chuyu seized the opportunity to explain to Suyu, "Your collaboration with the military has not yet been established. Even if they are aware of exoskeletons, without someone of a certain rank, they won't know about your existence. Being candid will only complicate matters. Stating you are a military confidential personnel will prompt them to seek higher-ranking officials for verification, as your information is indeed classified within military records. With military backing, the patrol would no longer inquire further." Suyu nodded in agreement. It made sense to avoid unnecessary complications. Sure enough, after approximately 10 minutes, team leader Zhang returned, visibly more relaxed. His gaze, previously filled with apprehension regarding the exoskeleton, now glimmered with admiration. "It has been confirmed. We appreciate Mr. Su's efforts. You, as a researcher, have accomplished what we were supposed to do. Intervening in the face of injustice is only natural. Anyone would have done the same," Suyu replied with a smile. Team leader Zhang remarked, "But those were over 20 armed thugs. Others might have the will, but they certainly lack the capability." Reflecting on this, he glanced at Suyu's exoskeleton, swallowing hard. This device was truly remarkable. From his superior's reports, he knew Suyu was indeed a military researcher. To think that a researcher could annihilate those thugs without firearms was utterly absurd. This further validated the exoskeleton's formidable combat capabilities. If such technology could be equipped to armed patrol units, dealing with ruthless armed thugs in complex urban terrains would become significantly easier. He resolved that once the military made this equipment public, he would certainly file a request to acquire several sets for trial. It was only reasonable for their patrol department to have such advanced gear. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. Given that Suyu remained on the military's confidential list, it was customary for all personnel present, including Chuyu and team leader Zhang, as well as the patrol officers and guards who had encountered Suyu, to sign confidentiality agreements. Once signed, they would have no further obligations. As for the aftermath, Chuyu's side would coordinate with the patrol to resolve it, relieving Suyu of any concerns. However, just as Suyu was preparing to depart, team leader Zhang unexpectedly detained him, mentioning that the military had received word of the incident and wished to visit the scene of the conflict, hoping Suyu could remain to provide guidance. Suyu understood immediately. This was, after all, the exoskeleton's inaugural battle in this world. The military naturally sought first-hand information for in-depth research. Moreover, with him present, he could seize the opportunity to clarify some questions that had arisen during the exoskeleton testing these past few days. He readily agreed. Before long, the whirring of helicopter blades heralded the arrival of 2 military transport helicopters, which gently descended onto an open space within the abandoned industrial park, accompanied by several fully armed soldiers. A group of researchers in lab coats eagerly disembarked and entered the dilapidated factory. Chapter 38. Donning the Exoskeleton, a Super Soldier. Ah, Mr. Su, it truly is you. Among the group of researchers, the foremost figure was Zhou, the first to notice the exoskeleton during the defense exhibition. Upon seeing Suyu, he felt that he seemed to have changed considerably, but thought little of it as he hurried over. Major Zhou? UVE worked hard to come here so late. Suyu offered a brief greeting, feeling awkward to shake hands while clad in the exoskeleton. Zhou, unconcerned with such details, smiled broadly. Not at all. In fact, I have quite a few matters I would like to consult with you. Mr. Sood, I hope it won't trouble you too much. Feel free to ask. Are you here to inspect the battle scene? It's over there. Suyu gestured toward the dark depths of the factory. He had no qualms about providing a brief explanation to the patrol officers before moving away from the gruesome staircase area. Very well, I shall send someone to investigate. This is invaluable first-hand data. Zhou smiled and waved to the experts behind him, prompting them to rush in with high-powered flashlights. That scene may be rather gruesome. It would be best for them to prepare themselves mentally, so you kindly caution, and no worries, we are all professionals. Sometimes, we even have to go abroad to gather data from frontline battlefields when testing weaponry. Zhou waved dismissively, so you chose not to press further. However, it wasn't too long before they heard retching sounds emanating from within. Zhou's face twitched instantly. Suyu had anticipated this. Even the seasoned officers, familiar with countless brutal murder scenes, nearly lost their composure upon witnessing the carnage. While many researchers might have some experience in this regard, they were predominantly civilians, so it was entirely normal for them to falter under such circumstances. That minor challenge is something they can overcome. Let us not dwell on them. Zhou, slightly embarrassed, shifted the conversation. Mr. Su, during this visit, I would like to consult you specifically about the exoskeleton's internal control system, which is remarkably sophisticated. However, we have encountered some disagreements in our research regarding how to maximize its functionality by pairing it with various equipment. I recall you previously mentioned that the richness of our imagination corresponds to the strength of its capabilities. I wish to inquire if you possess any guiding insights on this matter. Upon hearing this, Suyu paused for a moment in contemplation. He had not specifically sought Frost Star's input regarding the installation of weaponry on the exoskeleton. However, she had previously showcased videos demonstrating the combat prowess of the G60 heavy exoskeleton used in their wasteland. Reflecting on those videos featuring exoskeleton-clad warriors, Suyu considered and stated, in truth, a thorough examination of this technology necessitates a transformation in the organizational structure of our basic ground forces. For instance, currently, a mechanized infantry squad typically consists of 9 to 12 soldiers, each with distinct roles, including machine gun teams, anti-vehicle teams, and perhaps even a sniper team for specialized assignments, along with a reconnaissance drone team. Additionally, a squad is usually equipped with an armored personnel carrier for transport and heavy firepower. Once we adopt this exoskeleton, a single soldier can essentially perform all the tasks currently assigned to an entire squad. As he spoke, Suyu paused briefly, then borrowed a sniper rifle used by Captain Zhang. Leading the group out of the factory, accompanied by the sound of machinery whirring, the exoskeleton's helmet swiftly enveloped his head. With the aid of the night vision system, he quickly identified a target in the distance and promptly fired a shot. Bang! The bullet soared several hundred meters, striking a nest perched on a tree at the foot of the distant mountain with precision. This shot was executed under the assistance of the exoskeleton's targeting system, appearing almost casual, as if he had not aimed at all. While Zhou and the others were left in bewilderment, Suyu remarked, at the roadside near the foot of that mountain, the straight-line distance is approximately 736 meters. There is a pine tree with a nest on it. You may send someone to verify if it was hit. He then returned the rifle to Captain Zhang. More than 700 meters? Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the sniper rifle. The 88 type sniper rifle has an effective range of 800 meters. You managed to hit a nest from over 700 meters away at night? What of it? If I couldn't hit it, what purpose would the targeting system serve? I recall its functionality description stated that this system can accurately calculate factors such as wind direction, humidity, and visibility, allowing precise targeting of any visible object within 5,000 meters, with a deviation of no more than 2 centimeters. Have you not tested it? Suyu regarded him with a peculiar expression. Well, Zhou admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Time has been limited, and this exoskeleton's features are so extensive that we haven't had the opportunity to test the targeting system yet. Before long, The soldier dispatched to check the nest hurried back, holding a nest with bullet holes cleanly penetrating through it. This soldier, evidently a technician and part of the researcher's security detail, reported, "I just measured the distance with a rangefinder. The tree with the nest is indeed over 700 meters away." "Impressive," Jobo remarked, inhaling sharply. Under normal circumstances, a sniper team requires a sniper, an observer, and sometimes even a secondary sniper to provide support fire. SUU interjected. With the G60 exoskeleton, such numbers become entirely unnecessary. One individual can accomplish the role of a sniper alone. Furthermore, with the assistance of the targeting system, suppression fire from machine guns becomes less critical. If your aim is precise, an automatic rifle with a full magazine can still achieve a suppressive effect. I trust Major Zhou would not disagree with that. Seeing Jobo nod in agreement, he continued, "You see, merely by stating this, the exoskeleton's targeting system is sufficient to replace a sniper team and a machine gun team within a squad. As for anti-vehicle capabilities, equipping a soldier in an exoskeleton with a recoilless rifle allows them to use their speed advantage to find advantageous angles for ambushes." Tio put it bluntly, given the exoskeleton's protective strength and speed. You could even equip them with C4 explosives, enabling them to chase down enemy vehicles and plant the explosives with ease. After all, few military infantry fighting vehicles can outrun it, can they? As he listened to Suyu, Jobo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Previously, their discussions revolved around conventional frameworks, designating exoskeletons for sniping or heavy fire support, differentiating them based on roles for cooperative combat. However, Suyu's insights revealed that such subdivisions might be unnecessary. With the exoskeleton's impressive auxiliary capabilities, a soldier clad in it could virtually replicate any function of ground troops, a paradigm shift. Suyu patted Jobo on the shoulder, asserting, in comparison to the limitations of ordinary soldiers, those donning exoskeletons can undoubtedly be regarded as super soldiers. Chapter 39. Love? A mutual benefit? Super soldiers? Jobo's eyes lit up, as if struck by a revelation. The clarity of future combat strategies and necessary weapon integrations for exoskeletons emerged in his mind. Truly, Suyu, the genius behind such a groundbreaking product, has profoundly inspired me. Not at all, Suyu waved his hand dismissively. You merely lack a comprehensive understanding of this exoskeleton's capabilities at present. Once you become familiar with it over time, you will naturally ascertain the optimal utilization methods without my guidance. His statement was not an act of modesty. The military is replete with talent, and the notion of not grasping weaponry is an antiquated relic from a century ago. Once they familiarize themselves with the exoskeleton's functions, finding the correct applications will be straightforward. M.R.SU is being modest, Jobo remarked. The two exchanged pleasantries, during which Jobo revealed that the military would likely approach Suyu in a couple of days to finalize their collaboration. As their conversation drew to a close, the clock struck past 1 in the morning. Chuyu departed shortly after the military's arrival, as her presence was unnecessary given the confidential nature of the matters at hand. Meanwhile, the patrol officers and Chuyu remained to assist in the scene's cleanup, awaiting the military experts to finish gathering data before commencing their work. The task of cleaning the scene fell to the bodyguards, while the patrol officers focused on collecting information about the bandits to determine their origins. After all, this was Jojo, and these bandits had come armed to wreak havoc. The situation was far from resolved. After bidding farewell to Jobo, Suyu departed alone. Though Jobo intended to send 2 guards to escort him, he politely declined. There was hardly anyone who would pose a threat to him. Even if there were, given his current equipment, the question of who would protect whom was uncertain. Alone, he felt safest. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, he could simply retreat into the trading space to seek a loan from Frost Star for a set of storm power armor. Wooden tea that allow him to face any adversary, divine or otherwise. Cough, cough. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of decimating bandits in an exoskeleton, Suyu increasingly anticipated what it would feel like to don the storm power armor. A true pinnacle of technology capable of traversing land, sea, and sky. The journey back to the city was not short, and Suyu arrived at the hotel just past 2 in the morning. After showering and lying on the bed, he checked his phone and discovered numerous messages from Yu Xiaoyu, sent around 11 o'clock. At that time, he had been engaged in discussions while clad in the exoskeleton, leaving him no opportunity to check his phone. Perusing the messages, he gathered that the defense exhibition had concluded, and she would not be working the following day. Implicitly, she seemed to wish to chat with Suyu. as feelings often develop over time. Regrettably, he had been preoccupied and had not replied promptly, resulting in his current solitude. However, her day off was fortunate. Suyu also had no pressing matters and planned to inspect some properties, providing an excellent opportunity to relax. After some thought, he replied, "I was busy with matters earlier, but if you're free tomorrow, how about lunch together?" Once he sent the message, he tossed his phone aside, ready to sleep, considering it was already 2 in the morning, and she was likely asleep too. To his surprise, no sooner had he set down his phone than a notification chimed, indicating a new message. She was still awake. Suyu was taken aback and picked up his phone once more. Indeed, it was a prompt reply from Yu Xiaoyu, expressing, "Gigi, you were busy until this late? You're so hardworking. I feel for you." In conclusion, she subtly inquired about his current location, her meaning unmistakable. He had never realized her perceptiveness before. No, it wasn't mere perceptiveness. She was simply a thoughtful sister. Suyu promptly sent her his location, adding, "Care to join me for a late-night snack?" Yu Xiaoyu immediately replied with an emoji indicating she was on her way. They exchanged a few light-hearted messages, and once she informed him that she had boarded her vehicle and would arrive in half an hour. Suyu finally set his phone down, pondering a lingering question. The question at hand pertains to how one ought to treat the woman named Yu Xiaoyu. In truth, if this were in the past, he would not have pondered so deeply. He would have simply acted on his impulses. If one day he were no longer permitted to pursue her, he would have parted ways without a second thought. After all, since he transformed into a scoundrel, his choices in partners have generally been far from admirable. Everyone was merely indulging in fleeting pleasures, fully aware of the underlying truths. However, this Yu Xiaoyu is somewhat different from the women he has encountered previously. If one were to label her as a good woman, that would certainly be a stretch. Her ease in succumbing to his advances could be interpreted as a desire for monetary gain. Yet, to categorize her as a gold digger would also be misleading. Just days ago, during their conversation, she was still in a state of innocence, as if the path had never been swept for guests. And today her humble abode is open for him. If one were to insist on a label, she might be described as a materialistic woman with boundaries, or perhaps a savvy individual who knows her worth. Clearly, after a considerable period of waiting, she has decided to place her bets on Suyu. Truth be told, this is a situation Suyu has never encountered before. Of course, in his previous life, when he had neither wealth nor status, his modus operandi was one of avoidance and irresponsibility. Regardless of her situation, if things felt amiss, he would simply walk away. But now, he finds himself in a position where he is not particularly concerned about trifling amounts of money. It is not as if he is ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. However, the nature of his responsibility must be carefully considered. If it is solely about money, then that is one matter. But if it involves reputation, that is an entirely different kettle of fish. After all, having finally gained a foothold, why would he choose to hang himself on the first tree he encounters? Such foolishness is beyond consideration. He will wait and see what her intentions are. Not wanting to dwell further on this matter, Suyu decided to call the hotel front desk to order some late-night snacks. This caliber of hotel? The kitchen typically offers round-the-clock service. As Yu Xiaoyu was nearing, he anticipated that sleep would be elusive for the time being. It would be prudent to have something to eat first. Let us start with a few servings of lamb kidneys. Chapter 40. Preparing to buy a house, ultimate tug-of-war. The following day, Suyu awoke in the afternoon, having slept soundly until noon. Yu Xiaoyu, lying beside him, was still lost in slumber, with traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Reflecting on his behavior from the previous night, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. Goodness, this genetic potion is truly formidable. Under normal circumstances, achieving half an hour would be the limit for an average person. Suyu had previously taken care to maintain his stamina, managing to reach that level. As for those online claims of enduring for an hour or even the entire night, one can be certain they are absolute novices. Of course, certain medical conditions could also be a factor, but they are certainly not the norm. Yet, last night, Suyu shattered the half-hour barrier, astonishingly reaching 2 hours. Had it not been for Yu Xiaoyu's inability to sustain such endurance, he might have gone even longer. Given that his health is undoubtedly robust, it can only be attributed to the enhancements brought about by the genetic potion. Quite remarkable indeed. After lying in bed for a short while, Yu Xiaoyu finally awoke. The two shared some tender moments before rising, and after having lunch downstairs, They departed the hotel. However, Suyu did not check out of the hotel room. Instead, he extended his stay for another week. The small rented room was far too chaotic and inconvenient, and he had no desire to return there in the interim. After purchasing a house, he would make a trip back to tidy up the rented space. Earlier that morning, the $200 million in emergency funds and $100 million for exoskeleton procurement, which he had discussed with Chuyu, had already been transferred to Suyu's account, coupled with the $21 million gained from selling gold and the nearly $10 million left over. He now had a staggering total of $430 million sitting in his account. If not now, then when would he purchase a house? Yet, where to buy? Suyu found himself lost in thought in the car for a while. Struggling to recall suitable properties, previously, his aim had been to buy a home in the bustling metropolis, and during his free time, he had kept a close watch on various new developments. However, back then, he had only a handful of money. He could only dream of modest two-bedroom apartments and locations on the fringes of urban areas. Today, however, his circumstances have changed dramatically, and he certainly cannot settle for anything less than luxurious. Otherwise, it would be no different from continuing to reside in that rented room. After some contemplation, he turned to Yu Xiaoyu in the passenger seat and asked, "Do you happen to have any friends involved in real estate sales? Or someone who is well-versed in the housing market here?" "Huh?" Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback and replied, "You haven't found a property yet." When they were at the hotel, Suyu had mentioned wanting to go out in the afternoon to buy a house. But he hadn't elaborated further. She assumed he had already identified a property and was merely waiting to swipe his card in the afternoon. With her schedule being so hectic lately, she hadn't had time to look at houses herself. Suyu shrugged. "Well, I do have a friend who works at a real estate agency. However, she and I are from the same area, and we've known each other since childhood. She has never been good at keeping secrets, and she has my parents' contact information." Why Yu Xiaoyu hesitated, her tone wavering as she spoke while discreetly observing Suyu. He immediately sensed that she was testing him. If she enlisted her friend's help to look for properties, the news of their association would undoubtedly reach her parents' ears. This would effectively notify her family. Once the parents are informed, what comes next? Meeting the parents, discussing marriage. TSK. Just yesterday, Suyu had mentioned wanting to find an opportunity to gauge her intentions, only to find himself being the one subjected to scrutiny. It was unavoidable. The tug-of-war had begun. "Since it's inconvenient for you, let us not involve your friend. A different agency will suffice," Suyu responded in a calm tone, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications in her words. Completely avoiding the topic, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Yu Xiaoyu's eyes, but then she reminded herself that they had only recently met, and it was a bit premature to be thinking along those lines. Quickly, she masked her disappointment and suggested, "How about this? I'll tell her you're my client. We have a good relationship, so if you buy through her, she should be able to secure you a better deal." I've heard their company is quite reputable, among the top in the real estate business here, with a wide array of listings. The office is also not far from here. For now, it's best to maintain their current relationship. As for what comes next, it said that love grows with time. At worst, she could always learn a few new tricks. The chance to transform into a wealthy wife was not something she was willing to relinquish easily. Who wouldn't want to soar to new heights? Upon hearing this, Suyu laughed. "All right then, I'll have to trouble your friend quite a bit. If we can finalize the house deal this afternoon, I'll consider it a great achievement on your part, and I'll take you shopping tonight with a gift of your choice." With that, he started the car and headed toward the address she had provided. "Well, I won't hold back then," Yu Xiaoyu replied, forcing a smile, then turned her gaze toward the window, letting out a soft sigh. Suyu's stance was quite clear. Benefits were welcome, but taking their relationship further? That was out of the question. In this tug-of-war, she had undoubtedly come out at a disadvantage. After all, she had no real leverage to negotiate with Suyu. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that clarifying such matters now might not be a bad idea. At the very least, she would have to agonize over how to navigate her relationship with Suyu, constantly caught in a cycle of uncertainty. After a fierce internal struggle, she quickly accepted her position and began to become increasingly attentive. Before long, they arrived at the real estate agency where Yu Xiaoyu's friend worked. She had already reached out, and by the time they arrived, her friend was waiting for them downstairs. As the car came to a halt, a woman with a sleek ponytail, dressed in a smart suit and high heels, approached with brisk confidence, exuding competence. She immediately enveloped Yu Xiaoyu in a warm hug, creating quite a scene that had Suyu marveling at the spectacle. To be frank, Yu Xiaoyu was already quite impressive in terms of physique and beauty, earning a score of over 90 in Su Yu's eyes. She was the type to turn heads on the street. Yet, her childhood friend, Su Qingyin, surpassed her in allure, easily scoring above 95. Among the beautiful women Su Yu had encountered, only Chu Yu could be considered her equal, primarily due to the unique aura that came from her high status. If one were to include women from other realms, the most beautiful he had ever seen was undoubtedly Shuangxing. If Chu Yu rated at 98, then Shuangxing would certainly be a perfect 100, possessing an unblemished beauty that left no room for criticism. Her flowing white hair alone placed her leagues ahead of Chu Yu. As Su Yu mentally ranked the beautiful women he knew, the two ladies exchanged pleasantries before making their way toward him. Yu Xiaoyu, acting as the intermediary, introduced them. Su, this is .my client, Mr. Su Yu. Mr. Su, this is my friend, Su Qingyin, she continued. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin scanned between the two of them, maintaining an unruffled demeanor as she extended her hand with a smile. Hello, Mr. Su, I've heard from Xiaoyu that you're interested in purchasing a property. I have a fresh batch of excellent listings that I can present to you, and I assure you that I will secure the most favorable price for you. Thank you, Miss Su, Su Yu replied, gently shaking her delicate hand. And I am primarily interested in villas, preferably standalone ones. I wonder if you have any suitable recommendations? Pricing is negotiable, but ideally, I would like a place that is move-in ready and has a quick processing time framed. Su Qingyin's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, a major client. Chapter 41, 380 million. An exorbitant mansion. Mr. Su, we have an abundance of properties available here, and I assure you we can find a house that meets your requirements. Shall we go upstairs to discuss in detail? Su Qingyin's enthusiasm surged instantly. She promptly led the two upstairs, finding a reception room for them to sit while she hurried off to gather the materials. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu regained her senses and, with a face full of disbelief, looked at Su Yu and asked, Are you really planning to buy a villa? This is the magical city. A standalone villa, even in the suburbs, costs at least in the 8 figures. Although she was aware of Su Yu's wealth, after all, he had paid over 2 million in cash for a car without batting an eye. She had still underestimated the extent of his affluence. After all, one must have a place to settle down. Right? Su Yu shrugged. Before long, Su Qingyin returned with a booklet in hand. Glancing at Yu Xiaoyu, who was seated to Su Yu's right, she contemplated for a moment before taking a seat on Su Yu's left, effectively surrounding him. She then picked up the brochure and said, Mr. Su, here are the standalone villas available for immediate occupancy. This is a compilation of all the properties that meet your criteria. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Signaling her to continue, Su Qingyin began her detailed explanation page by page, covering the prices, locations, surrounding amenities, and so forth, articulating everything with clarity. In terms of her professional competence, she was indeed commendable. Su Yu listened attentively, occasionally posing a few questions, while Yu Xiaoyu sat beside him, secretly astonished. The prices were utterly outrageous. From the beginning, the least expensive property Su Qingyin quoted was over 30 million. As she continued flipping through the booklet, the prices escalated, soon reaching over 100 million, yet Su Yu remained unfazed, urging Su Qingyin to proceed. Yu Xiaoyu found it hard to fathom the extent of Su Yu's wealth. Listening to those astronomical figures left her feeling numb. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qingyin turned to the last page of the booklet, Building 3, Taohua Wu. This villa is located in the southern suburbs of the magical city, aptly named Taohua Wu. The main structure boasts a classical Huizhou design, comprising 3 above-ground and 2 underground levels, totaling 1,100 square meters. Additionally, the villa comes with a garden spanning 3,600 square meters, designed by one of the top landscape masters in the country, featuring rare flowers, artificial hills, flowing water, and pavilions. More an artwork than merely a garden. As Su Qingyin spoke, she opened a video showcasing the property. Su Yu glanced at it and asked, How much? Su Qingyin was taken aback. Looking at Su Yu in surprise, after all her introductions, it was the first time he had proactively inquired about the price. Previously, she had been the one providing estimates after her presentations. It seemed that Su Yu had a particular interest in this villa. However, recalling the specific details of Building 3, she felt a wave of apprehension wash over her and steeled herself to respond. Mr. Su, this villa is unlike the others. It is not priced per square meter. There is a fixed price of 380 million. Moreover, I do not have the authority to negotiate this price. and I cannot offer you any discounts. The best I can do is provide you with a set of higher-end imported furniture within my limits. This villa is technically not an asset of our company. It is a consignment from a client. In fact, this price is already quite favorable. Although the location is somewhat remote, it excels in terms of environment. The villa's amenities are nearly at the pinnacle of residential standards worldwide. It has everything one could desire. The owner, involved in real estate, reportedly purchased it for just over $400 million, having impeccably furnished it but never having lived in it. Intending to hold it for resale, however, given the current state of the housing market and his company's financial constraints, the price has now been reduced to $380 million, with a stipulation of full upfront payment. Having said this, she anxiously glanced at Suyu, awaiting his response. As a top-notch saleswoman, Su Qingyin could easily discern that Suyu had no interest in the other properties, only this one, however. Whether Suyu possessed $380 million was another matter entirely. The requirement for a one-time payment was exceedingly stringent. Other wealthy clients with fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions had previously viewed this property, but upon hearing the need for a lump sum payment, they had left without a second thought. Presenting nearly $400 million in cash for a home was something even CEOs of billion-dollar companies hesitated to do. As for the young Suyu, Su Qingyin did not mean to underestimate him, but the fact remained that although he drove a luxury vehicle, its price was but a fraction of the villa's cost. Furthermore, his attire could not have cost more than $2,000. He hardly appeared to be a particularly wealthy individual. With this in mind, she resolved to divert Suyu's attention by recommending a more affordable villa, hoping to prevent him from feeling overwhelmed by the price. Yet, before she could utter a word, Suyu interjected, "Let us go see the property first. If everything is satisfactory, I can make a payment with my card later. By the way, how long will the paperwork take? When can I move in? Actually, I think this one is..." Su Qingyin instinctively began to voice her thoughts, but suddenly caught herself, her lips parting in astonishment as she stared at Suyu. "Mr. Su, do you mean you truly intend to purchase it? Is there a problem?" Suyu raised an eyebrow at her, bemused by her apparent lack of understanding. "No problem at all. I shall escort you to view the property immediately. As for the paperwork, the owner has fully entrusted our company to handle it. If you are satisfied, we can finalize everything today." Su Qingyin quickly rose, saying, "I will go fetch the keys. Please wait a moment." "I'll be waiting in the parking lot," Suyu replied, rising alongside Yu Xiaoyu as they descended the stairs. The rationale behind his choice of this villa was quite straightforward. Firstly, its location in the southern suburbs was merely a short drive from the abandoned industrial park, estimated to take around 10 minutes. Secondly, the Chinese garden design resonated with his aesthetic preferences far more than the previous array of European-style buildings. However, the primary reason remained the financial feasibility. After all, money is meant to be spent. Before long, the trio arrived at the Taohua Wu community in the southern suburbs. Upon entering, the tranquility was immediately palpable, starkly contrasting with the bustling surroundings. In truth, this area could hardly be deemed too remote. Just outside the community lay a bustling thoroughfare, and while it was labeled a suburb, it was far more vibrant than the main streets of some third- or fourth-tier cities. However, the community was expansive, with each villa sprawling over thousands of square meters, complete with facilities like golf courses and outdoor hot springs. Thus, the deeper one ventured into the community, the more pronounced the serenity, creating an impression of seclusion. Chapter 42. Frost Star Transmission. Has it been accomplished? Suyu's vehicle swiftly arrived at the front of Building 3 under Su Qingyin's guidance. With its green tiles and white walls, the villa featured elegant eaves and corners. Surrounded by a rustic wall adorned with delicate bamboo, the vibrant green leaves added a touch of vitality to the chilly winter day. A crimson door bore a plaque inscribed with the characters Qingya Xianju. At first glance, a profound sense of history enveloped the atmosphere. Parking the vehicle, Suyu surveyed the entrance's design, nodding in satisfaction. Even at first glance, this place undeniably deserved the epithet elegant. "Mr. Su, please." Su Qingyin stepped forward to open the red door. Respectfully inviting Suyu inside, he accepted the invitation without hesitation. Crossing the threshold, he was greeted by an aesthetically pleasing landscape garden. The corridors wound gracefully, eaves soared high, and pavilions complemented the gentle sound of flowing water. It truly was extravagant. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim it was hard to fathom that such a place existed in the precious real estate of the magical city. The 3,600 square meter garden had been a vague concept to him before his visit. Only upon seeing it in person did he realize its vastness. A standard basketball court typically measures around 400 square meters, making this garden approximately the size of 9 basketball courts. No wonder the price reached 9 figures. Just the land alone must cost millions. As Su Qingyin guided him through the interior and exterior, it became evident that the villa matched the promotional video almost perfectly. The interior was not only fully furnished but also equipped with brand new, unused furniture. The cleanliness of both the villa's interior and exterior was maintained by dedicated staff, leaving no trace of dust. One could indeed move in with just a suitcase. Su Yu was thoroughly pleased and promptly informed Su Qingyin, "Please prepare the contract. I intend to sign it today." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's face lit up with uncontainable joy. "I will notify my colleagues to bring the contract over immediately. It will arrive in no more than half an hour, and we will ensure all procedures are completed today." "Very well." Su Yu nodded, intending to continue exploring the surroundings when suddenly he frowned and, seemingly nonchalantly, addressed Yu Xiaoyu, who had been following closely behind. "I need to make a phone call upstairs. Please ensure no one else comes up if the contract arrives and I haven't come down yet. Just let them wait." "Huh?" Stunned by the revelation that Su Yuhao had spent billions to purchase a house, Yu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She quickly composed herself and replied, "All right, I won't let anyone else go up." Su Yu nodded in satisfaction, playfully pinching her cheek as he said, "Choose a room for yourself later." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu furtively glanced at Su Qingyin, who was on the phone with a colleague. And then, slightly blushing, nodded in agreement. Su Yu made his way to the master bedroom on the second floor and promptly opened his personal panel. Indeed, it was Frost Star who had messaged him. "I have persuaded the city lord. Hurry to the trading space." Did she really manage to do it? Su Yu raised an eyebrow, and with a casual click on the panel, he entered the trading space. Before long, he found himself once again in the familiar conference room. Across the long table sat Frost Star, her white hair a stark contrast to the other occupant of the room, a breathtaking blue-haired girl whose beauty and figure rivaled that of Frost Star. Who is this? Su Yu glanced at the blue-haired girl before shifting his gaze back to Frost Star, momentarily bewildered by the situation. "This is the city lord of our future city," Frost Star said, lifting her pale chin with a hint of pride. Though she often appeared carefree, she was certainly not naive. She was well aware of Su Yu's earlier doubts about her ability to convince the city lord. Bringing her before Su Yu was an opportunity she couldn't resist flaunting. "My name is Choma, the city lord of Future City." "Perhaps not for long," the blue-haired girl stated, rising to offer a bow. Reminiscent of the first greeting Frost Star had given Su Yu to Suu, he returned with a formal gesture. He then shot a glance at Frost Star, hoping for an explanation on how they had managed to bring a living person into the trading space. Wasn't it supposed to be merely a circuit board housing thought? Before Frost Star could respond, Choma discerned his confusion and took the initiative to explain. "This is merely a bionic robot. Not a flesh and blood entity. I have uploaded my consciousness to the robot's computational module." "A bionic robot?" Su Yu stared at her, taking in her features for a considerable time before realizing it might be impolite and reluctantly averting his gaze. Good heavens, this was astonishingly lifelike. Both her facial expressions and skin texture bore no discernible difference from that of a living person. If only the doll manufacturers on Blue Star possessed such technology, they would surely sell like hotcakes. Cough, cough. Frost Star cleared her throat, capturing Su Yu's attention before waving her hand to reveal 10 storm power armors. "This is part of the agreed compensation. The city lord has arrived. Let us proceed with the contract." Su Yu nodded and meticulously reviewed the contract's contents. Frost Star had indeed done her due diligence. There was a specific clause pertaining to the city lord, effectively including her within the scope of the transaction. The terms clearly stated that the control rights over the robot housing Choma's consciousness would be fully transferred to Su Yu after the transaction. Upon their arrival on Blue Star, she would require Su Yu's consent for any actions she wished to undertake. There was no need to worry about her launching a devastating attack that could cripple the Blue Star network. Furthermore, once Choma's consciousness dissipated, the bionic robot and the artificial intelligence containing her memories would permanently belong to Su Yu. This arrangement not only mitigated all risks, but also provided Su Yu with a stunningly beautiful inflatable companion and a groundbreaking super AI as a bonus. He had no reason to refuse signing. Ding. With the notification sound from the trading space, the agreement was finalized. Su and Frost Star had grown accustomed to this process, while Choma, who had been observing, marveled at her slender hands, exclaiming in an instant, "I have transferred the highest control authority of this bionic robot. The technology of the transcendent trading platform truly exceeds my comprehension." However, she did not dwell on this too much. After glancing at Suyu, she smiled, saying, "Then I entrust the final chapter of my life to you. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests." Suyu nodded in response. He held a certain respect for this city lord of Future City, who had lived for nearly 2 centuries, was ruthless, yet had saved countless lives from peril. Chioma nodded, then turned to Frost Star, nonchalantly removing a ring from her finger and placing it before her. "You are too young, and your temperament is rather impulsive. Future City should not have been entrusted to you. Yet, since you have obtained this trading space that could potentially alter the wasteland, there is no one more suited to be the city lord than you." Looking at the ring she had long desired, which symbolized utmost authority, Frost Star's initial reaction was one of shock. She had not anticipated Chioma's decisiveness in presenting the ring to her so soon. Her body visibly trembled as she instinctively reached out for it, her hand shaking noticeably. Yet, before she could touch the ring, Chioma grasped her hand first. Startled, Frost Star looked up at Chioma, meeting her striking blue, clear bionic eyes, and for some reason, a wave of guilt washed over her. "Do you remember what I used to say most often during your school days?" Chioma smiled gently, unfazed by Frost Star's momentary lapse. With unparalleled power laid before her, no one could guarantee they would remain unshaken. Frost Star took a deep breath and replied, "You said, Future City must find a future for humanity amidst the wasteland." This was a phrase she had heard throughout her upbringing in school. It was unmistakable. However, to her surprise, Chioma shook her head, saying, "This is the inherent responsibility of every resident of Future City. It is not what I wish to convey. But that is of no consequence now." As she spoke, she gently pinched Frost Star's delicate face, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Choices can be agonizing. But once you assume that position, there are times when you must make sacrifices. The overwhelming power you wield comes with boundless responsibilities. Every action you take affects the interests of millions in Future City and billions of survivors across the wasteland. And no matter what you do, there will always be dissent. Do not let those words trouble you. Simply do what you believe is right. This is an essential quality of a dictator." With a self-deprecating smile, she added, "I was merely a researcher, always indecisive. Even though I knew that my earlier decisions were correct, they continued to haunt me with endless guilt. Each midnight, I would see the 10,000 souls fallen in pools of blood, as if I could still hear their anguished wails. Consequently, despite holding the highest power in Future City, I was too afraid to assume the responsibilities that came with it, fearing I would err again. This led to a squandered opportunity in the post-war reconstruction period, failing to fulfill my obligations as the city lord of Future City for the survival of our kin. At this point, Chioma paused, then gently embraced Frost Star, whispering, "Child, you are stronger than I am. I apologize for imposing upon you the expectations I myself could not meet. But I implore you." Having said this, she exhaled deeply, preparing to release her hold. Yet, in that moment, Frost Star suddenly wrapped her arms around Chioma's waist and looked up, saying, "I've remembered. I've recalled the words you most frequently spoke. Live like a human. Our ancestors once conquered the stars and seas. We should not rot like vermin in this filthy wasteland." With that, Frost Star suddenly smiled, "City Lord, go see the untainted world. I will lead everyone. Go live like humans. Now, you are the City Lord." Chioma personally placed the ring upon Frost Star's finger. In truth, there was a matter that had long perplexed Suyu. Seated casually on the bed in the second-floor bedroom, he watched Chioma admiring the scenery outside the window and inquired, "Is it that you lack disciplines such as sociology and political science in your world? Why is it that the City Lord of Future City holds such extensive authority? The absence of any limitations to power seems rather alarming." "On the contrary," Chioma replied, glancing back at Suyu. "In fact, our prosperous era's philosophies in sociology and political science are likely 5 centuries ahead of your world." Upon arriving on Blue Star, Suyu had permitted her to access all publicly available information on the internet. He had to admit, this inflatable companion surpassed his expectations in terms of capabilities. Just in terms of computational power, she was thousands of billions of times more advanced than the most sophisticated supercomputers on Blue Star. It was uncertain what kind of technology from Zenith Star produced such results. After receiving Su Yu's consent, there were virtually no firewalls in the online world that could hinder her. Thus, she was able to grasp the current state of this world in mere minutes. Perhaps even more comprehensively than Su Yu, who had lived here for over 2 decades. Nevertheless, upon hearing her words, Su Yu couldn't refrain from criticizing, with such an advantage, how could you still develop a dictatorial management model? Where is the renaissance in that? What do you consider to be the most crucial matter when we expand our perspective to encompass the entire human race in the event of an apocalyptic scenario? Qiuhua inquired softly. Ensuring the continuation of our species? Su Yu tentatively suggested. Indeed. But what does that have to do with establishing a dictator? Qiuhua fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly, a myriad of blue particles erupted from one of her eyes. The particles swiftly coalesced, forming a holographic projection before Su Yu. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to depict a street not far from the neighborhood, likely captured by a camera installed in a corner. The content of the projection was rather straightforward. A man clad in a black jacket strolled while smoking. As he neared the end of his cigarette, he carelessly discarded the butt onto the sidewalk. Despite the presence of a nearby trash bin designed for extinguishing cigarettes. What does that mean? Su Yu was utterly bewildered. However, before he could inquire further, the scene shifted, transforming into a view from a home surveillance camera in a living room. The same man was seated on a couch, engrossed in his phone and smoking, but this time, upon finishing his cigarette, he did not thoughtlessly toss the butt on the ground. Instead, he impatiently got up and retrieved an ashtray from the study to extinguish the cigarette. Do you understand now? Qiuhua said with a gentle smile. This left Su Yu momentarily speechless. People tend to neglect public property, yet they seldom damage their personal belongings. When survival becomes the foremost priority, the likelihood of private rights enduring surpasses that of public rights. Even if the one holding this power is not particularly astute, at the very least, they wouldn't allow everyone to perish. Otherwise, what significance would their power hold? If this power were to become a communal asset, the probability of humanity succumbing to internal strife would be far greater than that of uniting as one. As for concepts such as freedom, democracy, and fairness in comparison to the continuity of our species, what value do they hold? Do you think you are overestimating humanity? Su Yu's lips twitched. This is the optimal outcome derived from analyzing data from over 1 billion individuals. Calculated using the most sophisticated algorithms under the most extreme circumstances. Qiuhua shook her head. Human nature can be disguised, but numbers never lie. Chapter 44. It's all right, she is gifted very well. Su Yu conceded that he could not counter her arguments. And he was almost persuaded. A 200-year-old witch, indeed formidable. Not wishing to continue this line of discourse, he hastily shifted the topic. How many days do you have left? Approximately 4.5 days. Qiuhua replied in a neutral tone, exuding an air of detachment from worldly concerns. Tomorrow morning, I have an important matter to attend to, and coincidentally, Frost Star mentioned that the Peregrine will be delivered tomorrow. How about I take you around the world once the Peregrine arrives? Su Yu proposed that I am already content with just a glimpse of this vibrant world. If you are unable to spare the time recently, it is not necessary for you to accompany me everywhere. Qiuhua responded gently. Alas, it seems that a 200-year-old ant truly knows how to care for others, Su Yu lamented, yet added. It's not that busy. Since I promised Frost Star, I cannot go back on my word. Qiuhua nodded, saying nothing more, and Su Yu then took out his phone to check the time. Realizing he had been upstairs for over half an hour, he promptly prepared to take Qiuhua downstairs. Although it was indeed peculiar to bring someone down from upstairs without explanation. The house had multiple exits, so there was no need to clarify how a living person could suddenly appear. Typically, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin wouldn't dare to question this either. Just as he was about to call out, he suddenly noticed that Qiuhua was wearing the same K-10 combat suit as his own. This outfit was excellent in many respects, but it was rather too form-fitting. Taking her downstairs like this would certainly not do. Su Yu swallowed hard, pondering for a moment, and rummaged through a cabinet on the second floor. To his surprise, he found several unsealed sets of women's clothing. They were conservative women's suits, complete with matching high heels. Truly, this high-end residence was renowned for being move-in ready. He asked Qiuhua to change into this outfit before leading her downstairs, as expected. Although Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin were somewhat taken aback by the appearance of an exceptionally beautiful woman suddenly brought down from upstairs, they dared not ask further questions. Meanwhile, The legal personnel arriving to finalize the contract had no idea that Chioma had just appeared and assumed she had always been there. Mr. Su, we have prepared the contract on our end, and we have also made an appointment with the housing authority. Once you sign the contract, we can send it over immediately, and the procedures will be completed today. You will receive the documents within 3 days. Su Qingyin said respectfully as she rose. Suu accepted the thick stack of contracts and prepared to flip through them carefully. However, as soon as he opened the first page, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Chioma. Do you understand the law? He was, of course, referring to the laws of Blue Star. Chioma nodded slightly and took the contract. She had comprehended the legal provisions of various countries the moment she connected to this world's network. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no lawyer or judge on Blue Star could rival her understanding of the law. Flipping through the pages with remarkable speed, the sound of rapid page-turning filled the air. Chioma's pale blue eyes seemed to emit a subtle glow. In less than 2 minutes, she flipped through the hefty stack of over 100 pages and returned the contract to Suyu. Nodding, no problem, Suyu did not doubt her capabilities and immediately picked up the pen to sign. You're not going to look it over? Yu Xiaoyu could not help but ask. Goodness, this is a contract worth 380 million. You're just going to flip through it haphazardly and consider it reviewed. It wasn't he that she was targeting Chioma specifically, but it seemed far too careless. No need to look. Suyu shook his head while signing. She has an extraordinary talent for speed reading. I'm sure she comprehended it thoroughly. Such a talent exists? Yu Xiaoyu stared at Chioma in astonishment. She had heard of speed writing, but speed reading? Chioma merely responded with a gentle smile. She completed reading the entire contract in just over a minute, while Suyu took a full 10 minutes to sign, given the numerous places requiring his signature. After all, the contract was in triplicate, and he had to sign 3 times. Finally, after signing the contract, Suyu promptly swiped a total of 380 million on the POS machine. Originally having 430 million in savings, he was now left with a mere 50 million. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, the expenditure was well worth it. Suyu was thoroughly satisfied with this residence. Not to mention the sprawling 3,600 square meters of yard. Just the main building alone had an area previously unimaginable. There were more than a dozen rooms suitable for habitation. When will I have the chance to keep a beautiful woman in every room? Cough, cough, restrain yourself. After Su Qingyin and her associates completed the contract signing, they departed, adding Suyu on WeChat before leaving. She mentioned that if there were any issues with the house, he could reach out to her. And since Suyu's purchase would earn her a considerable commission, she wished to treat him to a meal. That sounds somewhat familiar, akin to when Yu Xiaoyu added him during the car purchase. One could only say that she truly deserved to be a childhood friend. It remained uncertain whether his relationship with Su Qingyin would develop into something akin to that with Yu Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, he would not refuse regardless. As it was already past 4 in the afternoon, Suyu glanced at the remaining Yu Xiaoyu and Chioma in the room and remarked, while this house has everything necessary, it still feels somewhat monotonous. Let us go shopping for some items, and we can also have dinner outside. Sounds great. Yu Xiaoyu replied cheerfully, and Chioma also nodded in agreement. After a brief tidying up, Suyu led the 2 stunning women, who turned heads wherever they went, out the door. They drove to the nearest shopping plaza, parked the car, and headed straight to the Givenchy counter in the mall. To be honest, Suyu hadn't decided what to buy. Although he intended to add some items for the new home, upon reflection, it seemed that nothing was lacking. However, when uncertain about what to purchase, clothing was always a safe bet. After all, Chioma's outfit was standard issue from the room and of mediocre quality, not to mention ill-fitting. Moreover, Yu Xiaoyu evidently had an interest in clothing as well. With no objections raised, they naturally decided to explore clothing first. However, to Suyu's astonishment, it's Xiaoyu? I hadn't heard you were dating someone. Is this a client outing, Suyu? To be fair, they merely wandered into a store to browse. Yet, as fate would have it, they encountered Zhao Xinhuan, Yu Xiaoyu's colleague, who had previously been a source of frustration for her, right upon entering the store. Chapter 45. Chuyu? I'm quite familiar with her upon seeing Suyu again. Zhao Xinhuan's feelings this time were entirely different from the last. After all, the previous encounter had taken place in the store where Suyu was a customer. She couldn't afford to act out if she wanted to keep her job at the 4S shop. She had no choice but to endure the humiliation of being ignored by him. However, this time was different. They were no longer in the store, granting her much more freedom to express herself. Zhao Xinhuan had largely come to terms with the previous incident. Although Su Yu's full payment for the G-class left her utterly astonished, she could not bring herself to believe that fate could be so convenient. With a plethora of luxury car dealerships in the bustling metropolis, it seemed improbable that Su Yu would coincidentally choose the very dealership where she worked. Despite her inquiries among old-school friends, who all claimed that Su Yu had not sought them out to inquire about her employment, Zhao Xinhuan remained steadfast in her belief that Su Yu had deliberately come to her store to flaunt her wealth. Yet, Zhao Xinhuan was unfazed by this blow to her pride. After all these years, the fact that Su Yu had not forgotten her while ascending the social ladder suggested that Su Yu still held her in some regard. In her eyes, this was an opportunity, a chance to transform from a mere mistress for wealthy middle-aged men into a refined lady of the high society. On her day off, she had intended to indulge in some retail therapy, purchasing new clothes and cosmetics to enhance her appearance, and perhaps find an opportunity to meet Su Yu. However, she was taken aback when she unexpectedly encountered her. Upon seeing Su Yu, Zhao Xinhuan, who had initially planned to mock Xiao Yu, suddenly fell silent, her previously sharp demeanor softening into one of gentleness. "Su Yu, you're here too. How have you been?" Her voice was soft and slightly tremulous, evoking a sense of vulnerability akin to a long-lost lover's reunion. Su Yu, on the other hand, was taken aback, thinking, what on earth? Is she performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act? The speed of her transformation was such that it would be a loss to the entertainment industry if she did not pursue acting. "Oh, quite well. Actually, I just purchased a villa for 400 million. Xiao Yu interlinked her arm with Su Yu's and raised her delicate chin. Su Yu smirked slightly, discreetly patting her own behind in a gesture of encouragement towards Xiao Yu's words. After all, certain things carried more weight when spoken by a woman rather than a man, as it would merely seem like an act of pretentiousness on his part. Letting Xiao Yu confront Zhao Xinhuan was indeed the most fitting choice. 400 million. Zhao Xinhuan's pupils dilated, her voice involuntarily rising several octaves, struggling to maintain her composure. Her first instinct was disbelief, but she quickly recalled Su Yu's earlier purchase of a car for several million. Leaving her uncertain. "Let us go inside," Su Yu said, shaking her head, disinterested in her, as she led Xioma and Xiao Yu into the store. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Xinhuan hesitated momentarily, her jealousy flaring as she observed the close bond between Xiao Yu and Su Yu. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly positioned herself in front of Su Yu, stating, Do you have any time lately? I would like to invite you to dinner. It's been so many years, and I have much to discuss with you." As she spoke, she tugged at the hem of Su Yu's clothing, her expression a blend of anxiousness and feigned innocence. Yet Su Yu, without hesitation, yanked her clothing back, responding coolly, "I have no time." It was absurd. She had a multitude of matters to attend to in the coming days. Even if she were free, there were still stunning ladies like Li Yuanxi, Chu Yu, and Su Qingyin vying for her attention. Who was Zhao Xinhuan to presume she could monopolize her time? Nonetheless, Zhao Xinhuan pressed on, "Are you truly this heartless? Remember when we—" Just as she began her sentence, she abruptly halted, forcing out a few tears as she began to sob. The foot traffic in the store was considerable, and her display of emotion quickly drew attention from onlookers. As they witnessed Zhao Xinhuan's pitiable tears, and then glanced at the two beautiful women accompanying Su Yu. They jumped to conclusions, whispering amongst themselves, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. Su Yu smirked subtly, realizing Zhao Xinhuan's intentions. Just as she was about to summon a staff member to disperse the crowd, Xioma, who had been observing the spectacle, raised an eyebrow, a flicker of crimson light flashing in her piercing blue eyes. The phones filming the scene suddenly flickered and went black. After this, she glanced at Su Yu, leaning in to whisper, "Whatever you do here won't be leaked. I can even ensure that no one outside will know we were here today." Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle as she pushed Chioma's head away. With her ability to control the digital realm, even if Su Yu were to lash out and unleash chaos, Chioma could sever any connections, ensuring that none of today's events would escape. However, this was not a lawless wasteland. Su Yu was no cold-blooded killer, not one to become enraged over trivial matters. Ignoring Chioma's meddling, she turned her gaze back to Zhao Xinhuan, calmly advising, "I suggest you maintain some self-awareness. Not all wealth is easily acquired." Su Yu had a fair idea of Zhao Xinhuan's motives, which were likely aimed at manipulating public opinion to garner sympathy. Once she uploaded a video capturing the truth, She could easily spin the narrative to paint Suyu in a negative light. However, with Chioma's influence, this scheme would falter at the first hurdle, as no one would be able to capture any footage. Even without Chioma's assistance, Suyu remained unperturbed. Did they truly consider his wealth worthless? Did they think they could slander him without consequence? Choosing to disregard her, Suyu turned her attention to the store manager, who had just arrived to mediate the situation. I noticed the logo at your entrance bears the insignia of the Wanfufu Group. What is your affiliation with them? The manager, taken aback, quickly responded. Sir, our store is a wholly owned subsidiary of Wanfufu Group, and we are the exclusive agents for Givenchy in this city. I am quite familiar with Miss Chuyu, the daughter of your group's chairman. Suyu replied nonchalantly. The manager's eyes widened in recognition, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he eagerly bowed and said, You are a guest of Miss Chu. My apologies for the oversight. Please, allow us to attend to your needs. Chuyu was known for her discretion and rarely interfered with domestic operations of the Wanfufu Group. Having worked for the group for over 20 years, the manager had only heard of her in passing during company events. He knew she was in charge of overseas affairs and held significant influence within the organization, second only to the chairman. If Suyu genuinely knew Chuyu, he understood that she was not someone to be trifled with. Resolving the current issue for Suyu would not only benefit them but also earn a favor in return. Chapter 46. Unleashing Financial Power. Hey, wait. Seeing Suyu leave with the others, Zhao Xinhuan panicked and rushed after them. She had gone to great lengths to draw attention, and while she may not have achieved her goal of displacing Suyu, she had hoped to extort something from her newfound wealth. In this era, the truth held little value. All that mattered was the perception. If the earlier scene had been recorded and shared online, she would have won. With her talent for twisting narratives and buying views, she could easily coerce Suyu into submission. Yet, the crowd seemed to be in disarray. Although they had been eager to record moments earlier, they now appeared to be fiddling with their phones, seemingly unable to capture any footage. Frustration welled up within her as she realized her performance had been in vain. Miss, you are severely disrupting our business operations. Please leave, or I will have to call security, the manager said, blocking her path with an unyielding expression. But I was just. Zhao Xinhuan started to explain, but was cut off. That gentleman claims not to know you. If you have a dispute, you may report it to the police or wait until he leaves to discuss it. However, we are currently open for business, and I must ask you to depart. Should you need assistance in contacting the authorities, we are more than willing to help. Zhao Xinhuan glared at Suyu, who was now busy selecting clothes, and after stomping her foot in frustration, she decided to step outside and think of a new plan. Moments later, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted, and she hurriedly answered, Manager Wu? Is there something urgent? Manager Wu was the head of the dealership where she worked. Where are you right now? His voice was stern. Just out shopping on my day off. Is there an issue with a client? Did you have a confrontation with a gentleman named Su? Zhao Xinhuan was taken aback. How could her immediate superior possibly know about this? It seemed she was in trouble. On the other end of the line, Manager Wu spoke coldly. Just now, President Zhou from the headquarters in the magical city called specifically for this matter to MRSU as a distinguished guest of our company. And your actions have severely violated the code of conduct for sales personnel. Come to the store next week to pack your belongings, collect your salary, and leave. Zhao Xinhuan. At the Givenchy store. Suyu caught a distant glimpse of Zhao Xinhuan, who stood lost in thought with her phone in hand. He shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with her. But since she failed to recognize his worth, he would not show her any mercy. That recent call he made was directed to the head of the company in the magical city. Previously, due to the exhibition of the exoskeleton, he had personally visited the headquarters to meet with them. It was somewhat of a connection. That individual had taken a substantial sum of money from Suyu, and dismissing a mere salesperson was a trivial matter that could be mentioned in passing. Without further regard for Zhao Xinhuan, he accompanied Yu Xiaoyu and Qiuemo to peruse the store. By the time they exited, their hands were filled with an assortment of shopping bags. The balance stood at 200,000. The day continued with a variety of other shops, and by the time they completed their tour, darkness had enveloped the outside world. The trunk of the G-Class was packed tightly with bags of all sizes. However, the expenditure was not exorbitant, with only over 700,000 charged to his card. After casually choosing a restaurant for dinner, they returned to the newly purchased building number 3 of Peach Blossom Dock. That evening, there were no special activities planned. After engaging in some exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, they retired early, as there were many important matters awaiting them the next day. Uncle Zhou had previously hinted that the military would likely have results regarding the exoskeleton issue by tomorrow. The negotiations would probably take a considerable amount of time. Additionally, Frostar had promised to send over 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit vessels. The following morning, Suyu unusually rose early. Although it was Saturday, Yu Xiaoyu's job at the 4S store, being part of the service industry, had no concept of weekends. She greeted Suyu and then took a taxi to work. As for Chiao, her mind was immersed in circuit boards, so fatigue was non-existent, and sleep was unnecessary. Just as Suyu descended the stairs, she had already prepared breakfast. Looking at the lavish and exquisite spread on the dining table, Suyu was somewhat astonished. "You actually know how to cook?" "I lived in an era of unlimited material abundance during the prosperous age. Of course I can cook," Chiao replied, casting him a sidelong glance and pushing a plate of seemingly mouth-watering fried rice towards him. "I haven't made proper food in years. Give it a try." Her current physical form derived energy from a cold fusion reactor located in her chest cavity, rendering food unnecessary. Moreover, in the wasteland world, there were hardly any delicacies to savor. Before Frostar became the agent for the transdimensional trading platform, ordinary people primarily subsisted on unappetizing nutritional paste. Even the privileged in Future City could only occasionally partake in normal food produced from the city's agricultural bases, most of the time relying on nutritional paste for sustenance. For those in the wasteland, taste had long become a burden. Thus, the bionic robots they manufactured certainly did not feature taste modules. No designer could be foolish enough to include such a feature. Suyu glanced at her and then at the exquisite fried rice, unable to suppress a sigh. He had come to Blue Star to see, yet apart from observing, he truly could not experience anything else. Casually taking a seat at the dining table, despite his reservations about her culinary skills, Suyu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. This was not mere pretense for Chiao. It was genuinely delightful, isn't it? Chiao's eyes narrowed into crescents, half-teasingly proclaiming, "I won first place in the city's middle school culinary competition when I was a teenager." "When you were a teenager?" Suyu swallowed his food and asked with curiosity, "Wasn't your world still in the prosperous age back then?" "What was the prosperous age like?" Chapter 47. How humanity plays itself to oblivion. What was the prosperous age like? A look of nostalgia flickered across Chiao's face. It was a magnificent era. After a pause, she added, "But it was also an era lacking in ambition." "Oh? How so?" Suyu inquired with interest. "Let me put it this way. According to your terms of the First and Second Industrial Revolutions, our world took only 80 years from the First Industrial Revolution to achieve commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion. Suyu. Wait a minute. How long has it been since the First Industrial Revolution? Nearly 250 years, right? Here, they are still stuck on achieving nuclear fusion for the foreseeable 50 years. Why was it so fast?" "I don't know." Chiao shrugged. "The secrets of that era have long been buried by history. Why technological advancement was so rapid remains an unsolved mystery. Many attempted to uncover this secret during the prosperous age, yet all ended in vain. The most credible explanation is that those 80 years were engulfed in constant warfare, never ceasing. Under the pressure of the arms race, technology exploded in just a few decades. Of course, this explanation lacks credence. As a researcher, I do not believe it. But whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. It simply doesn't matter anymore. From the steam engine to nuclear fusion, we took 80 years. From the first satellite launch into space to the invention of the curvature engine, it took us 210 years. Then we entered the prosperous age. The universe is filled with boundless resources, and we possess advanced artificial intelligence technology, sufficient for every individual in the declining world to live without worries. For the majority during the prosperous age, ordinary jobs paid no salary, for work was not pursued for monetary gain, but merely as a pastime to pass the time. However, the prosperous age did not consist solely of waiting for handouts. The Human Alliance provided each newborn with a bionic robot, which would work in their stead to create wealth, allowing them to receive wages earned by the robots without lifting a finger. If the robots broke down, they would still need to pay for repairs themselves. As for the few jobs that did pay, like mine in research, typically one could not work more than 2 hours a day. And the remuneration, if calculated according to your currency's purchasing power, would roughly be around 200,000 RMB per hour. But that's not accurate. The world is different, and such calculations were irrelevant back then. Money was merely a number. People had ample time to enjoy life. But since then, our world's technological advancement has nearly stagnated. In the 400 years of the prosperous age, our greatest achievements have merely been some upgrades based on existing technology. With no significant breakthroughs, I asked this what the prosperous age was like. Even someone as affluent as Suyu could not help but feel a sense of yearning upon hearing her description. It was a utopia. Such a world was lost. It was truly a pity. Suyu couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't as idyllic as you imagine. Chiyomo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You probably can't fathom the absurdity of the prosperous age. Those wealthy individuals wielding immense capital reveled in finding barren planets, pouring vast resources into them for no purpose, even constructing artificial suns in their orbits to transform them into habitable worlds. They would then use a multitude of clones to indulge in role-playing games as emperors, unleashing the darker sides of human nature. Whenever they grew weary of their games, they would obliterate the planet with a planet-destroying cannon and switch to a different pastime. They referred to this as a planetary cultivation game, which became a highly sought-after entertainment activity during the prosperous age, embraced by all, regardless of wealth. Gradually, the impoverished began to express dissatisfaction and even outrage at the extravagant lives of the wealthy. Although the affluent could not persecute the citizens of the human alliance nor jeopardize their interests, discontent brewed nonetheless. This dissatisfaction stemmed from humanity's inherent desire for comparison, and their demand was for the human alliance to allocate a planet to every citizen. Even though the prosperous age had reached an unimaginable level of material abundance, such demands were something the alliance could never fulfill. Then, towards the end of the prosperous age, the rebels emerged, with slogans to overthrow the tyrannical human alliance. Oh, and not just that. They also had slogans like "War is the ladder to human progress." "We need war." How's that? From your world's developmental history, this must be difficult to comprehend, right, Suyu? After a long moment of stunned silence, he finally grasped the most critical part of Chiyomo's statement, the end of the prosperous age, the emergence of the rebels. Swallowing hard, he incredulously stared at Chiyomo. You can't possibly mean that this is how the prosperous age devolved into the wasteland we see now, right? If that's the case, it is truly unfathomable. If one must speak, then perhaps it can be considered so. Chiyomo nodded slightly. In the course of humanity's exploration of the stellar seas, we frequently encounter planets inhabited by indigenous species, which is why we have consistently maintained a rather substantial fleet. The rebellion emerged less than a month ago, only to be utterly defeated and driven to the fringes of the galaxy. At this point, Chiyomo paused, turning her gaze toward the azure sky of the morning, and then the apocalypse arrived. Did they encounter extraterrestrial beings with technology more advanced than yours? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Given her description of the prosperous era, aside from the possibility of encountering aliens who delivered a dimensional blow, Suyu found it difficult to comprehend what could have led them to their current ghastly state. It cannot merely be classified as aliens. It is more accurately described as a form of extraterrestrial life beyond our comprehension, a type of fungus, Chiyomo succinctly explained. This fungus can parasitize within the human body, manipulate thoughts, absorb memories, and transform individuals into monstrosities. The force pursuing the rebels is the Ninth Fleet of the Stellar Sea, one of humanity's most formidable fleets. They captured the rebels, intending to bring them back for judgment. But soon the entire fleet was silently ensnared by this fungus. Subsequently, these fungi spread through the stellar seas like a plague, and by the time humanity realized their presence, they had already seized control of a significant portion of humanity's fleet. The war lasted merely 2 years, and the once invincible humanity was annihilated by these diminutive fungi. Doesn't it seem utterly incredible? Reality can indeed be absurd at times. Chiyomo shrugged. In fact, humanity possesses a well-structured protocol for exploring new planets. Had they adhered to it, these feeble and peculiar fungi would never have had such an opportunity. Yet, the Ninth Fleet bypassed these procedures in their pursuit of the rebels. The end result was that we devoted considerable resources to the development of genetic and biological weapons to combat this fungus. Ultimately, we eradicated a portion of the fungi and defended our home planet. But the creatures we engineered turned out to be even more terrifying than the fungi, contaminating our entire home world, leading to the era of wasteland. Chapter 48. Comprehensive Nuclear Fusion Technology. Suyu was genuinely astonished. He never expected humanity could meet such a demise, a powerful civilization dominating the stellar seas fell into internal discord, only to unwittingly encounter such a bizarre entity, leading to their self-destruction, all while using their own weapons against them. This was simply absurd. Even more bewildering was that, at this juncture, the humans of their world still had the potential for a comeback. With their technology, they could easily gather a group of people, board a spaceship, flee to an uninhabited planet, and restart their civilization. Within a few years, they could reclaim their former glory. After all, while these fungi can manipulate human thoughts, they remain mere biological organisms, lacking the creativity of humanity. A few years of development and the creation of new weapons would undoubtedly allow them to easily overpower these fungi. Yet, instead of retreating in the final moments, the people of their world chose to develop biological and genetic weapons to confront them head-on, resulting in an even greater catastrophe that ultimately led to their downfall. Truly, they were masters of self-destruction. Humanity, it seems, cannot afford to be idle. You felt an unsettling chill. The fact that the wealthy could conceive of a planet cultivation game demonstrated just how absurd their situation was. The rebels, being of considerable stature, were provided for, having nothing to worry about, merely enjoying a life of leisure, yet they chose to raise a flag in rebellion. Indeed. Chioma wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Just then, Suyu suddenly sensed a message coming from the trading platform. After glancing at it, he remarked, "Frost Star has sent a message. Would you like to take a look together?" "No need." Chioma shook her head. "Then you can sit here alone." Suyu turned and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Frost Star, clad in storm-powered armor, sat across from him. However, a heavy scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Suyu to involuntarily smirk as he casually pulled out a chair and quipped, "How many lives have been taken?" "Over 200,000, Frost Star replied nonchalantly. "If I hadn't killed these people, I wouldn't have discovered they were hiding so many valuable items. I found more than one unopened starship." "Starships?" Suyu's eyes lit up. "Don't get your hopes up. They aren't warships, just a few colonization ships." Frost Star shrugged, then gestured to transfer 3 Falcon-class near-orbit spacecraft to Suyu. "This trade settles our accounts." Suyu nodded, unable to refrain from muttering. "Colonization ships aren't without value. They might still come in handy." "What use are they?" Frost Star rolled her eyes. "With your world's current technology, you can't possibly replicate these. If you try to use them for colonization, it would take at least a century with these small colonization ships. It's better to focus on climbing the technological tree." As she spoke, she produced a hard drive from seemingly nowhere, raising an eyebrow at Suyu. All the technical documents and production blueprints for nuclear fusion from the 1st to the 4th generation. "So, what do you think?" Suyu's gaze sharpened. "This is a bombshell. If he could acquire this, it would undoubtedly be the most valuable transaction he had made since entering the trading space." Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, "What's the cost? Over the next 20 years, you'll need to provide Future City with 1 million tons of food annually. Any type will suffice." Frost Star stated her terms. "That amounts to 20 million tons of food. Jojo is a populous nation, and food consumption is naturally significant. According to statistics, considering private food reserves, Jojo's food supply exceeds 1 billion tons. Currently, Jojo produces around 600 million tons of food. Annually, 20 million tons is merely 1/3 of a year's production, translating to a cost of 600 billion at 3,000 per ton. 600 billion for a complete set of usable nuclear fusion technology. Only a fool would ignore such an offer. Moreover, this 600 billion worth of food can be paid over 20 years. What does nuclear fusion represent? It symbolizes boundless energy, endless food. It signifies a genuine future. All right, but this must commence from next year. Suyu nodded in agreement, accepting the deal without even haggling. Frost Star was already quite familiar with his situation, and knowing that no matter how high the price was, Suyu wouldn't refuse, she opted to offer a remarkably low price. There was little point in further negotiations. Once they completed the transaction, Suyu turned and asked, "Is there a significant production capacity for the kind of bionic humans that carry Chioma's consciousness on your end? Are you looking to purchase bionic humans?" Frost Star instinctively inquired, then nodded. "That makes sense. You do indeed need these bionic humans." However, her bionic form was specially crafted, not mass-produced, so if you wish to buy in bulk, that would be impossible. Nevertheless, you need not seek such high-end models. We at Future City also produce some relatively lower-end bionic humans. in terms of capability. Under artificial intelligence management, they are certainly more efficient than most employees you recruit in your world. Able to perform tasks ranging from assembly line duties to piloting starships for colonization. They can do everything humans can, except for creativity, and loyalty is not a concern at all. During last night's sweep, we happened to seize an entire warehouse with approximately over 2,000 units available. I can provide them to you right away. Bionic humans and clones are not the same. Bionic humans are essentially robots designed to resemble humans. Clones, on the other hand, are genuine humans cultivated from cloned human cells in a petri dish. Calling them real humans is not an exaggeration. Currently, both Suyu and Froststar are relatively low in rank and cannot trade living beings. So cloning transactions are out of the question. Due to Chiyoma's existence, once her consciousness dissipates, her memories will merge with the artificial intelligence module within her body. Suyu would then acquire an exceptionally powerful AI possessing the complete memories of the former Lord of Future City. With this AI coordinating, bionic humans could prove even more useful than clones. As for the price. At this point, Froststar exhibited a moment of hesitation, unsure of what to ask for, if she requested food. Given the future nuclear fusion transaction, starting next year, she would receive 1 million tons annually. Future City has only a few 100,000 inhabitants. They wouldn't consume that much food each year, making any excess unnecessary. But if she asked for too little, it would be a lost in truth. For her, these 2,000 bionic humans were far more valuable than the nuclear fusion technology that could be easily replicated. It was out of the question to give them away for free. How about a longevity elixir that could extend one's life by 20 years? Suyu smiled slightly, producing an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening the lid, an enchanting fragrance immediately filled the entire conference room. Froststar, who had been hesitating, was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in awe as she fixated on the pearl-sized longevity elixir. Its luster captivating. Chapter 49. Leasing Engineering Robots Longevity. Elixir? Froststar stared at the wooden box for quite some time, then turned to Suyu with disbelief. You actually succeeded in another trade with your second-match trading partner? Is the other party still from the world of metaphysics? Indeed. Suyu shrugged. This is truly. Froststar was momentarily at a loss for words. She had entered the trading space much earlier than Suyu. However, when it came to truly reaping the benefits from the trading space, it was only after Suyu that she experienced it. Previously, the encounters were either with various oddities that made normal trading impossible or with the destitute, who had gold but no means to spend it. Suyu's first match trading partner was her, and astonishingly, his second match was also a suitable trading partner. Moreover, he managed to procure something that could extend life. Froststar admitted she felt quite envious. So, are we exchanging or not? Suyu tapped on the table as a reminder. Exchange? Froststar replied eagerly. A golden elixir that can prolong life by 20 years. Only a fool would refuse to exchange. Upon hearing this, Suyu hastily signed the trading contract to seal the deal. Then, with some confusion, he inquired, by the way, isn't it possible in your world to extend life through cybernetic enhancements and organ replacements? Like Chiyomo? Why then, is there such interest in extending life by another 20 years? To be fair, he had merely been testing the waters and did not expect Froststar to agree so readily. You wouldn't understand. Froststar opened the recently traded longevity elixir, gazing at the perfectly round and smooth pill with a look of obsession. The method of organ replacement is quite primitive. It is akin to treating symptoms rather than the underlying cause, merely swapping out what is failing. The vast majority of people do not die because their lifespan has ended, but because their internal organs begin to fail. Thus, replacing bionic organs is less about extending life and more about reclaiming the lifespan humans are meant to have. In contrast, items from the world of metaphysics extend life through some mysterious power in another dimension, which is an entirely different matter. That Suyu nodded, somewhat understanding, but then continued, if that is the case, can this not allow Chiyomo to continue living? Froststar, who was admiring the elixir, was momentarily taken aback, scratching her head and saying, theoretically, it seems possible, but she only has her consciousness left. Her physical body is gone, so it might not work, right? Indeed, Suyu nodded, not dwelling on that thought. He was already prepared for Chiyomo's life to come to an end in a few days. Although after spending this day together, he deeply appreciated how convenient it was to have a former city lord of the future city assisting him. If possible, he would be willing to lend a helping hand. However, if he could not save her, he would not bear the blame. Having completed another transaction involving bionic individuals, Suyu did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to ask, "Do you have any construction machinery over there that can quickly build houses?" Once the cooperation with the military was established, with their connections, his company and factory could be set up. The abandoned industrial park in the suburbs certainly required reconstruction. Given Blue Star's current technology, renovating it would not be difficult. However, complete reconstruction would take at least a year and a half. The industrial park was a relic from the last century, and most of the buildings were already dangerous. Reconstruction was indeed necessary. Since Suyu did not wish to wait that long, he naturally turned to Frost Star for assistance. After all, she was now the city lord of Future City, and her control over productive forces was likely far superior to that of the entire Blue Star. Moreover, Future City harbored grand ideals for rebuilding the wasteland. Logically, they should possess relevant infrastructure technology. J9000, a multi-terrain engineering transformation module, Frost Star stated casually. This module consists of over 8,000 engineering robots with distinct functions, all coordinated by a central AI. In simple terms, you only need to designate the construction area, and it will automatically survey the terrain, design thousands of architectural blueprints, and you can choose one that appeals to you. After selection, you merely need to provide the raw materials. Everything else is taken care of by it. With its construction speed, a skyscraper over 1,000 meters tall can be erected from scratch within 3 days. It is said that during the Prosperity era, 10 sets of such engineering modules completely demolished and rebuilt a city center with a population of over 100 million within 3 months. Goodness, that sounds incredibly appealing. How much does it cost? Suyu quickly inquired. Not for sale. Future City only has this one set, and we will need it for future wasteland transformation. Frost Star shook her head. But before she finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow and added, "However, it can be rented. How about renting a longevity elixir for 3 days, a month?" Suyu proposed his price. Not possible, the maximum is 5 days. 28 days, ultimately, Suyu secured the rental of the multi-terrain engineering transformation module for 12 days in exchange for a longevity elixir. After becoming the city lord of Future City, Frost Star proved to be quite straightforward. She had Suyu wait for less than half an hour before returning with over 2,000 bionic individuals and the engineering transformation module. Thus, today's transaction was concluded. Suyu acquired the complete technological data and blueprints for nuclear fusion from the first to fourth generations. 3 Falcon-class near-Earth spacecraft, 2,000 bionic individuals, and 1 J9000 engineering transformation module. Meanwhile, Frost Star gained the position of City Lord of Future City, 200 million tons of food, and 2 longevity elixirs. Should Suyu require continued use of the engineering transformation module, she could receive even more longevity elixirs. It was a mutually beneficial transaction, with both parties looking toward a bright future. Upon returning to Blue Star, Suyu felt elated at the thought of the gains from this transaction. Glancing at the empty villa, he waved his hand to summon dozens of bionic individuals from his inventory, until his company and related operations were up and running. These bionic individuals had no other immediate use. It would be better to have them help out around the villa. Seems you've made quite a haul this time, Chiyomo remarked. Observing the multitude of bionic individuals in the courtyard, just a win-win situation, Suyu replied with a smile. Next, I'll need you to temporarily arrange some tasks for them, whether it's tending to the plants or acting as gatekeepers. We can't let such a large courtyard appear too desolate. Chiyomo nodded, and without any visible effort, the bionic individuals standing dazedly in the courtyard began to move. Just then, Suyu's phone rang. He picked it up to find that it was the military researcher Zhoubo who had first discovered the exoskeleton. Chapter 50. Flexing Muscles, Power Armor, Near-Earth Orbital Spacecraft. Can we discuss the contract now? All right, I have time right now. Will you send someone to pick me up? Hearing this, Suyu was about to agree when he noticed Chiyomo shaking her head. After a pause, he replied, "No need. Just send me the address and I'll head over myself. It'll be quicker." All right, that's settled. The contents of the phone call were unsurprising. The military's testing was nearing completion, and they were ready to discuss the acquisition of the exoskeleton. After hanging up, Suyu looked at Chiyomo, naturally inquiring why she had advised him to decline the military's offer to pick him up. Chiyomo replied calmly, "Given what you currently possess, you need not be so cautious. You can afford to reveal a bit of your strength. This will help you gain more leverage and autonomy in the upcoming negotiations." otherwise attempting to create an unmonitored and unobserved world in that abandoned industrial zone, as you had envisioned, would be utterly impossible. The technology within the exoskeleton, while impressive for this world, has not reached the point where the military can completely ignore safety concerns and allow you to do as you please. However, if you showcase technology and power that far exceed their understanding, this issue would dissipate. If they're not foolish, they will acquiesce to your demands. Although she had only arrived in this world a day ago, Xiaomo, with her terrifying ability to navigate the internet, was already well aware of the general circumstances surrounding Su Yu's dealings with the military. So, what you're saying is, Su Yu frowned, don't you have the Storm-class power armor? Let us wear the power armor and drive the Falcon over, Xiaomo decisively suggested. So straightforward. Won't that? He hesitated slightly. After all, protagonists in novels who acquire advanced technology often choose to remain low-key and cautious. Keeping their wealth hidden, revealing everything could seem inappropriate. Wouldn't they think I'm an alien? Xiaomo rolled her eyes. You, a mere company employee just days ago, suddenly producing a groundbreaking exoskeleton. Does that seem logical? They likely already investigated you thoroughly and are scratching their heads over your origins. Rather than letting them speculate, why not just lay it all out there and tell them you are indeed an alien? An extraterrestrial civilization possessing advanced technology has arrived on Blue Star, not to invade or harm, but to engage in equal trade. With such a background, can you imagine how much simpler the subsequent negotiations will be? The most crucial factor is that, equipped with the Storm-class power armor and the Falcon, they have no alternative but to collaborate with you. Before you possess the means for self-preservation, you must contemplate the issue of concealing your wealth. With these assets at your disposal, what is there to fear? Indeed, it seems you suddenly realized. Damn it, novels can indeed mislead. With the Storm-class power armor in hand, there is virtually no weapon on Blue Star. Aside from the Great Mushroom, that could eliminate him in an instant. As long as he cannot be taken out in one blow, he can simply pilot the Falcon into space and launch a few orbital strikes at the muggles below. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Why should he hide and cower? It is others who should fear him. Suyu cast a glance at Xiaomo. Indeed, the older ant is well versed in the world. He almost felt reluctant to see Xiaomo perish. However, that can be discussed later. Since Ingzhang possesses the longevity elixir, he might have other mystical items that could save Xiaomo. He would inquire about it later. As there are still a few days to spare. As for now, it is undoubtedly time to deliver a small shock to the inhabitants of this world. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, two Storm-class power armors materialized in the open space at the entrance of the villa. According to the classifications in the wasteland, exoskeletons are divided into light, medium, and heavy types. Likewise, power armor is categorized into light, medium, and heavy. The heavy exoskeleton closely resembles the parameters of the light power armor in many aspects, yet their combat capabilities are worlds apart. A single light power armor can easily obliterate 100 heavy exoskeletons. In comparison to the more advanced medium and heavy power armors, the light power armor pales in significance. The Storm-class power armor, however, is the standard medium power armor of the United Space Forces during the Prosperity era. Standing at 2.36 meters tall and weighing 2 tons, it houses a high-power cold nuclear fusion reactor as its energy source. In addition to being immune to all kinetic weaponry through its directional force field. It is equipped with 2 high-power, non-propellant engines that enable this 2-ton behemoth to fly at a maximum speed of 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere. In space, this speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, it boasts an electromagnetic-driven, large-caliber hand cannon mounted on its left wrist, a high-frequency chainsaw sword on its right wrist, a high-power laser emitter on its chest, and a high-precision Gauss rifle on its back. Additionally, it features a miniature missile launcher on its shoulder and 8 micro-reconnaissance drones flanking its spinal area. It could be said to be armed to the teeth. Tio put it bluntly. This machine could take out a main battle tank with a single shot on the battlefield and pose no challenge in facing a modern heavy armored combined brigade. Suu and Xiaomo donned their respective power armors. The operation of this equipment is not particularly difficult. With the built-in AI assistance, even a fool could tear apart tanks with it. The two activated their thrusters and soared into the sky. Reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, Suu then retrieved the Falcon-class near-Earth orbital vehicle from his inventory and boarded it mid-air. Although to Frost Star, the Falcon is merely a small contraption capable of carrying up to 500 tons. It is undoubtedly a colossal entity. To put it into perspective, Blue Star's largest transport aircraft, the An-225, has a maximum payload of only 250 tons. The Falcon's capacity is double that of the An-225. So it cannot be trivialized. In reality, the Falcon measures over 100 meters in length, more than 30 meters in width, and approximately 10 meters in height. Featuring a conical design, it is massive and exudes a sense of science fiction. Operating it is quite intricate. Fortunately, he has a multitude of androids at his disposal, along with Chiyomo who can control them in no time. The Falcon began to move. Within minutes, the enormous vessel gradually disappeared into the azure sky. It vanished into thin air. True optical stealth. A few minutes later, several fighter jets roared into the airspace where the Falcon had just been. Observing the empty sky, the pilots inside the jets appeared bewildered and quickly pressed their communication buttons. Report to headquarters. The target airspace contains no unidentified flying objects. It seems to have vanished entirely. Chapter 51. Optical stealth. It seems to have vanished entirely. Inside the cockpit of the Falcon, so you listen to the pilot's reports over the channel? Swallowing hard as he gazed out the window at the jet that had just flown past the Falcon at close range. Is it really completely invisible? The distance must be less than 10 meters. Right? The optical stealth technology, combined with the wave-absorbing energy field, renders the Falcon undetectable to both the naked eye and radar. Chiyomo shrugged. It's not just Blue Star's detection technology. Even during our prosperity era, a Falcon attempting to conceal itself can only be detected by large gravity wave monitoring instruments typically deployed on the ground and starships, which can sense gravitational anomalies. Other detection technologies are virtually ineffective against it. Of course, firing will inevitably reveal us. As she spoke, she casually tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard in front of her. Suddenly, a projection of a command center appeared before them. The command center was filled with various precision instruments, and numerous military personnel dressed in uniforms were moving about with serious expressions, seemingly dealing with a significant matter. Upon hearing keywords like unidentified flying object and vanished, Suyu immediately deduced the nature of the place. A military air command post. Could this be too excessive? Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, this is unequivocally espionage. What does it matter? No one knows. If you don't believe me, I'll show you something else. Chiyomo tapped a few more times, and the projection shifted again, revealing another command room with a layout similar to the previous one. However, this time, the flag on the wall of the command center was the stars and stripes, and the personnel appeared to be Caucasian. Goodness, has she hacked into a military base in America, thousands of miles away? As Chiyomo's fingers danced across the keyboard, one classified location after another, which Suyu had never dared to imagine, began to stream before his eyes. Conversations and decisions involving countless individuals were laid bare for him to hear. If previously Chiyomo was limited by the processing power of the android's internal chip, allowing her to breach all firewalls but still requiring some time, now, with the computational power of the Falcon's central computer at her disposal, she had truly become a deity traversing the Blue Star network. If I were to ask you to launch all of Blue Star's nuclear weapons, could you do it? Suyu inquired, almost on a whim. With a pause, Chiyomo looked at him with surprise. I didn't expect you to have such inhumane tendencies. Those systems are mostly independent of the existing network, with launch protocols manually confirmed by humans. Directly operating the launch would be quite challenging. However, it's not impossible. I could fabricate some false messages to deceive those in the nuclear facilities, convincing them that they are under nuclear attack, prompting them to initiate their countermeasures, leading to a nuclear retaliation. As she spoke, her hands danced like a sprite across the virtual keyboard, and she genuinely prepared to proceed. Wait, Suyu quickly interjected. Goodness, if this were to happen, wouldn't Blue Star be reduced to wasteland? This isn't how one should play. Chiyomo shot him a glance, her gaze settling on his hand. Let us go? We should be there soon. Suyu pretended not to hear, instead turning to the android piloting the Falcon, and playfully squeezed her hand a couple of times. Don't get the wrong idea. It's purely curiosity. After acquiring a new batch of androids from Frost Star, he realized that the one Chiyomo used was not only functionally superior to the others, but also possessed a more refined texture of skin. He had long wanted to feel it. Upon touching it, he found it indeed felt different. To be honest, had he not known in advance, he would never have imagined this was an artificial robot. To say it felt like skin as smooth as jade and hands as delicate as silk would not be an exaggeration. The tactile sensation surpassed that of a real person, that's enough. Wearing it down here might be problematic for repairs. Chiyomo withdrew her hand, her expression slightly peculiar. It seems you have a particular penchant for androids. Once my consciousness dissipates, this android may not escape your clutches. Ahem, not at all. Suyu cleared his throat and shifted the topic. How long until we arrive? We're already here. Chiyomo lifted her fair chin, her gaze directed out the window. Following her gaze, Suyu noticed that the scene at the edge of the city had vanished. The landscape outside the Falcon had transformed into a sparsely populated mountainous region. Deep within the mountains, a sizable base stood erect. Occasionally, armed helicopters could be seen departing from the base, seemingly responding to some urgent situation. So soon, Suyu narrowed his eyes. If he recalled correctly, the address Zhobo had given him was approximately 90 kilometers from his villa in Taohuawu. Yet from the moment he ordered departure, hardly half a minute had elapsed. Not fast. Chiyomo shook her head. The first cosmic velocity is 7.9 kilometers per second, which is about 23 times the speed of sound. Our recent maximum speed was only slightly over 20 times the speed of sound, not even reaching the first cosmic velocity. The Falcon's maximum speed can exceed the second cosmic velocity. We are far from the limit. Suyu paused, then suspiciously remarked, that doesn't seem right. Such instantaneous acceleration? What about the overload? As is widely acknowledged, when one accelerates in a high-speed vehicle, the sensation of being thrust back into the seat becomes palpably evident. However, when this sensation reaches a certain intensity, the human body is often the first to succumb. This phenomenon is generally referred to as overload. The predominant challenge faced by mini-manned spacecraft is not the machinery itself, but rather the human inability to endure such extreme overloads. Those who have engaged in simulated aerial combat are well aware that during high-speed maneuvers, while the aircraft may withstand considerable strain, the human operator is frequently rendered unconscious. Remarkably, the Falcon traversed over 90 kilometers in less than 30 seconds. Logically, such an overload should have resulted in catastrophic failure. Yet, Suyu felt absolutely nothing. This defies scientific explanation. Merely a rudimentary application of gravitational waves, hardly warranting such astonishment. Chiyomo shook her head, cautioning, you'd best make a call to inform someone. Otherwise, I fear an impulsive landing might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Gravitational waves. Well, such matters are beyond the comprehension of someone like me, who is not academically inclined. Suyu retrieved his phone and dialed Zhobo. His call connecting promptly in the main building of the base. Zhobo sat in his office awaiting Suyu's arrival. Alongside him were numerous military researchers who, under normal circumstances, would have been engaged in their work at a more clandestine location. Today, however, they had come here specifically to finalize discussions regarding the exoskeleton collaboration. Given the technical nature of the project, it was imperative for these knowledgeable researchers to be present. Although tension lingered outside, they remained unperturbed within the confines of the office, as military bases are equipped with established protocols for emergency situations that do not necessitate their involvement. Venturing outside could inadvertently complicate matters. Nevertheless, curiosity prevailed, and after a brief wait, an elderly scholar with a head full of white hair could no longer contain his intrigue. What is happening? Why the sudden tension? I don't recall any drills scheduled for today. Zhobo shook his head, responding, word has it that the Air Force's radar detected an unidentified aerial object over the city, measuring at least 100 meters in length, larger than a transport aircraft. Yet, this object vanished from radar after only a few minutes. They promptly dispatched fighter jets for reconnaissance, but returned empty-handed, having found nothing. The radar's detection was corroborated by multiple units, ruling out a malfunction. This situation is certainly suspicious, hence the command has requested our helicopter unit to assist in investigating the area for any clues. The room erupted in astonishment. An old scholar adjusted his glasses, glancing at a helicopter taking off outside, and expressed concern. To suddenly appear on radar and then disappear. If it were a natural phenomenon or an unidentified flying object, it might be manageable. But if it is something engineered by those across the ocean, we could be in serious trouble. We must clarify this matter. Otherwise, no one will be able to sleep soundly. Rest assured, Zhobo replied, closing his eyes momentarily. When soldiers face foes, they shall defend. When water rises, we shall build dikes. If it is indeed a ploy from across the ocean, as long as we can finalize this collaboration with Suyu. And once these exoskeletons are mass-produced, we need not fear them. Agreement rippled through the room. After all, aside from Suyu and Chiyomo, no one else was more intimately acquainted with the exoskeletons than these researchers who had worked closely with the technology for days. They understood its potential better than anyone else. Should these exoskeletons be deployed en masse, barring a nuclear war, conventional warfare would pose little threat to them. These are tumultuous times, Jobo mused, a sigh escaping him. Unlike his research-focused colleagues, he contemplated deeper issues. There was one question that remained unaddressed by both the researchers and the command staff. How did Suyu manage to produce this exoskeleton? Initially, when their understanding of the G60 exoskeleton was limited, some might have believed it to be the handiwork of a civilian research enthusiast. However, as they delved deeper into its complexities, it became increasingly clear that such an achievement could not be the work of a single individual. Many of the technologies involved, if repurposed for civilian use, could generate substantial wealth in mere moments. Numerous groundbreaking innovations lay before these top-tier researchers, yet they struggled to grasp their underlying principles. Yet, this formidable technology had been presented by Suyu. The military had investigated his background and found it utterly unremarkable, a mere reflection of an ordinary life. Yet, this seemingly mundane individual had unveiled something truly extraordinary. The implications of this were unsettling. Some within the command staff had even speculated that Suyu might be an extraterrestrial or a representative sent to facilitate contact between Earth and otherworldly beings. While such notions seemed absurd, Jobo found an odd comfort in the idea that Suyu could indeed be an alien. If he were not, it implied the existence of an enigmatic organization on Earth, with technology surpassing that of all nations. As for the possibility of him being sent by the Americans across the ocean, that seemed highly improbable. Unless the aging leadership of America had lost their faculties, it was inconceivable that they would allow Suyu to traverse the nation with such advanced technology. The peculiar emergence of both Suyu and the exoskeleton led all who were privy to the matter to tacitly refrain from further discussion. Their collective focus was singular. Regardless of Suyu's intentions or objectives, the priority was to secure the exoskeletons, whatever it took. Money, personnel. If the technology could be acquired without causing disruptions within the nation, they were willing to comply. Jobo felt a headache brewing as he massaged his temples. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Mr. Su, where are you?" The military was well aware of Suyu's residence, located over 90 kilometers away. Jobo certainly did not expect Suyu to arrive so swiftly. Yet, he heard the reply. "I'm already here." "Here?" Jobo was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Mr. Su, are you certain you haven't mistaken the location?" It had been less than half an hour since he had invited Suyu to discuss their collaboration. And unless Suyu had developed the ability to fly, such rapid travel seemed implausible. After all, the journey encompassed a significant portion of the heavily trafficked thoroughfares of the city, making such speed unlikely. "Of course, I haven't made a mistake." Suyu's voice emanated from within the Falcon as he observed the scene in the conference room through a window. He chuckled lightly. "Major Zhou, take a look outside. And remind your personnel not to open fire." "Outside?" Jobo froze, not having the time to ponder how Suyu knew he was inside the room. He noticed the light dimming momentarily and instinctively turned to gaze out the window. In that instant, he was rendered speechless. Hovering just 50 meters above the base was a colossal object, measuring 100 meters in length, silently suspended in the air. The entire base fell into a hushed silence. Moments later, a piercing air raid siren shattered the stillness. Chapter 53. Collaboration established. Everyone delighted. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the base. In that instant, the myriad soldiers, initially stunned by the sudden appearance of the Falcon, sprang into action as if activated by an unseen force. They swiftly seized their weapons and rushed to their designated emergency positions. While their equipment may have been somewhat rudimentary, the quality of the soldiers was commendable. Chiyomo remarked, "Under similar equipment and personnel conditions, the soldiers from Future City would likely not stand a chance against them." "And what of your prosperous era soldiers?" Suyu casually inquired. Chiyomo paused, then shook her head, leaving aside technology. "In terms of combat morale, they are inferior to the private soldiers within the Future City legions. In truth, during the war against the fungi, despite having gained control of the majority of the fleet when they first discovered the fungi's existence, the fungi, despite their ability to siphon the memories of officers,
displayed a severely limited adaptability and utilized exceedingly crude tactics. Numerous battles had seen the human alliance's fleet achieve localized advantages in troop strength, yet they repeatedly faced defeat. The human alliance's expansion into the cosmos had been so smooth that their soldiers had entirely forgotten how to engage with opponents of comparable technological prowess. The fleets controlled by the parasitic fungi, when matched against equivalent equipment, often triumphed through sheer fearlessness, defeating the human alliance's fleets in overwhelming fashion. SUU. Previously, when he heard Xiaoma mention this, he was curious as to why humanity, despite still having a small fleet at its disposal and reinforcements on standby, could be swept away by a group of fungi in less than 2 years. Seems it was all due to the incompetence of the young masters. With no intention to delve further into this matter, he promptly instructed Xiaoma to activate the communication module and addressed the still-dazed Zhou Weiwei. Major Zhou, can you hear me? Zhou Weiwei suddenly snapped back to reality, recalling Su Yu's earlier instruction to refrain from firing. His voice shot up an octave. You're on the ship? Yes. Upon receiving Su Yu's affirmation, Zhou Weiwei's mind briefly stalled. However, upon seeing soldiers already deploying anti-aircraft missile vehicles, he quickly regained his composure, rushing out of the conference room towards the command center above. Don't fire! Don't fire! This left a room full of researchers exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. A few minutes later, after Zhou Weiwei provided a brief explanation, a group of senior officers clad in military uniforms, all with at least the rank of colonel, emerged from the main building of the base. All anti-aircraft defenses surrounding the military base had been deployed, yet they remained silent, merely pointing at the Peregrine Falcon overhead. SUU, however, paid it no mind. Seeing that they had all come out, he donned his powered armor and opened the hatch. Then, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he and Xiaoma leapt down from an altitude of over 50 meters. Just a few meters from the ground, the engine of the powered armor emitted nearly invisible microwaves, allowing them to land silently. SUU was here to discuss business. Approaching the group, Suyu removed his helmet and the armor from his right hand, extending it in greeting. I am the commander of this base. Zhou Qing. The leading officer shook Suyu's hand, contemplating for a moment before remarking, Mr. Su, your entrance is rather unique. After saying this, he glanced at the Peregrine Falcon still hovering in the sky, a look of seriousness flashing across his eyes. Not to mention, the fact that this thing could silently appear overhead without being detected by radar was already outrageous. If it were an enemy bomber, the entire base would likely have been obliterated by now. In the interest of expedience, if the general finds it bothersome, we can make it disappear. Suyu snapped his fingers with a smile. In the next moment, the colossal object in the sky gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing entirely. Optical invisibility? A chorus of astonishment erupted among the researchers. Not only they, but even the less knowledgeable ground soldiers felt a chill creeping from their hearts to their limbs upon witnessing such a massive entity seemingly vanish into thin air. The soldiers responsible for air defense were rendered utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, it was invisible on radar, but if a real confrontation had occurred, they could have engaged from this distance. Yet suddenly, it couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. How could this be? Is there truly such a thing as optical invisibility? Zhou Qing, the highest-ranking official at the base, was momentarily taken aback, then deeply regarded Suyu before turning to say, We have prepared a conference room. Mr. Su, shall we proceed inside for a detailed discussion? Soon, the group found themselves in the conference room. After exchanging glances for a moment, General Zhou Qing broke the tense atmosphere. Mr. Su, are you here today to discuss the exoskeleton business? Certainly, Suyu nodded. Zhou Qing paused before continuing. Regarding the procurement agreement for the exoskeletons, the higher-ups are placing great importance on it and have specifically assigned me to negotiate the related matters with you. If you have no further issues, shall we begin? Both Suyu and the military personnel tacitly avoided mentioning the earlier incident. To be honest, had they not been composed professional soldiers, they would have likely been terrified. Leaving no room for business discussions, the oppressive presence of a massive ship floating in the air was truly daunting. However, Suyu was not overly concerned and immediately laid out the conditions he had prepared. Firstly, he hoped to completely renovate the abandoned industrial park in the southern suburbs and establish factories there for the production of exoskeletons and other related products. The military would need to assist in smoothing out any troubles in this regard, as well as help procure any special materials that might be needed in the future.
Furthermore, his company required no special privileges. He would pay taxes regularly each year but hoped for a degree of privacy. In other words, neither military nor official personnel should meddle or send people to gather intelligence without reason. Lastly, the quoted price for the exoskeleton was 1 million per set. The first condition goes without saying, as it was one of Suyu's primary reasons for collaborating with the military. The second was, of course, to ensure that no one discovered his secrets. While he wasn't particularly afraid of exposure, it was still preferable to remain discreet. As for the final price for the exoskeletons, the initial quote was certainly set higher. Why not ask for several million per set, you might wonder. The main reason was that with the black box power at maximum, 500 exoskeleton sets could be produced in a single day. This was a product that relied on volume. If priced too high, who would buy it? If production increased, who would they sell it to? From the very beginning, he had no intention of exorbitantly inflating prices, but rather aimed for a lower price point to achieve higher sales volume. Suyu's bottom line was 500,000 per set. Quoting 1 million served merely to provide the other party with room for negotiation. However, to his utter astonishment, after hearing his conditions, Zhou Qing nodded almost without hesitation. We can agree to all of the above requirements. If there are no issues, shall we sign the contract now? Chapter 54, Nuclear Fusion Energy, the terrifying Peregrine Falcon. Did they agree to everything? Suyu was momentarily stunned by Zhou Qing's words. His initial pricing for the G60 exoskeleton had always hovered around 500,000, given the low cost. He would never incur a loss. The 1 million quote was, to be honest, a deliberate overestimate to give the military room to negotiate. He never imagined they would accept all his conditions without a hint of bargaining. Mr. Su's conditions are not unreasonable. Why wouldn't we agree? Zhou Qing, representing the military, smiled, then gestured for someone to bring forth several contract documents. After Chiyomo reviewed them and confirmed there were no issues, Suyu proceeded to sign the contract. Initially, he intended to sell at a lower price, but since they were willing to offer more, he had no objections. However, it made little difference. With more funds, he could invest further into research and development of new technologies, such as nuclear fusion. If these advancements could be realized sooner, the ultimate beneficiaries would be the people of Jiuzhou. Thus, more funds were undoubtedly welcome. The contract was swiftly signed. In addition to Suyu's requests, the government had its own demands. The contract stipulated that Suyu needed to establish a company to manage the exoskeleton patents, with shares divided between Suyu and Jiuzhou Bank. The split would be approximately 70-30, with Suyu holding 70 and Jiuzhou Bank 30. This company would be responsible for the mass production and civilian application of all technologies other than the groundbreaking high-power small motors, metallic hydrogen batteries, and special armor found within the exoskeletons. The profits generated would need to be shared with Jiuzhou Bank. In exchange, Jiuzhou Bank would provide Suyu with 150 billion over 3 years as funding for the acquisition of these shares. This was the largest financial support Suyu gained from the contract. Whether this arrangement was profitable or not was subjective, as it essentially excluded the truly valuable revolutionary technologies within the exoskeletons, focusing instead on those secondary technologies that, while not highly valued individually, could accumulate significant worth in volume. If all could be monetized, it would undoubtedly yield profits. However, realizing this required resource investment in research. It wasn't as simple as possessing technical documentation. It would take time to fully grasp the technology. Jiuzhou Bank would likely need 10 years or more to recoup the 150 billion invested. Given such a substantial investment, it was not easy to say that they were at a disadvantage. After all, what venture is more lucrative than this? Additionally, the entire contract included numerous similar provisions. In summary, both the government and military made it clear through the contract that they were willing to accommodate Suyu's requests. Want convenience? Granted. Prefer not to be monitored? Certainly. Need funds? Absolutely. They would meet all of Suyu's demands. However, there was one condition. Suyu must maintain a shared interest with Jiuzhou to some extent. The degree of this shared interest could vary, but it was essential. After all, such a significant collaboration could not simply rely on Suyu's word alone. They could not afford to relinquish oversight and allow him free rein within Jiuzhou's territory. Suyu had no objections to this and promptly signed the contract. The entire agreement, with its myriad terms, was finalized. It could span hundreds of pages. Were it not for the assistance of Chiyomo in reviewing the contract at the end of autumn, one could only imagine that merely signing the contract would take an entire half-day. Once everything was settled, Suyu's previous plans could finally commence. Initially,
he intended to take his leave directly. However, it was evident that the military had no intention of allowing him to depart immediately after the contract was signed. Instead, they warmly invited him to share a meal. As the conversation flowed around the dining table, familiarity blossomed among the attendees. Gradually, the discussion shifted to the Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital vehicle that had sent ripples of tension throughout the East District that morning. Although they had refrained from mentioning this matter during the signing of the exoskeleton cooperation contract, as if it had never occurred, how could the military personnel truly remain indifferent to such an extraordinary phenomenon appearing on the territory of Jojo? They were simply unsure of Su Yu's stance, fearing that probing too deeply might provoke him, thus curbing their curiosity for the time being. Now, as drinks were raised and toasts exchanged, a few military personnel, feeling more at ease, ventured to inquire further. Su, well aware of their intentions, had no desire to conceal anything. Otherwise, he would not have made such a grand entrance aboard the Peregrine, clad in powered armor. In response to their probing, he candidly stated, "That is the Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital vehicle." A near-Earth orbital vehicle? One researcher was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "So that colossal machine can even reach outer space?" "Indeed, it can," Su affirmed with a nod, explaining, "Its maximum speed can exceed the second cosmic velocity. Not only can it reach outer space, but it could even journey to Mars." "What configurations might that vessel possess?" "If you don't mind sharing, Mr. Su?" a general from the Air Force inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This contraption is far superior to any aircraft." "There is no inconvenience in sharing," Su waved his hand dismissively. The Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital vehicle is equipped with 4 massless engines, capable of flying in space at the second cosmic velocity while carrying a payload of 500 tons. It also features a deflective force field, which can divert all kinetic weapon strikes. Unmatched speed, unparalleled defense. The experienced military figures inhaled sharply, recognizing the sheer power of such a device. Yet before they could fully process their astonishment, Su continued, "Moreover, it is outfitted with optical stealth and a wave-absorbing energy field. Should it so desire, no military observation method in the world could detect it. For its weapon systems, it is indeed equipped with electromagnetic cannons and high-power laser artillery. While its firepower may not be overwhelming, it can certainly engage targets in synchronous orbit." The assembly was left speechless. "Is this what they call Cybertron technology? It seems utterly outrageous." One researcher, after a prolonged moment of disbelief, could not contain himself. "But wait, with massless engines, a deflective force field, optical stealth, and electromagnetic cannons, high-power laser artillery. Though I may not be well versed in these matters, surely the energy consumption for such devices must be astronomical? How long can the onboard energy source sustain its operation?" "It can fly for an eternity," Su replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of his meal, "because its energy derives from a nuclear fusion reactor." Crash! A cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, but no one paid it any mind. All present were frozen in their seats. Chapter 55. A technology more terrifying than nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion. Regardless of whether they were researchers or military personnel, commanders present were predominantly highly educated individuals. While they might not fully grasp the technical intricacies outside their specialized fields, the implications of nuclear fusion were universally understood. Not only they, but even a casual internet user could expound on the myriad benefits of controllable nuclear fusion energy. After a brief silence, the entire dining table erupted in fervor. Zhou Qing, sitting beside Su Yu, was particularly agitated, grabbing Su Yu's arm. "Mr. Su, is what you say truly the case? Have you truly mastered nuclear fusion technology to the extent that it can be fitted into a spacecraft?" Having just boasted, Su Yu seemed to awaken from a dream, failing to continue the conversation but repeatedly apologized. "Oh dear, I spoke inebriatedly. Please disregard my ramblings. Come, let me pour myself a drink." He lifted his glass and downed it in one go. It was impossible for him to have spoken recklessly. Given his current physical condition, he could easily outdrink everyone present without feeling intoxicated. Although he possessed the technical documents and blueprints related to nuclear fusion, it was not the right moment to disclose them. The reason Su Yu intentionally revealed this information was primarily to whet their appetite and, in passing, convey a message. "The future rests in my hands." Zhou Qing soon regained his composure, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued to toast with Su Yu, as if he had not heard the mention of nuclear fusion at all.
His ability to remain unperturbed in the face of such monumental news demonstrated an extraordinary level of composure. While they were gauging Suyu, he too was assessing them. Take Zhou Qing, for instance. He was undoubtedly the epitome of composure amid the chaos of such a large military base. His demeanor was one of meticulous calmness and orderliness. The expression not revealing one's emotions does not imply wearing a constant mask of seriousness, but rather concealing one's true thoughts. Zhou Qing excelled in this regard, from their initial meeting to negotiations and now to dining together. The only moment he genuinely exhibited surprise was upon hearing about nuclear fusion. Prior to that, even when confronted with the hovering peregrine, while his expression was grave and cautious, there was no hint of astonishment. This was not due to a lack of surprise at the sudden appearance of the peregrine, but rather a skillful concealment of his emotions. In such circumstances, he was the backbone of the entire base. If he displayed shock and panic, how could the other soldiers maintain their composure? As busy individuals, the meal did not linger too long. After dining, they were invited to tour the base before Suyu departed with Chioma. Under the watchful eyes of many, the two donned their powered armor and stood in the square of the base. Quietly, the armor began to ascend. Above the base, the massive peregrine gradually materialized, its lower hatch opening to receive the two individuals inside. In the radar room of the base, Zhou Qing observed the empty radar screen, glancing at the enormous vessel suspended in the sky, shaking his head in disbelief. It truly leaves no trace on the radar. This technology is terrifying. This must be the effect of the wave-absorbing energy field MR.S you mentioned at the dinner table, Zhou Qing deduced. The electromagnetic waves in proximity to the spacecraft are absorbed by the energy field, and with no feedback to the radar, it naturally cannot be detected. As a researcher, Zhou analyzed, however, this device evidently consumes power at an exorbitant rate. Conventional aircraft could never operate in such a manner. Zhou Qing fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you think about his earlier claim regarding nuclear fusion? Given our current understanding of energy, it seems that to keep such a large object afloat through pure electric means, it must rely on nuclear energy. However, whether this refers to conventional nuclear fission or the nuclear fusion he mentioned remains uncertain." Zhou replied cautiously. At this point, he sighed, adding, "General, besides nuclear fusion, you seem to have overlooked another crucial aspect." "What is it?" Zhou Qing inquired, puzzled. "The deflective force field that is immune to all kinetic weaponry," an elderly researcher interjected. "If what he said is true, it may be far more formidable than we can imagine." "Please elaborate." "I cannot provide specifics. It is merely a hypothesis," the old researcher chuckled wryly. "If the deflective force field truly renders it invulnerable to kinetic weapon attacks, the technological principles behind it might very well involve practical applications of gravity. However, this is merely speculation. To ascertain the truth, we would need to conduct experiments with that device. Observing it alone will not suffice. If this speculation holds true, the technology they possess is exponentially more fearsome than we can fathom. In comparison, nuclear fusion would be mere child's play. This is undoubtedly something that can only be harnessed by a civilization capable of spanning galaxies." As they conversed, their gazes remained fixed on the colossal object in the sky. Frankly speaking, for these researchers, witnessing such a phenomenon instilled a sense of bewilderment. Many aspects of the technology aboard were entirely non-existent in theory. Teo put it bluntly, they could not even comprehend what they were seeing. Confronted with such incomprehensible technology, anyone would instinctively feel a sense of reverence. In contrast, Zhou Qing, as a military leader, was wide-eyed with excitement, contemplating how such a vessel could be deployed in combat. After much thought, he realized that possessing a peregrine would enable them to completely dominate the skies of Blue Star. As the thoughts of those on the ground diverged, each harboring their own ideas, the moment Suyu and Chiu-Mo boarded the vessel, the ever-hovering Falcon finally sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, this colossal entity vanished from the skies above the base. The velocity was astonishing, beyond imagination. The elderly researcher, who had previously analyzed the partial force fields, widened his eyes in disbelief at the remarkable acceleration achieved even with passengers aboard. Even Suyu, upon realizing he had traversed over 90 kilometers in less than half a minute, contemplated the issue of overload. Naturally, they, as military researchers, could not have overlooked this. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled slowly. If they did not possess special technology to alleviate the overload caused by such rapid acceleration, it would imply that They truly had mastered the concept of force. Chapter 56. Industrial Park Renovation Plan. Disregarding the astonished reactions within the base, after delivering a minor shock to their senses, Suyu opted to make a swift exit. However, he did not venture far, instead making his way to the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts. Here, there was no need for the Falcon to continue its display of grandeur. Suyu retracted the Falcon into the item inventory of the trading platform and, donning powered armor alongside Shiomo, descended to the ground. They found an open space and deployed the terrain surveying unit from the J9000 engineering renovation module rented from Froststar. The entire J9000 module housed over 8,000 engineering machines of varying functions. It was not yet time for full-scale operations. They needed to conduct terrain surveys first. Only after surveying the terrain could they proceed with designing the plans. Once the plans were finalized and all materials prepared, construction could commence. Suyu naturally did not need to deploy all the engineering machines at once. The surveying unit comprised 30 uniquely designed tracked robots. At Suyu's command, they dispersed to begin surveying this small plain nestled between the mountains and the sea, which included the abandoned industrial park. Originally, he only possessed the rights to the over 1,000 acres of the industrial park. However, after reaching a collaboration with the military, or rather, the official government of Jojo, the area stretching from the dock to the mountains behind, amounting to nearly 10 square kilometers, now belonged entirely to Suyu. He could modify it at will. With the J9000 engineering module at his disposal, he intended to seize this opportunity to complete the renovations in one fell swoop. After deploying the surveying robots, all that was left was to await the plans. Having completed these tasks, Suyu turned to find that Shiomo had seemingly vanished. After searching for a while, he spotted her by the seaside. At that moment, Shiomo sat alone on a protruding rock, gazing quietly at the distant horizon, her silver-powered armor standing sentinel behind her. Observing this, Suyu removed his powered armor, climbed onto the rock, and sat beside her, asking, "Do you enjoy watching the sea?" "I wouldn't say enjoy. It's just that I haven't seen such scenery in a long time," Shiomo replied, extending her arms to embrace the sea breeze, closing her eyes as she calmly stated, "In the final moments of my life, being able to escape that world of despair and witness the blue sky and white clouds. Among the remnants of the prosperous era, I suppose I am one of the luckiest." Suyu remained silent for a moment before shifting the conversation. "You mentioned that you were engaged in scientific research before the war. I wonder what field you specialized in." "What field?" Shiomo shrugged. "There were many. Mathematics, chemistry, physics, biomedical sciences. Yes, I seem to have dabbled in all of these before the war. After the war, I focused more on the humanities and social sciences, though the results of my research have seldom been applied." "Wow, you are quite the polymath," Suyu exclaimed, initially intending merely to change the subject, but he gasped upon realizing her vast knowledge. This reminded him of a question that had been troubling him for quite some time. "By the way, your current state, with your consciousness uploaded to a circuit board, what exactly is this consciousness?" "That is indeed a challenging concept to explain." Shiomo furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before continuing. "In terms you might understand, consciousness is akin to the soul. In our academic circles, the prevailing view posits that consciousness constitutes the essence of one's existence. When consciousness dissipates, legally, that person is considered deceased. Much like my situation, in a few days when my consciousness fades, this special bionic entity will inherit all my memories and knowledge from my lifetime. Aside from lacking creativity, its behavioral patterns will be indistinguishable from my current self. This situation raises various ethical and philosophical questions, necessitating legal determinations regarding whether I am truly dead. After nearly a century of debate in the academic community, we ultimately legislated that the dissipation of an individual's consciousness would be the criterion for determining death. I don't understand." Suyu candidly admitted, "It's entirely normal not to understand." Shiomo nodded, evidently not surprised. "You simply need to know that according to your definition of the soul, consciousness is equivalent to a person's soul. Then, perhaps," Suyu recalled Zhang and the existence of that metaphysical world. "Perhaps what?" "Nothing." Suyu shook his head, choosing not to disclose this thought, lest it lead to misunderstandings. He could inquire with Zhang later about any means of nurturing or capturing souls. If such methods existed, acquiring them could yield a delightful surprise for her. Shiomo did not press further, instead stating, "The terrain survey has been completed, And the design plans have been produced that I sifted through them and selected dozens of designs that align with your aesthetic preferences, which I have sent to your phone for your review. If none of them meet your satisfaction, we can discuss it further. That was quick, Suyu exclaimed in surprise as he picked up his phone. Indeed, a new app had appeared. Opening it revealed over 50 design plans. Where did this app come from? Suyu casually inquired while browsing. A design that IT was created on the fly for your convenience, Chiyomo explained, since the virtual technology here isn't advanced. Otherwise, upon completion of the design, you could enter a virtual world to see the effects post-construction. In the prosperous era, before building a house, people could replicate the design one-to-one in a virtual space, living in it for a year or so before deciding whether to proceed. If there were any minor design flaws they were unhappy with, they could directly modify the design in the virtual world. Even those completely ignorant of architecture could create beautiful and scientifically sound buildings from scratch. That is indeed convenient, Suyu marveled, realizing what it meant for technology to transform lives. After spending over an hour reviewing all 50 design proposals, Suyu faced a dilemma of choice. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately selected a design named Ziwei Garden, which ranked first among the options. Chiyomo, observing his choice, wore a knowing smile. You knew I would choose this one? Suyu asked, intrigued. Of course, otherwise, why would I place it first? Chiyomo replied, a rare hint of pride evident in her tone. We have a complete algorithm that, while it cannot predict the future, can estimate a person's likely decisions based on their habits and preferences. However, this assumes the individual is a normal person, not a capricious madman that I mentioned before. Mathematics never lies. Chapter 57. The Ziwei Garden Project, Creating Wonders. Suyu's lips curled slightly as he struggled to find a way to assess such behavior. He now understood that the computational power of a person's mind could exceed that of supercomputers by millions of times, yet the potential for idleness was quite alarming. This Chiyomo seemed to want to calculate everything she encountered. However, after some thought, he dismissed it. Ultimately, he held the highest authority over this bionic entity, having granted her all these permissions himself. If she wished to calculate, so be it. Suyu's current reaction was likely already factored into Chiyomo's calculations, which explained her nonchalance in discussing such matters. Shaking his head, he opened the details of the Ziwei Garden design plan. Earlier, he had merely glanced at all the design proposals, but now it was time to scrutinize the details. The Ziwei Garden plan covered an area of 9.68 square kilometers, nearly encompassing the entire small coastal plain. The proposal divided this plain into 4 distinct zones: the office area, production area, living area, and entertainment area. The office area was straightforward, consisting of a single ultra-tall building measuring 1,388 meters in height. This skyscraper occupied 160,000 square meters, with 209 floors above ground and 16 below, yielding a usable area of 3.59 million square meters. The production area comprised 4 massive factories, each standing 50 meters tall and occupying nearly 100,000 square meters, with a total usable area exceeding 7 million square meters. Upon completion, the combined usable area of these 4 factories would exceed 28 million square meters. These factories were fully equipped with facilities that could serve as both laboratories and manufacturing plants. Additionally, there were 10 smaller warehouses of similar design, contributing a total usable area of 10 million square meters, equivalent to 10 square kilometers. The residential area is composed of 8 towering edifices, each exceeding 900 meters in height, forming a complex aerial cityscape. The design is relatively intricate. Within this aerial metropolis, the majority consists of high-tech, intelligent residences, with a minority of commercial establishments. The usable area exceeds 13 million square meters, accommodating a population of 100,000, with individual living spaces surpassing 100 square meters. The entertainment district, however, is more elaborate, featuring a massive hemispherical structure that encompasses various sports facilities, cinemas, expansive shopping centers, and amusement parks. Additionally, the entertainment zone includes vast bodies of water. Due to its proximity to the river's estuary, the waters are somewhat turbid, necessitating the installation of several high-capacity seawater filters to purify the surrounding marine environment. Once completed, this area will boast beaches as stunning as those found on tropical islands, with crystalline blue waters. Beyond these 4 primary areas, there are also projects for reconstructing the docks and clearing navigation channels. However, in comparison to the design plans for these 4 zones, the dock reconstruction is undoubtedly a minor undertaking. The entire ZY Garden project will require over 6 million tons of steel and more than 9 million cubic meters of concrete. Even disregarding other expenses, the cost of these two raw materials alone will approximate 270 billion. When including all other costs, the total investment required to bring this project to fruition will exceed 400 billion. This figure only accounts for raw material costs, thanks to the presence of the J9000 module. Only the cost of raw materials is necessary. If constructed under the conditions of Blue Star, one cannot even speculate whether the 1,388-meter main building could be realized. Even if it were feasible, considering the costs of materials, labor, technology, production losses, and other factors, it seems that completing this factory would be impossible without a budget of at least 200 billion, with a construction period of no less than 5 years. However, with the J9000 module, so you would only need to cover the raw material expenses, which would be just over 400 billion. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to the over 8,000 various construction machines operated by the J9000 module. As for the construction timeline, merely 3 days. With all raw materials readily available, the J9000 module can complete this groundbreaking project in just 3 days while ensuring quality. Upon reviewing the comprehensive details of the proposal, Suyu could not help but exclaim in awe. This endeavor is destined to become a marvel. An aerial city composed of a 1,388-meter main building and 8 900-meter residential towers, 4 colossal factories, a gigantic entertainment facility, seawater filtration projects, and numerous smaller structures. Once completed, it will be nothing short of a wonder. However, acquiring such a vast quantity of construction materials in a short time frame is beyond Suyu's individual capabilities. Therefore, once the design plan was finalized, he promptly contacted the official liaison assigned to him, available 24 hours a day, to facilitate his operations. Both the military and the government had provided him with a liaison to serve as a bridge for communication, preventing situations like the morning when he had hastily approached the Falcon without activating the wave-absorbing energy field and optical cloaking, causing considerable anxiety among the military. Clearly, procuring such a massive quantity of construction materials necessitated communication with the official liaison. After detailing his requirements, Suyu could sense the bewilderment of the young lady on the other end of the phone, who would be audacious enough to place an order for hundreds of billions worth of steel and concrete all at once. After confirming that Suyu was indeed serious, the liaison cautiously stated that she would need to consult her superiors. Given the scale of the procurement, which involved hundreds of billions, although she possessed considerable authority, she was still just a liaison and could not make unilateral decisions on such significant matters. After patiently waiting for nearly half an hour, a response finally came. Firstly, they assured him that assistance was indeed possible. For an ordinary individual, such a quantity of materials would be astronomical, but for the government, it was not particularly daunting, as the annual demand for construction materials for infrastructure projects far surpassed this amount. Furthermore, not only did they agree to assist, but they also enthusiastically offered a 300 billion interest-free loan in the name of the official government of Magic City. If he agreed, the funds would be dispatched immediately. Suyu did not refuse this proposal. His current liquid assets amounted to only 150 billion, which he had obtained through a partnership with Jojo Bank to establish a company focused on developing exoskeleton patents, to be settled over 3 years, with this year being the first, thus providing him with only 500 billion. Although the projected expenditure for the design was just over 400 billion, operational realities would inevitably incur additional expenses. Moreover, he did not intend to complete this wonder and then cease all activities. He planned to establish a company, recruit high-end talent, and harness the cutting-edge technologies acquired from the wasteland. Clearly, more funding would be necessary. Originally, he intended to construct the ZY Garden first and then focus on developing nuclear-powered black boxes for exoskeleton production. Currently, he had over 2,000 sets of exoskeletons in stock, and by working overtime, he aimed to reach 5,000 sets. Selling them to the military at 1 million per set would yield 50 billion. However, with Magic City willing to provide a 300 billion interest-free loan, there was no need to activate his nuclear-powered printing press. A him, nuclear-powered black box, of course. This money was not without strings attached. Even without binding clauses, accepting this loan meant he owed a favor. He would need to repay it in the future. Fortunately, Suyu had many means of repaying favors, so he was not particularly concerned about owing such a small debt. After engaging in detailed discussions with professionals on the other side, The government stated that they would gather the necessary materials from various locations within 3 days. Su Yu's circumstances were indeed different now. Not only could he provide the military with the G-60 exoskeleton, a revolutionary piece of individual equipment, but he also possessed cutting-edge technologies such as the Storm Power Armor and the Falconeer orbital flying vehicle, particularly the high-tech features within the Falcon. Even without considering the dubious nuclear fusion technology, the capabilities of the massless engine that enables such a large spacecraft to hover, along with optical cloaking, wave-absorbing energy fields, and other technologies, were of unimaginable value. Moreover, he seemingly had a grasp of the practical application of gravitational waves. In the eyes of the Jojo government, the technologies Su Yu possessed were more than sufficient justification to cultivate a relationship at any cost. Thus, despite not understanding why Su Yu insisted on procuring all raw materials in one go instead of gradually acquiring them over multiple phases, they readily agreed to his request. With the material issue resolved, Su Yu decided not to linger any longer. He left behind a few bionic individuals to facilitate coordination with the government representatives when the materials arrived. He would not need to return for several days. Once the materials were in place, he would merely need to activate all the robots within the J9000 module to commence work. The remaining tasks would naturally be handled by the government. Reflecting on the decision to reveal the existence of the Falcon, Su Yu realized it had indeed been a wise choice. Otherwise, securing the completion of this project would have been far more challenging. Just considering the towering 1,388-meter main building, without his current special status, he would have faced insurmountable obstacles in the approval process, as Jojo had long prohibited the construction of skyscrapers. Even if he were granted permission, he would likely have to navigate a labyrinth of bureaucratic procedures. Not to mention, a building of that height would undoubtedly affect flight paths. For this reason alone, he would have to make a special trip to the Aerospace Administration for registration. Now, such matters could be efficiently managed by the government, sparing him from the need to be personally involved. Of course, these favors would need to be repaid eventually, but that was not an immediate concern. What Su Yu needed to focus on now was how to recruit personnel. With materials arriving in 3 days and construction completed in another 3, the area would soon undergo a significant transformation. Consequently, he would undoubtedly need to hire staff. While the bionic individuals could handle the production of exoskeletons using the black box, the research and development of the technologies acquired from the wasteland would require human expertise. Moreover, once the products produced by his company hit the market, a professional operations team would be necessary to manage external communications, sales, and profitability, tasks that were beyond the capabilities of bionic individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu turned to Chioma and said, "I may need your assistance in drafting a recruitment list. Identify the positions that cannot be filled by bionic individuals, as those will require hiring. As for compensation, a standard 9-to-5 schedule, with salaries at the industry's highest tier. Employees who complete 1 year of service may purchase company products at cost price, and those who serve for 3 years or demonstrate exceptional performance will receive a complimentary apartment in the aerial city." Yes, that should suffice for now. By the way, please set high standards. We do not want any unqualified individuals. Upon hearing this, Su Yu noticed Chioma gazing at him intently, prompting him to inquire, "Is there a problem? Did you forget something?" Chioma raised an eyebrow. "Forget? I shouldn't have." Su Yu scratched his head and reflected briefly, concluding that he had indeed overlooked something. "Has the company been registered? What is its name? What is the registered capital?" Chioma teased Su Yu. Well, he had genuinely forgotten that detail. In fact, the previous contract had stipulated that the government would assist him with this matter. He simply needed to inform the liaison of the company's name and type, and they would handle the registration without requiring him to manage any other aspects. However, as Su Yu emerged from the military base, he hurried towards the abandoned industrial park to survey the terrain, completely forgetting about this matter. "What do you think the company should be named?" Su Yu scratched his head. The type of company did not require much contemplation, but he had indeed not considered the name at all. "I don't know, just think of something casually. After all, it's merely a name." Chioma shrugged nonchalantly. Just like how she named Future City, she deemed it to be the future of humanity in a wasteland. Hence the name. See, simple and straightforward. "Are you joking? This cannot be haphazard. It must possess a certain flair," Su Yu retorted, pursing his lips as he began a brainstorming session, racking his brain for ideas. Unfortunately, he was simply atrocious at naming. He could agonize over a nickname for a game for ages, and then still resort to searching online for a name. After much deliberation, he could not conjure a suitable name, so he simply threw up his hands in resignation. Forget it? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Since we are to prosper through the interdimensional trading platform, let us call it interdimensional technology. The subsidiary selling batteries could be named interdimensional batteries. The one selling exoskeletons could be interdimensional heavy industries. And in the future, if they sold prosthetics or longevity elixirs, they could call it interdimensional medical. Wouldn't that suffice? Perfect. So you slapped his thigh, applauding his own cleverness. However, Chiomo suddenly doused him with cold water. According to publicly available information online, interdimensional technology has already been registered by someone else, and their company is still in operation, valued at tens of billions. They are unlikely to relinquish that trademark, SUU. What is the difference between this and when he spent ages thinking of a nickname for a game? Only for the system to tell him that the name was already taken? Damn it. How frustrating. Well then, let us call it temporal technology. He glumly glanced at Chiomo, a smile tugged at the corners of Chiomo's mouth as she suppressed a laugh and said with utmost seriousness, that name has also been claimed. Suyu. However, before Suyu could erupt in anger, she added. But this was merely claimed by someone hoarding trademarks. You could negotiate to purchase it. It shouldn't cost much. Purchase. Suyu gritted his teeth. As someone utterly inept at naming, he loathed those who hoarded good nicknames without utilizing them. Despite some minor hiccups along the way, with the cooperation of the authorities, the company was swiftly registered. A total of 4 companies were registered. Point 1 was Temporal Technology, the parent company, wholly owned by Suyu, which had 3 subordinate enterprises under its wing. Temporal Heavy Industries, fully controlled by Temporal Technology Group, currently producing the G60 heavy exoskeleton and expected to introduce more heavy industrial technologies from the wasteland to produce other products in the future. Temporal Batteries, also fully controlled by Temporal Technology Group, currently responsible for selling metal hydrogen batteries sourced from Future City in the wasteland, with Suyu planning to acquire production technology for these batteries from Frostar in the future. And Temporal Technology Reserve Company Limited, with Suyu holding 70 and Jojo Bank holding 30, tasked with the custody and civilian application of exoskeleton technology. Furthermore, Suyu intended to establish a company related to nuclear fusion and another related to healthcare. But those were matters for another time, not urgent at the moment. That evening, an unexpected recruitment advertisement appeared on the homepage of various internet job platforms, igniting a frenzy across the internet. Chapter 59. The recruitment information that ignited the internet. Temporal Battery Technology Company is recruiting a professional operational team. Requirements for entry-level sales positions, rich experience in technology product sales, diligent work ethic, and a certain understanding of the current battery market. The company is located in the southern suburbs of the Magic City and is open to working in the outskirts. Salary and benefits. Guaranteed monthly salary after tax of 15,000, performance commission, 5 insurances, and 1 fund. And after 1 year of service, employees can purchase Temporal Group products, including housing and vehicles, at cost price. After 3 years of service or with outstanding performance, a residential unit of 100 square meters, valued at no less than 5 million, will be allocated. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. with a 2-hour lunch break. No overtime on holidays, gifts during festive seasons, and occasional team-building activities on weekdays. The company cafeteria provides all employees with 3 meals and afternoon tea free of charge, and the minimum rent for employee apartments is $200 per month. All the aforementioned benefits will be written into the labor contract, with no falsehood whatsoever. Requirements for mid-level sales manager positions. Salary and benefits. Guaranteed monthly salary after tax of 30,000, performance commission. Temporal Battery Technology Company is also recruiting a professional legal team. Temporal Heavy Industries is recruiting research personnel. Requirements for entry-level researchers, relevant doctoral degree or higher, salary and benefits. Guaranteed monthly salary after tax of 50,000, research commission. After 1 year of service or significant breakthroughs in related research fields, a high-rise residential unit in the aerial city, over 200 square meters, will be allocated. Point 1 after another. Recruitment ads for Temporal Battery and Temporal Heavy Industries quietly appeared on major internet job platforms. They instantly captured the attention of countless individuals, and on this otherwise mundane day, within a remarkably short span of time, the news surged to trending status, drawing in a multitude of spectators. What the hell? Is this for real? Entry-level salespeople get 15,000 after tax? Not quite sure, but isn't that salary fairly standard in the Magic City? Previously, It was reported that the average salary in the Magic City is already 18,000. Why is this trending, bro? Did you even finish middle school? This is 15,000 after tax, and even without considering the commission, there are 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. Isn't this 1,000 times more comfortable than a monthly salary of 18,000 where you'd be pulling your hair out? And do you even know what average salary means? You're only looking at the 15,000 salary for entry-level sales. Want to see the other positions? Entry-level researchers get 50,000 a month. By average salary standards, the 2 companies in this recruitment ad likely average around 20,000 to 30,000. And with those housing allocation benefits, it's definitely over 50,000, possibly even 70,000. Go to bed. Such companies only exist in dreams. Capitalists are not philanthropists. Didn't they say all salary and benefits would be written into the labor contract? Haha, just common recruitment jargon. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Indeed, anyone with a modicum of sense knows it's false. Just look at how many people they're recruiting. Combined, it's at least over 20,000 employees. If they fill all positions, they need to pay nearly $1 billion in salaries each month, not to mention all those exorbitant benefits. For 2 unknown companies, can their registered capital even be $1 billion? Hey, guess what I just found out? Temporal Heavy Industries and Temporal Battery are both subsidiaries of a company called Temporal Technology Group. And Temporal Technology Group has another interesting company under its wing called Temporal Technology Reserve Company, Ltd. Where Temporal Technology holds 70 and Giorgio Bank holds 30. Moreover, both Temporal Heavy Industries and Temporal Battery have registered capital of $10 billion. What the hell, Giorgio Bank? Don't say anymore. It's all fake. Don't you dare compete with me for positions. Damn it, this is going to blow up. The boss might just pack up and run away tonight. Temporal Daddy, I'm coming. The recruitment advertisements for Suyu's 2 companies, boasting exceptionally high benefits, sparked widespread attention as soon as they were released. Within 2 hours, the number of applicants booking interviews through various online job platforms had already exceeded the limit and continued to rise. With idle computational power, Chiomo also found herself with work to do. She first filtered through all the applicants who didn't meet the requirements, those merely there to make up numbers. Then she conducted the first round of interviews online with the remaining candidates, engaging in one-on-one communication to further sift through the candidates. There were hundreds of thousands who signed up for interviews, yet only a mere 30 to 50,000 would actually reach the interview stage. Chiomo directly used the funds provided by Suyu to rent a sports venue in the Magic City to serve as a temporary interview center. The recruitment work would officially commence the following day. As for the HR responsible for the interviews, given that currently, Suyu was the only one in the company, Chiomo, with her surplus computational power, took on the responsibility single-handedly. She planned to arrange hundreds of biomimetic robots to serve as interviewers on-site, while she would assess the candidates through these robots from behind the scenes. With her computational capabilities, processing the interviews of tens of thousands would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Extremely simple, as for what Suyu would do. After handling matters related to the industrial park renovation plan and returning home, he plunged headfirst into the trading space in the serene pavilion. Suyu waited for a moment before Ing Zheng, clad in common attire, appeared. Mr. Su, you have summoned me. Is there something of importance? Ing Zheng greeted warmly as he took a seat. Just some trivial matters, nothing urgent, Suyu replied with a smile, diverting the topic. I wonder if the information I brought over the other day has been perused by the Qin Emperor? I have reviewed it to a considerable extent, though only superficially. Some of the knowledge is profoundly esoteric, and to fully grasp it, I fear it will require additional time. Ing Zheng answered candidly. Have you already finished reviewing it? I did provide you with 3 phones, each with a capacity of 1 TB, containing several terabytes of videos. It has barely been 3 days, Suyu thought to himself. It seemed the historical accounts were not mistaken. This individual was indeed a diligent learner. If there are any points of confusion, feel free to voice them. Perhaps I could provide some clarity for the Qin Emperor, Suyu chuckled. However, Ing Zheng did not engage with this remark. He merely cast a quiet glance at him and then said, Mr. Su, I presume you have a request? Speak plainly. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit, and given our separation by realms, there is no conflict of interest. Thus there is nothing that cannot be discussed. I shall not refuse anything I am capable of doing. Perhaps it was merely Suyu's illusion, but he felt that Ing Zheng's manner of speaking had subtly changed. He spoke of mutual benefit with ease and mentioned the absence of conflict with a certain formality. This peculiar phrasing, emerging from his lips, inexplicably unsettled Suyu. Ahem. I shall speak candidly then. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu stated, might I inquire whether there exists a method in the world of the Qin Emperor to preserve a soul that has lost its corporeal form? Chapter 60. The soul-devouring jade and Ing Zheng's dilemma to prevent a soul without a body from perishing? Ing Zheng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, shaking his head as he replied, do you have a friend or relative whose body has perished? The longevity elixir can suffice to prolong life without necessitating this. My friend is somewhat unique. Her physical form is gone, leaving only her soul. Well, it should be a soul. Suyu raised his hands in exasperation, adding, in any case, even if there were a longevity elixir, she would be unable to consume it. This indeed posed a challenge. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng took a gentle breath, contemplating for a moment before saying, there is a method, yet it requires a particular treasure. However, this is not a foolproof solution, merely a means to extend the time a soul may linger, not a permanent remedy. Oh? Suyu's eyes lit up, intrigued, and he promptly urged, please teach me, Qin Emperor. Please wait a moment. Ing Zheng nodded, turning to vanish into the pavilion. Approximately half an hour later, he returned, holding a pitch-black jade pendant. He placed the jade before Suyu and explained, this is a treasure forged by the Yin-Yang practitioners, known as the soul-devouring jade. Its original purpose was to imprison the souls of the deceased within the jade, ensuring their unrest after death. It is indeed a rather malevolent artifact. Yet, according to your needs, it can indeed preserve the soul of one who has lost their corporeal body. Suyu nodded, gazing at the soul-devouring jade, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from the dark pendant in a daze. He felt as if he were being drawn into it, gradually leaning closer until he nearly made contact, at which point he snapped back to reality. Upon a second glance at the soul-devouring jade, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This object was certainly not benign. Merely a few glances had nearly siphoned away his very spirit. This artifact, absent the guidance of a practitioner, could not consume the souls of the living, yet its heavy aura of darkness could indeed affect the health of ordinary individuals who spent prolonged periods near it, leading to hallucinations. Ing Zheng explained calmly. However, it is precisely because of its densing energy that it can nurture the Yin spirit and preserve the soul from perishing. Suyu, still apprehensive, cast a wary glance at the soul-devouring jade. What did you mean when you said this is not a complete solution? Are there drawbacks? The drawback lies in its inability to preserve a living soul for long. It can only allow a soul to linger on this plane for a maximum of 6 months before it gradually dissipates. 6 months? Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. That is acceptable. He possessed a transdimensional trading platform and could potentially encounter trading partners from worlds with greater extraordinary powers capable of reviving the dead. Although the soul-devouring jade could not provide a permanent solution, the additional 6 months might present more possibilities. However, a new thought struck him. If a soul were to be absorbed into the soul-devouring jade, would it still be able to communicate with the outside world? Or would it be akin to a prison for souls, rendering any communication with the external realm impossible? If it were the latter, then it would likely necessitate Autumn's confinement. Provided that no restrictions are imposed by a practitioner well-versed in this art, communication with the outside world is indeed possible. Whether the soul-devouring jade is a malevolent artifact depends entirely on who wields it. Ing Zheng explained patiently that in the hands of unscrupulous practitioners, they would employ various restrictions to imprison souls within the jade and inflict torments upon them, treating it as a tool of punishment. However, if your intention is merely to use it as a vessel to prolong the life of a soul that has lost its body, then it is indeed the most suitable treasure for nurturing souls. And communication with the external world should pose no issue. Then that is satisfactory. Suyu nodded with contentment. What is the price? What does your majesty require? Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng tapped the table thoughtfully. Pondering for a moment before responding, this artifact is a unique item, sourced by a practitioner of the Yin-Yang school who fortuitously discovered this black jade and subsequently refined it according to ancient methods. It is difficult to replicate. Its utility is rather limited. In the Qin, it serves little purpose beyond being a tool of punishment. Yet, to claim it has no value at all would be misleading, as it is indeed one of a kind. You may set your own price. Set my own price. Suyu pondered briefly before asking, "Might I inquire whether your majesty is facing any difficulties?" "Difficulties?" Ing Zhang raised an eyebrow, contemplatively adding, "Indeed, there are certain challenges. The northern Xiongnu are encroaching upon our borders. While Meng Tian has led his forces against them, the Xiongnu excel at cavalry and archery. Making them swift in retreat yet difficult to annihilate, I initially intended to construct a great wall to deter them. Yet after reviewing the materials you provided, I realized that such an endeavor may be overly hasty. The Qin has only recently unified the realm. The populace is weary, and conscripting laborers to build the wall would surely incite discontent. However, should the wall remain unbuilt, if the Xiongnu cavalry were to descend upon us again, Meng Tian may not be able to halt them, and the northern borders would become a playground for the Xiongnu. Infantry against cavalry, a historical dilemma indeed. Suyu stroked his chin. The Qin certainly could not lack cavalry. Yet, the adage holds true. One cannot guard against thieves indefinitely, given the expansive northern frontier and the lack of reliable intelligence to predict from which direction the enemy might strike, without the existence of a great wall. The Xiongnu could easily plunder through a porous northern defense. They could raid and flee, leaving destruction in their wake before the main army could arrive. Are you aware of why cavalry ultimately faded from prominence in our world? Because of guns? Ing Zhang hesitated slightly. I have recently viewed numerous documentaries about what you refer to as world wars, wherein it was frequently mentioned that the emergence of powerful firearms led to the decline of cavalry. Indeed, yet not entirely, Suyu shook his head. The proliferation of automatic weapons has certainly diminished the efficacy of cavalry on the battlefield, but was cavalry ever solely reliant on open combat? The true advantage of cavalry lies in their mobility. There is a saying in our world: in martial arts, swiftness is invincible. You possess firearms, yet so too can they. But with 4 legs, they will always outrun you on 2. Thus, the actual reason cavalry faded from the annals of history was not merely firearms, but rather the internal combustion engine. Automobiles and tanks? Ing Zheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, the soldiers of the Qin are not incapable of combating the Xiongnu. Against the formidable Qin crossbow formations, no cavalry stands a chance. The main issue in contending with the Xiongnu is not the inability to defeat them, but rather the inability to catch them. Even if we equipped our soldiers with heavy machine guns, if they choose not to engage, we would be at a loss. Do you possess a solution, sir? Ing Zhang could not help but inquire eagerly. Chapter 61. Do you understand what it means to be a superhuman of the Qin? It is no wonder Ing Zhang was anxious. He simply did not grasp the magnitude of the challenges facing the Qin, did he? This was evident. His insistence on constructing the Great Wall stemmed primarily from the northern threat. In his era, there were few alternatives to counter the incursions of nomadic tribes from the steppes besides erecting such fortifications. This was a characteristic of civilization that he simply could not alter. Without fortifications, a farming society lacking horses, even if they could outfight the nomadic tribes on the battlefield, would struggle to contend with them. The Han dynasty's ability to counterattack the steppes was due to decades of preparation, raising countless horses in the central plains. The Qin, however, lacked this capability at present. It is not a brilliant plan, but I do possess a method that may assist in alleviating the northern threat in the short term. As for the future, once the Qin industrializes, these problems will naturally dissipate. With a smile, Suyu gestured, and a nearly 2-meter-tall armored contraption materialized beside him. Heavy exoskeleton. When donned, it enables a Qin soldier to carry burdens of 10 stones and travel 500 li in a single hour. This device is impervious to blades and possesses immense strength. With it, one could infiltrate 1,000-strong cavalry of the Xiongnu and emerge unscathed. The unit of measurement has continually evolved. During the Qin dynasty, 1 stone was approximately equivalent to over 100 kilograms, and a li was roughly 400 meters, with 1 hour approximately equating to 2 hours by modern standards. Aware that his second trading partner was Ing Zhang, Suyu had taken the initiative to familiarize himself with this knowledge. Such a miraculous artifact exists in the world. Ing Zhang immediately rose to inspect the exoskeleton. With eyes gleaming brightly, they gazed upon this creation, a marvel infused with countless cutting-edge technologies. Naturally, should 100 soldiers don this armor and guard the various passes in the northern territories, it would ensure their safety without worry. If one wished to take the initiative in an offensive strike, it would be no challenge. I could devise a means to procure reconnaissance drones or similar devices, Ensuring that the Huns would not elude us in the vast grasslands, Suyu assured confidently. What a jest! With this apparatus, the Huns would immediately grasp the essence of what it means to face a superhuman of the great Qin. He could even envision the scene of valiant Qin warriors, clad in exoskeletons, storming the Hun dragon city, entering and exiting with ease. The Huns may come and go like the wind, but could they outrun an exoskeleton moving at 100 kilometers per hour? Fight? They could not prevail. Escape? They could not flee. Ah, the imagery is simply too splendid. What? The soldiers of the great Qin, lacking in technological expertise due to insufficient prenatal education? Fear not. I can dispatch a few bionic beings to serve as instructors. To be frank, bionic beings are remarkably effective. How many of these can you provide? Ing Zheng inquired eagerly. I can initially offer you 100 sets in exchange for that soul-devouring jade. Your Majesty, what do you think? Suyu presented his terms. Certainly. Ing Zheng immediately acquiesced. 100 sets for a piece of jade that holds little practical use. He would gladly trade it for such an exoskeleton. Although his world did indeed host sorcerers with special abilities, these were limited to concocting pills and crafting magical artifacts. Occasionally, a formidable warrior adept at refining qi would emerge, but even such individuals were merely flesh and blood. When surrounded by an army, faced with a rain of arrows and a field of blades, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to escape once ensnared. After all, no matter how hardened the flesh, it is ultimately susceptible to injury. Human endurance is finite. Even a 1,000-man warrior cannot truly slay 10,000. It's merely a saying. Prolonged combat leads to exhaustion and inevitable demise. Yet, the soldiers equipped with exoskeletons, as described by Suyu, evidently transcended the concept of a 1,000-man warrior. With such terrifying strength and speed, combined with impenetrable armor, arrows and blades would be utterly ineffectual against them. Ing Zheng feared that even an army of 100,000 might struggle to capture them. They could easily withdraw at their leisure. Is this not far more enticing than that worthless soul-devouring jade? This transaction was undeniably advantageous for him. Likewise, it was profitable for Suyu, for the cost of the exoskeletons was relatively low. The primary concern lay with the energy source of the black box. In 5 years, it would become unusable without energy. However, with his current access to the Peregrine Falcon, should the black box run out of power? Traveling to the moon to collect helium-3 would not pose an insurmountable challenge. This issue was hardly a dilemma. Using 100 exoskeletons to save Chiu Mo's life would certainly be worth it, as a confidant like her could provide assistance and value far exceeding that of a mere 100 exoskeletons. It was a win-win. After the parties signed the transaction contract, Suyu transferred 100 sets of exoskeletons to Ing Zheng from his inventory. He also generously gifted him 2 bionic beings knowledgeable in operating the exoskeletons. He then elaborated. The power source for these exoskeletons is a battery, which should sufficiently sustain a soldier for a journey of over 20,000 miles. Replacing the battery is straightforward, and the 2 bionic beings will instruct you on the specifics. The 100 exoskeletons are the items exchanged for the soul-devouring jade. Subsequent batteries will require another transaction. Should the Qin Emperor desire more exoskeletons, I am able to provide them. Thanks to the existence of educational videos, there is no need for me to further explain what a battery is to Ing Zheng. As it should be, Ing Zheng nodded in agreement, but then remarked, however, this item is exceedingly powerful. How can I ensure that those who don it will not rebel? Suyu understood his concerns regarding loyalty. After all, even in modern times, there have been instances of pilots fleeing with their aircraft. Let alone in the Qin dynasty. Loyalty often hinges on the individual's position. Once a person possesses unprecedented, terrifying power, their loyalty may not remain steadfast. As a feudal monarch, it is entirely reasonable for Ing Zheng to harbor such worries. You could bind the ownership of the exoskeletons before distributing them this way. The highest authority over all exoskeletons would reside with you, while the soldiers would only possess the right to use them in your presence. You could halt their exoskeletons with but a thought. You may inquire with the bionic beings for assistance on how to implement this. It should not be difficult. As for any aspirations to escape the great Qin and reign elsewhere, that would be utterly impossible. The exoskeleton's power source is not infinite. Possessing the batteries means controlling their very lifeblood, Suyu succinctly explained. Excellent. Ing Zheng nodded in satisfaction, increasingly enamored by the imposing exoskeleton. He immediately resolved to return and test it out. Meanwhile, Suyu, clutching the soul-devouring jade, returned to his home on Blue Star. Chapter 62. The effects of the soul-devouring jade, nourishing the soul due to the lengthy discussion with Ying Zhang in the spatial realm. Suyu emerged to find the outside world enveloped in darkness. Checking the time, it was 8 in the evening. He searched the house and ultimately discovered Chiyomo sitting on the rooftop terrace. Gazing up at the starry sky, he walked over and joined her. Finished with your tasks? Chiyomo glanced at him and asked, "What would you like to eat?" I programmed several bionic beings to cook. Their culinary skills surpass those of hotel chefs. Feel free to order whatever you desire. In no rush for dinner. Suyu replied mysteriously, "Can you guess what marvelous item I have acquired?" Chiyomo turned to him, observing intently before responding with a light laugh. "I surmise you have discovered a means to preserve my soul." Tisk, how dull. With sufficient computational power, it is not particularly challenging to deduce an individual's logical behavior based on their habits and subtle facial expressions. Combined with some psychological knowledge, at least, this is not difficult for Chiyomo, of course. This presumes that there is logical behavior to analyze, and the greatest unpredictability of humanity is that not all actions conform to logic. Sudden bouts of madness are not uncommon. Thus, attempting to predict everyone's behavior based solely on this is unrealistic. However, deducing Suyu's behavior suffices. He prides himself on being a reasonably normal individual most of the time. This is also why, despite their limited time together, Chiyomo brings him joy and comfort to the point where he feels somewhat dependent on her. She always seems to anticipate his desires and assists him from his perspective in solving various issues. Shaking his head, Suyu produced the soul-devouring jade, waving it near Chiyomo. "What do you think?" Chiyomo's azure eyes narrowed, instinctively leaning back. "It feels very dangerous. If I approach it, my thoughts may be drawn in." The soul-devouring jade cannot absorb the souls of the living without the intervention of a sorcerer employing special means. However, Chiyomo is different. Strictly speaking, she lacks a physical form and cannot be classified as a living being. By the standards of Ying Zhang's world, she could only be considered a wandering soul residing within electronic components. This is precisely correct. Suyu proceeded to enlighten her about the soul-devouring jade's general effects. Although he had never tested whether it nurtures or directly devours a person's soul, the credibility of the trading platform should ensure that there are no issues. "Such a small object can sustain my consciousness for half a year?" Chiyomo took the soul-devouring jade, feeling the intense fluctuations of thought embedded within the circuit board, her expression one of surprise. This realm was entirely unfamiliar to her, naturally igniting her curiosity. After hearing Suyu's assurances, Chiyomo hesitated for a moment before pressing the jade against her forehead, the spot closest to her thought storage. Suyu watched her with a hint of tension. Yet he detected no abnormalities. After a brief moment, Chiyomo lowered the jade and turned her gaze to Suyu. Upon locking eyes, he noticed the change within her. The once vibrant azure orbs now appeared somewhat vacant and stiff. After a moment's silence, Chiyomo suddenly declared, "Greetings, Master. Human-level artificial intelligence at your service. Please provide me with a name." Indeed, this was not Chiyomo, but rather the original artificial intelligence program of this bionic being. Regaining his senses, Suyu hastily inquired, "Where is Chiyomo?" According to the original program, once I materialized, the consciousness of Chiyomo, the future city lord, dissipated. The bionic being responded, "You may authorize me to use the memory module pertaining to Chiyomo. Upon doing so, I will become Chiyomo. No." Suyu shook his head. "You are not her." As he spoke, he glanced at the jade pendant held by the bionic being, preparing to take a closer look. To his surprise, the bionic being suddenly spoke again. "Warning. An unidentified entity is attempting to seize control of the central processing unit. Should countermeasures be enacted?" Unidentified entity. Suyu glanced at the soul-devouring jade. Then replied, "Grant access to the unidentified entity." Though labeled as an unidentified entity, upon reflection, it was likely Chiyomo's consciousness attempting to reclaim control over the bionic being after entering the jade. After all, without this, her remaining time would merely be spent within the jade pendant, akin to a prison sentence. As for the possibility that it was not the late autumn, Suyu felt no trepidation. After all, the highest authority of this bionic being resided in his hands. Even if it were still late autumn, he could dictate his will at any moment. Not to mention the potential encounters with wandering spirits or information intrusions from other hackers in this world. Should any mishap occur, it would not amount to a significant issue. Warning. This action may result in irreversible dangers such as data loss or leakage. Do you wish to proceed? Inquired the bionic being. I say, authorize it, authorizing. The bionic being's eyes suddenly reflected a look of bewilderment, and moments later, huh? Chioma exhaled. There truly exists such a marvelous thing. The world is vast, teeming with wonders. You have returned? Suyu scrutinized her eyes. Yes, just as before. They remain vibrant and clear. There is no mistaking it. I cannot say it is a return. Chioma pondered. My thoughts, or rather my soul, have transitioned from the bionic being into that jade pendant. However, the pendant itself possesses the ability to communicate with the outside world, implying it can convey information. Through the transmission of thought waves, under your authorization, I can still control this bionic being. However, the pendant's range for information transmission is limited. It cannot stray too far from me. Then it shall belong to you. Wear it as a pendant, so you need not be too far apart, Suyu replied with a smile. Thank you. Chioma glanced at the black jade pendant in her hand and couldn't help but exclaim. After extensive use of prosthetic limbs to enhance my body, this is the first time I feel so unburdened. This only grants you an extension of 6 months. It is too early to express gratitude. Suyu sighed, rising to tease her. Work diligently for me, and I shall eventually grant you a true flesh and blood body, at which point you may express your gratitude in any manner you desire. Saying this, Suyu headed downstairs, casually inquiring, I'm hungry. When will the meal be ready? In half an hour, Chioma replied nonchalantly, before turning her gaze back to the vast starry sky. After a while, she suddenly chuckled and shook her head. Little ghost, with that, she rose and made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 63. The initial battle of the J9000 module, port renovation. The following days were relatively uneventful. During the weekend, Suyu went out to dine with Su Qingyin, purely for a meal without any ulterior motives. Unlike his previous outing with Yu Xiaoyu, there were no other activities involved. Although Su Qingyin did exhibit some subtle hints during the meal, it was far less overt than Yu Xiaoyu had been. Adhering to the principle of non-initiative, Suyu naturally chose to overlook it.as for Monday. After a long wait for the trading partner to refresh, Suyu eagerly entered the trading space, and then, there was nothing further. This time, he was matched with a tentacled creature from the abyssal realm. This creature desired nothing but for Suyu to offer his soul, becoming its slave, promising immense power in return. After several rounds of communication yielded no results, Suyu could only curse his ill fortune and consider this match as a wasted opportunity. Tio advanced from a junior agent to a mid-level agent. One must complete 10 valid transactions, and one can only gain a maximum of 3 points of experience with the same trading partner. Currently, the only partners he had established long-term cooperation with were Shuangxing and Yingzheng. The experience points from both had long been exhausted, leaving his progress at a stagnant 610. He had hoped that this time, he might find a suitable trading partner to push his experience to 910, just a step away from becoming a mid-level agent. However, as expected, luck did not favor him again. This realization made Suyu acutely aware that finding a suitable trading partner was indeed a challenging task. When individuals were matched, various factors often complicated communication and agreement, not to mention his current situation of matching with a non-human entity. Although the tentacle creature was an intelligent being, their thought processes were entirely misaligned. He could discern that the creature genuinely wished for him to offer his soul, displaying no trace of malice. Rather, it sincerely believed this was a mutually beneficial exchange. How could they possibly communicate? Individuals from different worlds have differing worldviews, and this was even more pronounced across species. After a smooth start with suitable trading partners like Shuangxing and Yingzheng, Suyu finally encountered his first setback on the trading platform. The long-anticipated Monday passed in gloom. However, there was some good news. After 2 days of coordination, a substantial amount of building materials had been delivered to the Jiwei Garden project site by the official authorities of the Jiuzhou. Initially, Suyu planned to wait for all materials to arrive before commencing work. However, he soon discovered that the logistics of the coastal abandoned industrial park were severely lacking. Sea transport proved unfeasible, as large ships could not access the site, and the small vessels were too slow to deliver the supplies. Moreover, the small dock lacked the capacity to handle such a volume of materials within 3 days. As for land transport, a narrow mountain path was hardly worth mentioning. Thus, Suyu abandoned the idea of waiting for all materials and instead released the entire J9000 module over the weekend. instructing it to utilize the limited materials already delivered to expand the port and clear the shipping lanes. In less than half a day, the dilapidated port, capable of accommodating only ships weighing 1,000 tons, was transformed into a revitalized deep-water harbor. The previously shallow port, with a depth of less than 10 meters, had been excavated an additional 30 meters, now boasting a depth of nearly 40 meters. Furthermore, the shipping lane connecting to the main river had been deepened to over 20 meters. Thus, this shabby little port had metamorphosed into a genuine deep-water harbor, except for the relatively short coastline of 7 to 8 kilometers. In terms of depth and navigability, it could easily surpass any other port. The Wednesday port, known for handling the highest volume of goods in the world, had a channel depth of only a little over 10 meters and an average port depth of just above 20 meters. Such a significant transformation in the port could not be concealed from the authorities of Jiuzhou. However, having received Suyu's prior notice, they raised no objections and even sent personnel to witness the remarkable feat. Suyu did not decline. Upon witnessing the transformation of the port into a deep-water harbor in a mere half-day, the visitors were rendered speechless, unable to fathom how such an achievement was possible through human effort. Yet, after the initial silence, many began to shine with excitement. What is a port? A catalyst for modern trade. However, constructing a port is not a simple endeavor, particularly a superior deep-water port, which requires consideration of local conditions. At the very least, the water in this area must be sufficiently deep. Suyu's method of excavating, due to insufficient depth, was unprecedented. While modern technology could indeed excavate a port, the time required for such a massive undertaking would be extensive. Moreover, due to topographical factors, any port created would soon become silted again. Investing vast amounts of labor and resources into a port that would not last long is hardly justifiable. Yet, Suyu accomplished it. Furthermore, it was rumored that he employed a technique to redirect ocean currents in the vicinity of the port, preventing silt from accumulating once more. Such a technique was undeniably enticing. If every coastal city could excavate a deep-water port like this, the already low costs of maritime trade could plummet even further, perhaps even more daringly, if this method could connect the great rivers and waterways. The potential reduction in transportation costs would be staggering. Under such temptation, it was only natural that some individuals could not resist proposing cooperation with Suyu. However, Suyu merely laughed it off, refusing to commit. After all, he had only rented the J9000 module from Shuangxing for 12 days. Once the Jiwei Garden project was completed, there would be little time left. Suyu had no intention of extending the rental and then subletting it to profit. One reason was the preciousness of the longevity elixir. He was reluctant to spend it on renting this equipment. The other reason was more complex. The J9000 module could not only excavate ports and clear channels, its capabilities in construction were extraordinarily advanced. While advanced productivity is beneficial, its abrupt introduction into this world could lead to unforeseen complications. To put it bluntly, as long as the materials are available, the J9000 module could construct dozens of neighborhoods in a single day. Not only is the speed remarkable, but the costs are also astonishingly low, as it requires minimal pre-processed materials. Only basic materials such as steel, cement, and lime are necessary to erect a building from scratch. The question arises, if the J9000 module were to be widely utilized in Jiuzhou, what would happen to all the individuals reliant on the entire industrial chain, from raw material processing to construction workers, designers, and interior decorators? Countless people depend on this chain for their livelihoods, and the numbers are beyond what other industries could absorb. At this juncture, deploying the J9000 in the 9 provinces is, to a significant extent, an act of futility. This explains why Suyu only rented it from Frost Star for 12 days. Once the Jiwei courtyard was completed, he had no intention of utilizing it further in an era where humanity cannot sustain itself. Introducing such advanced technology that can replace human labor on a grand scale would only precipitate unimaginable calamities. Chapter 64. Completion Ceremony and Grand Opening. Thursday morning, 9 o'clock. Having recently adjusted his circadian rhythm, Suyu, determined to adopt a healthier lifestyle, rose from his slumber. Remarkably, he had even spent the night alone. After a brief morning routine, he descended to prepare for breakfast. Autumn sat silently at the dining table, propping her chin with one hand as she quietly observed him. Once Suyu finished his meal, she spoke. The recruitment process is nearly complete. This time, we have recruited over 12,000 grassroots staff, all meticulously selected, and I have already informed them of their start dates. Only the final round of interviews for the company's senior management remains. Shall we go on-site today to take a look? On-site? Suyu replied, astonished. Weren't you the one handling this? You can continue managing it. He did not believe that the individuals he would choose could possibly surpass those selected by Autumn End through her algorithms. After all, in such recruitment processes, the inherent behavioral logic is often flawed. The unpredictable variables that Autumn End's algorithm could not account for had already been eliminated in the first round. Those who remained were predominantly normal individuals. He felt no necessity to intervene. Not to select candidates, Autumn End shook her head. These individuals were already chosen long ago. Although it's labeled as the final round of interviews, it is merely a formality. The construction of the Jiwei courtyard is essentially complete, and you can go through the motions of the interviews, then proceed directly to the completion ceremony with these new executives. The entire process will be recorded and uploaded online, which would serve as free publicity for both you and the Spacetime Technology Group. Completed already, Suyu's eyes brightened. Although he had activated the J9000 module on Monday, working simultaneously on construction while awaiting the official delivery of building materials, the progress had been unexpectedly slow. The previous assurance that the raw materials would be gathered within 3 days actually meant they would arrive in Modu within that time frame. Once in Modu, the materials would need to be transported to the construction site of Jiwei Courtyard. Unfortunately, this final leg of the journey proved to be the most arduous. Even with Suyu having developed a port there and reconstructed the docks, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo, loading goods onto ships from the Modu port still required a considerable amount of time. Without raw materials, the J9000 module could not operate at full capacity, and the project delivery timeline had to be postponed. When Suyu checked last night, the main building, standing at 1,388 meters, had only just begun its foundation, and the 8 residential towers, each 900 meters high, hadn't he even established a base yet. He hadn't anticipated that everything would be completed overnight. Yes, the last batch of materials was delivered early this morning, Autumn End clarified. All right, what time shall we go? Suyu inquired. Given the significance of the completion ceremony, he could not afford to continue being idle. Let us head to the recruitment site before 10, just to go through the motions, meet the executives, and familiarize ourselves that I've already rented a bus. We can transport everyone together. Additionally, I've hired a group of chefs who should have arrived at Jiwei Courtyard by now. After the completion ceremony, we can invite these new employees to lunch at the restaurant in the entertainment district. This will help enhance their sense of belonging to the company in the afternoon. You can take them on a tour of the office and residential areas. The activities are expected to last until around 3 in the afternoon. Furthermore, there will be a company opening ceremony, where you may need to take the stage to represent the company, deliver a speech, and engage with the media. Some journalists and officials will be present. I have already prepared this speech for you to review. If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to improvise. Anything you say will suffice. Well, that seems to cover everything, Autumn End remarked nonchalantly, having arranged everything for Suyu. Hearing this made him feel overwhelmed. To be honest, coordinating a completion ceremony for such a large project alongside the grand opening of a major company undoubtedly involved complexities beyond imagination. Issues such as guest reception, ceremony proceedings, and how to manage these individuals were numerous and intricate. Merely contemplating this list of responsibilities made Suyu's head spin. He could only be grateful for Autumn End's assistance. Otherwise, he feared he would have to enlist a professional team from the authorities to handle such matters, which would likely require at least 3 to 5 days of preparation. After a brief period of preparation and changing into suitable attire, Suyu set off with Autumn End. The recruitment location was at a stadium in the southern outskirts of Modu, conveniently located near a subway station, making it easy for applicants to arrive. By the time Suyu arrived, the cadre of executives Autumn End had gathered was already present. Good day, Chairman, they greeted him. Upon entering the temporary meeting room, Suyu spotted the array of executives Autumn End had procured for him. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, both men and women, each impeccably dressed in tailored suits. Suyu had perused their profiles, noting that each one had previously held executive positions in Fortune 500 companies, possessing rich management experience. They were all top-tier professional elites. Given that these individuals had been selected by Autumn End, who knew Suyu better than anyone else in the world, she was acutely aware of his tendency to be a hands-off manager. Thus, the cadre she assembled was far from mediocre. Once they settled into their roles, they would undoubtedly be capable of upholding a top-tier enterprise. Su's role would primarily involve making crucial decisions, while the day-to-day minutiae would not require his involvement. As for whether these recruited executives would remain loyal to the company, that was not a concern for Autumn in this information age. There were no secrets. Anyone daring to engage in underhanded dealings that could harm the company's interests would not escape her watchful gaze. After exchanging brief pleasantries, the executives were called forward for their final round of interviews with Suyu. Although termed interviews, the primary objective was merely for the executives to become familiar with the boss. Suyu could afford not to know the mid- and lower-level employees, but it was essential to recognize these executives. Next, as a competent woman in a business suit exited, a middle-aged man nearing 40 entered the interview room. Upon his entry, Suyu could not help but be taken aback. "Mr. Sun?" The middle-aged man paused, then quickly replied, No, Chairman. Just call me Xiao Sunday." However, Suyu soon recollected himself, marveling at how small the world was. Before smirking, "Mr. Sun, do you not remember me? From Shanghai Group, Shanghai Trading Company, Business Department, 6th Business Group." The man, identifying himself as Xiao Sun, stared back at Suyu in bewilderment, taking a considerable amount of time to recall who the man before him was. Realization dawned. His face paled, and he inwardly cursed. This is bad. Chapter 65. The true reason for Suyu's unemployment. Sun Qingyun, one of the vice presidents of Shanghai Group, was undoubtedly a pivotal figure within the organization, a bona fide executive with substantial authority. His every word and action often influenced the decisions of the entire board of directors. Having served in the Shanghai Group for over a decade, he had undertaken various initiatives, including but not limited to expanding business operations, positioning the company in emerging industries, optimizing management models, and rectifying the group's shortcomings. It could be said that Sun Qingyun played an instrumental role in establishing Shanghai Group as one of the top 500 companies in the country. However, last year, he fell afoul of several shareholders on the board after proposing a particular motion. Fortunately, he had anticipated this backlash, and after contesting the shareholders' opposition with reasoned arguments, the board ultimately consented to his proposal for a trial run within a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. This proposal was not particularly complex. It could be summarized in 2 words: layoffs. Shanghai Group, having been in existence for decades, harbored a complex array of shareholders, many of whom had been in their positions for an extended period, deeply entrenched within the organization. Consequently, many high-ranking officials in the group preferred to appoint less competent relatives or friends, resulting in an organization that was conspicuously bloated yet remarkably inefficient. Recognizing this issue, Sun Qingyun submitted the layoff proposal. Subsequently, he was effectively shuffled off to Shanghai Trading, a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. He was well aware that executing this task would not be straightforward, and that if he approached it too aggressively, he would likely encounter resistance and ultimately undermine his good intentions. Therefore, he took on the role of general manager at Shanghai Trading for 3 months to gain a clearer understanding of the company's true state, distinguishing between those who were genuinely productive and those who merely went through the motions before making any cuts. Finally, last month, having deemed himself sufficiently acquainted with Shanghai Trading, Sun Qingyun resolved to commence the layoffs. Simultaneously, there were strict limitations imposed on the number and scope of layoffs. It was imperative to meet the required quotas within this designated range. Furthermore, in a bid to avoid alienating other senior executives too severely, the layoff list was rather modest, affecting primarily those individuals who had become so disengaged that they could scarcely be bothered to clock in for work. Those habitual slackers, who seldom contributed, were overlooked, with plans to address them during the next round of layoffs. What was the outcome? Ultimately, it proved to be utterly futile. Such a scale of layoffs necessitated prior approval from the board of directors at the headquarters. The very next day after he submitted his proposal, senior executives at Shanghai Trading were informed of the news, and seizing the opportunity while Sun Qingyun was absent from the office over the weekend, they proactively encouraged certain capable employees with no connections to resign. Those unwilling to leave were dismissed under trivial pretenses. Although bypassing the board to unilaterally terminate so many employees was a significant taboo, these executives acted under the guidance of shareholders. Sun Qingyun found himself powerless against them. Moreover, the number of capable individuals within the company was already scant. The executives' actions naturally diminished that number further. Even after several days of deliberation, when the board finally approved his layoff proposal, he found himself unable to proceed. Continuing down this path would bring the entire Shanghai trading company to a standstill, potentially resulting in losses measured in billions. Despite having a degree of influence within Shanghai Group, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame at that point. This incident left Sun Qingyun, who still harbored hopes for Shanghai Group, feeling profoundly disillusioned, leading him to conclude that the company had no future. Coincidentally, at this juncture, he stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement for time-space technology. Initially, upon seeing the ad, he was skeptical, for the benefits offered seemed excessively generous, far exceeding the current average salary levels in the metropolis. However, having occupied a high position for an extended period and being well informed, he sought out information through various connections and ultimately confirmed that time-space technology was not only legitimate but also entangled in matters far more significant than anyone could fathom. Allegedly, even the upper echelons of the government were paying considerable attention. Consequently, Sun Qingyun submitted his resume without hesitation and discreetly sold all his shares in Shanghai Group to liquidate his assets. Preparing to extricate himself from this sinking quagmire, in the days that followed, he gathered more information about time-space technology, increasingly convinced that his decision to switch jobs was astute. The developments were aligning closely with his initial expectations. Given his qualifications and abilities, he swiftly navigated through several rounds of interviews. As long as he successfully met with the CEO of time-space technology that day, his employment would be secured. Moreover, due to the nascent stage of time-space technology, there were numerous vacant positions. He could directly assume an executive role without having to start from scratch and vie for power. Just as he anticipated entering a vibrant new enterprise to showcase his talents, he was taken aback by an unexpected turn of events. The mysterious CEO of time-space technology turned out to be one of the employees laid off during his tenure as general manager at Shanghai Trading. Having previously made an effort to discern which employees were genuinely industrious and which were not, he had some recollection of Suyu, who had consistently delivered impressive performance. The initial failure to recognize him stemmed from the significant changes in Suyu's appearance since then. Coupled with the vast disparity in their statuses, it was unreasonable for anyone to draw a connection between the two. However, upon hearing Suyu's words and scrutinizing his features once more, Sun Qingyun, despite his reluctance to accept the truth, had to concede. The enigmatic CEO of time-space technology, Suyu, was indeed the very employee dismissed from Shanghai Trading. What a twist of fate. Although those executives had orchestrated the layoffs to vex him by eliminating capable employees like Suyu, had it not been for his insistence on the layoffs, such a scenario would never have unfolded. Moreover, the dismissed employees were oblivious to the myriad of underlying issues surrounding a mere layoff. They only knew that they had performed their duties diligently yet were let go, while those who coasted by remained untouched. It was undoubtedly a foolish company, and its executives seemed to lack sound judgment. Under normal circumstances, being criticized would bear little consequence, but now, the formerly laid-off employees had transformed into the CEO of time-space technology. That was an entirely different matter. Sun Qingyun felt his vision dim and his heart sink. However, to his surprise, Suyu, recognizing that Sun Qingyun had recalled who he was, did not impose any difficulties upon him. Instead, he warmly extended his hand and said, "Welcome to time-space technology." Having spent several years at Shanghai Trading, Suyu had certainly heard of Sun Qingyun. His capabilities were beyond reproach. While the layoff situation appeared convoluted, Suyu's perspective had shifted since his days as an employee, allowing him to view the issue through a different lens. He had long suspected that there were hidden complexities behind that fateful layoff. Without knowing the full context, he naturally would not hastily conclude and dismiss those carefully selected by Chiumo. Sun Qingyun was overjoyed, promptly shaking Suyu's hand and fervently assuring him, "Rest assured, Chairman, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling my responsibilities." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Suyu instructed him to step outside and wait for a moment while he continued with the interviews. There were few executives requiring his personal attention. Apart from Sun Qingyun, he spent an average of only a few minutes with each candidate. Just before noon, the interview process had concluded, and he announced that all executives had successfully passed. He then boarded a rented bus with them, heading toward the already completed Jiwei Garden, accompanied by several prominent official media representatives and some local journalists from the metropolis. A miraculous architectural feat was about to unveil itself before all. As they journeyed toward Jiwei Garden, the executives were filled with curiosity about the impending reveal of the mysterious headquarters. After all, They held esteemed positions within the metropolis and had access to various channels of information. Yet, they were entirely unaware of any significant projects occurring in the southern suburbs of the metropolis over the past 2 years. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and even these long-established executives were no exception. As several buses gradually approached Jiwei Garden, anticipation mounted among the group. Suddenly, a keen-eyed woman in the lead bus exclaimed, "Look over there in the sky." At her words, everyone turned to gaze through the bus's windshield. The weather in the metropolis that day was rather dreary, shrouded in rain and clouds, with visibility limited to a few hundred meters. Furthermore, as the convoy entered the hilly terrain, their view was obstructed, making it seemingly impossible to see the towering buildings of Jiwei Garden. Yet, at that moment, amidst the swirling mist and clouds, they could faintly discern the 1,388-meter-tall main building and the 8,900-meter-tall structures that formed an aerial city. Hidden within the cloud cover, these magnificent edifices loomed majestically, partially veiled by the fog, evoking a sense of confronting a colossal beast within the clouds. This sight triggered a visceral fear of the immense, causing many to feel a chill run down their spine. As the convoy drew nearer, the colossal structures concealed in the mist finally revealed themselves in all their glory. Gazing upon the awe-inspiring skyscrapers and the aerial city formed by 8 towering buildings, everyone aboard the bus involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Many quick-thinking individuals hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while some accompanying journalists had already begun fervently filming. Just then, Chiyomo's gentle voice echoed within the bus. "Welcome to Time Space Technology Group's headquarters. A milestone in the history of Blue Star architecture, the most magnificent architectural ensemble of this century, Jiwei Garden." The Jiwei Garden plan divides nearly 10 square kilometers of coastal plain into 4 distinct sections: the work area, factory area, living area, and entertainment area. The centerpiece of the work area is a super-tall building soaring to 1,388 meters, covering an area of 160,000 square meters, with 209 floors above ground and 16 below, yielding a usable area of 3.59 million square meters. This building will serve as the primary office space for the future Time Space Technology Group. As Chiyomo eloquently introduced the magnificent project, the initial confusion in the eyes of the crowd did not diminish. Rather, it gradually transformed into astonishment and disbelief. A 1,388-meter-tall building, designated as the corporate headquarters, 8 900-meter-tall structures serving as employee accommodations, 4 super factories, 10 oversized warehouses, a deep water port with depths reaching several dozen meters, and a high-tech artificial beach. All these elements combined represented merely the headquarters of a single company. Is it possible that even some small towns with 4 lanes do not possess such scale? After the initial shock, a group of executives found themselves engulfed in existential doubt. These once supremely confident professionals began to question their own capabilities and whether they would be able to meet the demands of the impending tasks. In stark contrast, the accompanying journalists, after a brief moment of bewilderment, were filled with unrestrained joy. A major news story, an explosive revelation. Those quick on the draw had already recorded the presentation from the autumn's introduction, pairing it with footage of the towering edifice, and posted it on various video platforms. As soon as the video was released, it attracted a multitude of onlookers, all exclaiming disbelief. However, upon seeing similar videos produced by numerous media outlets, including some authoritative state-run agencies, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Before long, the convoy navigated the winding path into the heart of Jiwei Garden. The towering buildings, akin to ancient colossal beasts, sprawled across the ground, while the meticulously crafted classical garden designs adorned the earth. The fusion of tradition and technology evoked an almost surreal sense of disconnection. Yet, paradoxically, everything appeared so harmoniously integrated, as if it were an impeccable masterpiece of nature. This dreamlike scene compelled every guest to pause in admiration, as though they could never tire of the sight. Truly, the greatest architectural complex of this century. Jiwei Garden, undoubtedly. Sun Qingyun exhaled as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling fortunate for his decision to switch jobs and grateful for Su Yu's generosity. Indeed, working in such an environment, I believe I could live an extra decade, a charmingly plump woman remarked with delight. I've heard that the houses in the aerial city over there can actually be purchased, limited to 1 per person. Seems I must sell my property in the Magic City and find a new place to reside. Another executive chimed in, "Yes, I wonder about the housing prices. If they are not exorbitant, I would like to purchase one as well. Rumor has it that if group executives work for over 6 months without incident, they can buy a house in the aerial city at cost price. After 2 years of employment, if they haven't purchased a house, the group will gift them one. The specific process remains uncertain." As the executives disembarked from the bus, they could not help but marvel at the grandeur of Jiwei Garden. After expressing their awe, the conversation gradually shifted to housing matters. With their discerning eyes, it was evident that the future of time-space technology was boundless. The houses in the aerial city would surely become coveted real estate. At that moment, they grasped the true value of the recruitment advertisement's promise of housing after a certain number of years. Even the most junior employees would receive a house after 3 years of service. This benefit was simply unimaginable. To speak candidly, the salary an employee earns in 3 years might not even equal the value of one of these homes. Time-space technology is undeniably extravagant. Chapter 67. Grand Opening Ceremony? Product Launch. Observing the fervent discussions among the executives, Suyu had no intention of interjecting. Allowing them to comprehend the extent of employee benefits was indeed part of the plan from the outset. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there will be brave men. To motivate employees, mere promises are insufficient. Tangible incentives must be offered. Suyu had already laid his cards on the table, and now it was time to see how the employees would perform. The benefits listed in the recruitment information were indeed real, but the promise of housing was not easily attained. Autumn had devised a comprehensive assessment system. Regardless of an employee's rank, one must pass the assessment and meet a certain duration of employment to qualify for the housing benefit. There were no cases of slacking off for years and still receiving housing. Suyu was no fool. He had reviewed the assessment standards, which were not particularly arduous. In fact, achieving them was far simpler than the grueling 996 grind at those internet giants. Thus, although some wordplay had been employed in the recruitment advertisement, omitting mention of the assessments, Suyu did not perceive himself as deceiving anyone. Rather than an assessment, it served as a benchmark distinguishing diligent employees from those merely coasting through. As long as one attended work regularly and completed their tasks honestly, passing the assessment and receiving the company-provided housing was quite feasible. After all, Suyu was not engaged in charity. He could not bestow high benefits upon those who shirked their responsibilities. Not only would such individuals miss out on benefits, but if they failed assessments for 3 consecutive months, they would be summarily dismissed from time-space technology. This was not a job for life. Those who worked diligently would reap rewards, while the sluggards would be left with nothing. With such generous benefits, any complacency would be utterly unacceptable. That, of course, Suyu was confident that as long as he fulfilled his promises and dispensed benefits punctually, the vast majority would indeed put forth their best efforts. People of Jiuzhou are not afraid of hardship or toil. What they fear most is enduring difficulties without any reward. With Suyu, such a scenario would clearly be impossible. After a moment of collective admiration, the executives, guided by the bioengineered beings scattered throughout Jiwei Garden, arrived at the site of the completion ceremony. The ceremony itself was quite simple. After the officiating team delivered their congratulatory remarks, Suyu stepped forward to deliver a few brief words from the speech prepared for him by Autumn. He then personally placed a handful of yellow earth upon a stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters for Jiwei Garden, situated at the very heart of the complex. Following him, representatives from the Magic City and the executive team took turns adding soil. Once all the high-ranking officials had contributed, the completion ceremony was deemed complete. The time was just past noon. The grand entourage then proceeded to a hotel in the entertainment district, where they indulged in an exquisite meal. The afternoon activities involved the bioengineered beings guiding these newcomers on a tour of Jiwei Garden. It is noteworthy that the previously purchased 2,000 bioengineered beings had long since proven insufficient, prompting Suyu to acquire an additional 6,000 units from Shuangxing. This time, however, the price was somewhat reduced. And the traded commodity was no longer longevity elixirs, but rather water, specifically 600,000 tons of seawater. Yet, this transaction encountered a slight hiccup. Shuangxing had initially requested 50,000 tons of low-pollution, non-radioactive seawater. With Blue Star's water reserves reaching an astounding 138 trillion cubic meters, a mere 50,000 tons was inconsequential, and Suyu had no reason to refuse, however, upon arriving at the shore to deliver the water. Shuangxing detected trace amounts of radiation within the seawater. Consequently, Suyu found himself on the receiving end of a complaint from Shuangxing, resulting in him having to compensate with an additional 100,000 tons. It was then that he recalled the neighboring entities dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. How infuriating! This oversight cost him dearly in seawater. He would have to remember this transgression. In any case, he successfully acquired a substantial batch of bioengineered beings. These bioengineered beings would be integrated into the factory and various service facilities within Jiwei Garden, entirely replacing human employees. They were not only cost-effective and efficient, but also incapable of revealing any secrets of the factory. The Blue Star employees he recruited would primarily engage in tasks that were less easily replaceable by bioengineered beings. Naturally, if under Autumn's control, the company could operate entirely without human staff, relying solely on bioengineered beings. However, while Autumn's computational power was indeed astounding, it was not limitless. If she were to oversee all bioengineered beings in managing the company's operations, she would have no time for anything else, as controlling them would consume all her processing capacity. Although directing bioengineered beings for simple tasks required minimal computational power, issuing commands was straightforward. In contrast, managing negotiations, litigations, or research, activities that demanded adaptability, would require substantial computational power. Thus, Suyu opted to recruit employees to handle matters that did not involve the core secrets of time-space technology. In addition to bioengineered beings, Suyu also sought to purchase a complete production line for lightweight exoskeletons, along with 5 million various models of metallic hydrogen batteries from Shuangxing. With Autumn's assistance, he had gained a remarkably clear understanding of the future city circumstances. He had gained the upper hand in the negotiations for this transaction. Initially, the 5-year plan established with Autumn, which entailed weekly purchases of batteries, was rendered obsolete through mutual agreement. Given that their situations had changed drastically since the signing of the initial contract, the previous terms were no longer applicable. The new agreement stipulated that Shuangxing would provide at least 5 million metallic hydrogen batteries of different models each month, based on a list supplied by Suyu, for a duration of 1 year. This list was crafted by Autumn, taking into account the current market conditions on Blue Star. After all, this was a product that Blue Star inhabitants had never encountered, and once it hit the market, time would be needed for absorption. It was evident that once metallic hydrogen batteries were exposed, they would encroach upon the market share of existing battery companies, fueling rampant rumors about the instability of these new batteries. After all, an explosion, even from the smallest mobile phone battery containing metallic hydrogen, could result in catastrophic consequences. While the technology for these batteries had reached maturity during the prosperous era of the wasteland world, with an explosion probability of less than 1 in 100 billion under normal circumstances, it was virtually negligible. Suyu, however, was acutely aware that others were not privy to this information. In the eyes of Blue Star inhabitants, metallic hydrogen was indeed regarded as an extremely unstable substance. The notion that it is exceedingly simple for those with ill intent to spread rumors at that time is rather naive. Initially, this product will not be easily marketable. It requires a significant period for the general populace to cultivate trust in its stability. Thus, as of this late autumn, it is advisable to procure 5 million units of various types of batteries from Shuangxing each month. Chapter 68. Practical Application. The toughest core product promotion. Acquiring these two items naturally comes at a cost. For the lightweight exoskeleton production line, Suyu expended a longevity elixir. The 5 million batteries cost him a staggering 10,000 tons of oil. Indeed, it is oil. At this stage, oil is not only an indispensable energy source for Blue Star, but also an immensely crucial industrial raw material. Shuangxing's procurement of oil from him is not for energy purposes, as they possess nuclear fusion technology, which provides nearly limitless energy. Rather, they seek it solely for industrial use. In her desolate world, the easily accessible crude oil on the mother planet was nearly depleted long before the era of prosperity. What remains is not only difficult to extract but also fraught with countless terrifying mutated species influenced by genetic and biological weaponry. The prospect of future city extracting oil from the wasteland is nothing short of a pipe dream. However, for future city to monetize its vast reserves of technology, oil remains an unavoidable hurdle, making their acquisition from Suyu an inevitable outcome. At present, the price of crude oil hovers just above 550 yuan per barrel, equating to approximately 4,000 yuan per ton. Thus, 10,000 tons would amount to over 40 million yuan. Conversely, the 5 million varying models of metal hydrogen batteries, according to Choma's estimates, could yield Suyu over 40 billion yuan in revenue upon sale. even considering a substantial number of lower-value smaller batteries. In essence, this transaction, guided by Chioma, a trader of Future City, has allowed Suyu to truly profit immensely, and in a manner that is both gratifying and unconfined. The mere thought of Shuangxing's bewilderment upon discovering that only the first longevity elixir was effective brings a smile to Suyu's face. It serves as a form of retribution for her prior sale of the G60 exoskeleton black box, from which he received no batteries. The introduced lightweight exoskeleton and metal hydrogen batteries are likely the representative products that time-space technology will showcase at the grand opening ceremony tonight. The metal hydrogen batteries require no further elaboration. As for the lightweight exoskeleton, while its parameters may fall short of those of the G60 heavy exoskeleton, it is undoubtedly a marvel of cutting-edge technology. A person donned in this lightweight exoskeleton can sustain a speed of 60 km/h while carrying a load of 200 kilograms over a distance of 500 kilometers. This is merely an energy-saving mode. Under extreme conditions, the exoskeleton can support a maximum load of 400 kilograms, reaching a maximum speed of 80 km/h, albeit with a reduced range of 180 kilometers. While this data pales in comparison to the heavy exoskeleton, it can still be considered a coveted piece of super soldier equipment on Blue Star. The heavy exoskeleton can only be produced through black box methods, limiting its output, and its military potential is nothing short of enigmatic. Suyu has designated it as a non-saleable item, intending to restrict its distribution exclusively to the military of Jiuzhou for the time being. Setting aside sentiments, the support he has received from the Jiuzhou government during this period, including unlimited supply of various materials, compels him to reciprocate their goodwill. This can be seen as a gesture of gratitude for the conveniences extended to him by the government. In contrast, Suyu has positioned the lightweight exoskeleton as a globally available and unrestricted civilian product. Domestically, he intends to engage only in transactions with the government, while abroad, he is more liberal, at a price of 200,000 yuan per unit. He is willing to sell to anyone with the means. To those engaged in combat, look at your adversaries equipped with this gear. Each one is superhuman. If you don't procure a batch, how can the battle continue? It would be prudent to surrender early. To those still lamenting the agility of Toyota pickups, a lightweight exoskeleton would allow one to dispatch a pickup with a single punch. Let them witness that even with an excellent matching mechanism, the forces of Heizhou can become war gods with these exoskeletons. Of course, he would never divulge that the Jiuzhou military's heavy exoskeleton, purchased at 1 million yuan each, could easily overpower dozens of these lightweight exoskeletons with a single soldier. The government naturally supports such export revenue-generating endeavors, albeit with a minor stipulation. The overseas users of these lightweight exoskeletons must settle their purchases of time-space technology products in our RMB. In return, the government has placed an order for 100,000 units of lightweight exoskeletons for domestic police use, totaling 200 billion yuan, to be delivered in 4 installments over 6 months. They will procure at the same price as Suyu's external sales, without any negotiations. Compared to the 1 million yuan per unit for heavy exoskeletons, the expenditure on these lightweight exoskeletons is even greater. This can be seen as a clear olive branch extended to Suyu. Additionally, the government has opened up all procurement of raw materials for time-space technology, neglecting to inquire about their specific applications. Whether it be oil, grain, or other commodities seemingly unrelated to time-space technology's operations, they will assist in sourcing, providing the lowest prices available, thereby saving Suyu considerable time and financial resources. In conclusion, with the introduction of the lightweight exoskeleton and metal hydrogen batteries as the primary products, Suyu's opening ceremony tonight will be replete with topics to discuss. Seated in the top-floor office of the towering 1,388-meter edifice, Suyu found little solace in admiring the breathtaking view above the sea of clouds. Instead, he was beset with a headache as he perused the speech prepared for him by Chioma. The manuscript spanned tens of thousands of words, and even with his genetically enhanced brain far surpassing that of an average individual, memorizing such a lengthy text within a few hours proved an immense challenge. Meanwhile, Chioma lounged casually on the edge of the desk, her legs swinging as she gazed dreamily at the ethereal skyline above the clouds. At a certain moment, Chioma raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Ah, it seems you need not force yourself to memorize this speech." Suyu, taken aback, looked up in preparation to inquire further, only to be interrupted by his phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw it was General Zhou Qing, with whom he had a brief encounter at the military base. Casting a glance at the already anticipated Chioma, Su answered the call that Mr. Su, I hear you are currently preparing for your company's opening and product promotion. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Qing's voice rushed through with a sense of urgency. Indeed. What is it? We currently have an opportunity to provide equipment for a real combat demonstration, and I wonder if Mr. Su would be interested? Zhou Qing probed. Real combat demonstration? Su was momentarily stunned, entirely unprepared for this turn of events. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, what kind of demonstration? Is it an exercise or actual combat? By the end of his query, he could not suppress a hint of excitement. After all, he had yet to test his power armor, and he had long sought a chance to do so. Regrettably, the domestic environment had been relatively stable. The previous encounter with Chu Yu's assassination had been an unforeseen opportunity. Hence, his power armor had served little purpose beyond mere display. Now, Zhou Qing's suggestion hinted at a genuine opportunity for confrontation. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Yu's question, Zhou Qing promptly responded, we're going abroad for actual combat, live fire, on the battlefield, Chapter 69. The official commission go abroad for actual if Su Yu were to agree to assist. He would be able to transport the military soldiers and equipment to that distant small nation of Heizhou within mere minutes. Our intentions are indeed aligned, Zhou Qing stated calmly. As for the cost, we are uncertain about what MRSU specifically requires. You may propose anything, and as long as it falls within the official capabilities of the 9 provinces, we will do our utmost to accommodate your requests. To the best of our ability, Su Yu pondered over the conditions he had put forth, refraining from an immediate response, and then inquired. So, your suggestion regarding a practical demonstration implies that I can record the entire combat process on-site and subsequently upload it to the internet? Certainly, Zhou Qing replied without hesitation. Moreover, if necessary, certain official media outlets can disclose some details of this operation to validate its authenticity. Absolutely. Su Yu contemplated for a moment, and upon seeing Chiu and Mo nod in agreement, he consented. This was not merely due to a lack of personal judgment. He often relied on Chiu Mo's superior insights, particularly in circumstances like this. The disparity in information is perpetually the greatest impediment to fair trade. Chiu Mo's presence effectively eliminates the information gap between Su Yu and others on the Blue Planet, enabling him to consistently make the right choices. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Zhou Qing on the other end of the line could not help but exhale in relief and promptly shared the preliminary plan for the operation. In summary, Su Yu would not need to exert much effort. He would simply pilot the Falcon to the military base he had visited previously, accompanied by 100 soldiers equipped with heavy exoskeletons, directly heading towards the small nation of Heizhou. Once they arrived, they would disembark, and that would conclude the mission. As for whether the Falcon would provide additional fire support, Zhou Qing did not even mention it. Clearly, their sole requirement was for Su Yu to deliver the personnel. He trusted that those elite soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons could handle the rest. Regarding the benefits conferred upon Su Yu, they were straightforward, to fulfill all his needs as much as possible. Whether these requests were reasonable or not, as long as they were feasible, they would be met. Do not assume that this is an empty promise. In fact, once a certain level is reached, contractual agreements may not prove more effective than verbal commitments. After all, to put it bluntly, if Su Yu were unwilling to cooperate, the law would have no jurisdiction over him, let alone the officials, as this was a construct of their own making. Ultimately, it is the mutual interests that maintain the relationship, perhaps supplemented by a modicum of patriotic sentiment. After Su Yu and his temporal technology showcased numerous advanced technologies, the official attitude towards him was akin to holding a fragile treasure, one that must be handled with utmost care. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would respond to his every need. Naturally, it was not a time to renege on agreements and jeopardize the trust established between the two parties. Of course, the extent of benefits received must be commensurate with the tasks accomplished. Su Yu himself needed to be discerning. One could not simply assist and then demand exorbitant rewards, such as land grants or titles. Such demands would be unfeasible for the officials to accommodate. Some might argue that given Su Yu's current circumstances, the 9 provinces' officials already cater to his every need, rendering further guarantees unnecessary. However, to think this way would be to underestimate the situation. The support provided by the officials is indeed the maximum they can offer within the bounds of principles. Within these bounds, the scope is evidently much broader, almost tantamount to any request. The significance is entirely different from before. Furthermore, there is an additional advantage. The officials will assist in promoting the products of the temporal technology, even allowing him to utilize these invaluable frontline combat videos. Due to well-known reasons, the officials could not directly deploy their military forces into foreign nations. Thus, the 100 soldiers would not enter the battlefield under the banner of the military but would be designated as security personnel from a certain company. If Suyu wished, that company could be Temporal Technology. Once exposed, no amount of dazzling promotions or speeches could compare to the impact of the title proclaiming that security personnel from the Temporal Technology Group, clad in exoskeletons produced by the group, bravely confronted enemies vastly outnumbering them and emerged victorious. And no matter how exquisite the exhibition, it is the soldiers donning exoskeletons who truly demonstrate the advanced technology of Temporal Technology. Chapter 70. The unfortunate explorer after concluding his conversation with Zhou Qing. It was just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The executives and media representatives visiting Ziwei Garden were currently immersed in an experiential tour of what seemed to be the sudden emergence of the headquarters of the Temporal Group, organized by the bioengineered beings. For the time being, Suyu did not need to make an appearance. He simply had to return before the afternoon's opening ceremony. Therefore, although his presence was not essential, Suyu decided to join in on the excitement. After deploying the Falcon from his inventory, he donned the Storm-class power armor and entered the Falcon alongside Xiao.it. It is worth noting that the initial inventory provided by the trading platform had long since become inadequate. His current inventory was solely composed of slots purchased using trading points. 50 trading points could be exchanged for an inventory capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, vastly superior to the inventory slots initially allotted by the platform. Incredibly useful, the 3 Falcons were stored within these purchase slots. As before, from the moment the Falcon was activated to its landing, only a few seconds elapsed before they arrived above the military base nestled in the mountain hollow. Gradually descending, they came to rest on the open ground prepared by the military. As Suyu emerged from the cabin clad in his power armor, he beheld 100 soldiers arrayed in formation. Donned in heavy exoskeletons, each interface bristling with weaponry. Leading these troops was none other than his old acquaintance, Zhou. Aren't you a researcher? Who would have thought you could command operations? Suyu approached Zhou, who was clad in exoskeleton, and gently tapped his shoulder guard. Zhou staggered back 2 steps, almost losing his balance, as he felt the immense force transmitted through the touch. His gaze shifted to Suyu's power armor, a glimmer of envy shining in his eyes. They had thoroughly tested the performance of the heavy exoskeleton, and the data could only be described as terrifying. Yet, in the face of Suyu, who was adorned in power armor, it appeared utterly impotent, akin to a child. Fortunately, this moment of astonishment lasted only briefly, as Zhou quickly regained his composure and replied, "I'm not commanding operations. I am merely a nominal commander. My primary role in this deployment is to collect data on the exoskeleton's performance on the battlefield. The specific operational plan has already been established, and these soldiers are the elite of the elite. They know how to leverage their advantages to deal with those pathetic insurgents." Zhou adjusted his glasses, clearly dismissive of the insurgents produced by Heizhou's subpar matching mechanism, who could only resort to robbery and extortion. Of course, this disdain was directed at their actions rather than their combat capabilities, which remained uncertain until proven in battle. While it was unlikely that Heizhou would field a formidable army, one could not afford to underestimate them. "Your profession seems quite perilous. You still have to go to the front lines," Suyu remarked in surprise. "It used to be dangerous. Although I wasn't on the front lines, several colleagues were struck by stray bullets, some even losing their lives." Zhou shook his head, then patted his chest armor with a smile. "However, it's not so dangerous now. With this, it would be nearly impossible to meet an unfortunate fate without being on the front lines." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the soldiers on the open ground completed their final equipment checks and began boarding the Falcon one after another. Suyu harbored no concerns about them potentially turning against him or attempting to seize control of the Falcon. Although he had no intention of using it, the exoskeletons indeed contained backdoors that he had installed. Tio's attempt to commandeer the Falcon through such means would be exceedingly navi in an instant. He could disable all exoskeletons, rendering them mere heavy metal lumps weighing hundreds of kilograms. He did not believe the military had overlooked this possibility. Thus, from every angle, they had no motivation to act otherwise. Boom! A violent explosion echoed from the distance. A man clad in a grimy parka, a backpack slung over his shoulders, jolted awake at the sound. Turning towards the source of the noise, a flicker of panic and concern flashed in his eyes. Li He, the captain of a reconnaissance team from the Heizhou branch of the Nine Provinces Mining Group. According to the original plan, he should have already returned home for a break, able to spend time with his wife and children. However, just days before his intended departure, he unexpectedly received notification to lead a team to explore a mountainous area where iron ore was suspected to be flowing, thought to be a small-scale open-pit mine. With this new task arising just before his anticipated return home, Li felt quite helpless, but he could not refuse the orders from above and had no choice but to lead his team there. Given that his leisure time had been encroached upon, he would receive double pay for this assignment, along with a substantial allowance. There was no way around it. The compensation was too generous. After several days, Li finally located the destination in the vast mountains. After conducting preliminary surveys with several teammates using their various instruments, he realized he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Indeed, there are iron ore deposits present within this mountain, and they are not merely the small open-pit mines as suggested by the intelligence reports. Go be precise. Beneath this open-pit mine lies an immensely vast ore deposit, buried deep beneath layers of soil and rock. The richness of the reserves in this underlying deposit is astonishing, almost beyond imagination. Based on his professional expertise, Li preliminarily assessed that the iron ore reserves below could reach as high as 8 billion tons. Moreover, all of it consists of high-grade iron ore. Upon arriving at this conclusion, even he was taken aback. After all, the largest iron ore mine in the world has only been confirmed to have 72 billion tons. How could something he stumbled upon surpass that record? Initially, Li suspected a malfunction in the equipment, but after multiple tests yielded the same result. He realized the gravity of the situation. He dared not disclose this information to his teammates, decisively concealing the final calculations, claiming that there was merely a small open-pit mine here before leading the team away. He had intended to report the findings directly to his superiors upon returning to headquarters. Little did Li anticipate that no sooner had he returned to the capital of this small nation than the insurgents launched an assault. With no other choice, he found himself retreating to the current factory for safety. Even more unfortunate was that during the evacuation, he became separated from his teammates and now found himself utterly alone. Listening to the increasingly intense sounds of gunfire outside, he was engulfed in fear, pessimistically believing that this time, he was likely doomed. Many around him shared his sentiments, with some even pragmatically recording their last words on their phones. Witnessing this, Li too retrieved his phone and activated the camera, preparing to leave his final message. Yet, just as he had taken out his phone, the bright sky suddenly dimmed slightly. Instinctively, Li looked up, only to discover a colossal object had inexplicably appeared above everyone's heads. Chapter 71. Airdrop onto the battlefield. Leave no one behind. Is this the destination? By the window, Zhou looked down at the sprawling factory below, his voice somewhat hoarse. In less than 20 minutes, they had traversed over 9,000 kilometers, arriving here from the City of Magic. Although he was aware beforehand that the Falcon could reach speeds exceeding the second cosmic velocity, the rapid arrival still felt surreal. The experience of acceleration inside the Falcon was so smooth that he scarcely felt any of it, leaving him utterly perplexed regarding the underlying technology. He had only heard a few esteemed physicists suggest that this might be a practical application of gravitational waves, a vague notion at best. They were merely speculating, with no certainties. Despite knowing the urgency of the situation below, Zhou could not help but voice his curiosity. How exactly have you resolved the issue of overload? Would it be possible to share that with us? Turning to glance at him, Suyu regarded him with an inscrutable expression. It is merely a rudimentary application of gravitational waves. What a jest. If Suyu were privy to such knowledge, would he still need to amass wealth after acquiring the trading space? He would have long been the wealthiest person on Blue Star. Gravitational waves. Zhou pupils constricted in shock. It truly relates to gravity. However, realizing the urgency of the matter, he refrained from dwelling on this revelation and instead inquired, the situation below is quite complex. Does this vessel of yours have a pre-configured troop deployment plan? Typically, the transport of airborne troops follows a comprehensive protocol. Specific altitudes, velocities, and weather conditions are strictly regulated to minimize the risk of accidents. Although this Falcon is larger than any transport aircraft in existence, it remains uncertain whether it adheres to standard deployment procedures. No need for that. Xiaomo, positioned behind Suyu, shook her head in a moment. I will instruct the Falcon to find an open space and hover 5 meters above it. Once the doors open, you can jump directly down to that height. Even a layperson like Suyu, who had only used an exoskeleton once or twice, could leap without issue. If these elite soldiers, rigorously trained and having utilized exoskeletons for nearly a week, encountered problems, that would indeed be bizarre. Zhoubo nodded in agreement. Refraining from further questions, this exceptionally beautiful blue-haired woman exuded an air of mystery. The authorities had not been able to uncover any information about her. It was as if she had materialized from thin air. Moreover, aside from her unknown identity, there was something peculiar about her presence. Although she seemed to play the role of Suyu's secretary, she exuded an undeniable aura of authority when speaking to outsiders. The concept of aura may be abstract, yet it is a tangible phenomenon. Zhoubo had only ever encountered such an aura in individuals who held significant power and influence. Thus, each time he met Xiaomo, he felt an involuntary sense of reverence. Conversely, he could engage in normal conversation with Suyu before long. The bioengineer piloting the Falcon maneuvered it above a playground within the factory premises. Since the playground was centrally located and distanced from the front line, it was relatively safe to be wide this time. The area was already teeming with people, leaving only a small patch of open space in the center. Yet, it was sufficient for 100 soldiers to disembark. The Falcon, still cloaked in optical stealth, silently hovered only 5 meters above the ground. Xiaomo glanced at the 100 soldiers who had lined up and said coolly, "We are about to open the hatch. You have a maximum of 5 minutes to disembark. After 5 minutes, the Falcon will close the hatch, activate the optical stealth module, and ascend to await further orders." As soon as her words fell, the hatch capable of accommodating a tank slowly opened. Simultaneously, the optical engines were deactivated, revealing the 100-meter-long airship that blocked the morning sunlight. One by one, soldiers clad in heavy exoskeletons streamed out without hesitation upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Falcon. Li He's mind momentarily went blank. Such a sight was entirely beyond his comprehension. However, the subsequent thud of heavy objects hitting the ground jolted him back to reality. As he focused ahead, he was astonished to see a figure clad in formidable armor gradually stand upright, scanning the surroundings before leaping a considerable distance away, weapon raised in a defensive stance. This was clearly just the beginning. As more individuals in identical armor began to descend from the ship, they were fully equipped, silent, and exuded an air of discipline and lethal intent. At that moment, everyone in the playground became aware of the mysterious Falcon and the soldiers descending from it. A palpable fear of the unknown enveloped the crowd, and no one dared to make a sound. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Until this is the security team under the jurisdiction of the Jiuzhou Time and Space Technology Group. "You are safe now?" The silver power armor hovered in midair as Suyu amplified his voice through the suit's sound system. Behind him, the massive Falcon engaged its optical invisibility and slowly vanished into the sky. Observing the bewildered expressions of everyone staring at him, with not a single response, Suyu couldn't help but smirk. Well, this was certainly a rather lonely endeavor. However, he didn't mind and turned to Zhoubo, saying, "Leave the southern forces to me. I've been eager to practice. I noticed that the southern front seemed to be engaged in fierce combat earlier. Are you certain you can handle it alone?" Zhoubo expressed a hint of concern. Although he knew Suyu's power armor was exponentially superior to their exoskeletons, the adversaries were also formidable forces birthed from the elite matching mechanisms of the Huzhou district, relying on faith and marksmanship for their combat prowess. This was a battlefield armed with real weapons where uncertainties loomed large, not to mention RPGs. He had even glimpsed tanks and armored vehicles in that direction. "Rest assured, I observed earlier that the southern front consists of a single street with only one entry point. I can simply flank them and eliminate them all. Not a single one shall escape." Suyu replied nonchalantly. With that, the propulsion engines behind him activated, and he soared towards the south, leaving Zhoubo in a state of bewilderment. "Wait, isn't this about whether we can let them escape?" Chapter 72. The Tank Can Opener. Though it may sound somewhat juvenile, which young man hasn't harbored dreams of piloting a mech across the battlefield in their youth? Seizing such an opportunity, Suyu could hardly remain on the Falcon, merely watching others engage in combat. After all, a wealthy heir doesn't sit idle while others fight. Clad in this power armor, he would effortlessly dominate those mere amateurs. If they were afraid to engage, they might as well abandon their business endeavors altogether. After all, in business, one must also contend with the possibility of failure leading to disastrous outcomes. In stark contrast to Suyu's enthusiasm for the battlefield. Chiyomo appeared somewhat disinterested. She did not relish warfare and felt no concern for Suyu's safety, choosing not to follow him. After scanning the crowd in the playground, her gaze ultimately settled on Li He. The heavy power armor, weighing over 2 tons, descended slowly before Li He. With mechanical whirs, the faceplate retracted, revealing Chiyomo's strikingly beautiful visage. The azure depths of her eyes regarded Li He as Chiyomo spoke in a calm tone. To discover the largest iron mine in the world speaks highly of your professional capabilities. Would you be interested in joining time-space technology? We can offer you a salary that is double your current one. Li He's expression transformed drastically at her words, staring incredulously at the woman before him, whose face was the only part visible amidst the massive iron obelisk. He was baffled as to how Chiyomo could possibly be aware of this matter. All data from the exploration team was consolidated and calculated under his supervision. The final results should have been privy to him alone. He had not disclosed this information to anyone, including his teammates, intending to report to his superiors only after returning. Given the enormity of the iron mine, especially located in such a place as Heizhou, the number of factions capable of competing for it was quite limited. If Jiuzhou discovered it first, they would secure a significant advantage. Thus, his confidentiality efforts were imperative. Yet, he never anticipated that this enigmatic woman, claiming to hail from some company in Jiuzhou, would effortlessly unveil his secret. Surprised at how I know about your discovery of the iron mine. Chiyomo chuckled lightly. In truth, I am not the only one aware. Otherwise, do you think the local insurgents, who have battled the official army for over a decade, could seize the capital in a single night? As she spoke, a glimmer of crimson flickered in Chiyomo's azure gaze, and her armored right hand slowly rose, positioned before Li He, with a faint metallic tearing sound. A yellow-orange bullet was effortlessly pinched between her index and middle fingers, the force so immense it nearly flattened the projectile. It was only at this moment that Li He heard the distant gunfire. Li He's pupils contracted as he belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. There were indeed many who wished to end his life here. Discarding the bullet at his feet, Chiyomo drew an electromagnetic pistol from her leg holster and, without a glance, fired a shot at a 6-story building several hundred meters away. Instinctively, Li He looked over and faintly saw a flash of blood. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Are you implying that the attack from those outside is because of me?" "No, it is due to that iron mine. You merely stumbled upon information you were not meant to know," Chiyomo replied, shaking her head. "We can assist you with the insurgents, but we cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. Should someone seek to kill you again, it will depend on your luck. In that moment, Li He comprehended Chiyomo's implication. Essentially, by agreeing to work for time-space technology, she would ensure his protection. Should he refuse? Once she and her associates dealt with the insurgents, it was evident they would depart, leaving his fate uncertain. This was not a threat. After all, they were not official representatives of Jiuzhou. Ensuring the safety of so many present was already impressive. They had no obligation to protect an outsider like him. I am an employee of Jiuzhou Mining. If I were to join your company to Li, he hesitated. Rest assured, we will explain the situation to the Jiuzhou authorities, including details about the iron mine. You need not worry. Chiyomo indicated the returning falcon. If you agree, I can have someone escort you up immediately. If what you say is true, then I accept. Li He nodded. After all, it was merely a job, and where one worked mattered little compared to preserving one's life. Chiyomo ceased her conversation, and the falcon descended further. Once the hatch opened, the entrance was less than 2 meters from the ground. 2 heavily armored cyborgs leapt out, one on either side of Li He, escorting him aboard the falcon. Chiyomo's sudden recruitment of Li He was no mere whim. It was a strategic maneuver for the future. The untapped mineral resources on Blue Star were rather scarce, with most undeveloped deposits either of inferior quality or difficult to extract, rendering them of little value. However, Suyu's potential mining locations clearly extended beyond Blue Star. The Shenzhou world, where Yingzheng resided, remained a pristine territory ripe for exploration. Should Suyu and Frost Star's conjectures prove correct, and he were to advance to a mid-level or high-level agent capable of trading living beings to other worlds, talents like Li He would become invaluable. Although the prospect of trading living entities was still distant, the mere possibility warranted preemptive preparations in Chiyomo's eyes. Meanwhile, Suyu had arrived at a 4-story building at the southern edge of the factory's battlefield. Below lay the corpse of a rebel sniper whose spine had been shattered. This insurgent had been hiding atop the building, only to be dispatched by Suyu's swift justice. Observing the 5 advancing T-62 tanks and the infantry armed with AKs, who occasionally took potshots from a distance, he couldn't help but smirk. It was said that the Heizhou region had an excellent matching mechanism, and witnessing the scene confirmed this reputation. These individuals had been attacking the factory for over an hour yet had failed to breach the entrance, even with tanks leading the charge. Although the T-62 was an antique from the last century, it was still a main battle tank. Facing factory security armed only with light weaponry, it should have easily overwhelmed them. Yet, the attackers could not even execute basic infantry tank coordination. Each time, the tanks charged ahead while the infantry lagged far behind, relying on sporadic shots. The factory's security had managed to thwart several tanks with cluster grenades, resulting in merely 2 minor injuries, while the insurgents suffered significant casualties. This was utterly surreal, and Suyu found it almost comical. However, he was not there to spectate. After a brief observation, he stood up, retrieved his Gauss rifle, and aimed at the foremost tank. Fire! With a resounding crack, the tungsten penetrator was propelled at 20 Mach, shattering the sound barrier and piercing through the tank's rear armor. An explosion ensued as the internal ammunition ignited, launching the turret into the air amidst a blaze. The battlefield, once filled with cacophony, fell silent in an instant. Both sides, now witnessing the instantaneous destruction of a tank, were plunged into existential doubt. Chapter 73. Ripping Tanks Apart. Terrifying combat power. Wow, this can opener is truly effective. Suyu marveled at the obliterated tank in the distance, his eyes gleaming with delight. One shot. One tank? Remarkable. Without hesitation, he aimed once more at the side armor of another tank. Boom! With another shot fired, the remaining rebel tank crews were quick to realize something was amiss. Having lost 2 tanks in quick succession, the crew of the remaining 3 were terrified, scrambling from their vehicles in panic. Suyu, atop the rooftop, refrained from firing again, allowing the fleeing crew to hide behind cover, while he casually stowed his Gauss rifle on his back. The armor on either side of his spine rapidly adjusted, launching 8 compact drones into the air. Some were purely reconnaissance, while others possessed limited offensive capabilities, making them ideal for urban warfare. However, Suyu had no intention of utilizing them for combat. Their sole purpose was to capture footage. With 8 surveillance drones recording from every angle, combined with the first-person filming system on his powered armor helmet, he envisioned editing the footage into something far more thrilling than any film. Inside a street-side building, several members of the rebel tank crew peered through the windows, glancing nervously at the 2 destroyed T-62 tanks outside. Had they not fled quickly, they would surely have met a similar fate. The fact that 2 tanks had been taken out without them even knowing the enemy's position or methods was utterly terrifying. They dared not approach the wrecks, fearing another ambush. Logically, in such a scenario, it should have been the infantry responsible for eliminating nearby anti-tank units. Yet, the concept of infantry tank coordination was utterly foreign to them. Their tanks charged ahead, relying solely on armor, and faltered in the face of anti-tank weaponry. This reflected the average competency of the Heizhou armed personnel. Observing the rebels' reactions through the drone's perspective, Suyu noted that after losing 2 tanks, they had resolved to cower in the nearby building. Did they truly believe that their flimsy walls could withstand the might of a main battle tank? Hiding inside was futile. Faced with such incompetence, Suyu found himself somewhat disheartened. They were even less formidable than the assassins who attempted to eliminate Chuyu that night. With a swift motion, Suyu unleashed a series of chains adorned with numerous metal fragments from his wrist. In an instant, the chains coalesced into a sharp chainsaw sword. Though the chainsaw sword was hastily formed from scattered plates, under electromagnetic influence, it displayed no visible gaps. At maximum power, the sword's edge vibrated at hundreds of thousands of times per second, rendering it virtually indestructible in the soft glow of the morning sun. Suyu gazed at the chainsaw sword in his hand, which shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and nodded approvingly. This contraption certainly exuded a fierce aura. Boom! A heavy power armor descended from the modest dwelling, blocking the street with unwavering resolve. Surrounding them were 420 armed militants, 3 tanks, and 7 armed pickup trucks. He listened to the battlefield data provided by the auxiliary AI. It felt as though he had gained X-ray vision. All enemies within several hundred meters were clearly marked before him. This was the result of the 8 drones surveying the terrain and compiling real-time video and thermal imaging data from various angles, subsequently relaying this information to the central computer of the power armor with nearly zero margin for error. It could be said that if Suyu wished, he could stand boldly in the street, utilizing the terrifying penetration power of his Gauss rifle to eliminate foes through walls. However, using such a weapon against these feeble opponents would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, utterly unnecessary and devoid of any thrill. Suyu casually swung the chainsaw sword and strolled towards a nearby building where 7 or 8 armed militants were indiscriminately firing their AKs at the distant factory entrance. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, these individuals were blissfully unaware that death was lurking just behind them. Swoosh! With a swift stroke, Suyu cleaved through the wall and the militants using it as cover, severing both man and earth in a single motion. Blood gushed forth, splattering a few nearby onlookers. After a brief moment of shock, the remaining militants snapped back to reality, their faces pale with fear as they beheld Suyu clad in power armor. One of them, quicker to react, grabbed a walkie-talkie and began chattering frantically, while simultaneously aiming a nearby weapon at Suyu and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. However, as the bullets neared within a 2-meter radius of Suyu, they inexplicably veered off course, deflecting at a 90-degree angle to strike the wall on the opposite side. A deflection field. Too late. Organic.cough. My apologies, I misspoke. Let us cut that part out later. With a single stroke, Suyu dispatched the remaining militants and picked up the fallen walkie-talkie, declaring, "Your weapons are far too outdated." Boom. With a decisive kick, he demolished the nearest earthen wall to the factory's defensive line. Emerging from the cloud of dust, his power armor stained with blood, Suyu had traversed from one end of the street to the other, even tearing apart 2D-62 tanks along the way. All under the watchful eyes of the factory security personnel. They stood in a daze, seemingly forgetting to flee, paralyzed with fear as they gawked at Suyu, lacking even the courage to fire their weapons. All that occupied their minds was a singular thought. What kind of monster is this? While those around him trembled in terror, Suyu was engrossed in a video recently edited by the AI within his power armor. After fast-forwarding through the footage, he concluded with a single word, impressive. Suyu was thoroughly satisfied. Upon saving the video for later use at the upcoming grand opening ceremony of the time-space technology firm, he disregarded the terrified factory personnel and commanded the drones to scan the surroundings once more. After confirming there were no remaining threats, he activated the engine and flew directly towards the playground where the Peregrine had been stationed. Chapter 74. Preparing for the space elevator project. Upon returning to the playground, Suyu found that the 100 soldiers had also completed their mission and returned, including the more than 400 from his side. Over 1,000 rebels who had besieged the factory had been entirely wiped out in less than 20 minutes, while not a single one of the 100 soldiers sustained any casualties. From here on, Suyu and his team were no longer needed. The 100 soldiers would remain stationed here, awaiting the arrival of the Navy fleet. After evacuating the citizens of Jojo, they would return home aboard the ships. After briefly informing Zhobo Wei about the combat situation on the southern street, Suyu was ready to go home to continue preparations for his grand opening ceremony and product launch. However, as he boarded the Peregrine, Chiyomo suddenly remarked, "We have 2 hours before the scheduled opening ceremony. We can take a detour to visit a certain location." "Visit? Where?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. Chiyomo's eyes shimmered with a blue haze. Constructing a topographical map of the surrounding area, she then pointed to a red on the map, stating, "There is a high-quality iron mine here with astonishing reserves. If the survey data is accurate, the estimated reserves could reach 80 billion tons. An iron mine." Suyu glanced at the map and asked, "Are you suggesting we should acquire this iron mine?" To be honest, with so much advanced technology waiting to be monetized, he had no intention of making money through mining. Chiyomo nodded and explained, "If it were merely an iron mine with impressive reserves, it wouldn't warrant much attention. Compared to high-tech products, the profits from mining are far too low to take seriously. However, this situation is different." She turned her gaze towards Suyu. "Can you guess what makes this place so special?" "Guess." "This is just a minor black state." Suyu's words faltered midway as he noticed the latitude and longitude lines on the map. Suddenly pausing in realization, "This iron mine is located right on the equator?" "Exactly," Chiyomo affirmed, zooming out the map slightly. "Not only is it on the equator, but it is also situated in a stable geological zone with a solid geological structure,
minimizing the risk of natural disasters. More importantly, it is less than 30 kilometers from the coastline, making logistics and transportation extremely convenient. Su's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to comprehend her implications. This would be an ideal site for constructing a space elevator. Chiyomo stated matter-of-factly. Located near the equator with a stable geological structure and the world's largest iron reserves, not to mention its close proximity to the sea. It truly is an ideal environment for erecting a space elevator. Then let's go take a look. If it is indeed as suitable as you say, we shall secure it, Suyu replied decisively. The space elevator is the true nexus that could liberate humanity from the shackles of their home planet's gravity, propelling them into the cosmos. According to the records of the Prosperity Era, even after the first successful nuclear fusion and the acquisition of boundless energy, reaching space remained an elusive dream for the populace. Only a select few astronauts had the opportunity to venture into the cosmos. The purpose of ascending to space was not to exploit the boundless resources therein, but rather to conduct scientific experiments. This situation persisted until the advent of the first space elevator. After its completion, space transformed from a mere experimental arena into an inexhaustible treasure trove. Even the average individual could afford a journey across the solar system for merely 1 or 2 months' wages. It was this very advancement that propelled humanity into the interstellar age, dramatically enhancing productivity and material wealth, that marked the dawn of a utopian era. Thus, the significance of the space elevator cannot be overstated. Although the technology is not yet within reach, FrostStar possesses mature technical documentation. Acquiring it is only a matter of time. After all, if FrostStar wishes to obtain more resources from Blue Star to transform the wasteland, they too will need to assist Blue Star in enhancing productivity. As long as they are not foolish, they will not attempt to leverage the space elevator technology for exorbitant gains. Now that there is an opportunity to preemptively position for the space elevator, Suyu certainly would not let it slip away. However, securing it may not be as straightforward as it seems. Chiyomo shook her head, focusing the camera on Li He, who was seated in a small room within the Peregrine. This is the leader of the exploration team dispatched by the Jiuzhou mining group, namely he, who was the first to discover this massive iron mine. He thought he could conceal the true nature of the mine, planning to report back to the capital of that small nation to ensure Jiuzhou could seize the opportunity. However, he did not anticipate that several other senior surveyors within the exploration team were also aware of the true data. Having pieced together bits of information that suggested the mine's reserves were substantial, one of the surveyors received a lucrative sum of $100 million to secretly sell this information to a mining conglomerate from America. This is also why the rebels, who were being systematically defeated by the local military, were suddenly able to take control of the capital overnight. Are you implying that the rebels' actions are connected to external forces? Suyu asked, astonished as he surveyed the war-torn capital of the small nation, surprised to uncover such hidden truths. Of course, without the weapons provided by external forces, the conflict here would still rely on cold steel. Chiyomo explained succinctly. Typically, in remote nations lacking significant resources, major powers are generally reluctant to intervene. Among the great powers, Jiuzhou has historically maintained the closest ties to this minor black state. Now that Jiuzhou's exploration team has discovered this iron mine, reporting back should enable Jiuzhou to leverage its influence here and secure the mine without difficulty. To prevent Jiuzhou from easily acquiring the world's largest iron mine, certain individuals orchestrated this operation, swiftly supplying the rebels with an abundance of weaponry through neighboring countries. The goal was to incite chaos, preventing Jiuzhou from obtaining the mine so that they could later seize it for themselves. In truth, their need for an iron mine was not as pressing. It was primarily a desire to prevent the other party from acquiring it. Such tactics in the grand game of power among nations can spell disaster for smaller states. Suyu nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly remarked, if that is the case, securing this region for ourselves will indeed not be as straightforward as simply taking it by force. Let us leave it to the officials of Jiuzhou to resolve. We only need the desired outcome. Chiyomo cast a surprised glance at him and then nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Did Jiuzhou not agree that you could make a request? Let us use this region as leverage. However, although the news from Li He has yet to reach Jiuzhou, the existence of this iron mine cannot remain concealed for long. They will inevitably find out. Thus, I do not recommend hiding the truth. We should communicate openly with Jiuzhou if necessary. We might subtly mention the space elevator project, as the J9000 module is essential for its completion, and we will certainly require their assistance. After a brief discussion,
The two reached a consensus and set off toward the mountainous area where the iron mine was located in their Falcon. Although the Falcon was devoid of mineral detection equipment, the J9000 module they had rented was equipped with such capabilities. In extreme conditions, the J9000 module could even source materials on-site, reprocessing discarded structures to extract iron, calcium carbonate, and other minerals, which could then be reforged into steel and cement for constructing new buildings. It inherently possessed exploration units, I must say. This location was indeed quite remote, almost entirely a pristine forest, with no signs of human habitation in sight. No wonder such a significant iron deposit had remained undiscovered until now. After conducting the survey, Su Yu and his companions were astonished to discover that the iron mine's reserves far exceeded Leahy's preliminary estimates. The data provided by the J9000 module indicated that beneath an area of over 30,000 square kilometers, at a depth of 700 meters, there lay more than 20 billion tons of iron-rich hematite. Moreover, this iron mine boasted a grade exceeding 68, with low aluminum oxide content and minimal harmful impurities. Truly a rare and high-quality iron source on the entire blue star. The only drawback was that most of the deposits resided deep underground, with only a limited surface exposure. However, this very fact had contributed to its prolonged obscurity. After all, iron mines typically do not harbor vegetation around their surface, and the exposed red earth would unmistakably signal its presence. Thus, being buried deep can sometimes be advantageous. For Su Yu, who had access to advanced production tools from the wasteland world, the depth was of little concern. With the iron mine situation temporarily settled, it was time for Chiyomo to communicate with Jojo, asking for their assistance in finalizing the matter. If Jojo's officials failed to manage it, Su Yu was indifferent. He would simply proceed with the construction once he acquired the technology for the space elevator. As for ownership, the one with the strongest fist claims it. Should they refuse to cooperate, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Of course, the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. Jojo had been operating in the region for many years, and their recent rapid deployment of an exoskeleton squad hundreds of miles away was a testament to their capabilities. It was likely that those behind the scenes were currently scratching their heads at the sudden emergence of formidable exoskeleton armor and the silent but terrifying troop deployment. An iron mine was not something they would stubbornly cling to, especially with 100 elite soldiers clad in exoskeletons stationed nearby. Given their combat prowess, even the most ineffectual fighters in the Heijo region would hardly pose a challenge. Those wishing to engage in proxy wars to cause trouble would have to think again. Should they become enraged and escalate matters by deploying a carrier battle group, Su Yu would not hesitate to circle above them in the Falcon, questioning just how many hits their decrepit vessels could withstand from low Earth orbit. As Su Yu journeyed to Heijo, it was just past 1 in the afternoon in Jojo and around 6 in the morning in Heijo. Upon his return, it was already past 8 in the morning in Heijo, while Jojo had just crossed 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The executives and media were still touring the ZY Yuan under the guidance of biomimetic robots. Additionally, many employees who had recently joined time-space technology had also come for a visit. Although it was not an official workday, those employees had effectively become part of time-space technology from the moment they signed their contracts, and the site was naturally open to them. Previously, they had hesitated to visit, thinking the timing was not right and that the location of ZY Yuan was too remote. Yet just hours ago, as numerous media outlets entered ZY Yuan and unveiled this marvel of human architectural history, coupled with Jojo's deliberate promotion, the towering 1,388-meter main building and the 8 900-meter buildings arranged in a complex array had almost instantly ignited a frenzy online. Within a matter of hours, ZY Yuan and time-space technology dominated the trending topics across major forums. Many prospective employees of time-space technology, driven by curiosity, spontaneously arrived for a visit. Although there was a current trend towards reducing skyscrapers, the appearance of such a colossal edifice exceeding 1,000 meters was impossible to overlook. Moreover, the breathtaking interior of ZY Yuan left little room for criticism. At that moment, someone inadvertently revealed online that ZY Yuan was indeed the headquarters of time-space technology and also published the previous recruitment information along with the current employee contracts. The result was a flurry of reactions. Wow, such high salaries and benefits, almost double that of the industry standard. They even offer housing after a certain period. I'm losing it. I thought the time-space technology job ads were a scam and didn't apply. Even though I met all the requirements, I also didn't apply. Please, time-space technology, Give us another chance to reapply. I promise to work hard. Woohoo, I'm a top candidate. Give me a chance to prove myself. I want a house in the Sky City. Did you see my hairstyle? Not a single hair on my head. Time space daddy, dad. Don't make me beg on my knees. Your dad? Our dad. Look at me. I have 10 years of 996 experience and can work 8,127 if necessary. I'll work for free for 3 years just for a house in the Sky City. I just saw a video of the interior of the Sky City, and the residences come equipped with a full suite of smart home technologies. It's genuinely intelligent. Doing laundry and cooking is almost entirely automated. Once you settle in, you only need to eat, sleep, and work. No chores required. It's far superior to the hundreds of thousands I spent on a dumb home assistant. The most critical part is that a 100 square meter 3-bedroom apartment with such impressive home automation only costs $500 a month, and utilities are all free. I'm in Shanghai. I'm going to rent one right now. Think again, it's only open to employees. Moreover, under their standards, even the most ordinary employees can purchase time-space technology products at cost price after a year, and the Sky City houses count as products. Surprised? Excited? A 100 square meter 3-bedroom apartment in the Sky City can be acquired at a mere $8,000 per square meter. To be fair, when I first saw the recruitment info, I thought the location was too remote to be useful. But now I realize my vision was too narrow. Ziyuan is clearly a mini-city integrated with countless high-tech features. Once it's filled with 100,000 residents, its housing values will likely rival the prime areas of Shanghai. Who can say? If time-space technology truly becomes a giant in any sector, your statements will hold water. But if they go bankrupt, Ziyuan will merely be a useless spectacle. TSK, my friend, you should check out the news just released by Jiuzhou. Link. Time-space technology's security team defeats thousands of insurgents in Heizhou, protecting the safety of over 100,000 compatriots. What the hell? Chapter 76. CEO of Time-Space Technology, Qiu Mo. The news just released by Jiuzhou instantly attracted countless viewers. Given that it was an official media release, although there have been numerous questionable operations by state media in recent years, their credibility still surpassed that of unscrupulous self-media outlets, particularly for significant international events. Such fabrications were highly unlikely. Thus, when viewers encountered the headline, Time-Space Technology's security team defeats thousands of insurgents, protecting the safety of over 100,000 compatriots, many were initially skeptical. However, upon seeing that it was published by Jiuzhou News, they had no choice but to accept it. Yet, the absurdity of the situation lingered in everyone's minds, refusing to dissipate, compelling them to watch the accompanying video in its entirety. After viewing it, everyone gasped in astonishment. Then the outcry began. Seriously, what are you guys doing, posting such outrageous claims? Bro, did you forget to switch accounts before posting? This is an official media account. If you don't delete that video, you're going to lose your job. It is rather audacious to employ such a title for a gaming video, isn't it? Frankly speaking, having indulged in numerous AAA masterpieces, I have yet to encounter such a strikingly realistic scene. It is almost indistinguishable from reality. Could there be a possibility that this is indeed real? Nonsense. The exoskeleton, the speed, the strength. Are you telling me this is genuine? Such visuals are something I have only witnessed in science fiction films. I truly believe this resembles a video game. Honestly, could time-space technology be a gaming company? If they could actually produce such a game, I would certainly buy it in droves. Alas, the footage showcasing hundreds of warriors clad in heavy exoskeletons rampaging across the battlefield, tearing apart armored vehicles, is overwhelmingly shocking. After watching the video, hardly anyone believes it to be true. They all suspect it to be a fabrication by state media. As the comments section began to stir, netizens split into two factions, debating whether this was game footage or cinematic imagery, until several authoritative media outlets released another perspective of the exoskeleton combat video, employing the same title, and briefly introduced the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Those who previously doubted were now convinced. After all, such synchronized antics from multiple state media outlets had never occurred before in the Jiuzhou region. Upon examining the released information about the G60 heavy exoskeleton, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. In energy-saving mode, it can carry a ton and travel long distances at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, with frontal armor capable of withstanding cannon fire. Is this not akin to Iron Man gracing the Earth? As more information emerged, its credibility soared, and people gradually came to realize that this was indeed true. Consequently, many began to focus on the crux of the matter. The security team under time-space technology had vanquished thousands of insurgents in Heizhou, rescuing hundreds of thousands of compatriots. What exactly does time-space technology do? Why does it possess the power to defeat thousands of insurgents? What transpired in Heizhou that necessitated the rescue of so many citizens? Soon, the hashtags time-space technology and Heizhou situation surged to trending status. Given that Heizhou is a considerable distance away from Jiuzhou, without further disclosures from the authorities, it was impossible to grasp the full picture. However, time-space technology was different. Its headquarters is located in the bustling metropolis of Modu, where an opening ceremony was scheduled for today. Consequently, the event was thrust into the limelight. Meanwhile, Qiuma, who had been monitoring the situation online, took the opportunity to announce via the official time-space technology account. The opening ceremony of time-space technology will commence at 6 o'clock this evening, broadcast live across the internet. This will also serve as our product launch event, where the latest batch of our products will be unveiled. Stay tuned. Once the announcement was made, netizens, seeing it was posted by verified accounts on major platforms, promptly propelled it to the forefront of discussions. Achieving immense popularity, countless comments flooded in, inquiring about the veracity of the G60 exoskeleton and whether the combat in Heizhou indeed occurred in less than 2 hours. Comments and shares exceeded several 100,000. Well, the momentum has truly escalated. Tonight's event is bound to be a grand spectacle. You gazed at the real-time data compiled by Qiuma and the estimated viewership for tonight's live stream, marveling at her prowess in navigating the online landscape. Coupled with her formidable computing power, she could nearly manipulate the digital realm at will. This was all achieved while adhering to the rules. Without any reckless abandon, in just a few hours, she had ignited a highly trending topic. If she were to be unrestrained in the Blue Star network, the scale of the event would be unfathomable. We have 2 hours left, be prepared. You might want to shorten that speech a bit, but it's best to remember the key points, Qiuma remarked, seated on the sofa while brewing tea at Su rubbed his temples. Feeling a bit overwhelmed as he looked at the speech before him, he had thought that after taking a brief break, he would no longer need to memorize these speeches. Unexpectedly, the focus with the prowess of time and space technology. Qiuma's unique attire for hosting the grand opening ceremony would leave others in adoration, unable to utter a word against her unconventional choice. It is inconceivable that anyone would dare to suggest that her outfit was inappropriate for the occasion. Moreover, her garments far surpassed the shoddy imitations of Hanfu available online in terms of elegance and craftsmanship. Coupled with Qiuma's striking beauty and figure, there would be no sense of incongruity whatsoever. After a brief discussion, Qiuma ultimately settled on a black and red palace dress. It was not overly intricate, yet radiated an air of solemnity and dignity. After the makeup artist fashioned her hair into an elegant bun, adorned with exquisite golden hairpins, she appeared as though she had stepped out of a classical painting, a paragon of beauty. "How do I look?" Qiuma inquired as she presented herself to Suyu. Her graceful silhouette on full display. "Absolutely stunning," Suyu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Truth be told, Qiuma's ensemble truly struck a chord with him. The stately, classical attire, harmonized with her gentle demeanor, embodied the essence of the ideal ancient beauty he had always envisioned. The only lament was that her form was that of a Kof, a synthetic being. Otherwise, Suyu would have rated her a perfect score of 120. "Isn't that right?" Qiuma arched an eyebrow, then composed herself, stating with poise, "The time is approaching. I shall take my leave." As Suyu observed her retreating figure, he couldn't help but notice how this once stoic lady seemed to be blossoming with vivacity. In her earlier days, she often bore a subtle melancholy, frequently gazing at the sea or the sky, rarely concerned about the frivolities of attire. It appeared that an extended lifespan, coupled with the release from the burdens of her identity as the future city's mayor, had allowed her to embrace her true nature more freely. Who says a 200-year-old lady cannot appreciate beautiful garments or ponder over what to wear for significant occasions? Exceptional computational power combined with unwavering rationality does not equate to a lack of emotion. Suyu did not dwell on these thoughts for long. It was undoubtedly a positive development for Qiuma to cultivate her interests on Blue Star, as she was not devoid of feelings. Contrary to being an emotionless artificial intelligence as for the expense, these outfits were indeed costly, procured from renowned tailors across the 9 provinces during their afternoon excursion in the Falcon. The average price for a set was around several $100,000. However, such trivialities were of no concern to Suyu at present. As long as the lady was content, her happiness would translate into productivity. Suyu then made his way to the grand exhibition hall of the Arctic Palace, which was now filled with journalists and employees from time and space technology, including numerous officials. Even the authorities from the Magic City had taken time to attend. After all, with such a significant corporation establishing itself in the Magic City, it promised a substantial tax revenue in the future, which the local government was keenly interested in. After exchanging pleasantries with the attendees, Suyu confidently took a seat in the coveted front row. The opening ceremony itself lacked significant substance. Aside from Chioma's breathtaking entrance that captivated both the live audience and online viewers, the remainder of the proceedings felt somewhat tedious. Chioma spent a considerable amount of time detailing the business scope of time and space technology. Although the company currently only comprised 3 subsidiaries, one producing exoskeletons and another batteries, there were plans for more groundbreaking technologies in the future. This complexity explained why Suyu's previously condensed speech still contained several thousand words. Fortunately, Chioma's exceptional ability to engage the audience allowed her to present even the driest material in an entertaining manner, ensuring that everyone remained captivated. The 2-hour ceremony passed by unnoticed, and as Chioma gracefully exited the central stage, eyes filled with a sense of regret from the audience, the highlight of the evening commenced, the product launch event of time and space technology. Following a brief darkness in the exhibition center, beams of blue light emerged, rapidly coalescing into a 3-dimensional projection. Suyu focused intently, astonished to find it was a first-person perspective projection of his afternoon escapade in Huzhou, showcasing the power armor in action against the children. Chapter 78. Holographic Projection. Astonished audience as the lights in the exhibition center abruptly dimmed. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Yet, before any exclamations could escape their lips, blue particles began to materialize on the stage. These particles slowly coalesced, ultimately forming a flawless holographic projection of the power armor from every conceivable angle. Is this naked eye 3D? No, it can't be. This is holographic projection? Genuine holographic projection? Goodness, is this real? After years of neglect? Has holographic technology advanced to this extent? This can't be right. My previous company specialized in VR equipment. If holographic projection has reached such heights, what is the purpose of our VR endeavors? As soon as the projection materialized, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even the grassroots employees of time and space technology were not oblivious to technological advancements. Witnessing such an impressive holographic projection inevitably elicited awe. However, the initial marvel at the holographic technology swiftly gave way to an even greater astonishment as the projection continued. The first-person perspective of the power armor began to ascend, moving at remarkable speed. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the view abruptly shifted to a third-person perspective, providing a drone's eye view of the flying power armor. It deftly maneuvered through numerous obstacles, landing on a rooftop and dispatching a Black State rebel sniper with a single decisive stomp. What followed was a breathtaking display of Suyu wielding a Gauss rifle, showcasing the seamless transition between first and third-person perspectives, and the sheer impact of a single shot taking down a tank left the audience utterly speechless. Next, Suyu discarded the Gauss rifle, opting for a chainsaw sword as he leaped down for close combat, dispatching rebels with ease, wrenching off a T-62 tank turret, and crushing an incoming RPG with his bare hands, all while remaining unscathed. In that moment, many in the audience dismissed it as mere science fiction. Though the environment was dimly lit, Suyu's keen eyesight caught the reactions of those around him, and he felt no concern regarding their disbelief. After all, when technology reaches such advanced levels, it often appears indistinguishable from magic. Expecting them to comprehend how a power armor could crush an RPG without a scratch was perhaps asking too much. Fortunately, the edited video was brief, lasting only a few minutes. Given the occasion, no one grew impatient enough to leave midway. They all remained attentive, eager to uncover the deeper implications behind time and space technology's cinematic presentation. As the blue particles gradually faded, the holographic projection began to dissolve, plunging the hall into darkness once more. This time, the pitch-black void lasted but a mere 10 seconds. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the center of the stage, revealing a power armor identical to the one depicted in the earlier projection. Standing silently in place, everyone's pupils dilated in shock, and an absurd notion flickered through their minds. Could it be that everything shown in the holographic projection was real? Yet, in the next moment, those who had entertained such thoughts shook their heads in disbelief, instinctively rejecting the possibility. After all, the advanced technology required for the Gauss rifle to take down a tank or the power armor's ability to deflect bullets at impossible angles was beyond the realm of imagination for Blue Star. Faced with the incomprehensible, the audience's first reaction was to deny it, which was entirely normal. Ignoring the audience's bewilderment, the lights in the exhibition hall brightened once more, this time revealing a G60 heavy exoskeleton. The moment they beheld it, everyone instantly recalled the events from earlier that afternoon. The official news reports from the 9 provinces. The elite warriors, referred to as security personnel under time and space technology, had donned this very equipment, effortlessly overpowering thousands of black state rebels while remaining unharmed. This incident was still trending, and it was a significant reason why so many were captivated by the opening ceremony and product launch of time and space technology. As soon as the G60 exoskeleton made its appearance, both the live audience and those watching the broadcast recognized it without hesitation. Following closely, the third beam of light illuminated another object. However, in comparison to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton, this new item appeared somewhat less imposing. The G20 series lightweight exoskeleton in energy-saving mode. It could bear a load of 200 kilograms and sustain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for 500 kilometers. Although its external armor did not compare to the G60 series, it was resilient against all but the most potent small-caliber firearms. Under normal circumstances, the chest plate could even withstand armor-piercing rounds fired from a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle. While it may have been overshadowed by the G60 exoskeleton in terms of specifications, it remained an epic-making individual weapon in its own right. Moreover, the G60 was not available for sale. The exhibition stand merely serves to showcase the technological prowess of time-space technology to the public. Interested in purchasing? Well, it's entirely up to your whims. What? You're not interested? In that case, I might just have to provide assistance to your adversaries without charge. The sudden appearance of 2 exoskeletons alongside a power armor left the audience somewhat bewildered. Some recalled the solemn assurances from the official media during the day, vowing authenticity, and juxtaposed that with the recently displayed combat footage of the power armor. Deep down, they were beginning to accept the reality of the situation. However, upon reflecting on the advanced technology exhibited by the power armor, those with true expertise found it utterly implausible. The technologies demonstrated in just a few minutes of video, if indeed mastered by any particular faction, would have already established that faction as the dominant force on Blue Star. Moreover, to condense such cutting-edge technology into a mere piece of power armor was beyond comprehension. If such technology truly existed, time-space technology would have long been renowned worldwide, rather than waiting until now to officially launch its operations. At that moment, Suyu, seated in the prime position of the front row, rose and made his way to the stage. The spotlight graciously focused on him. Observing the puzzled expressions of the audience, he refrained from elaborating and approached the power armor directly. With a gentle spread of his arms, the power armor instinctively aligned itself to envelop him entirely. The mastless engine began to hum quietly, and the 2-ton power armor slowly levitated. A sequence of holographic letters appeared in the air beside him. Storm-class power armor. Chapter 79. You call this a civilian product? Storm-class power armor, a culmination of all time-space technology's innovations. This model boasts a plethora of functions capable of operating in various environments, land, sea, air, and space, with a maximum speed of 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere and 10 times beyond. When delivering a full-force punch, it can unleash a staggering force exceeding 100 tons. Simultaneously, its right arm is equipped with a high-frequency vibrating chainsaw sword module, while the left arm houses an electromagnetic cannon firing unit. The holographic projection provided a brief overview of the Storm-class power armor, yet did not reveal all its capabilities at once. Nevertheless, this was enough to astound the audience. To preempt further skepticism regarding special effects or deception. Time-space technology had already made arrangements. Suu maneuvered the power armor over the heads of many, arriving at a corner of the exhibition hall. Here lay a massive iron ingot, roughly 15 cubic meters in size. This ingot was leftover scrap from the construction of the ZY Garden using the J9000 module. After a simple smelting process, engineering machines had stored it as surplus material in the warehouse. Chiyomo was well aware of its existence and had arranged for it to be brought to the exhibition hall's corner. The 15 cubic meter steel weighed approximately over 100 tons. From a distance, it resembled a solid little iron house. Chiyomo's intention was clear: to have Tsuyu demonstrate the true prowess of the power armor before the audience. The ingot was right there, and for those familiar with steel, it was not difficult to deduce its weight based on its size. Tsuyu needed only to lift it and take a few steps for the power armor test to be deemed successful. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tsuyu soared above the ingot, grasping a specially reserved handle with one hand. In front of so many spectators, the massless engine roared to life as he effortlessly lifted the nearly 100-ton behemoth. As it ascended, a holographic explanation appeared in the nearby void. Steel ingot, volume of 15 cubic meters, total weight exceeding 120 tons. The audience erupted in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Before they could voice their doubts, Tsuyu casually released the ingot, letting it crash to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled subtly, causing everyone's breath to momentarily pause. Anyone with a modicum of common sense could sense the weight of the steel ingot from the sound it made upon impact. It wasn't until Tsuyu returned to the center of the exhibition stage, stepping out of the power armor and addressing the crowd, that some regained their composure. Welcome, everyone, to the product launch of time-space technology. The product you just witnessed is the Storm-class power armor, which has recently participated in military operations in the Huzhou region. While I understand that this may be hard to believe, the video you just saw was captured during the power armor's combat engagement. Of course, as our latest product, it is still not quite mature, so I won't dwell on that. Next, I shall introduce our company's pride and Joe White. Suu raised his right hand, and just as everyone anticipated an introduction to the G60 exoskeleton, he instead directed his finger toward the diminutive G20. G20, lightweight exoskeleton. Observing the astonished expressions of the audience, Tsuyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, maintaining a composed facade as he continued. Do not underestimate its seemingly frail appearance when compared to the Storm-class power armor and the G60 heavy exoskeleton. The G20 harbors considerable power within. The G20 lightweight exoskeleton is equipped with. What followed was an extensive and tedious presentation of parameters and functions. Given the nature of the product launch, Tsuyu allowed journalists to pose questions if they had any uncertainties. Thus, the introduction of the G20 lightweight exoskeleton's specifications took over an hour. However, the outcome was evidently far more engaging than the dry presentation of the power armor's data. After a thorough exploration of the G20's actual parameters, the audience was left agape, completely unprepared for the immense capabilities that such a small device contained. With full operation, it could manage a maximum load of 400 to 500 kilograms. While it paled in comparison to the G60 and power armor, it was an extraordinary feat when contrasted with the frail human physique. Just this aspect alone was enough to leave them in awe, not to mention the other innovative equipment. After a detailed introduction, attendees could not help but exclaim in admiration. At that moment, Tsuyu shifted the tone of his presentation, declaring, "The G20 lightweight exoskeleton is a civilian engineering assistance device designed and developed by our company. With it, workers can perform hazardous tasks more swiftly and safely. I believe that in the near future, this exoskeleton will become the greatest boon for laborers." The entire audience responded with disbelief. Wait, you created such a device and you claim it's a civilian product? Just moments ago, you mentioned the auxiliary targeting module. Are you suggesting that with this device, holding a gun becomes akin to having a self-targeting system, allowing one to shoot accurately at will? Is this truly the functionality expected of a civilian engineering tool? What need would your siege equipment have for a targeting assistance system? Is it to ensure precision when using air guns for nailing? Mr. Su, a journalist, could no longer contain himself and raised his hand. Tsuyu, who had been enthusiastically elaborating on the G20 exoskeleton's potential in the civilian sector, was interrupted but bore no ill will. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What question do you have, dear journalist?" The journalist directly inquired, "Mr. Su, you stated that this is a civilian product. Does this imply that it can be freely bought and sold by the public? If so, have you considered the implications of such actions?" "Of course, civilian products can be freely traded," Tsuyu replied, but midway through his statement, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. Due to the G20's excessive emissions, it currently does not comply with the relevant laws and regulations in Jojo, so it will not be available for sale here just yet. However, Rest assured that Time-Space Technology's scientific team is working tirelessly to resolve this issue, and I believe it will soon make its way to the Jiuzhou market. Continuing from where he left off, he said, "Now, where were we? Yes, energy and power. The G20 lightweight exoskeleton employs an all-electric, eco-friendly design with its core energy sourced from a metal hydrogen battery produced by our time-space technology, ensuring it is environmentally friendly and pollution-free." The journalist interjected, "Why not just admit that you plan to sell this as military equipment abroad? Otherwise, this explanation is an outright insult to our intelligence." Chapter 80. The emergence of the metal hydrogen battery. The sense of being insulted by such remarks was not limited to this one journalist. The entire venue erupted in a stir. Even the comments in the live stream began to multiply rapidly. However, the online audience was not overly concerned with Suyu's blatant fabrications, but rather astonished by the chairman's adeptness at captivating the crowd. Meanwhile, the on-site audience, after their initial astonishment, reacted more swiftly. Almost immediately, another journalist stood up and asked, "Mr. Su, I noticed you mentioned the metal hydrogen battery produced by your company earlier. If my memory serves me right, there are currently 2 wholly owned subsidiaries under the umbrella of Shirkong Technology. One of them is Shirkong Heavy Industries, which, I believe, is responsible for the production of these exoskeletons before us. The other is Shirkong Energy. Could it be that the metal hydrogen batteries you mentioned earlier are indeed products of Shirkong Energy?" I noticed many friends suggesting that the name Shirkong Energy sounds better, and it does seem to be the case, so I made a slight modification. This journalist friend of mine has uncovered a blind spot. Suyu clapped his hands. The floor of the exhibition area opened up, and a tray slowly emerged from beneath the ground. Upon this tray lay a black battery, roughly the size of a brick. Suyu casually picked it up and introduced it succinctly. "This is our flagship product at Shirkong Energy, the metal hydrogen battery. The metal hydrogen battery boasts an incredibly high energy density." To what extent, you might ask? The current highest energy density lithium batteries carry approximately 0.35 kilowatt-hours of energy per kilogram. In contrast, gasoline contains around 12 kilowatt-hours of energy per kilogram. Yet, this metal hydrogen battery I hold, weighing exactly 1 kilogram, can release energy exceeding 10,000 kilowatt-hours. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline. Boom! The audience erupted in astonishment. Almost all present instinctively stood up, gazing at the small brick-like object in Suyu's hand. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Is the energy density really 900 times that of gasoline? Surely, that can't be true. What kind of celestial technology is this? This is utterly outrageous. It sounds even more implausible than that flying powered armor. Although the ability to lift hundreds of tons is already quite absurd, have you considered one thing? That powered armor not only flies but also possesses such immense strength. Where does its energy come from? The marvel of that device must lie elsewhere, right? If we merely discuss energy, just that brief demonstration earlier would suffice with a bit of gasoline. After all, didn't he say that was a non-saleable item? There's no need to think about long-term usage. Well said, then. How about the commercially available G20 lightweight exoskeleton? How do you address the energy issue? It's so small. Surely it can't run on gasoline as well? Wow, it really is the case. And regarding that heavy exoskeleton, from what I saw in the official media's combat videos, it seems to operate continuously without any concern for energy consumption. Many in the audience, upon hearing Suyu's words, immediately recalled numerous details that had previously been overlooked. The source of energy, evidently, is the most conspicuous of these details. Whether it is the powered armor or the G60, G20, such compact individual equipment unleashing such formidable power and speed clearly suggests a significant consumption of electricity. If Shirkong Technology has not resolved the energy issue with an efficient solution, then these dazzling pieces of equipment are mere castles in the air. Utterly impractical. No matter how powerful their functions, without a consistent energy supply, they are rendered useless. Mr. Su, are you truly not joking? The journalist who had previously posed questions stood in stunned silence for a moment before quickly pressing on. Of course, I stand by my words, Suyu replied with a light chuckle. Just as his voice faded, another holographic image materialized before everyone eyeing the projection. A bionic individual clad in Shirkong Technology employee attire appeared in a terrain riddled with obstacles. Beside it, a timing device confirmed that this was a continuous shot, devoid of any staged edits. The bionic figure effortlessly inserted a metal hydrogen battery into the energy slot of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. It then operated the exoskeleton, weighing over 300 kilograms, while bearing a load exceeding 1 ton, executing a series of high-difficulty maneuvers impossible for the frail human body. The entire testing process lasted over an hour. However, after fast-forwarding, the audience watched the video in less than 10 minutes. Within that brief span, a bionic individual appeared behind Suyu, seamlessly donning the G60 heavy exoskeleton, and then demonstrated its capabilities right there in the exhibition hall. Once the bionic figure concluded its demonstration in the expansive hall, even those audience members who remained skeptical could only concede their disbelief. Leaving aside everything else, the performance exhibited by that metal hydrogen battery alone could undoubtedly attest to its extraordinarily high energy density, certainly far surpassing current batteries. If what Suyu claimed were indeed true, with an energy density 900 times that of existing batteries, the informed individuals present could almost predict the immense market potential this metal hydrogen battery could unleash, at least in the trillion-dollar range. Mr. Su, a journalist from a financial news outlet, possessing a keen sense for opportunity, promptly rose to inquire, "May I ask if your company's metal hydrogen battery is already capable of mature mass production? What is the output like? How about the pricing? And what of safety?" Listening to this barrage of questions, Suyu waved his hand to indicate for him to remain calm and then responded, "Since the metal hydrogen battery is the flagship product of Shirkong Energy, it is indeed ready for mass production. As for output, we currently anticipate a variety of specifications, including batteries for mobile phones, automobiles, and various small appliances. Given the differing specifications, calculating an aggregate output is somewhat complicated. If I must provide an overall figure, combining all battery specifications by weight, our current production capacity is approximately 5 million kilograms. This translates to roughly 5 million units, as automobile batteries are larger and heavier, while mobile phone batteries are relatively small, averaging out to this figure. As for the specific monthly production for each type, that would be best directed to our CEO, Ms. Chiomo. Regarding pricing, the metal hydrogen battery holds a competitive edge. It is slightly more expensive than the batteries currently available on the market, but not excessively so, making it a price point suitable for widespread adoption. Chapter 81. Energy Revolution, an incredibly vast market. The questions posed by this journalist were quite discerning. Moreover, it was evident that the crucial issue he had yet to address lay in the background. The safety of the battery. If the metal hydrogen battery itself lacked safety assurances, then no matter how impressive Suyu touted its capabilities or how immense its energy density, it would all be in vain. The energy density of TNT exceeds that of current lithium batteries by over 10-fold. Yet everyone knows that it cannot replace batteries. The same applies to metal hydrogen, which, in fact, is not an entirely novel concept on Blue Star. Metal hydrogen, a conductive substance formed under extreme pressures of millions of atmospheres from liquid or solid hydrogen, is termed as such due to its metallic conductivity. In American laboratories, a small sample of solid hydrogen was subjected to pressures greater than that at the Earth's core, resulting in the creation of a minuscule quantity of metal hydrogen. However, due to a single experimental mishap, that sample vanished. This incident highlights that, at least according to the current understanding of Blue Star inhabitants, metal hydrogen is exceedingly unstable. Furthermore, it is not merely unstable. It also possesses high density and high energy storage capabilities. Within the academic circles of Blue Star, discussions about the applications of metal hydrogen even touch upon military uses. Many believe that such high energy density materials can serve not only as batteries, but also as excellent materials for weaponry. In fact, as per the information Suyu acquired from the wasteland, metal hydrogen batteries can indeed function as explosives when their security protocols are breached. Moreover, the wasteland world does possess specialized metal hydrogen bombs, which are significantly more powerful than TNT. Such a perilous substance, if its safety cannot be guaranteed, who would dare to use it? Suyu had anticipated that someone would pose this question before he took the stage and had long been prepared. Remaining unperturbed, safety is of paramount importance and a matter of great concern for everyone. Regarding this, I assure you, you can rest assured. He casually held up a 1-kilogram metal hydrogen battery before him, connected it to a specialized testing device, and pointed to the displayed value. As you can see, this battery is currently fully charged, with an energy storage exceeding 10,000 kilowatt-hours. As he spoke, he nodded towards the powered armor beside him. Then, everyone witnessed the towering powered armor move on its own, without any operator. Taking a step forward to a suitable position, it raised its hand and wielded a chainsaw sword, just as seen in the earlier video. Could it be it the moment the audience laid eyes on the powered armor's actions, a sense of unease washed over them. However, before they could utter a word, the powered armor swiftly executed a strike, cleaving the entire metal hydrogen battery and its supporting tray in half. The severed battery fell to the ground, producing only a slight puff of white smoke before returning to normal. Unfazed, Suyu picked it up and, presenting the metallic gleam of the cut surface to the camera and the audience, declared, "We have a comprehensive plan for the stable preservation of metal hydrogen batteries. Whether subjected to compression, slicing, puncturing, immersion, or combustion, even under the most extreme conditions, it will merely release energy through a specialized dissipation pathway without resulting in an explosion. In terms of safety, there is absolutely no issue. In most instances, even when the battery sustains significant damage, it neither detonates nor ceases to function." As he spoke, Suyu reconnected the severed battery to the previously used power testing apparatus. The display, which had earlier indicated over 10,000 degrees of electricity, now showed a mere 5,000. Remarkably, there were no other changes. This technological marvel immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Those with some familiarity in the realm of technology could not help but draw in sharp breaths, clamoring to inquire further. Unlike the exoskeleton, even the G20 lightweight exoskeleton just demonstrated could hardly be deemed a consumer product. It was evident that Suyu had been exaggerating earlier. Even if a civilian version were eventually produced, it would be challenging for anyone to reap substantial benefits. However, the metal hydrogen battery was an entirely different story. This represented a groundbreaking advancement in the energy sector, its intrinsic value surpassing trillions. Once launched, the related industrial value it could generate would be conservatively estimated in the hundreds of trillions. It was an immensely expansive market. Among those present, aside from the employees and executives of Time-Space Technology, who were astonished that their company had such formidable technology, the media were eager to unearth more sensational news. Officials from the Shanghai government were contemplating how to persuade Suyu to establish battery production in the city, ensuring it could garner additional tax revenue and embellish their political achievements. Meanwhile, numerous online viewers of the live broadcast were considering how to stake their claim amidst the upheaval that the metal hydrogen battery would bring to the existing market. Imitating production was out of the question, as this was evidently an exclusive technology of Time-Space Technology, which had not even published relevant papers prior to this. It was clear that Time-Space Technology had no intention of relinquishing battery production for mere patent fees. Rather, they aimed to firmly retain control over the metal hydrogen battery. Even setting aside the production and sales aspect, merely acquiring the batteries from Time-Space Technology and integrating them into existing electronic products could yield unimaginable profits. Securing a batch of production capacity for metal hydrogen batteries would be enough for one to profit handsomely, even without manufacturing electronic products themselves, simply acting as a middleman selling to the giants of the electrical industry. Suyu patiently addressed their myriad questions. The product launch event, initially anticipated to conclude before 9 o'clock, was extended until after 10 due to relentless inquiries, before Suyu finally announced its conclusion. Regarding further details, he promised updates would be made available on Time-Space Technology's official website, which allowed the fervent audience to gradually regain their composure. At that moment, both the live audience and the online viewers realized that their attendance that evening had not been in vain. Even if they could not derive any direct benefits, they were likely witnessing the dawn of a new era. Exoskeletons, power armor, metal hydrogen batteries. The products showcased by Time-Space Technology during the launch were nothing short of astonishing. Many left the venue questioning whether they had just traversed time and space, unwittingly stepping into the future. The name of Time-Space Technology, on this otherwise ordinary night, abruptly emerged in the awareness of all. Not only did it astonish the attendees, but within a remarkably short time following the conclusion of the launch, it gained worldwide recognition, reverberating through every corner of the blue planet via the internet, delivering a small yet impactful shockwave across the globe. Furthermore, the response from the titans of the electrical industry was swifter than anyone had anticipated. That night, shortly after 11, Suyu's phone was inundated with calls. Chapter 82. Clients at the door. Your phone is ringing. In the villa at Taohua, Suyu was enjoying a late-night snack. Upon noticing his phone light up, Chiomo, seated across the table, reminded him. Suyu glanced at it, casually dismissing the call, and then said to Chiao Mo, "Aunt Chiao, please create a program for me that only accepts calls from a few important numbers. All others should be ignored." Chiao Mo shot him a look, retorting, "The information I gathered online suggests that your calling me aunt is not out of respect for my age, but rather stems from some indescribable moral transgression." The porridge Suyu had just sipped was suddenly expelled. After clumsily wiping his mouth with a tissue, he retorted, "That's slander." "Okay. T.S." Chiao Mo clicked her tongue dismissively, then continued, "You're not worried about me seeing those little movies on your phone if I design the program?" "Ha! What do you take me for?" Suyu replied with confidence, "Feel free to look. I'm just joking. With my current wealth, I certainly have more than one phone. All my study materials are stored on a different device." Chiao Mo cast him a teasing glance. Just then, another call came through. Suyu, bewildered, exclaimed, "Didn't you say you could design a software in seconds? Why hasn't the call blocking program been created yet?" This call fell within the category of important, but it wasn't crucial. Whether to answer was entirely up to him. Chiao Mo shrugged, stating, "It's rather late. Yet there is still an important call." Suyu picked up his phone and took a glance before deciding to answer. "Hello, is this Mr.Su from Time-Space Technology?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. Unable to discern the caller's identity, Suyu inquired, "This is I. May I ask who is speaking?" "Oh, this is Chun Fu from BIA Automotive." A slight fictional embellishment, just for context. Chun Fu. Suyu paused momentarily, then recalled who the caller was. BIA Automotive, a leading enterprise in the new energy vehicle sector, boasts an annual output of nearly 200,000 vehicles. And this Chun Fu is the founder of BIA Automotive, a bona fide business magnate. Realizing the nature of the call, Suyu quickly grasped why Chiao Mo considered this call significant. It was evident that he was reaching out regarding the metal hydrogen battery. After all, the primary challenge in producing new energy vehicles is the battery's performance. Take BIA's flagship model, the Han, as an example. A mid-sized car weighing over 2 tons has a battery weighing 550 kilograms. Yet its range is only about 600 kilometers. In the frigid winters of the north, even that range diminishes. This is already considered top tier within the industry, while other vehicles perform even worse. Hence, for new energy vehicle companies, the metal hydrogen battery, with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline, is of utmost interest. While smartphone batteries may be less critical, most people can manage with a daily charge. Automotive batteries are a different matter entirely, directly influencing range and the proliferation of charging stations. Range anxiety remains the most significant obstacle to the advancement of new energy vehicles. Currently, the only solution proposed by manufacturers is to erect charging stations worldwide, a rather simplistic yet unavoidable approach. Even so, it is impossible to cover the entire globe or even the entire country with charging stations in a short time. They can only be widely distributed in large cities. Consequently, the primary users of new energy vehicles are predominantly urban residents. Thus, there has long been a narrative online suggesting that while new energy vehicles save money for city commuting, traditional fuel vehicles are more reliable for long-distance travel. After all, it's not uncommon for electric vehicles to struggle on highways during traffic jams, where drivers hesitate to use air conditioning. "Mr. Chun, it's an honor to hear from you." So you feigned ignorance, saying, "I wonder what brings you to call so late." On the other end, Chun Fu responded apologetically, "Mr. Su, I've just learned that Time-Space Energy has mastered the preparation and mass production technology of metal hydrogen batteries. Upon hearing this, I found it difficult to sleep and sought someone to obtain your contact information. My sudden contact is truly unintentional. No trouble at all." So you replied nonchalantly. "So, Mr. Chun, you are interested in the metal hydrogen battery?" "Absolutely." Chun Fu chuckled. "Mr. Su, you have no idea. I just finished watching the recording of Time-Space Technology's launch event in its entirety. The technology your company possesses is truly eye-opening. Watching the launch made me feel as if I had genuinely stepped into the future overnight, truly deserving of the name Time-Space Technology." After a few flattering remarks, Chun Fu finally stated his purpose. "I've booked a flight to Shanghai tonight and would like to know if you are available tomorrow. I wish to discuss the metal hydrogen battery with you in detail. As you surely understand, this technology is of paramount importance to our company. I apologize for the late intrusion. You had already made it clear during the launch that the metal hydrogen battery was intended for sale. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Chun Fu to express interest in discussing the transaction. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, so you pondered briefly and concluded he had no pressing engagements. he promptly replied. Mr. Chin's personal visit is most welcome. I will be awaiting your arrival at ZY Garden tomorrow. After a round of mutual professional flattery and confirming the meeting time, they concluded the call. Suu was quite familiar with the intricate dance of business negotiations. Although his business partners had shifted from previously obscure figures to prominent magnates, he himself had undergone significant changes. He no longer felt intimidated. However, the transition from donning power armor for combat during the day to grappling with commercial affairs at night left him feeling somewhat unsettled. This wasn't he right. Hadn't he agreed to be a hands-off manager? Upon reflection, Suu suddenly recalled that although time-space technology had recruited a substantial number of highly capable executives, these leaders were competent enough to handle most business dealings. However, when it came to negotiating collaborations with significant commercial titans like Qin Fu, it appeared that if Suu did not personally intervene, there would be no one from time-space technology who could appropriately manage such encounters. This situation was not merely a matter of capability, but rather one of status. After all, executives are ultimately just employees. It would be exceedingly impolite for a mere executive to receive the founder of a major conglomerate personally. Thus, it necessitated Suu's direct involvement. Alas, this posed quite the conundrum. Suu felt a slight headache. Primarily, he was resolute in not relinquishing any shares of time-space technology. Yet, without equity, executives would forever remain mere employees, inevitably feeling subordinate when faced with founders of other companies. Chiumo, as the CEO, possessed the requisite status to handle such matters. However, as the former lord of Future City, a ruthless figure known for her bloody deeds, entrusting her with company management was acceptable. But allowing her to engage in business negotiations felt like a gross misallocation of talent. Yet, it was not insurmountable. Having surmised Suu's predicament, Chiumo offered a knowing smile. Just as her words concluded, Suu's phone rang again. This time, however, the number was not an unknown caller like when Qin Fu had called, but rather one with a specific contact name. Chuyu. Suu cast a glance at the predictably knowing Chiumo before answering the call. Chapter 83. The first overseas order for the lightweight exoskeleton. Mr. Su, it's been a few days. I hope you are well? The moment the call connected, Chuyu's voice greeted him. It was slightly hoarse yet resonant. Characterized by a magnetic allure often described online as a typical dominant woman voice, starkly different from Chiumo's gentle tone. I see. Su replied casually, Miss Chu, why are you calling at such a late hour? Is there something on your mind? I apologize for the intrusion. Chu responded politely before delving straight into the matter. I have heard that your time-space heavy industries is planning to sell a batch of G20 lightweight exoskeletons overseas. I wonder if you have any channels for international weapon sales? Sales channels? Su narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised by her sudden inquiry. Could it be that she wished to act as a middleman, purchasing the G20 from him and then selling it abroad at a premium? However, it did seem that time-space technology lacked the necessary overseas sales channels for such equipment. Of course, Su was not the only one in the company. Granting some time to his executives would not pose a significant problem. After all, as long as the product was of high quality, there would be no shortage of buyers. Chuyu could not possibly be unaware of this. Yet she still chose to call him specifically, which was rather intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu replied, Our executives at Time-Space Technology have only recently taken their positions, while they are making efforts to explore overseas channels. Time is limited, and we are indeed lacking in that regard. Do you have any suggestions, Miss Chu? Suggestions may be too grand. Chuyu chuckled. However, just moments ago, a client of mine overseas inquired about procuring a batch of G20 exoskeletons. I wonder if you would be interested? Oh, what kind of client could prompt you to call me at this hour? Suyu asked with keen interest. Wagner. Suyu. Good heavens, now that was indeed a major client. Moreover, they were currently embroiled in conflict. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were among the most formidable mercenaries in the world. Their combat prowess was so formidable that they could even outmatch regular armies. Thus, many netizens in Jiuzhou humorously referred to this mercenary group as the Wagner Army, a significant force capturing global attention on the battlefield. Most crucially, this was a private armed force. Conducting transactions with them was far simpler than dealing with some nations. A straightforward exchange of money for goods would suffice. How many do they intend to procure? Suyu shifted his posture, his demeanor growing more serious. Although they were mercenaries, he hardly needed to ponder. If he dared to sell this item to Wagner today, he would likely face condemnation from the Eagle Sauce tomorrow, leading to potential sanctions. The good news was that he was not particularly concerned about sanctions. The bad news was that if the order were too small, he would be disinclined to accept it. 3,000 units. Chuyu quickly replied, "This is just the first batch. If the performance in real combat is satisfactory, they will undoubtedly place additional orders. Given the circumstances on their end, it's likely that the exoskeletons will not be used solely by Wagner. 3,000 units, even when calculated at the base configuration of the G20 exoskeleton, amounted to a staggering 6 billion. You had already clearly indicated the pricing of the G20 exoskeleton on Timespace Technologies' official website. The basic model was priced at just under 2 million. A little over 199,000. The basic version was nearly devoid of any modules, featuring only the most fundamental transmission system and lightweight armor, not significantly different from what he had introduced at the previous press conference. However, this device also had upgraded versions. The advanced model, sacrificing some load capacity, could be equipped with thicker armor and more sophisticated auxiliary modules within the helmet, including the self-targeting module akin to that found in the G60 exoskeleton. This version was priced at a mere 399,000. If that was still unsatisfactory, there were custom versions available, directly outfitting it with armor matching the specifications of the G60 heavy exoskeleton, maximizing its defensive capabilities. It would also be equipped with an upgraded power system, which, while not quite as advanced as the G60's, would still surpass the standard G20 setup. Although it consumed more energy, one could always procure a larger battery. What a minor inconvenience that was. This modification had been specifically designed by Chiyomo based on the G20, requiring no technical alterations from Shuangxing, as it could be conducted directly in the factories on Blue Star. Each unit was priced at 699,000. Moreover, should one be willing to spend even more, they could include the battlefield situational awareness module from the Storm-class power armor. With such an enhancement, one would feel as if they possessed X-ray vision. Urban warfare? Laughable. One could simply walk through walls. The question was, did one find it tempting? Are all 3,000 units to be the basic model, or shall we diversify? So you inquired. 2,500 basic models, 400 advanced models, 100 custom models, and an additional 2 units of your exoskeleton equipped with the battlefield situational awareness module, Chuyu replied swiftly. That totaled 72,899,800,000. How would they be making payment? Suyu, utilizing his impressive mental arithmetic, quickly calculated the total. They intend to settle in natural gas and oil. However, if you do not wish to accept such terms, I can handle the payment on their behalf, and you can simply process the oil and gas for me. I see. Suyu nodded, then, with newfound curiosity, asked, "But what is your motivation? Acquiring such a significant amount of oil and gas while allocating so much cash to me must not be easy for your company, right?" He was skeptical that Chuyu would engage in this favor for free, expecting that Wagner would provide her with substantial benefits. Frankly speaking, even if Chuyu did not assist, given some time, Wagner could still reach out to Timespace Technology.as for the oil and gas settlement. That posed no issue. Such commodities were hard currency, and there were numerous ways to convert them into cash. It was more of a hassle, but certainly not an insurmountable one. They would not offer Chuyu a hefty commission for merely facilitating this transaction. It was unrealistic. I need them to assist me with the task, namely eliminating someone. Chuyu pondered briefly, not concealing her intentions to IC. Suyu, upon hearing this, chose not to pry further. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, arranged for her to come to Timespace Technology to sign the contract the following evening, and then ended the call. Only then did Suyu cast a surprised glance at Chiyomo. Did you just imply that Chuyu would come to work at Timespace Technology? Chapter 84, Chuyu's Secret. A Millennium Family. Why not? Chiyomo shrugged. Come now. Suyu shook his head. Her company, Wanfu Group, is already a massive conglomerate with assets exceeding 100 billion, and they also possess a military company of uncertain scale. Why would she wish to come and work for me? Perhaps being a boss isn't as comfortable as it seems, Chiyomo remarked lightly. What do you mean? Suyu furrowed his brow, immediately suspecting there was more to this situation than he realized. Fortunately, Chiyomo was not one to speak in riddles. Upon hearing his question, she promptly stated, "Do you know the origins of the Chu family?" Southeast Chu clan, a millennium family. It is rumored that the Chu family descends from the royal lineage of the state of Chu during the spring and autumn period and the warring states. Though whether this rumor holds any truth is likely something even the Chu clan members themselves are uncertain about. However, It is well documented that the Chu family has been active in the southeastern region for at least 1,000 years, dating back to the end of the Tang dynasty. This is an ancient and vast family. The Wanfu group you are familiar with is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Chu family. A millennium family, Xu was taken aback, then expressed his astonishment. Such families truly exist in reality? Of course. In the past century, nearly every well-known individual with the surname Chu is likely connected to their family, spanning various industries. Yet, they have never publicly mentioned their lineage, so ordinary people remain oblivious. At the end of autumn, Chioma elucidated. The dynasty of flowing water and the ironclad aristocracy have persisted since time immemorial. If you believe that a mere tumult can obliterate these venerable families from the annals of history, then you greatly underestimate the sagacity of these millennia-old clans. Even amidst the desolate epoch of our ruins of Sunset World, there remain numerous factions that exist in familial structures. Some of these are formidable, rivaling even the future city. A mature aristocracy represents a remarkably advanced organizational framework, bound by the ties of bloodlines, collectively wielding control over production resources. Though it may appear simplistic and crude, this simplicity embodies another layer of meaning: stability. During times of societal tranquility, these individuals seamlessly integrate into various industries, leveraging their substantial presence to amass and control advanced production assets. Thereby strengthening their families. In chaotic times, they withdraw and lie in wait, anticipating the arrival of the next period of stability. The rise and fall of empires and dynasties bears no relevance to them. Thus, their disappearance is no easy feat. Su was taken aback upon hearing this. Upon further reflection, he realized that as long as such families do not suffer from the erratic misdeeds of a few deranged patriarchs, their amassed power renders them perpetual objects of interest, regardless of the era. Their extinction indeed seems quite improbable. However, he could not help but ponder. What does this have to do with Chu Yu's joining of time and space technology? Chioma shook his head and replied, although Chu Yu possesses notable abilities, her age and experience are insufficient for her to command such a grand family. The reason she currently oversees most of the Chu family's affairs is fundamentally due to the support of the current patriarch of the Chu family. By the way, the head of the Chu family is her great-grandfather, who is 92 years old this year and has recently been reported to be in poor health, seemingly nearing the end of his days. Without his backing, it would not be easy for Chu Yu to gain control over the entire Chu family. Once her great-grandfather passes, a significant upheaval is bound to ensue within the Chu family. Last time, there were individuals who clandestinely crossed over to assassinate Chu Yu. Surely, you do not believe they were so reckless as to risk their lives merely over some trivial conflict in arms trading. Coming all the way to Jiuzhou to eliminate her, Su Yu recalled some details of that incident. Chu Yu herself had mentioned that the assassination attempt was quite complex. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, those bandits would not have taken such a colossal risk to pursue her within Jiuzhou's borders. It was akin to courting death. According to Chu Yu's account, it was due to some unforeseen event that someone could no longer wait to see her dead, so this unforeseen event was indeed her great-grandfather's impending death? Su Yu, after a brief contemplation, grasped the crux. Given Chioma's description of the Chu family, such a large clan, in this age of globalization, could not possibly confine itself solely to Jiuzhou. There were likely branches overseas as well. Based on the intelligence available, it was probable that the news of her great-grandfather's imminent demise had already spread. Those within the Chu family might be vying for the position of patriarch, naturally seeking to eliminate Chu Yu, collaborating with those bandits who had grievances against her due to the arms trade, while also colluding with discontented members of the Chu family in Jiuzhou. To orchestrate her assassination would indeed seem quite reasonable. Thus, when you mentioned that the person you commissioned Wagner to kill was also a member of the Chu family, Su Yu inquired immediately. This was not difficult to deduce. For a family like the Chu, to inherit the patriarch's position, it must at least be a member of the Chu family. Only the direct descendants of the Chu family residing overseas would have the capability and motive to assassinate Chu Yu. Others, even if they succeeded in killing her, would gain nothing of worth and would not dare to take such a substantial risk. Indeed, it is her uncle. If she dies, it is highly likely that he will become the next patriarch of the Chu family. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yu tapped on the table, pondering for a moment before stating, "So, you mean to suggest that I exchanged the life of her great-grandfather for her to work for me? If that were the case, it could indeed be feasible." The elixir of longevity is not considered an exceedingly rare item in the realm of Shenzhou, particularly in the era of Yingjing. Suyu himself had dozens of them. Giving away one in exchange for a capable employee with status and territory to assist him with tasks unsuitable for higher management seemed quite worthwhile. If he could grant her great-grandfather an additional 20 years of life in exchange for 10 years of her service, it was likely she would be amenable to such a proposition. Since that is settled, let us proceed. Suyu promptly retrieved his phone, locating Chuyu's number, and dialed her back in a luxurious mansion somewhere in Modu. Chuyu, having just concluded her call with Suyu, lay wearily in the bathtub. Her snow-white skin was as delicate and lustrous as ivory. Her perfect curves were hidden beneath the steam rising from the tub. Tantalizingly elusive. Such beauty, however, was not meant for anyone else's gaze, and Chuyu herself was too preoccupied to care. Lying silently in the tub for a while, feeling the fatigue within her dissipate in the warm water, she couldn't help but exhale deeply. Reflecting on her recent troubles, she sighed. I hope everything goes smoothly in retrieving my second uncle's head. These people are becoming increasingly unruly. At that moment, her phone by the bathtub suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID showing Suyu's name, she hesitated before picking up the phone and placing it to her ear. Moments later, the phone unexpectedly slipped from her grasp, plunging into the bathtub. Chuyu was momentarily stunned before hurriedly retrieving the phone. Fortunately, her device was waterproof, so it was still operational. Watching the call continue, she couldn't help but tremble as she asked, "Do you truly possess a drug that can extend life by 20 years? Chapter 85. Collaboration on Automotive Metal Hydrogen Batteries. After concluding the call, Chuyu placed her phone aside, her expression shifting restlessly. After some time, she finally exhaled slowly, closing her eyes to rest once more in the tub. She would ponder it all again tomorrow. Suyu had informed her that he possessed a substance capable of extending life by 20 years, with the price being her role as vice president at Time and Space Technology for a decade. Additionally, there would be a fee of 100 billion for such a drug. However, in comparison to working for Suyu for 10 years, that sum was not a significant cost for Chuyu. To her, it seemed almost trivial when weighed against the prospect of a 20-year extension on life. It was merely a side note, as for whether Suyu truly possessed such a drug. She was no naive novice in science, well aware of the challenges in prolonging life, in terms of current biomedical technology. If middle-aged or elderly individuals suffering from ailments were willing to invest in aggressive medical treatments, they might extend their lives by a little. Yet, such prolongation had its limits, often straining the body in the process. For someone of her great-grandfather's age, surpassing 100 years, extending life was exceedingly challenging. At that age, bodily organs were already deteriorating, and even if compatible organs were available, it would be futile. The risk of rejection post-transplantation could be fatal. Even mildly stimulating medications could endanger an elderly individual's life, necessitating the gentlest medical approaches to sustain them. In truth, modern medical technology is not nearly as advanced as the general populace often imagines. For the most common cold, humanity can only rely on its immune system for recovery. Those so-called cold medications merely assist the immune system, providing some support. Thus, rationally speaking, Suyu's assertion of possessing a drug capable of extending life, one that could be utilized as long as there was breath in the body, certainly seemed dubious. However, recalling Suyu's mysterious background and the array of wondrous technologies he had introduced, Chuyu found herself believing him to a degree. After all, both the powered exoskeleton and the metal hydrogen battery were products far surpassing the current technological capabilities of Blue Star. Who knew what cutting-edge medical technology products Suyu might possess? The following afternoon, Suyu met with Chen Fu from the Bia Group at ZY Garden. After warmly showing him around, they swiftly delved into business discussions. Firstly, due to the energy density of the metal hydrogen battery being 900 times that of gasoline, even for automotive batteries, they required minimal size. Ultimately, Chen Fu opted to procure batteries in 3 specifications: 5 kilograms, 3 kilograms, and 1 kilogram. A 5-kilogram metal hydrogen battery, when fully charged, contains energy equivalent to that of 4,500 kilograms of gasoline. This amount of gasoline roughly translates to about 5,800 liters. Based on the fuel consumption of a traditional medium-sized vehicle averaging 10 liters per 100 kilometers. This would suffice for a range of 58,000 kilometers. This endurance level had reached an astonishing degree. Furthermore, This calculation was based on traditional fuel vehicle consumption rates. In contrast, new energy vehicles exhibit even lower energy consumption, as electric motors utilize energy far more efficiently than internal combustion engines. Considering the efficiency of electric motors, a 5-kilogram metal hydrogen battery, when fully charged, would likely enable a vehicle to travel over 100,000 kilometers. Many may wonder why, despite the pollution associated with electricity generation, electric vehicles are deemed more environmentally friendly than gasoline vehicles. The answer lies in the oversight of energy utilization rates during calculations. The energy utilization rate of electric motors exceeds 90, while that of internal combustion engines is merely 40. This means that the energy loss during the combustion of fuel is significantly greater than that of electric motors. Hence, despite gasoline's energy density being dozens of times greater than that of batteries, new energy vehicles can still achieve ranges comparable to those of gasoline vehicles, a vehicle that consumes 10 liters per 100 kilometers. Assuming a 70-liter fuel tank would hold approximately 50 kilograms of gasoline when full. However, a new energy vehicle, due to its lack of the need to accommodate the intricate components typically found in conventional cars, can, under similar overall weight conditions, carry a battery weighing 500 to 600 kilograms. Consequently, the disparity in energy capacity between the two types of vehicles is not as pronounced as one might think. Furthermore, with electric motors exhibiting greater efficiency than internal combustion engines, a gasoline vehicle that is fully fueled can travel 700 to 800 kilometers, while an electric vehicle can similarly cover 500 to 600 kilometers. The high energy utilization rate is indeed the underlying reason for the environmental advantages of electric vehicles over their gasoline counterparts. As for the prevailing reliance on thermal power generation, which poses significant pollution concerns, this issue is resolvable. There are numerous methods of electricity generation beyond thermal power. With advancements in other eco-friendly energy technologies, electricity generation is set to become increasingly sustainable. This is the rationale behind the promotion of electric vehicles by most countries, as they perceive electric cars to be more environmentally friendly than gasoline vehicles. For manufacturers like BIA, which specialize in new energy vehicles, a 5-kilogram metallic hydrogen battery serves as a sufficient energy source for their top-tier models. For lower-end models, equipping a 1-kilogram battery can yield a single charge range of 20,000 kilometers, effectively alleviating current anxieties regarding electric vehicle range, even surpassing expectations significantly. This offers electric vehicles a substantial competitive edge over gasoline cars. In terms of battery pricing, SUYU adopts a straightforward approach, pricing 1 kilogram of metallic hydrogen battery at 50,000 yuan. Given that 1 kilogram enables an electric vehicle to travel 20,000 kilometers, this pricing appears exorbitant, averaging a cost of 2.5 yuan per kilometer. If the only advantage is an exceptionally long range, vehicles equipped with metallic hydrogen batteries may struggle to compete with other new energy vehicles, especially when competitors can achieve a cost of less than 0.1 yuan per kilometer. Even traditional gasoline vehicles average around 0.5 to 0.8 yuan per kilometer, while current electric vehicle range issues may appear troublesome. For users in large cities who seldom travel far, this concern may not be overly burdensome. It is highly likely that they will not spend such exorbitant amounts. Ultimately, consumers prioritize affordability over the technological advancements in a vehicle. Even if a vehicle were equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, boasting a range of 10 million kilometers, if the operating costs exceed those of conventional electric or gasoline vehicles, consumers would remain uninterested. SUYU's willingness to sell at such prices is primarily due to the nature of the transaction. Metallic hydrogen batteries cannot be recharged. Once depleted, they require refueling with hydrogen. Time-Space Energy possesses the metallic hydrogen production technology acquired from the wasteland. This technology necessitates only water, making it feasible to establish a plant by the seaside, capable of producing several tons daily. The sole significant cost lies in the substantial electricity required for the production of metallic hydrogen. However, SUYU has already enlisted nuclear engineers from Time-Space Technology to explore the initial generation nuclear fusion blueprints. According to Chiao Mo's estimates, with SUYU's unlimited financial backing and her assistance in coordination, the first fusion reactor could potentially be ignited within a month. At that point, electricity would essentially be free. Therefore, the cost of metallic hydrogen would be primarily associated with transportation and storage. Regarding why he seeks to purchase metallic hydrogen batteries from Frost Star despite possessing the technology to produce metallic hydrogen, the answer is straightforward. While producing metallic hydrogen is not particularly difficult, after all, Even the Blue Star civilization managed to create it. The real challenge lies in storing it within compact batteries for power supply. In essence, the battery casing is the true marvel of technology. Although Chiomo understands the production process, Blue Star lacks many essential materials. Thus, procuring directly from Frostar is more advantageous. When Suyu refers to a one-time transaction, he is actually indicating that for users of the metallic hydrogen battery, refueling with hydrogen is free once the battery's energy is depleted. Each refueling only incurs transportation, storage, and labor costs, which are expected to remain under 500 yuan. This complimentary refueling service persists until the vehicle has traveled 300,000 kilometers, after which charges will apply, albeit at a modest rate. Therefore, what appears to be a 50,000 yuan investment for a range of 20,000 kilometers, with an operating cost of 2.5 yuan per kilometer, effectively transforms into a 50,000 yuan investment for a range of 300,000 kilometers, with a per kilometer cost of less than 0.2 yuan. While this may be pricier than many current electric vehicles, it alleviates range anxiety, presenting a significant advantage that is hard to overlook. As for gasoline vehicles, what are they, really? Some may argue that the protagonist is selling products at a lower price. However, selling such items requires consideration of not only the inherent value of the technology, but also the market's purchasing power. In simpler terms, one must contemplate whether others can afford it, particularly for widely accessible technological products. No matter how groundbreaking the technology, if the price is set so high that consumers cannot afford it, what purpose does it serve? A set of exoskeletons priced at several million may attract a few buyers, but it will not result in bulk purchases. Rather, individuals may only procure a few for research or limited use. After all, this pertains to individual equipment, and the combat efficiency of such gear on the battlefield will inherently be lower than that of missiles, aircraft, or naval vessels. If the price is exorbitant, large-scale procurement is unattainable. Without mass procurement, sales may result in paltry gains, potentially less than those achieved through lower-priced, high-volume sales. Heavy exoskeletons, in contrast, could be produced at an exceptionally low cost, allowing them to be sold for 500,000 yuan, yielding nearly a 20,000% profit margin. Most viewers are likely familiar with the film Dying to Survive, where pharmaceutical companies often justify exorbitant drug prices due to high research and development costs. Without high prices, they cannot recoup their investments. This represents an ancillary cost of technological products. However, the protagonist's acquisition of such technology does not incur substantial costs. Why, then, does he pursue this pricing strategy? Chapter 86, Cooperation Achieved. Profits galore. Chun Fu and Suyu have signed the first batch of contracts for 1 million kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries. This includes 50,000 units of 5-kilogram batteries, 100,000 units of 3-kilogram batteries, and 450,000 units of 1-kilogram batteries, a colossal order totaling 5 billion yuan. The two parties will settle the payment within the coming week. This batch of batteries is sufficient for BIA Group to produce 600,000 vehicles equipped with the new metallic hydrogen batteries. This is merely the order for this month. Chen Fu and Suyu have established a long-term agreement, ensuring that over the next year, BIA Group will procure at least 1 million kilograms of metallic hydrogen batteries from Time-Space Energy each month. The specific specifications to be purchased will be negotiated at a later date. Last year, BIA Group sold fewer than 2 million vehicles in total. Logically, such a substantial production volume would be insatiable. However, with the advent of metallic hydrogen batteries, Chun Fu's ambitions soar, not only targeting the domestic market but also eyeing international prospects. If his plans unfold successfully, BIA Group may produce over 7 million metallic hydrogen vehicles within the next year. Even with the advantage of metallic hydrogen battery technology, this remains a formidable challenge. After all, Time-Space Energy's batteries are not exclusive to them. BIA Group only supports 1/5 of Time-Space Energy's monthly production capacity. Other manufacturers can similarly acquire batteries from this source. Metallic hydrogen batteries cannot serve as a unique selling point. Chun Fu's audacity in expanding production stems from another reason. He has also secured an exclusive collaboration with the most unassuming subsidiary of Time-Space Technology. This subsidiary, known as Time-Space Technology Reserve Company, is 70% controlled by Suyu and 30% by Jirzhou Bank. This company currently possesses all secondary technologies from the G60 heavy exoskeleton, except for the top-tier black technologies. Even these secondary technologies are undeniably advanced within the Blue Star context. To illustrate, Merely modifying the enemy identification system within the G60 exoskeleton can yield a vehicle-mounted radar that far surpasses current market technologies, providing top-notch hardware support for autonomous driving. While the armor technology of the G60 exoskeleton remains classified as first-tier black technology and is not included in the Time-Space Technology Reserve Company's offerings, many internal components utilize various specialized materials. For instance, the exoskeleton is crafted from titanium alloy and another composite material. This composite material is cost-effective, lightweight, and boasts a strength of 4,000 MPa, significantly exceeding the high-strength steel typically employed in critical components like automotive A-pillars. Although it falls slightly short compared to high-strength carbon fiber, its affordability is a key advantage. Not only is it lightweight, but it is also economical, making it entirely feasible for vehicle manufacturing. The exclusive collaboration established between BIA Group and Time-Space Technology Reserve entails that for the next 5 years, all commercial technologies produced by Time-Space Technology Reserve in the automotive sector will exclusively partner with BIA Group. Technologies outside the realm of civilian vehicles will naturally have no ties to BIA Group, allowing Time-Space Technology to pursue their own initiatives as they see fit. Of course, the price of this arrangement is not insignificant, 200 billion yuan. This sum is the cost of signing the contract. Should technology transfers or product procurement come into play afterward, additional fees will apply. The collaboration with Time-Space Technology is the crux of Chen Fu's bold decision to ramp up production. In truth, he experiences some regret as the technology reserve of Time-Space Technology lacks the ultra-powerful motor featured in the G60 exoskeleton. If that were available, it would be revolutionary. Presently, vehicles boasting 600 to 700 horsepower are classified as performance cars, while those exceeding 1,000 horsepower are considered top-tier performance vehicles. Based on the publicly available parameters of the G60 exoskeleton, if the motor were redesigned according to its principles for vehicle application, it could potentially yield over 5,000 horsepower. Imagine a vehicle with power surpassing that of a tank. If such horsepower were installed in a car without limitations, discussions of acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour would be futile. 0 to 500 km per hour could likely be achieved within 5 seconds. A car that would be akin to a ground-hugging flying machine. Certainly, while regret lingers, he finds himself quite content with the business deal that has been successfully concluded. Without a doubt, the next phase for BIA Automobile will be a full-scale assault in the market. Even competitors seeking to procure metal hydrogen batteries from Spacetime Energy will find their efforts futile. Likewise, CU is equally pleased with this transaction. In a single afternoon, the revenue amassed reaches a staggering 250 billion. Although 200 billion is attributed to Spacetime Technology, only 70% of that belongs to him. However, this is of little consequence, as it still amounts to a substantial income of 140 billion, coupled with the 500 billion from the batteries. Thus, the daily earnings total an impressive 190 billion. As for costs, the total expenditure is less than 1 million. This exemplifies the advantages that advanced technology can yield in terms of monetization, and this is merely the beginning. In fact, aside from his personal meeting with Chen Fu today, the business department of Spacetime Technology, having just commenced its operations, has already become extraordinarily busy. Countless collaboration intentions are flooding in from all directions. The newly hired employees and executives are already overwhelmed. The good news, however, is that Spacetime Technology strictly adheres to a 9-to-5 work schedule. When the clock strikes, they are free to leave. What? There are still important negotiations pending. Let the clients wait. Unwilling to wait? They can take their business elsewhere. The newly onboard employees could hardly have anticipated this. Previously, in other workplaces, they had to treat clients with utmost deference, akin to venerating them as deities. Should a deal fall through, they would be subjected to severe reprimands from their superiors. The most frequently heard admonition was, if you can handle it, do it. If not, leave. There are plenty who can take your place. However, at Spacetime Technology, the tables have turned. When the clock strikes, work ceases. If a client is dissatisfied, they might even assert, it's time for us to leave. If we can negotiate, we will. If not, then let it be. If you choose not to buy, there are others who will. As a result, those clients, upon hearing this, not only refrain from expressing anger but also quickly comply, eager to sign contracts to avoid any potential complications. Reflecting on their past experiences, where they were compelled to drink to the point of nausea in order to meet quotas, feeling like subordinates, these sales representatives nearly shed tears. The disparity is simply astounding. clients have become the ones pleading for a few extra minutes before closing. This was beyond their wildest expectations. One employee summarized their first-day experience and shared it online, naturally inciting a wave of envy and jealousy. Chapter 87. Anna, Wagner has sent representatives, including the collaboration established with BIA Group today. The total sales revenue of Spacetime Technologies' 3 subsidiaries reached approximately $312.7 billion for the day. During dinner, Chioamo diligently fulfilled her duties as secretary, despite her position as CEO. TSK, that's rather underwhelming, isn't it? Just from BIA Group alone, that accounts for $250 billion, leaving such a small remainder? After swallowing the food in his mouth, Suyu continued, does the deal for the 3,000 exoskeletons I plan to discuss with Chuyu tonight not count? No. Chioamo shook her head. What is being calculated here are only the contracts that have been signed and finalized. Including that deal, it should exceed $320 billion. If we add the $100 billion from the longevity elixir, that brings us to $330 billion. Daily revenue of $330 billion is indeed quite remarkable, and this figure only reflects finalized transactions, with countless prospective contracts and potential clients still awaiting discussions. In my opinion, the 500 kilograms of metal hydrogen batteries may not suffice. Have you considered purchasing more from that girl, Shuangxing? No more purchases, Suyu replied with a shake of his head. 500,000 kilograms each month is already an astounding capacity. The current sales volume is due to the unprecedented market created by metal hydrogen batteries. It is normal for clients to seek them out in the short term. But as time passes, they will realize that the energy density of metal hydrogen batteries is so high that they may not be as practical as they seem. Many electronic devices simply do not require such large capacity batteries. Furthermore, if we flood the market too quickly, we can expect significant devaluation, which would adversely impact the clients who have signed contracts. Therefore, we need to regulate the quantity of batteries entering the market. 500 kilograms per month is just right. Once people become accustomed to these high-capacity batteries and develop products with even greater energy consumption and functionality based on metal hydrogen batteries, that will be when their true potential is unleashed. Indeed. Chioamo nodded in agreement. Moreover, Suyu suddenly grinned and added, the real challenges lie ahead. Do you believe that within 3 days, there will inevitably be a scandal regarding the safety of metal hydrogen batteries? Moreover, it will likely create quite a stir, as this technology has cut off many people's financial avenues. That's a minor issue. We can simply silence them, can't we? Chioamo replied nonchalantly. In the digital realm, she is invincible, as long as she chooses not to see it. No one can tarnish the reputation of Spacetime Technologies products. After a moment of thought, she continued, however, merely silencing them online may not be entirely secure. They could still resort to offline newspapers and other means for defamation. Yet, that's not a significant problem. We can identify the masterminds behind this and make them disappear. Although she is not particularly fond of killing, she has no qualms about ensuring the physical obliteration of such individuals. Not at all. Suyu quickly interjected. This is just a passionate business battle. How fascinating it is. Once we secure the deal with Chuyu today, I can delegate all business affairs to her and find some leisure for myself. After all, we must seek some amusement, right? He was eager to see what his former competitors, whose livelihoods he had disrupted, would come up with. Chioamo shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate further. Not long after Suyu finished dinner, Chuyu arrived at Jiwei Garden. She did not bring bodyguards but was accompanied by a blonde woman. From her physical characteristics, it was evident she was of Slavic descent. However, this Slavic woman exuded a fierce aura, moving with an unmistakable sense of purpose, clearly someone with combat training. Considering the true buyer of this order, it was not difficult to deduce that this representative was sent by Wagner to negotiate. This is Mr. Chairman of Spacetime Technology, Chuyu introduced after greeting him. She then turned to Suyu and said, this is Ms. Anna, the representative from Wagner. She initially came to Kyushu to procure a batch of drones, and has now come to oversee some details related to this order. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Hello, welcome to Spacetime Technology. Mr. is even more handsome than in the videos. You are truly a masterpiece of creation, Anna exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Suyu with fervent admiration. And your headquarters is astonishing. When I arrived, I felt as though I had stepped into a world of the future. Ms. Anna is indeed quite stunning, among the most beautiful Western women I have encountered. The lovely lady clearly possesses a keen sixth sense. This place is indeed the future, Suyu offered a non-committal smile. To be fair, just as Anna complimented him, he was not being insincere. Among the Western ethnicities, Slavic women align most closely with Kyushu's aesthetic. Anna, evidently, is a standout among them. Her features are well-defined, her skin not coarse like that of other Slavic women, but rather delicate and tender even without makeup, coupled with her tall stature and enviable long legs. She could easily score a 95 out of 100. The exotic charm adds extra points. Overall, she is not significantly inferior to Chuyu. However, the grace and elegance displayed by Chuyu in her every gesture is something that few can rival. It is a refinement born of 1,000 years of lineage. Just as Chiyomo occasionally exudes a dictator's aura in front of outsiders, it is a unique presence cultivated over a century of governance in Future City. Nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to replicate. A single glance or gesture can convey an undeniable sense of authority to them, or Su has an impressive eye for beauty. Anna, confident in her appearance, received Suyu's compliment graciously and replied, "Your company's technology truly surpasses even that of the headquarters." After exchanging pleasantries, it was time to delve into the main topic. Suyu led them to the 5th underground level of the Arctic Palace. This level was specifically designed as an underground equipment testing ground. While the space might not suffice for testing powered armor, it was certainly adequate for evaluating the G20 lightweight exoskeleton. Anna, clearly no damsel in distress, expressed her desire to personally test the equipment as soon as they arrived. Suyu saw no reason to refuse. Donning the exoskeleton, Anna began performance tests, a process that lasted nearly an hour. Observing her fascination with the G20 made it clear just how pleased she was with the exoskeleton. This is equipment capable of shifting the dynamics of the battlefield. Anna approached Suyu and the others, her expression slightly animated. She had tested several modified versions of the G20, and her conclusion could be summarized in a single phrase. She wanted them all, especially the model priced at $999, which features the drone battlefield situational awareness and targeting assistance modules, simply extraordinary. For a fleeting moment, it almost felt like playing a game with cheats. Then, in the next instant, she realized that this indeed felt like cheating. Lock on in perspective. What else could it be? So, Ms. Anna, how much are you planning to procure? We have ample stock, and if you place an order now, we can ship it by tomorrow, Suyu said with a smile. Previously, Ms. Chu had firmly agreed upon the procurement of those 3,000 items. Anna glanced at Suyu and winked, saying, "However, I believe it is necessary to place an additional order. I will report to my superiors later. And I expect to receive a definitive response by tomorrow. Therefore, I hope we can finalize the contract tomorrow. Of course," Suyu nodded. After that, the two engaged in a lively conversation about various topics. To be fair, Anna spoke fluent Jojo dialect and displayed a profound understanding of Jojo's culture, resulting in almost no communication barriers. Moreover, she was quite talkative and exhibited a mindset that was evidently more open than that of Eastern girls, occasionally sharing a few risque jokes. Their conversation was indeed quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, Chuyu remained on the sidelines, accompanying them but not interjecting into their dialogue. Instead, she continued conversing with Chiyomo.it. Wasn't until Suyu arranged for Anna to be escorted to a hotel in the ZY Garden entertainment area for rest that the three of them began discussing the truly significant matter of the evening. Yinsho Jindan, Longevity Elixir. Chapter 88. Mechanical Modification or Longevity Elixir. Is this what you mentioned that can extend a person's life by 20 years? In the office on the top floor of the Arctic Palace, Chuyu gazed at the Yinsho Jindan in the box before her, her brows furrowed. Prior to arriving, she had expected it to be some sort of potion, but it turned out to be a high-tech product. Was it merely this single pill? This is it, Suyu shrugged. Did you not sense anything else upon catching a whiff of its aroma? Chuyu instinctively leaned in closer to inhale. The fragrance of the Yinsho Jindan was indeed quite pronounced. She had noticed it long ago but was reluctant to believe it. It smells wonderful. Just a whiff brings a sense of tranquility, even more so than agarwood or ambergris, but how does this relate to extending one's lifespan? Chuyu looked up at Suyu, somewhat perplexed. Suyu, lacking knowledge of the underlying principles of the substance, fabricated an explanation. Scientific matters are best left unexamined. You're not an expert, and it would likely be difficult for you to comprehend. Chuyu cast him a peculiar glance before responding. I hold a doctoral degree in basic medicine from Chi Medical College, graduating 2 years ago. I should understand this area to a certain extent. If it's convenient, Mr. Su, please do elaborate. Who would have thought that a powerful woman commanding vast assets would possess a medical background? It's inconvenient. Suyu's expression grew somewhat rigid. Miss Chu, this is a company secret and cannot be disclosed. I hope for your understanding. Then how can I trust that this medicine is effective? Do you have clinical trial reports? Chuyu countered. After all, it was intended for her great-grandfather, and she could not simply take Suyu's word at face value. Especially considering the elderly gentleman might only have a month or two left to live. Introducing an unknown substance could be perilous. No, do not inquire. It is merely a folk remedy. Suyu shook his head. The crux is, you have no alternative. Who else besides me can guarantee that the head of the Chu family will live for another 20 years? Chuyu frowned, turning her gaze back to the Yinshou Jindan. Hesitating at that moment, Xiao Mo, who had been admiring the distant nightscape of the magical city from the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, remarked without turning. This operates on principles entirely different from what you on Blue Star understand about biomedical science. Yet it is indeed effective. If you are truly unwilling to use it, I have another method. With that, she turned to face the bewildered Chuyu, her azure eyes sparkling with numerous blue particles. Holographic projection. The particles gradually coalesced into a complex mechanical representation of a lung. If I am not mistaken, the primary issue afflicting the head of the Chu family is lung cancer. My solution is simple. Replace the lung. Of course, such a replacement would not extend his life significantly. It would necessitate ongoing replacements of various mechanical organs until there were none left to replace, leading to eventual demise. Replace mechanical organs? Chuyu did not realize that this holographic projection emanated from Chiyomo's eyes. She assumed it was a pre-existing feature of the office. Approaching the mechanical lung, she examined it closely for a considerable time before expressing her confusion. Do you truly possess the capability to manufacture mechanical organs? Suddenly, Chuyu paused, coming to her senses, and fixed her gaze on Xiaomo. If I heard correctly, you just mentioned your blue star. Xiaomo did not address her latter question but simply raised her hand nonchalantly. Of course. As she spoke, a blue-red electric arc suddenly appeared at her fingertips, crackling as it made contact with the air. Xiaomo casually grasped a decorative tree in the office. Bang! The violent electric arc immediately shattered the tree into splinters. After signaling a cleaning robot to clear the debris, she turned her attention to the nowadays Chuyu. It's merely an electric shock device embedded within the mechanical arm, capable of discharging currents exceeding 5A. Meant for self-defense. As she spoke, she cast a fleeting glance at Suyu. Of course, it lacks any real deterrent power, as the highest authority over this body lies with Suyu. So, your hand is a mechanical organ enhanced with this technology? Chuyu's eyes remained fixed on Xiaomo's hand, but she could discern no difference from any ordinary hand. Xiaomo chuckled, providing no explanation, and instead stated, So, what will it be? Mechanical modification or the longevity elixir? Choose one. Naturally, I estimate that if one opts for mechanical organs, the subsequent use of Yinshou Jindan would be unfeasible. Conversely, trying the longevity elixir first before resorting to mechanical organs should pose no issues. I need to think it over. Chuyu found herself momentarily indecisive, her mind in disarray. Xiaomo's recent remarks had profoundly impacted her. Notions of your blue star were quite alarming. Furthermore, the concept of mechanical organs was too fantastical for her to readily accept. Neither Suyu nor Xiaomo pressed her for an answer, allowing her time to contemplate. After a considerable while, Chuyu finally organized her thoughts and inquired of Xiaomo, If I choose mechanical modification, can it be achieved without any visible differences from an ordinary person? Certainly not. Xiaomo immediately shook her head. The bionic being she embodied was a one-to-one replica created from a wealth of rare resources from Future City. Modeled after her own youthful appearance, it was a unique artifact crafted by top scientists during the Prosperity Era, incomparable to the mass-produced bionic mechanical organs available for trade, which would merely evoke a cyberpunk aesthetic upon installation. Then I choose the elixir. Chuyu looked at Suyu, her voice firm. If it proves effective, I will honor my commitment and work for time and space technology for 10 years. Very well, Suyu nodded. If it did not work, there would be no justification for compelling her to work for him. In transactions, mutual consent is paramount. After Chuyu inquired about any precautions regarding the use of Yinshou Jindan, she departed with the elixir in hand. The spacious office was left with only Xiaomo and Suyu. Tomorrow is the weekend. It seems there is little to do these days. Shall we find a place to vacation? Suyu raised an eyebrow at Shiomo. Every camera in your world is my eye. I have essentially seen every location someone can visit. Shiomo shook her head but then added, however, if you wish to go, I can accompany you. Then let us go somewhere no one else can reach. Suyu suddenly looked up at the starry sky outside. Speaking of which, ever since acquiring the Falcon, I've wanted to venture into space. I just haven't had the chance. Seizing the day is better than waiting for a suitable one. Shall we go take a look? Chapter 89. The Starry Sky? That is the domain of biological weapons. Upon hearing this, Chiyomo also glanced at the starry sky outside. Despite the dreary weather in the magical city, characterized by persistent rain, the apex of the Arctic Palace rose higher than the clouds. From this vantage point, the sky was above, and the sea of clouds below. The gloomy weather beneath did not significantly affect this height. Then Chiyomo tilted her head. Shall we depart? Let us go. Suyu immediately stood up and opened the door to the top-floor office. Behind the office was a helipad. The helipad was not large, but was adequately sized for the Falcon to land. After all, the craft itself did not require a full landing. It merely needed a flat area to facilitate the boarding of passengers. The two entered the Falcon in succession. In the next moment, the Falcon unleashed a series of sonic booms, vanishing from the top floor of the Arctic Palace. Desiring to witness the gradual ascent into the starry sky, Suyu did not command the Falcon to fly too rapidly. Aside from the initial launch, it did not even reach supersonic speeds afterward. In reality, escaping Blue Star did not necessitate achieving the first cosmic velocity. As long as the engine continued to exert force, it was feasible. In fact, not just escaping Blue Star, but even leaving the solar system was entirely possible. The so-called first cosmic velocity refers to the speed at which a spacecraft can continue to orbit without further propulsion. If it cannot reach this speed, it would require an infinite amount of fuel to maintain enough thrust to avoid falling back to Earth. Even as Suyu flew languidly, the Peregrine Falcon was still able to depart from Blue Star, albeit requiring a considerable amount of energy. However, this contraption was powered by nuclear fusion, so energy was not a concern. Gazing at the receding ground and the vibrant nightscape below, Chiyomo could not help but exclaim, "It is truly beautiful." Such scenery had only graced her eyes over a century ago. Following the Waste era, that world had never witnessed such grand architectural complexes again, and thus the notion of a night view had become obsolete. Upon hearing this, Suyu suddenly pondered a question and could not resist asking, by the way, although your future city lacks anti-gravity devices and cannot escape its mother planet, you must possess numerous pieces of equipment akin to the Peregrine Falcon, or even more advanced starships, correct? Why have I never heard you or Frost Star mention the development of space exploration? Since your mother planet is no longer habitable, why not abandon it and seek a celestial body to colonize in outer space? Surely, with the vastness of the universe and your technology, finding a suitable place for agriculture should not be arduous. Escaping the gravitational pull of the mother planet is straightforward, but evading its protection is quite another matter. Chiyomo replied, shaking her head. Why is that? Suyu inquired, astonished. Logically speaking, with their advanced technology from the prosperous era, which allowed them to colonize entire star systems and engage in planetary simulation games, they should no longer require the protection of their mother planet. Chiyomo sighed in resignation. When I previously spoke to you about these matters, it was evident that you missed some crucial points. Upon reflection, Suyu could not recall what he might have overlooked, prompting him to ask, what did I miss? When did I ever claim that we completely eradicated the fungi? Turning to him, Chiyomo explained, in truth, we have only eliminated the fungi that infiltrated our mother planet. There remain quite a number of starships under the control of fungi in space. The good news is that the ships with annihilation capabilities have mostly been destroyed. Hence, we are able to survive on our mother planet. So, you mean there are still starships controlled by fungi in the space above you, which occasionally bombard you? Suyu expressed his surprise. He had assumed that the humans of the Waste era had eradicated all such fungi through biological and genetic weaponry, leaving only the threats they had created themselves. Yet now, he learned that the fungi had not been entirely vanquished. A chill ran down his spine. He realized he had underestimated the terrifying nature of the Waste world. On the ground were various technological monstrosities, while in the sky loomed starships from a century ago during the prosperous era. It was utterly hellish. Occasional strikes from space do occur, but they are infrequent. And the entities targeting us are not fungi. Rather, they are biological weapons that have been modified to navigate the cosmos. Chiyomo lamented. During the final battle to protect our mother planet a century ago, some individuals launched these biological weapons into space to attack the fungal fleet. While they succeeded in annihilating the majority of the fungal ships that had entered our solar system, these biological weapons went out of control for reasons unknown. Since then, our solar system has been dominated by these monsters. Not only are we, the inhabitants of the waste, powerless against them, but even the fungi controlling the starships are no match for these biological weapons. Furthermore, a portion of these biological weapons has developed a form of consciousness, exhibiting primitive thought processes and purposefully hunting organic beings. Alarmingly, they have adapted to survive in space and, due to exposure to cosmic radiation, have undergone mutations that enabled the emergence of reproductive systems that were never part of their original design, leading to their exponential proliferation throughout the cosmos. At this point, the total number of these monstrosities has likely reached tens of millions. Spread across the entire solar system, their life force is exceptionally resilient. They can subsist on the most basic materials, consuming the countless remnants of starships scattered across space, and thus continue to grow indefinitely. To eradicate these creatures, one would need temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees, akin to the core of a nuclear explosion, or some form of ultra-high-powered laser. Kinetic weapons are nearly ineffective against them. You would struggle to find a material harder than their exterior skin. These biological weapons were initially designed to combat the starships controlled by fungi, rendering them nearly immune to the majority of weaponry from the prosperous era. However, it seems that the creators had not anticipated that they would ultimately spiral out of control. Presently, in the waste, regardless of whether they are human or human-controlled fleets under fungal influence, any that dare to enter our solar system will be torn apart. Faced with such a vast scale of engineered monstrosities, even the humans of the prosperous era would find it a grueling battle to eliminate them entirely, let alone we, the beleaguered remnants of the waste. The cosmos belongs to the fungi and the biological weapons. The more distant reaches of space, beyond the star system, remain sealed off by the remnants of fungal warships, rendering escape impossible, Suu murmured. It is difficult to fathom what kind of technology could have birthed such monstrosities. In Chapter 90, the truth behind the technological explosion reveals itself. Since your solar system is filled with such creatures, how is it that you can still hide on your mother planet? Can these monsters not directly enter it? Suu recalled another question. According to Chiyomo's description, these biological weapons were both powerful and numerous. How could the inhabitants of the waste still survive on their mother planet? They do not dare to enter, Chiyomo stated, shaking her head. I cannot explain why. In fact, the existence of these monsters defies all logic. The biological technology of the prosperous era should not have been capable of creating such things. What do you mean by that? Suu asked, intrigued. I suspect that the emergence of these biological weapons may be linked to the true cause of the technological explosion in our world several centuries ago. After a brief contemplation, Chiyomo elaborated. Although the narrative from the prosperous era claims that wars propelled technological advancement, our academic community does not wholly endorse this perspective. From the advent of the first steam engine to the emergence of the internal combustion engine, less than a decade elapsed. The potential of the steam engine had not even been fully tapped before we transitioned to the internal combustion era. Prior to that, the foundational theories surrounding internal combustion were far from established. This is not an isolated incident. With regards to nuclear energy, you would find it hard to believe that our initial encounters were with nuclear fusion. During a certain battle, a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 200 megatons was deployed, decimating hundreds of thousands of enemy troops in one fell swoop, sending shockwaves throughout the world. Within 10 years of the invention and deployment of the first hydrogen bomb, we had mastered the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion technology. At this point, Chiyomo suddenly chuckled derisively. However, more than 30 years after we achieved controllable nuclear fusion, a scientific team published a paper announcing a significant breakthrough in nuclear energy. Can you guess what they discovered? What? Nuclear fission. Chiyomo's expression turned serious. Prior to that, all knowledge concerning nuclear technology had been classified. People were only aware of the existence of nuclear fusion, yet the specific theoretical formulas and reaction processes were known to very few. Apart from a handful of major powers, virtually no one understood the origins of this miraculous energy source until someone unveiled the principle of nuclear fission, thereby exposing the true nature of nuclear energy. Ironically, the team that uncovered the principles of nuclear fission belonged to a certain nation's nuclear physics division, which had previously participated in and upgraded nuclear fusion reactors. Upon discovering fission, this team initially regarded it as a more advanced technology than fusion. Do you grasp the implications of this? It implies Suu inhaled deeply, a sense of absurdity washing over him. It implies that when they achieved nuclear fusion, they were entirely oblivious to the principles of nuclear fusion itself. Nuclear fission merely requires slow neutrons to bombard U-235 nuclei, causing them to split and release additional neutrons in the process. Theoretically, a single slow neutron is sufficient for the remaining reaction to occur autonomously. Hence the term chain reaction. Controlling the reaction involves managing the speed and density of the neutrons, a task that is not particularly challenging. In contrast, nuclear fusion imposes exceedingly stringent conditions, necessitating temperatures in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of degrees, thereby making control exceedingly difficult. The two processes are not even in the same realm of difficulty. It is one thing to encounter a more challenging task before an easier one. However, the fact that controllable nuclear fusion had already been commercialized while they believed nuclear fission to be the more advanced technology is indeed perplexing. This lack of clarity led to one of the greatest scandals in our world's technological history, occurring just as countless individuals celebrated a significant leap forward in nuclear energy. A junior researcher who had recently joined a certain nation's nuclear energy research institute, gaining access to the theory of nuclear fusion, compared the two processes and uncovered the discrepancy. Prior to his revelation, virtually everyone, including the leading scholars who had developed controllable nuclear fusion reactors, had failed to perceive the issue. As they were primarily regurgitating information without comprehending the underlying principles of nuclear energy, there are not merely isolated incidents of a similar nature. The technology that transcends theoretical support has appeared with an alarming frequency, which suffices to illuminate the underlying issues. The notion that war propels technological advancement is utterly preposterous. Humanity at that time undoubtedly possessed access to some arcane source of technology. However, after we ventured into the cosmos, this source was inexplicably sealed away for reasons unknown. It was only with the emergence of the fungus and humanity's consecutive defeats that someone rediscovered that ancient knowledge. This biological weapon, which lacks any theoretical foundation and exists far beyond our current technological comprehension, mirrors the manner in which the hydrogen bomb first manifested. Thus, as Chioma gazed up at the starry sky in late autumn, she sighed. If we could locate that artifact, perhaps the denizens of that world might yet find salvation. If not, we must rely on Shuangxing, who has acquired the trading platform. With no avenue for entry from heaven or earth, without external assistance, the wasteland would inevitably become the predominant theme of that realm. Is there a possibility that the technologies you have acquired so abruptly originate from someone who has also gained access to the trading platform? Suyu pondered. Such a possibility is not entirely absent, yet it remains quite slim. Chioma shook her head, asserting, according to the trading platform regulations as outlined by Yu and Shuangxing, there should only be one agent per world. If our world had already possessed an agent, what then is the status of Shuangxing? As for the notion that the original agent might have perished, that likelihood is even smaller. If the technological explosion were indeed a result of the agent's influence, then this agent would have had to be at least of intermediate or even advanced rank to survive from the age of technological proliferation to the twilight of the prosperous era while still developing biological weapons. Based on the trajectories of Yu and Shuangxing by that time, you would undoubtedly wield technologies and perhaps even metaphysical abilities far beyond the understanding of the prosperous era. It is inconceivable that the wasteland could have persisted until now. Nor could it be due to some unforeseen demise. According to my calculations, I am inclined to believe that the source of the technological explosion is some form of unconscious inanimate object, rather than a person. Chapter 91. Jojo. Supporting free trade. How intricate. Perhaps it is best to admire the scenery of Blue Star. Suu cleared his throat, redirecting the somewhat weighty topic back to the allure of the landscape. Despite the wasteland world seemingly harboring numerous significant revelations and a far more complex background than he had previously imagined, it bore little relevance to him, nor did it to Chioma at this juncture. There was little left to discuss. We are currently situated over 370 kilometers above the surface, having traversed both the stratosphere and mesosphere, now positioned within the thermosphere. Your Jojo space station is approximately at this altitude as well. If one merely seeks to enjoy the view of Blue Star from space, this is indeed an ideal location. Chioma smiled. Shall we step outside for a closer look? Absolutely. Suyu waved his hand. The two Storm-class power armors stationed not far away automatically approached, unfolding their armor to envelop both him and Chioma. The power armors of the Prosperous Era, also known as all-terrain armors, are designed to adapt to any combat requirements, including space. Within these armors lies a life support system, equipped with solidified nutrient solutions which, when engaged in prolonged operations under extreme conditions, can be decomposed into essential nutrients for the human body, delivered via the life support system to sustain bodily functions. The specifications of the Storm-class power armor indicate that it can sustain its occupant in the vacuum of space for over a month without additional supplies. Thus, donning such a suit in space is remarkably simple, particularly at a height of merely 300 kilometers. Even without the Falcon, the armor itself could easily propel them to this altitude. Once both donned their power armors, they opened the Falcon's hatch and stepped outside. Upon reaching this altitude, the Falcon did not ascend further but accelerated to the first cosmic velocity, subsequently shutting off its engines to enter a stable orbit, now gliding smoothly around Blue Star. Inside the Falcon, both Suyu and Chioma naturally reached the first cosmic velocity. At this speed, the gravitational pull of Blue Star becomes negligible. While gravity remains, it feels almost imperceptible, creating an illusion of liberation from terrestrial gravity. As they opened the hatch, gazing at the immense azure planet above and experiencing the sensation of weightlessness, Suyu relished a taste of what it feels like to be an astronaut exiting a spacecraft. Unlike the astronauts of Blue Star, who must navigate their actions with utmost caution due to inherent risks, he moved with a casual demeanor. With his right hand, encased in the power armor, he gently pushed against the hatch and propelled himself forward, soaring hundreds of meters in an instant. Only after adjusting the armor's engines for slight retrothrust did he gradually come to a stop. Turning back, he saw the once massive Falcon now appear diminutive by comparison. "How does it feel?" came Chioma's voice through the communication channel. This sensation, Suyu observed his hand, momentarily entranced before exclaiming, "It is indeed extraordinary." Within the Falcon, the presence of gravitational wave technology meant that even at such heights, he felt no sense of weightlessness. However, once outside, the sensation became strikingly apparent. The disorientation of lacking a clear sense of up, down, left, or right is a uniquely remarkable experience for any being accustomed to life on Blue Star. After enjoying the scenery in low Earth orbit and savoring the sensation of weightlessness, they returned to Blue Star. It must be said that acquiring 3 Falcons from Shuangxing proved exceptionally advantageous. These mature aircraft are both multifunctional and practical. Should opportunities arise in the future, Suyu would be eager to procure additional vessels from Shuangxing. Setting aside other considerations, the necessity of helium-3 for nuclear fusion implies that establishing a base on the Moon is imperative for future temporal and spatial technology. Such vessels will undoubtedly be indispensable. Of course, acquiring a complete set of blueprints would be even more beneficial. The following 2 days were uneventful. The company gradually found its footing, and there were no significant contracts requiring Suyu's personal attention. It remained unclear whether Chuyu was still hesitating, as she had yet to administer the longevity elixir to the head of the Chu family. On a weekend afternoon, Wagner, after 2 days of research, finally confirmed the quantity of exoskeletons to be procured. Anna was instructed to increase the initial order of 3,000 G20 exoskeletons to 5,000, including 10 units of the upgraded version valued at $999. This batch of equipment was discreetly transported via land rail to the Russians, with no unexpected incidents anticipated along the way. That very day, Wagner boldly announced that it had procured over 5,000 G20 lightweight exoskeletons from temporal and spatial technology. Regarding this, Anna had specifically consulted Suyu, who had no objections. After all, the customer is king. If they had spent such a substantial amount on their purchase, it was only logical that they should be allowed to boast about it. Moreover, the more fervently Wagner promoted their acquisition, the greater the exoskeleton's reputation would grow internationally, thereby increasing their profits. Temporal and spatial technology naturally had no grounds to oppose this. As soon as the news was released, it stirred considerable excitement across the global stage. The ongoing conflict in their region had already been a hot topic internationally for the past 2 years, capturing the attention of countless observers. Coupled with the recent emergence of temporal and spatial technology, which showcased remarkable technological prowess, the announcement of Wagner's procurement instantly became a focal point of international interest. That evening, during a press conference in Zhuzhou, A spokesperson was queried by foreign media regarding Zhuzhou's overt provision of exoskeletons to Wagner and whether this indicated a stance on the ongoing conflict. Without hesitation, the spokesperson replied, "Companies in Zhuzhou possess the right to sell legal products to anyone," which does not imply an official stance from Zhuzhou. "We have neither the authority nor the necessity to intervene. Personally, I am quite fond of the American principle, free trade." Upon hearing this, the foreign media, who had been eagerly anticipating the chance to pounce, were left utterly dumbfounded, unsure how to counter this statement. Regardless of the specifications of temporal and spatial technologies exoskeletons, they had indeed been positioned as civilian products during the press conference. One cannot simply assert that the exoskeleton is a weapon merely because it enhances speed and strength. After all, there isn't even a single firearm included. Moreover, and most crucially, this transaction is indeed between temporal and spatial technology and Wagner, devoid of any state involvement. Thus, it seems illogical to question Zhuzhou's spokesperson about it. Chapter 92. Matching Times Reset. New Trading Partners. This series of events swiftly sparked a significant uproar across the global internet. Wagner and temporal and spatial technology found themselves thrust into the spotlight. Naturally, due to the ongoing conflict, Wagner had often been the target of criticism on foreign platforms. As the saying goes, with many lice, one does not itch, and they were hardly concerned. Amidst the barrage of criticisms, the rising temporal and spatial technology, daring to engage in trade with the notorious Wagner, drew the ire of countless voices. The labels of arms dealer and warmonger have been indiscriminately affixed to time-space technology. It seems that the more outrageous the accusation, the more vehement the rhetoric, resulting in time-space technology being cast in the role akin to that of the Umbrella Corporation in films, a nefarious conglomerate wielding formidable technology. Even within domestic forums in Zhuzhou, opinions regarding time-space technology have become polarized, oscillating between praise and condemnation. The disparaging voices echo sentiments similar to those found online, denouncing time-space technology as mere arms traffickers. In contrast, the commendatory voices laud the company's employee benefits, technological advancements, and more, asserting that it epitomizes the pinnacle of technological enterprises in Zhuzhou. Numerous prominent figures online have penned evaluations, suggesting that time-space technology's decision to sell exoskeletons to Wagner was a grave misstep. Initially, time-space technology had garnered a modicum of acclaim, delivering a minor shockwave of post-apocalyptic wonder to Blue Star, captivating the world's attention. At that juncture, both domestically and internationally, the prevailing sentiment was one of admiration and astonishment at time-space technology's innovations. However, following the sale of arms to Wagner, the narrative swiftly shifted, rendering them a target of public ire, a miscalculation that has led to considerable backlash. Nevertheless, regardless of the external appraisals, the employees of time-space technology remain unperturbed. After all, it's the weekend. Is the Zaiwiyuan Entertainment District Mall unappealing, or is the beach uninviting? One would have to be utterly bored to engage in online disputes. Let the critics hurl their insults. It does not affect their salaries in the slightest, nor does it pose any threat to a colossal entity like time-space technology. As for Suyu? What a laugh! Were it not for his deliberate steering of online discussions, this issue might never have reached such fevered heights. Although the majority of commentary is critical, it bears little impact on time-space technology's operations. Others sell their wares, and he profits from his. The metallic hydrogen battery, however, is a product aimed at the general populace. Yet, it is not the average consumer making purchases. It is businesses that require batteries, rendering the question of whether ordinary people wish to buy moot. When these companies eventually launch products utilizing metallic hydrogen batteries, will there be no buyers? Faced with a product that alleviates range anxiety, the public will ultimately cast their votes with their feet. Once realized, the product's efficacy will be paramount, overshadowing online sentiments. Numerous examples abound of entities receiving scorn online yet achieving remarkable sales. Ultimately, the internet represents but a fragment of reality. To misconstrue it as a mirror of the real world is sheer folly. Thus, both Suyu and the companies procuring metallic hydrogen batteries harbor no concerns about facing boycotts due to this incident. Moreover, products such as exoskeletons are not typically sought after by those engaging in online vitriol. Ironically, as interest swelled, time-space technology's exoskeletons came to the attention of a broader audience capable of making purchases. Within 2 hours following the incident, time-space technology received a deluge of inquiries via phone and email from overseas clients, all inquiring about the procurement of G20 exoskeletons. Despite Wagner's tarnished reputation online, their formidable combat prowess cannot be overlooked. No one perceives Wagner as a mere ragtag group. The fact that Wagner is prepared to invest billions in equipment cannot be dismissed, particularly after learning that Time-Space Technologies exoskeletons are available to all customers without discrimination. Interest surged. Prospective buyers ranged from officials of large and medium-sized nations to armed groups in conflict-ridden regions. And even civilian firearms companies from the Eagle country expressed interest in introducing the G20 to the market. In essence, a veritable cacophony of interest emerged, as those in power are selective about their clientele when it comes to the high-end arms sold by larger nations. While Time-Space Technologies G20 exoskeletons are evidently premier individual combat gear, given that they do not discriminate against customers, what more could one be waiting for to place an order? As for the veracity of Time-Space Technologies' claims, has anyone not already made a purchase? Wagner is indeed prepared to don this equipment on the battlefield. They would not gamble with their soldiers' lives. Consequently, in stark contrast to the vitriol online, orders for Time-Space Technology have begun to pour in like snowflakes. With the G20 exoskeletons production capacity nearly booked for the month, SUU had anticipated this scenario and remained unfazed. Compared to this minor turmoil, what truly captured his attention was the impending weekly refresh of client opportunities. Name: SUU. Identity: Blue Star Region Agent of the Time-Space Trading Platform. Level: Junior Agent, 610. Trading Points: 1,050 points. Available matching attempts: 0. Next refresh time: 59 seconds. 58 seconds. As the final minute of the refresh approached, SUU entered the trading space, gazing at his familiar personal interface. The upgrade experience from the two trading partners, Yingzheng and Shuangxing, had been fully harvested, 3 points each, totaling SIX-TO, ascend to the rank of intermediate agent. He needed to match with at least 2 trading partners. Currently, he had accumulated over 1,000 trading points. The platform's marketplace offered a plethora of items already, yet none were of pressing necessity. Previously, he utilized a junior gene potion, costing 200 trading points. The platform also featured an intermediate gene potion, requiring 2,000 trading points. SUU intended to save enough to procure one for himself. Time ticked away. Finally, at a certain moment, the personal interface's available matching attempts, 0, transformed into available matching attempts, 1. SUU promptly exclaimed, "Match trading partner. Matching trading partner. Please wait. Match successful." After a familiar flash, SUU found himself atop a towering peak, where the scenery was breathtaking and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. What astonished him further was the presence of a magnificent palace perched atop the cliff, exuding an aura of golden splendor. This was no structure that seemed feasible for human construction. Each time he engaged in transactions with different individuals, the trading space selected a unique location for their dealings, each more enchanting than the last, leaving one in awe. Marveling at the wonders of the trading space, he turned his gaze to this transaction's counterpart, a tall woman clad in a light yellow silk gown.